is a choke point. Being till you break from the pressure, that's a no joint. Remain unsolved like a cold case. I'm cocking the aggression, that's the workplace.
我以前来过西湖，但是坐游船是第一次。
I have never been in this place before. It's my first time in China. So far, it's very good.
And the flash is absolutely on point there. Hunt and GGY goes down.
Or rather, Lucas on the site. They do get 3. I mean, there is still a chance he's going to try to hold it, but the kill does come through.
Nice on the duel. He gets completely crouched. And Ice Cube continues to put the damage out. Now staying on top of the bomb site, still trying to tip the head and somehow gets a double kill to hold it down. All down to his KO being a 1v4. He can't do so.
And Evolution Tower, they're going to lose YH first, and Mino's going to come from long.
Does so damn well. The quad's on, but it gets cut off there.
Yeah, this part of his clutch does get
Oh,
both.
Idea early for next time. However, what's the execution? Not good. A snare goes for 2. Oh, head on a swivel as he's
Yeah, it's like, guys, what?
no.
Guys?
Hail Mary into the bomb site. That phase straight that one quick 4 angles.
Biểu rồi, DB kết thúc rồi. Bên kia không thêm dùng, còn dây leo. Đặt ra hai cái đầu đến từ bông kêu, bị bóc, không check cùng về và cái giá phải trả. Kéo là trên cánh cá. Hai người đều biết vị trí của nhau.
Na sequência, parado. Pra acabar, falta apenas
cannot connect a single shot. That SGJ is gonna retake the IGL. So good right now.
will go on. Potential winning round. Oh, but this aim goes a bit too far. Now to PHO being able to do some of those final things.
The focus up a little bit.
Now a good spam. No, he's gonna hunt. He is absolutely gonna hunt. Why wouldn't he? It's famous.
和1-2各收一个 DO 后也有人头进账，两颗闪光的影响之下还能摁2个。门烟一封，这边殊死一封，连秒2人，这边是一个残血加护点 KOA， 血量也不是很多，恭喜CHENGDU！原点的一个必枪，2个人同步拉点，硬汉拿下了16个人头，可以恭喜EP。
Hello and welcome back, you beautiful people, to the CrossFire Stars 2024 Grand Finals. My name is Nerakai, joined alongside me by none other than Elfish Guy and Sneaky Frog. The boys from Vietnam, we were here for the Summer Championships. We're back again in Hangzhou, China, and it's already been quite a good few couple of days, and we're heading in towards day 3 with, I mean, a lot of expectations, but also a lot of question marks. Today, more than most, was quite important. We've got battles for first place, we've got battles for second place. Today actually could decide how a lot of these groups actually even end up being.
Yeah, most definitely. Before we get into that whole discussion though now, we've got a few things we need to sort of get out of the way. Before we start, we would like to thank Smartgate Entertainment for hosting this wonderful tournament, and also a special mention to our partner Tencent. And also a huge thank to Sony Inzo, the official partner of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, for their incredible support. The Sony Inzo gaming headsets and monitors, backed by Sony's cutting-edge gaming and audio-visual technology, were developed in collaboration with professional players to help you fight for greatness. Designed to win. And also a special thanks to Morphling for giving the tremendous support, figuratively and literally, for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. The Morphling L50 gaming chair introduces groundbreaking dynamic support technology with air-operated lumbar support that adjusts using a lift lever. It is specifically designed to those with low back comfort. Morphling, reach your throne. But yes, with all that said and done, Neo,
shout out the boys one time.
It's going to be a big day. It's going to be a big week. We've already seen some big matches, and I imagine if I'm looking at the matches correctly today, that today might be one of the longest days that we've had because there's some pretty close matches.
If ever there was going to be 3 mappers, Sneaky, today feels like the day. We have got some big games. We've got the rematch of the Summit Championship finals, of course, with Wolf Empire and AG. We're looking at kind of actually a good few maps for 3BL. This could be make or break for them to see if they even make it in towards the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we really didn't see the extent of how good 3BL actually was, especially after yesterday's games. I know there's a lot of opinions floating around that said 3BL actually played well despite the opponent that they had yesterday. In my opinion, it's actually the opposite for 3BL. I really wish I could see a lot more cleaner stuff. I know Horus was playing absolutely insane yesterday, but I feel like the other members can definitely have some higher quality gameplay. But we already saw the standings, of course, for the FK RW ratio, and it's still AG on top. It's not really a surprise at this point.
No surprise. 2 Brazilian teams coming in as well with Imperial and Antisocial behind that. First deaths, round first deaths coming through as our ranking, leading the charge there. UBECMANIAC behind, and next top is one to follow, and then a clutch 3BL. That's what, at least they got that stat going for them. But I think what Sneaky was talking about, especially for us, we've been doing the West League all year long, and yeah, for 3BL, it wasn't the level that I wanted to see. I feel like we were missing a key few players for me. We didn't see enough out of Snare, I think, without a shadow of a doubt, but actually didn't really see enough out of Snake and Slayer either. It really felt Horus, who is generally speaking not the numbers guy in the team. He's an experienced figure and somebody who brings a lot of stability, but he's not meant to be putting up a lot of these numbers. The fact that he was maybe is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I don't know. I take a similar kind of a viewpoint. I think there was definitely flashes of what we had hoped to see from 3BL. That's really the big takeaway for me, was there was definitely moments where they looked like that team that we would have expected from them on this kind of a stage. But maybe a bit of a slow start. I mean, at the end of the day, like you say, clutches are good, I guess, to have that as a statistic in your favor, but ultimately that also means that you're not kind of winning the rounds cleanly, you're not winning them fundamentally, and you are having to rely on the clutches somewhat. And I think that was a key factor for 3BL that actually did allow them to kind of stay alive in that series, was their clutch ability. Had that not been the case, that actually might have ended up being a 2-0 loss, and that was like almost potentially your entire run done at this year's CFS. So a couple of things to fix up there for 3BL. Wasn't a terrible performance by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly going to need to see them hit a different level if they want to make it to playoffs, if they want to be a real threat in those playoffs as well.
Absolutely. Speaking of threats as well, players who have been absolutely flying so far throughout this tournament, and Sneaky, I think it's safe to say, no surprises with any of these names at all. Number 1, arguably the best player in the world right now as well, and playing like it. Shui, not too far behind him. Eagles, Ryuzao, ZY. These are all names that are absolutely no shock to any of us.
Yeah, for sure. Especially for the part of Do. I mean, despite being such a young player, right, at the age of like 20, 21, I mean, he's already gotten at the top of the, at least at the top echelon of CrossFire competition. Granted, he did get second last year, but I feel like for like a 20-year-old, that's pretty much fine. Like getting second place, the experience is there. You're almost there. You were there. You just need to get to the finals again and do it correctly that time. But for Jue, I mean, that's Jue's the main reason why they have the highest FK RW ratios ever, because his entries are really just opening things up for AG here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see as well Imperial keeping that level. We saw in the Summer Championship, and I gotta say, I'm maybe a little bit disappointed with what we saw out from Imperial, in the sense that Vasco went a little further. Imperial, for me, felt like they underperformed. So good to see they've come out towards the tournament and looked super strong.
Yeah, I mean, again, with the Brazilian teams, you always get a generally pretty decent level. For me, it's always about what kind of peak are these guys going to hit? Because I think at their peak, they're really able to take the challenge to the best teams in the world. They might actually even be the best teams in the world at times, as we've seen in the past. And I kind of look at the roster that Imperial have put together here, and I say, yeah, I mean, I think Eagles definitely, he's a world caliber player, and a couple of the other guys have already kind of shown that. So I think if Imperial really hit their stride at this event, they can definitely be a title contender, as far as I'm concerned. It's just that you don't necessarily always see that, but at least as far as their base level is concerned, it's always quite decent. It's always good enough to make it through to the playoffs. So I'm not seeing anything from the Brazilian region that I've disliked at this event so far. I think all the teams that we've gotten to watch, I mean, Vasco last night did reasonably well for themselves, and the social team as well, kind of living up to the expectations in some aspects. So by and large, I think Brazil, of all of the regions, is probably the one that seems to be most in line with expectations so far. China's been a little bit up and down. They've dropped a couple of maps here and there in some sort of circumstances that we would have rather not seen that happen. And then, you look at Vietnam as well. They've definitely not been up to scratch. For sure. West League, some questions being asked. Definitely Philippines. I don't know, maybe Philippines have even exceeded my expectations, but they haven't done anything too out of this world just yet. So actually, in terms of even just sitting in line with expectations, I think the Brazilian team's doing a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, one thing to mention as well in that top 5 is we're missing one team and one player in particular. Nobody from Wolf Empire, no Ice Cube. Interesting to not see that level yet out of him. He was incredible on home soil out there in Hanoi for the Summer Championships, but they're not bad. They got a 2-0 sure, but I feel like the meet was still a little bit shaky by their standards.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that's like we saw Wolf Empire play at like 70% capacity. Because I feel like, I mean, Ice Cube at one point was absolutely like diffing to back in Vietnam. So I feel like this isn't really the true level of Wolf Empire. Maybe they're still getting used to getting acclimated to the stage and trying to see if
saving it for the playoffs.
Yeah, saving it for the playoffs. That could be a thing too. If you are a team that consistently makes it to top 4, you start playing the meta game of the group stage now.
Yeah, and especially because, as well, if we're being completely honest, they've got quite an easy group, right? In the sense of it's AG, it's Wolf Empire, and then it takes quite a heavy nosedive off the back of it in the sense of both of them are probably going to think that we actually don't need to break too much of a sweat and don't need to dip too deep into the strat book for this. Of course, these are our matchups for today. We're going to start things off with Alotus taking on UBECMANIAC. Then to follow that up, we have, of course, I've got 3BL taking on SGJ. Following that, Q9 taking on Vasco, and to finish things off, AG versus Wolf Empire, a rematch of the Summer Championship Grand Finals, where AG got upset by the Vietnamese side. So it's a very interesting day of matchups. You've already touched on it. This feels like the day primed for map 3s.
Yeah, I would definitely lean in that direction for a couple of those matches. I think Vasco Q9 is a pretty interesting prospect. Obviously, Wolf Empire and All Gamers, we saw that really go the distance in Vietnam as well. So those would be the matchups that I'm looking at and thinking, okay, those could potentially be pretty close ones. But even these first couple of matches, I think they're a little bit harder to call because there's some more unknown teams, I guess it's fair to say. You know, UBEC, SGJ, they showed us pretty good stuff in their first matches, but are they going to be able to have that level of consistency across the board over multiple weeks, multiple days? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, if all of those teams kind of turn up today, then definitely we're in for a long one. And, you know, we've seen some close results so far, but it generally has kind of like, I think, fallen into place for the most part. Most of the results have gone the way that we would have expected them. I think predictions so far have generally been reasonably easy. I don't know if I'm sitting on 100% at the moment. I can't remember if I've got every single one of them right, but
I failed game 1. I tried to throw the
that was a bit of a troll.
Yeah.
But like, you know what I mean? Like, if you go with the favorites, and that's usually my strat. Like, I just go with the favorites. I'm not a particularly, you know, I'm more of a vanilla guy, right? Like, I'm not throwing in the chocolate and the spice and the brandy and whatever. I think, you know, you generally do get some pretty good hit rates, you know, and I think that's kind of where we're at so far. It doesn't feel like there's been too many upsets, anything too crazy at the event, but that'll come.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, we're going to throw it over towards the stage. We've got some players to introduce to you. So let me throw it over towards Matt.
Hello, CrossFire Esports fans all around the world. I have the honor of being your host, Matt Andrews. We're live from Hangzhou in China. Welcome to day 3 of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. We've already seen intense matches, great energy from players on this incredible stage, and that's all in the first 2 days. Some teams have shown their class. Some teams have gained new glory and fame. But of course, half of our 16 teams have left this stage with disappointment after their first loss. All of our teams have played one match, so the standings of our groups are starting to take shape. But will those groups continue to meet your expectations, or are we about to mix things up a bit? Well, let's find out together and unlock the future! We will turn our attention to 2 emerging forces in the world of CrossFire Esports. 2 newcomers ready for their second match here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Who will get that sweet and vital victory? Let's bring them to the stage. Meet our first 2 contenders for day 3. Coming to the stage to proudly represent Vietnam, it's Team Alotus! And now let's welcome their opponents. The brave young prospects from Cebu in the Philippines. They are UBECMANIAC! Team Alotus, they're looking for their first win. UBECMANIAC are hungry for one after they narrowly missed out yesterday. Good luck to the teams as they unlock the future!
These 2 teams hoping to unlock the future because they both find themselves at the bottom of their group currently. Over in Group C, it's a pretty tough one, to say the least, right, Jordan?
Right.
We've got Imperial, we've got Evolution Power, and then, of course, UBECMANIAC and Alotus. So a win here, I'm not going to say can give them a chance for top spot, but at least they can maybe fight for second.
Maybe. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I think this is the battle for 3rd place, really. Yeah. At the end of the day.
I did the math. It's possible.
I mean, of course.
It's going to be hard.
It's always possible. It is always possible. Once everyone's played one game, you know, the things can shake up, obviously. But having seen Imperial and having seen Evolution Power get their first win under their belt, look, you're expecting probably these 2 teams are battling for 3rd. Yeah. Realistically speaking, yes, you can. If there's an upset, maybe if you do get an upset over one of those top teams, and then you know your counterpart Alotus here also maybe gets an upset, there can be like this 3-way tie type situation, something like that. So it is possible if you crunch the numbers to make it through. But typically, if we're going to see a group upset, you know, it definitely needs to happen early on in the piece. You know, you want to be kind of like getting that upset early on in the piece. Maybe having beat your most difficult opponent in one of the opening games and then having to clear out the rest of your group and just make sure you win the games that you're supposed to win. Whereas now, you've already lost the game you're supposed to win, and you're kind of leaving it up to fate, basically.
Yeah, exactly that. We'll start by touching on Team Alotus. Now, for this side, I think it's safe to say they come in as one of the biggest underdogs in towards this entire tournament. New boys on the block, a lot to prove, but also at the same time, I don't think it's about proving. It's about getting experience. It's about showcasing that we do have a bit of a chance here. I mean, ultimately, Alotus are the biggest Wolf Empire fans going for even getting this spot here. So I think they're just happy with the experience and happy to learn what it's like to play on the big stage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, Origami, PBZ, Tom, and Jade, Leo. Not sure if Destroy played with LDX, actually. If you guys didn't know, this is LDX's old team.
Yes.
And he dipped for ranking esports, which is the right decision, man. Because, you know, during second, they did win the recent regional final with the reverse sweep. But that means it kind of left a rift here in Team Alotus, and they're kind of all over the place at the moment. But, I mean, with that being said, if we didn't see much coming in from them, might be a surprise going up against UBEC.
Yeah, and, you know, it has to be said, obviously, there's been quite a lot of positive news about UBEC. I think for me, that first opening game for them, despite it not exactly going the way they wanted, I was impressed. There was a few things which made me at least believe there's a chance, right? We see the individuals who can step up to the plate. I'm even looking here as well. KLB has his moments and has had his moments so far in this tournament. And it feels like they've got a lot of different facets of actually where they find firepower. So maybe a side that not many people knew too much about, but I'm starting to get to know.
Yeah, I mean, stats-wise, we're having a look at this graph here, and we see Loy kind of down the bottom there. It wasn't exactly what we would have hoped to have seen. I thought that when UBECMANIAC looked their best, when they did get that map win over Evolution Power, the first game that they did play, it was largely off the back of Loy, and at the end of this series, he's actually ended up being statistically at least their worst performer. So that'll be something that we see hopefully sort of shift up a little bit today. I don't hate what we got from UBECMANIAC, but again, similar to SGJ, I think it's going to be consistency that we're going to be looking for from these teams from the Philippines, because it's very evident that their peak level is good enough to compete at this level of competition. But how often are they going to be hitting that peak level if it's only one map in a best of 3? Unfortunately, that's just not going to cut it.
Yeah, you know, I'll let you talk about your boys, because I've been impressed with what I've seen. And how are you feeling about their performances so far?
I like to forget about game 2 and 3 of the Evolution Power game, because I was so hyped. I was like, okay, Loy, first international play, he's finally gonna prove everyone that he's him. And then, you know, game 2 and 3 happened, but that's just the thing with the youth. That it's very, very unpredictable whether or not the team is actually gonna perform for the day. But it kind of goes on both sides, right? Alotus is also a mix of vets and some young players also trying to gain some experience. You know, it's not often that you get a 4th seed in CFS as the Vietnamese region, so I think they're just going to try to absorb as much as they can. But I think just in terms of the level coming in for both teams, I just really feel like UBEC has, you know, just the slight advantage considering what happened, you know, against E-Beans. I mean, it's like a map win, but then the next 2 maps are 10-8, 10-8. So it's not really them getting destroyed, it's them, you know, messing up at the tail end, and that just speaks for the experience of EP.
Yeah, they were competitive all the way throughout, of course. We saw those Alotus results, beating teams they're meant to beat, losing against the better 3 above them, absolutely sort of as expected. Over the other side, though, for UBECMANIAC, there's a sea of wins there. And of course, you know, for yourself, you cover this region a lot more. I think in one particular result that I'm looking at there that I'm a big fan of, winner of the Pacific Max.
Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, I think everyone called UBECMANIAC like the Cebuano version of like Pacific Macta, or like you turn back the time and suddenly, you know, Revenge is 18 again, and you know, he doesn't have kids. And yeah, it's kind of like the same version. I mean, they have the same coach from way back then. They have tanks, so maybe they can replicate the same magic. But, you know, it's still maybe the downturn of Pacific Macta in that group stage, so I really do not know the actual level. If it's like, can UM actually consistently beat international opponents, or is it going to be breaking down? But yeah, that's just the unpredictability of having young players on your squad. It's similar to Tal as well.
Yeah, exactly that. We got our head-to-head, our key players there. We got Destroy and Kano coming through. Now, stats-wise, not exactly flourishing, I think is probably the way to put it, but you know, both of them had losses in their opening games. In particular, of course, that Alotus game against Imperial was relatively one-sided. There was a lot more to like out from UBECMANIAC, but yeah, still ended up being a loss, hence why, you know, since that time, it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, what you have to remember about this stats page and any of them going forward is that they are going to be the stats from the tournament at this point, right? Some of them that we got to see over the last couple of days would have been regional results, and so the numbers would have been pumped up a little bit there by playing against weaker opposition, but this is the best of the best when it comes to the CrossFire calendar, so the weaker teams are definitely going to get punched around a little bit, and that's more or less what happened for both of these 2 teams in their opening game. I guess UBEC did have a little bit of a better time than Alotus did in their opening matchup. But this one should be a little bit more representative, I think, of what we can get from Alotus if they can bring it to UBECMANIAC. You can pump those numbers up a little bit, and that will be kind of nice to see for them and for the Vietnamese fans. But then again, like you say, 4 seed through from that region. Really, this is about gathering some kind of experience, some kind of confidence. It's not necessarily an expectation that Alotus is going to go super deep.
Yeah, what is an expectation, though, is these picks from the predictions coming through. Vietnamese guys going for Alotus, no surprises there. And I'm assuming basically everybody else from not only the kind of Chinese stream, but obviously us in the English stream and also the Portuguese stream going for UBECMANIAC. I think it's primarily because we were so impressed with actually what we got against Evolution Power. Interestingly enough, all of the Portuguese stream going for Team Alotus. Now that is actually a surprise to me. I'm quite surprised by that. I was, for me, they were so close, UBECMANIAC against Evolution Power to take that series maybe in like a 2-0 fashion or 2-1, like you said, the 10-8s, right? So for me, that's enough. It's like, that's a Evolution Power are not no joke of a team. So if UBECMANIAC are pushing the distance, that for me is a real positive sign.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like UBECMANIAC, they're just like how I said in the first series that they had, they're the fastest improving team, at least from back home, and maybe pushing the experience from that EP game, and they obviously can go backstage and then get the replay going, get to the scrim room, fix the problems, and that's just how speedy Tanks can actually do his work. So I wonder if the adjustments are enough to kind of give them a more favorable map score, especially going into this group. But power of an internet cafe team. Oh, okay. They gave a bit of a shout out to the boot camp back home. So if you guys don't know, the culture back in the Philippines is, internet cafes, very similar to Korea.
Yes.
And, how they play, and that's kind of how the pro players get noticed. They're like, oh, we're really good. Let's play for my brand of internet cafe. They go up against another brand of internet cafe, and that's how esports works back home. At least for the CrossFire.
Yeah, I kind of love it as well. I feel like as well, in a small way, internet cafe experience like this, it's like pseudo LAN experience. You basically understand what it's like to play on a setup that isn't super familiar, isn't your home setup, and you can understand what it's like to play in front of other people in a way, maybe 1 or 2, but at least it's some level of added pressure in a different scenario, different environment. You learn to not get distracted by the externalities around you.
Yeah, it's a good way to build a community as well, of course. We sort of lose a bit of that, I think, in Australia, maybe in the UK as well. It's sort of similar, I think, at this point. Most people have a PC at home. They don't go to the internet cafes. You don't get that like local community kind of LAN type feel anymore, which is a little bit sad. So I'd say enjoy it while it lasts. But we'll have a look at the map comparison here, and it looks like fairly across the board for both teams. No immediate permaban obvious.
Yeah, if UBECMANIAC wants to play safe, maybe they do want to avoid compounds, and they do have barely any experience on that map, and obviously it didn't go well the last go at it. I think despite the volume of games that they have on Black Widow, they can definitely go up against them. Ankara is going to be very interesting because I have no idea if they're going to decide to actually just ego pick Ankara, because UBEC is also capable in that map, but at the same time we're talking about the Vietnamese team, and when it comes to Vietnamese teams, Ankara is kind of like their home. So wouldn't be surprised if UBEC plays it safe and just puts out Ankara, honestly. For you, and you cover these guys quite a lot, what's the feeling there? We've got Eagle Eye and Port, with they don't play a lot, but at least the stats-wise, very, very strong for them. Do you think there's a world in which they could even see what Alotus ban and pick around that? So if they were to ban Eagle Eye, pick into Port, or vice versa? Yeah, I think it kind of depends on what the goal is for the side of UBECMANIAC, right? I feel like if you want to go ego pick, for sure, pick Ankara. But if you want to make this team as uncomfortable as possible, maybe you could float the Port in the map pool. Maybe they can go Black Widow. But it's those 3 choices, honestly. Maybe they can even go Mexico, because I feel like it's actually only Wolf Empire and Ranking actually play that map very often, and Alotus and Next Up, they don't actually touch that map at all. True, it's true. It does feel like, at the very least, in the way this veto is set up, Jordan, that it feels like actually UBECMANIAC have the kind of pick of the litter. They have their own choice here. They have a little bit more of a fleshed out map pool, and actually more success across the board too. So I feel like regardless of where this veto goes, they're going to be coming in with quite a lot of confidence. Yeah. I mean, look, let's just have a look at it as we go through that discussion. I would say the beauty of this is that there isn't really much of an expectation on UBEC or Alotus at this point. So it's a good opportunity to get some good practice against international competition on some maps that, maybe you're not 100% sure on. Maybe you're feeling like this is a bit of a curveball pick. Let's just test it here, because this is not going to be potentially the most influential match of the tournament.
If you're thinking about, oh, okay, well, can we potentially pull this one out against Imperial or against Evolution Power? Let's first test it here and see how it goes.
First ban, Black Widow going to be banned out as well. So that does leave, you know, we kind of spoke about it, the Black Widow or the Port. Do they go the other way as a punish pick? Or, like you said, do we go for sort of that ego side of things and try and say, right, you're good at this map, but we think we're better. But with that Black Widow ban, that does actually give Team Alotus probably the chance of, if they wanted to get rid of Port and just maybe hedge their bets that Mexico isn't going to get picked in against them.
Yeah.
That's probably the way I would sort of be leaning about this.
Yeah, ironically, actually, yesterday, that's what happened to UBECMANIAC, because I was like, I wasn't expecting that Ankara was going to be pulled out in the veto, but then EP is like, yeah, we're better at Ankara.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right. I guess that happened, but maybe UBECMANIAC might want to go for that. But Eagle Eye makes sense. I feel like Alotus does not want to go near that map, especially up against UBECMANIAC. Already has plenty of experience on it.
UBECMANIAC with this first pick. A few different ways we can go about it. We spoke about the Ankara. We also spoke about that Port as well as what feels like a bit more of a punish pick, but it's a punish pick with quote-unquote considerably less experience. We're going to go towards a sub-base. As somebody who follows these guys, what's the feeling on sub-base?
They're playing it extra safe this time in the veto. I think they're really trying to maybe get that 2-0 and then get out of here and then recoup, prepare for tomorrow. So not surprised about sub-base. I just didn't expect them to pull it out against Alotus. I would have expected it against maybe EP or the other teams in the group. But makes sense. UM start on their GR side, and Tally is going to go for BL first, and that's the most obvious pick, honestly, for map 2.
And then we get the Ankara coming through. It does feel as well that sub-base is getting picked a lot more this tournament than the Summer Championship, and of course a lot more for us who cover the West League. It's just not that popular of a map over there. It's normally, at the very most, if you see it, it comes out in the best of 5s.
Yeah, West League loves a bit of Compound, loves a bit of Ankara, a bit of Black Widow in there, those kinds of more standard maps. But sub-base, it does play a little bit differently. I'm a fan of sub-base though.
Same.
I think it's a great map. You know, you talk about how there's some different maps, definitely. You know, Mexico plays differently to standard, sub-base plays a little bit differently to standard. In one case, I think that's good. One case, I think that's bad. Everyone kind of knows my opinions on Mexico. But Ankara coming out there as well. So we do get back to sort of the middle of the map pool, if that makes sense. I think sub-base is always going to be a good map to have in your pool. It is, as you say, a fairly popular one internationally. At this kind of an event, if you don't have sub-base in the back pocket, you are going to get exploited by the Chinese teams, by the Brazilian teams. They do love that as a region. So got to be making sure that that's in the wheelhouse for sure.
Tough choice here as well for Tal. Ban Port or ban Mexico? It feels like neither of them are good, really.
Neither of them are good.
So it's a real kind of pick your poison type situation. My assumption would be a ban on Mexico because they don't play it as much and float the Port. But again, it's super risky. Neither of them are good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if Port or Mexico comes out, like all 3 maps are really good for the side of UBECMANIAC. They decide to ban Port, so we might go Mexico for map number 3. And I can already feel the smirks from the UBECMANIAC boys, because if you guys don't know, there's a certain region, right? So there's Manila, and then there's Cebu. Dude, Cebu loves Mexico, man. Like, they absolutely go wild in that map. And yeah, I mean, not going to be any short of experience here, honestly.
I'm liking this veto. As a whole, Jordan, it really does feel very favorable over towards UBECMANIAC, though. It has to be said. All 3 maps, very strong. And it's probably a strong conversation to be had here where sub-base sort of feels like it's already under lock and key, and we're talking about whether Alotus can actually get Ankara.
I like the fact that Alotus are backing themselves though, right? Like they would have played Ankara yesterday or a couple of days ago against Imperial. You know, you got to go run it back and see if you can get a bit of a better result here. UBECMANIAC, they've seen them play that against Evolution Power. They saw how Evolution Power was able to get the better of them on that one. They want to replicate that kind of success, but tend to agree with you. I think UBECMANIAC come out of this one feeling a little bit better. And when it comes to just relative strength of these 2 rosters as well, I was kind of leaning towards UBECMANIAC to begin with. So I have a good feeling about this one for UBEC. I think if they can beat Evolution Power on sub-base, granted, you know, it was in some cases maybe a 4v5. That's the argument you can make.
Yeah.
But, you know, still, that's a win. That's a solid win. I think they'll have more than enough to deal with Alotus here. And then Ankara, again, it's definitely in the wheelhouse, obviously, for UBECMANIAC. So not going to hate seeing that one out either.
Off the back of the veto, how are we feeling now? We obviously have all picked UBECMANIAC, but with how things are, do you think this is 2-0, 2-1? What's the sort of confidence levels for you feeling?
I think if we saw the exact same level that we saw from Tal from their prior game, I think this is just going to be a quick 2-0, honestly.
Okay. And for you, Jordan?
Yeah.
I'd say 2-0 as well. I'm
Yeah.
definitely on the 2-0 hype train. I don't think we're going to get too many 2-0s today, if I'm being quite honest with you. So I might get that
We'll take
prediction
them where we can get
out
them.
the way early. Yeah, try and get the schedule sped up a little bit. I mean, look, I think that largely is up to UBECMANIAC, to be quite honest with you. If they can come in and play at the level that we saw from them in game 1 of the day yesterday, I think they'll have more than enough. But obviously, you know, they did fall off a little bit, so that'll be a conversation point. Having a look at the map stats here, I mean, Subbase is not a map that Alotus is particularly shy of. I get quite a lot there in CFVL, but a little bit more GR sided for them. So have to keep an eye on how their GR side goes. If they do well on the GR side, maybe there's a discussion to be had. But if they're only getting 3 rounds on that GR side, then that'll be problems.
Yeah, it's the classic argument as well, because you've got a Lotus with a lot more reps under their belt, but a lot less success. So it's sort of, what do you want? Do you want more success, less reps, or vice versa? And it feels like UBECMANIAC, who are super confident in their style of play, with the success they've had, even though they don't play as much, I think they're going to be too worried.
I think fortunately for UBECMANIAC, right, I mean, we're going back to the Pacific Mata point once again. Pacific Mata is also really good on sub-base. Obviously wanted I think they did win on sub-base against Wolf Empire back in Vietnam, so they're not going to be short on experience on playing high-level sub-base, right? And SGJ also does love to foray that sub-base map. But yeah, I'm a bit worried about the statistics for Alotus, not going to lie, because this map is not that GR-sided anymore, especially after the changes in the smokes, and I can't really see the red name anymore to it. And yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm just worried for the side of Alotus, man. You cannot be super reliable on your GR side in sub-base, especially with the amount of setups that you can do, the amount of lineups that they have actually. If you guys do not know sub-base lineups, they go through the mountain and into control room somehow. It doesn't make sense, but you know.
Yeah, it does this thing. Everyone's like, it's a Lotus starting, is it BL side start for them? Was it? I
can't remember. I can't recall.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but even still, regardless of whether they're starting BL or it's second half, they have to come out the gates absolutely flying if they want a chance. And that in itself puts quite an inherent risk on your early rounds. You really have to set the tone at quite a high level. And the issue is that we know that UBECMANIAC are not a side who are shy to get started towards games. We know they're super confident out the gates. We know they have a lot of their kind of own understanding of how quick they want to play this, and that's the thing that feels like it can catch off a Lotus, unfortunately. So it's going to be tough, but either way, we're about to get live into our first game of the day. It's Team Alotus taking on UBECMANIAC.
There we go. Getting started in this game. UBECMANIAC obviously on the GR side. Tal on that BL. And we already know yesterday from what happened, UBECMANIAC, they love the wall bangs of these wooden doors, and they were making XQQ suffer absolutely from yesterday's games. And here comes Loy, but instead he's going to be the first one down. Tom with the first kill on the AWM, but PBZ in return is down to 1 HP. But Kano gonna try to rain down some damage here in towards second mid. But Tal has only found one so far. No distance gained yet from both of these sites at the moment. They're taking it very slow. They're taking it at the pace. They already have the advantage. They don't have to push the issue. They know they want to at least force UBECMANIAC to be as far away from each other as possible and take the second mid to prevent the rotations from coming from A to be free at least.
So, minute 20. Already man advantage as well for Tal. It's not about to start. UBECMANIAC feels like they've got to get just a little bit proactive in this mid to late round to bring the level back. And, you know, the issue is, well, Tal are taking their sweet time. And PBZ taking some serious damage, sure, but this is a big fight. Destroy does lose it out. Big swing, big find. KLB does well. Numbers back level, and then, of course, that issue of PBZ being so low and Jaleo taking damage too does now maybe flip the script a little bit.
Yeah, Alotus. We're going to have a bit of a look towards that A side of the map. It is going to be a split, but assuming they don't win the fight on the top side, it's really quite one-dimensional with 3 players working their way down the stairs. KLP ready and waiting. Orb in hand isn't going to quite connect that shot. It's going to allow the flood out onto the site. Alotus, though, do lose 1. JJ getting down here to try and defend, but gets spammed through the box and will ultimately fall. So far, so good for Alotus. C4 should be going down. 2v3 post plant. You'll take that.
They're really thinking about this flank as well for UBEC, and Maycom Kato going to get clipped as well. Leaves it all down to KLB. Got to hit a couple of these shots. Is not to be. Tom settles this round, and it will be a good start for Alotus. We said we needed a strong start out from these guys if they want a chance, and that's not a bad way to go about it.
Yeah, for sure. Good punish on Loy, because he's been doing that wallbang in second mid since yesterday, and that's why, just like how I said, XQQ was absolutely suffering in this map. So it's kind of good that Tal did their research, and now they see that they can punish these bad habits. Not really a bad habit, but just some habits in the map. But Loy's down once again. Really, they're taking it to him.
Yeah, poor Loy. He obviously has had his struggles, and there's no two ways about it. Not the way that you want to start off in towards this one. KLB on for the flank and on for a couple of kills. Make that 3! KLB's gone absolutely nuclear. And that alone matter just flipped around. Origami's having it all to do. 1 versus 3 and no clue in hell. No C4 in his grasp. He's going to have to fight, and it's not exactly an easy one to make matters worse. He's spotted out by Kano. This round feels like it's done. One man has gone absolutely huge and completely flipped this one.
Yeah, no chance of getting into wood in a 1v3. In theory, this should be a pretty safe crossfire setup for UBECMANIAC, especially once that smoke fades. He's going to take a different route. Origami going to try and change things up here and get in behind. KLB might be hearing some of those footsteps if there's any noises being made by Origami. He's having a bit of a look. Origami wants to take his time, and fair enough, you know, he's got plenty of it. Has managed to creep across KLB's sightline. But he has to find a 1v1 somewhere, and that's not how he's going to do it.
That is tough. That's a 50-50, because it's either left or right, in all honesty. But I like what UBEC did there. I mean, despite Loy dying, right, the indirect result of taking Machine Room is that means the entirety of outside mid is free.
Yeah.
And they have no idea that KLB was already crawled up all the way there. And I think Tal should be aware that Loy is not the only playmaker in this game. All 5 players are willing to do that type of stuff in order to get the round back in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good work from KLB. So far, so good. I like a response from UBEC as well. Especially, you know, the round number 1 wasn't exactly great, and then to follow it too, the start to round number 2 is not exactly what you want. You immediately go to the man disadvantage, but they don't lose any of that confidence. They re-aggress, they get confident, and it ends up working out really, really well for them. What's the response now like on the other side from Tal? KLP holding. Warm in towards Vents. It looked like he was going to get a peek, and then just retracts for a second.
Oof, that's a hard angle to check, honestly. If you are in the Vents position, if you are going to check from that BL side, if Destroy's actually going to go through with this, not going to have the best time, but obviously slow crawl in towards that second mid area. And Tal, they're really just slowly crawling forward and waiting for UM to maybe mess up. Maybe one of them overextends just to check a corner.
Well, bit of a off timing there for UBECMANIAC, but they don't really get punished for it. The shots maybe not quite connecting for Alotus initially, but amends being made. Trades back and forth. It is 3-on-2 now. JJ is quick across into the B side, and KLP finding himself a 1v1 duel as well. C4's now been dropped. Origami again into the 1-on-1, into the clutch. Couldn't get it done in the last round, but this one certainly much more doable.
1 versus 1, like you mentioned. Definitely a world in which you can sort of make this one stick. KLP taking a sweet time, but there isn't a hell of a lot of time as well. Tal have got to make a decision, and for Origami, feels like he's going to go for that plant towards B. C4 goes down. Now that'll put the pressure on KLP on this rotate. What angle does he take to try and fight? Origami might even just meet him as well in this left-hand side of the room. Could be an interesting one in this 1 versus 1. He's just sort of snuck past. Nade in hand, and it does get dropped in towards the room, but Origami dips away. He's buying time. He's playing with the clock, and it might just work in his favor. Swinging towards backside could be everything, and a bit of damage dealt. Colt pulled out. He goes on high. The movement is so good, but he just couldn't quite hit the shot.
He had it. He had the parkour. I was right then and there. I got excited for zero reason, but no. Taking a look at the replay from the prior rounds, actually that could have went either way. In all honesty, it was a good reaction from KLP, right? He, as soon as that B take started, he just crawled straight into vents, went for the flank from the passage player. Fortunately, couldn't score that 1v1, but JJ gonna be the first one in with the help of Kano. Now they're gonna try to bring the fight to Tal. J Leo getting absolutely pelted, but Loy's gonna try to get the kill with the pistol. Not gonna get the second one, but the wall bang is gonna do it for Origami. At least PBZ's down to 1 HP, and Destroy still full, but it's a 2v3, man, and you have zero map control.
Just gonna keep throwing bodies at them, aren't they? That's UBECMANIAC's decision in that round. Huge brawl, and it seems to have worked out. UBECMANIAC going to take that one for sure. PBZ doesn't have much of a chance here. It's a 1v3. He's got no HP to play with.
The Fate timeout, maybe?
At the very least, he's got the C4, but yeah, I don't think that would be a bad shout at this point.
Spot scale P, but yeah, so low. All it took was a reaction. And one bullet to connect. So UBEC responding well. This is a thing that we're seeing out from UBEC. Every time they take, a step back, they immediately respond, and they're more than happy to kind of say, all right, just shake off what just happened. Let's just straight back into and keep our sort of relentlessly aggressive style of play.
Yeah, and here we go. JJ coming into Machine Room. They're going to get control once again. They're going to have to take a look at the outside, but what is important is them just getting that room. But Loy also looking for a fight on the A side. The stairs is going to be occupied by Tom with this Colt. But Loy is going to go back. I think he doesn't want to overcommit, knowing that there could be 3 dudes around the corner.
Pretty smart. Bit of chip damage dealt there as well. Spam over towards Wood, and raise that might retract Kano just a tad. Doesn't really want to stick around all too much. This has been sort of the standard for how these rounds are being played out. Very aggressive in the early round, and the mid round slows it down massively. They wait for overextensions, and then leaving it late to punish on the executes. Destroy gonna open things up though. KLB getting caught. It's quite a big scalp to find. He's obviously had a lot of importance so far. It's a great flash, but it doesn't do enough of the G. Hey, can't get the second though. It's labored on the spray. And Tal doing very well to give themselves the numbers advantage. Tom gonna get caught. PBZ and J Leo are both so low.
Oh, this is I was gonna say a risky choice, but it could have been a good one from Loy. I know the C4's been dropped out in mid, but decides not to push the advantage. Will allow Alotus to go back and collect it. In saying that, obviously in this 2-2, UBECMANIAC looking a little bit healthier. So PBZ and J Leo will have to be clean with their shots. You're going to basically be requiring headshots from here on out if you want to win this round. There's no chance of a long laboured spray working out when you've got that kind of massive HP deficit. So good to see them getting into the A side here pretty cleanly. That's a start.
Actually like the setup. I mean, you can plan for vents if you're J Leo here, and it would be a very good position for PBZ. But if he does get checked, and it's going to be someone sitting on the site with 30 HP, it's not going to be a good news, at least for them. But what is PBZ going to do? Is he going to drop? Maybe just wait?
This is a timing play. Not committing to the fight just yet, just waiting to hold for the cross out downstairs. And I mean, so far it's great, but they're not going in that direction, so it doesn't really feel like it makes too much of a difference. He does manage to tuck his head. PBZ now has dropped in towards the room itself. But 1 versus 2, and it feels impossible for him, and it is UBECMANIAC going to respond and take a lead. Back-to-back round to them. Pretty important.
Yeah, got to be conscious about this as well from the behalf of Alotus, remembering that they're a little bit more GR-sided on this map, so as long as they can maybe post 3 or 4 on this blacklist side, we could consider them still in the discussion.
For sure. Oh, but Tom, once again, they're really trying to take the fight to Tom here on the outside. They were punishing Loy earlier, but they're like, all right, I'm going to call my homies with me, and we are going to fight tooth and nail for Wood's control. But is Tom just going to back off? I think they should just wait. I think Alotus should just wait. That's all they have to do, man. But the smoke delay is going to be crazy.
Yeah, so now, smoking towards Wood, that'll slow things down. Bit of spam there, in all fairness. Does catch Tom on the retreat out. Loy just being a nuisance, right? He's not running away with rounds, but he's just making his presence known enough that it is just forcing Towel to make kind of read decisions on sort of how they want to start these rounds off.
Well, flash themselves through the smoke into wood, but that has not worked out at all. Easy hold from UBECMANIAC. They're just saying no post today. It's unfortunately not Sunday, but Friday. No post Fridays. Tom's still trying to deliver, but he is having some difficulty. Eventually gets a headshot slid through. Wasn't actually quite a headshot, but that's all good. Gets the kill. KLP and JJ. Instant response from them. Straight back into the A side, but comes down to another clutch attempt from Alotus, and this is starting to become quite a recurring theme, which first of all is a problem just because you're not winning the round straight up. Second of all, it's a problem because they're not winning the clutches either, so you're just not winning rounds.
Yeah, kind of indicative of macro being not that good for the side of Alotus, and that they're kind of going down to the 1v1s, and that's their only wins. But, I mean, Tom being on 1 HP, KLP, he's not going to risk it. He's just going to pull out the Colt.
I respect that. Tom, not exactly got a lot of time here either. Definitely going to make his life a little awkward. Tom's looking around. He's just trying to find some sort of information to work on. I mean, he does have the C4, so he's been given the luxury of a plant towards B, which, I mean, you'll take every day of the week. He's going to go for the open plant too. Gives him the chance at a reposition and a nice open setup. It looks like he's falling back towards lockers, and I sort of like this. Going to go up on high. Oh, he does get spotted out, though. I'm going to make it a little bit harder. First, fight on towards KLP, not successful. Second chance as well, dropped there by Loyan. Tom, it's a nice effort. It's a plant of the C4, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I think it's kind of obvious that Tom wasn't used to the pacing of UBECMANIAC here. As soon as that C4 is down, you can already see KLP insta go into jail and try to get darkroom control as much as possible. But then he saw a very, very thin pixel of the last player, and he did get some damage in. So Tal once again gonna try to see if they can take machine room, but it seems like no is the response, but they do get 2 in return. Patience does pay off for now, but Loy still gonna get destroyed, but Tom will get 1 in return. It's just trade after trade after trade, and now it's all of a sudden down to JJ in a clutch situation.
Yeah, this isn't easy at all.
Tables have turned.
He doesn't really have any information to work with either.
Well, let's see if maybe UBECMANIAC can show Alotus how it is done. JJ with the opportunity here to clutch. It's typically been Alotus in these 1-on-2s. But it would be the final nail in the coffin, I think, on this map for Alotus if JJ was able to complete this clutch. It's not going to be an easy one. Time ticking away from him. That bomb planted and nice shots through. Prevent any kind of shenanigans. So Alotus hang in there for the moment.
Yeah.
Tom getting loud as well. Good to see.
Tom playing extra safe, honestly.
Yeah, getting fired up. I mean, I feel like Alotus really do need this. They need sort of, you know, a bit of kind of personal inspiration and
bit of energy.
Yeah, they've realized this is by far game over in this sort of a matchup. I mean, obviously they come in as the underdogs, but doesn't mean that it's a foregone conclusion. They can have a showing here. Colt, not going to be good enough. They're not going to respond as well. KLB going to try and rotate back in around that side. Origami was the man he was focused on, but he gets swung upon by Tom. It's really scrappy, back and forth. These are how these rounds have been playing out. Left down to a very quick 2 versus 2.
Bomb not yet planted though, so there is that benefit for UBEC. Got the time to play with here. See if they can put a bit more pressure back on Alotus. They're going to give them some space. JJ backing off. I don't mind that call from Alotus. They're going to try and isolate some 2v1s. They do a pretty poor job of it though. The spacing wasn't great there from Tom. Does end up winning his 1-on-1 at least.
I was expecting for him to come back actually. You know, reswing jail here.
I mean, there's so much time. He could literally end up going anywhere.
He can actually wrap all the way around. He can go back to B, but with 0 information of where KLP is. Maybe just going to be an open plant for that A site. He does have the benefit of the benefit of surprise here for Tom.
So where is KLP going to come from? I mean, that's the question. Tom's sort of asking to himself. He plays now up towards stairs. He'll spot there's no one here, so A lot of information being gathered by him. Now spots him trying to dip away. HE going to be thrown as he banks around the corner. The re-swing and the find. So confident from Tom. Backs himself in that head-to-head, in that engagement. And does it work? UBEC get caught off guard once again. Maybe, I mean, arguably for UBEC, the one thing letting them down, maybe a little bit overly aggressive.
Yeah, that's like a very common mistake from UBECMANIAC, honestly. Sometimes they really just overplay some of their angles here, and they do get punished accordingly for it. But I like that Tom didn't commit to that first fight, because if he committed all the way in woods, he would be out in the open. That would have been free shot, so he played that very well, just ringing on in back towards stairs. But look at Alotus, though. They're trying to go for this A-side take. JJ this time going to be fighting for the stairs position. JJ does get the first one, but he will not get the second. Loy here for the backup. Origami's going to get shot in the head. But there is still 2 players in A stairs, but they're going to be surrounded very soon. One player is sneaking through the vent, but KLP already knows where he is, so UBEC has all the information at the moment.
Yeah, no real options for Alotus. In fact, UBEC are kind of taking matters into their own hands, pushing back up there into wood. They see Alotus on the exit, decide that that's good enough for them, and they'll back off. Faster attempt from Alotus, but have to imagine now the round is going to slow down, as Alotus will use that time and hope that they're going to get a mistake from UBECMANIAC. I don't imagine we're going to get UBEC. You know, they've shown their hand with their aggression already in this round. They're not going to go for it again. They'll be more than happy to play the numbers here and just sit back in their sights. Smoke's going to go down, and Alotus are actually going to pull the trigger quietly. They do not check underneath the stairs, and KLB will shut them down for 3. Nice highlight round to finish off the half, and UBEC will take the lead, 5-4.
I can't believe he gets completely overlooked there as well. And the fact that he then gets 2 and then the no trade. It's just, it feels like a bit of clustered and lack of comms, it feels, unfortunately, there.
They're like, huh? There's still a guy on stairs? Damn.
Not a single person cleared it.
Oh, yo, what are these stats? BLKD 1.21 is crazy, actually. Oh, but Tom? Oh, Tom? No one was watching lockers for him? No way, destroy. Gotta cover your homie. But KLB, Kano, they're gonna get the first 2 kills. Tom will finally get KLP, but Tom does get JJ as well. Good sniper work. But can he get KLB? Does get him with the pistol instead.
Oh, wow.
Easily could have been a disaster, but Tom, he clutched up.
There's that GR strength, though, on display from Alotus already onto their more favorable side of this map, and it just looks so much cleaner there.
Absolutely. I mean, Tom is looking so solid, so reliable. Felt like he was super isolated in that part of the round, but it was a fantastic job. 15-6 he is for now, and another opening kill going the way of Town. Unfortunately, it's once again on Loy. Always seems to be the one getting caught by it. Jalio might re-aggress. Actually, spots on nothing, so Smoke going to bank off the wall over towards top stairs, and that'll give them all the control they need. They'll double smoke it.
Yeah, double strength.
Yeah, I'm assuming that was just completely unintentional.
Yeah.
But
nah, 2 smokes is better than 1, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
True. It's just weird. I mean, this is not really what I expected coming in from Loy. Especially, he did change his role right before this, but he's acting like the entry at the moment, and it seems like Kano is more hanging back more than anything. Slow take towards second mid, that might be the goal, but B-split's kind of hard to do, especially when you don't have any outside control.
Passive 4 now. Gonna pop towards A. Jalio has to go huge here. First is great. The second is not too bad at all. Job arguably done there by him as long as Origami can get one of his own, which he can. And the second might follow. Nice shot from KLP, but a lot more needed to be done. And the big man of Tom still alive, so all to play for. 1 versus 3, which feels like it really is going to get off the ground. That's a very quick shot onto Destroy. There might still be some legs behind this round for UBECMANIAC.
He's got 45 seconds to work with, so plenty of options. Got to find a way to try and isolate another one of these duels. Has now been spotted. But it's going to keep progressing on forward, and PBZ is playing a dangerous game. That's exactly why. Tom now into the 1v1 KLP. Surely not a 1v3 right here to put UBECMANIAC back in front. It is just going to go awry right on the back end there, but he had every possibility His aim was just a bit sharper. That's done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, challenging second mid with a sniper. Maybe we already would know what happens there. And he does switch to the AK-47. Problem is, AK doesn't have the best wallbang damage, unfortunately. So, down to very bad HP disadvantage for him at that very last moment. And UBECMANIAC, I mean, Loi's been kind of sending it for the past few rounds, and I kind of want to see him calm down a bit because, hey, buddy, that's kind of Kano's job, and you're kind of taking it.
It's true. Running back in for a moment as well. Slow things down briefly. Tal, 6-5. Sort of came into this and all of us built up this narrative about UBECMANIAC being the favourites because of their previous series, but so far not playing like the favourites.
I mean, it is the step up coming in from Tom here, man. Honestly, it was destroyed the other day. He's not having a good time, so maybe it is Tom telling himself, and now it's my time to step up, especially sub-base. I mean, granted, the snipers don't get a lot of action, but, I mean, if I can contribute to my team as much as possible, at least in the clutch department, this would make it a lot easier for the squad. But second mid, possible occupation here coming in from maybe a B-split, judging from their position, but I think they're just trying to get second mid control just to cut off some rotations.
This is a pretty important round just in terms of the momentum for UBECMANIAC. It's definitely felt like it's shifted away from them in the last sort of 2 or 3, so kind of want to see them pick this one up just to keep themselves in that conversation. Otherwise, Alotus really are putting their foot forward as the team that looks like they're going to close this map out if they go up 7-5. UBEC have been forced away from a couple of offensives so far, but they have been given an opening pick, which will make this round a little bit easier. Jelio can only get himself one, but Tom is going to be the difficult one to get past. Lands a nice shot, brings it back to 3-on-3. KLB, big spray, getting the job done from the vent, and that is UBECMANIAC keeping it close, keeping the conversation going.
Yeah, this is very similar to what Magda actually does in sub-base, right? They actually take 4 players in towards stairs, and then ZYK, you see him crawling through that Vents position. I'm glad that they applied it to this game as well. Especially Vents is very important because you can get so much information from second mid, from control room, and get all the rotations going with all the footsteps that you can hear. But Kano is going to try to have an attempt at PBZ, but they're just going to back off for now.
Tom, still having a really good game for him individually. 17-7.
Fragging.
Yeah, got to find a way to shut down him. That is priority number 1 in this very close game. I think the side he got kind of Destroy struggling to really get off the ground. In all honesty, 4-12. He's just a little bit more out from him. It's not as drastically bad over towards UBECMANIAC, but I guess on the other side they don't have a player who's running away in the numbers department too. So it evens out, hence why we're at the scoreline that we are. 6-all. On UBECMANIAC's pick, they're still struggling to get this over the line. They're definitely feeling more pressure than we probably initially expected.
Oh, here comes the lineup. That is for stairs, 1000%. No, it's actually for the front of the site. So that actually blocks defenses. So PBZ is not going to have any vision of anyone coming down if ever they do decide to pull the trigger now. But it also could be a fake here, actually.
They're slowing things down massively, aren't they? Jelio still playing up towards the stairs, the opener. He's going to catch Destroy. He still struggles to have a rough game. As KLB does well, and he gets a lot of room now to work with. Tom. Misses his time on the cross, but hits a great shot. That is so quick. Under pressure, will get caught on the trade. Origami, things aren't going to last too well for him, and PBZ and Jelio left in a tough 2 versus 4. And as that C4 goes down as well, that really feels like it's hard to set this round in stone.
I can't imagine this one working out, having to push their way back through a smoke into jail. Going to be a flash tossed in there by PBZ. That's going to give away the intentions. Everyone from UBECMANIAC going to be looking in this direction. You're just not getting past that.
Yeah. Honestly, very well played. Very smart play coming in from UBECMANIAC. Straight up faking A. Obviously, going to have a hard time taking B if you only get lockers. So instead, they're going to go for the full B split, spotting everyone in heaven. And I like that someone that was actually actively challenging Tom from that jail position because that's very powerful with the AWM. So good on Loy. And Loy once again taking down Origami. PBZ and Destroy will get both KLs, P and B. So it's a 3v4 immediately at the start of the round.
Yeah, that's tough. Very aggressive into his machine room. Destroy isn't going to get cleared, but he honestly probably should have done better there. I feel like we needed at least one more out from him. Still puts it back into a 2 versus 2 nonetheless. Felt like a really good opportunity for Tal, maybe squandered.
Yeah, but Tom is still alive.
True.
So he could definitely turn the tides, especially he's holding that second mid, but he has to decide which angle he has to take. He can't be looking at 2 angles at the same time, especially when you're going up against UBEC.
Kano sneaking his way forward. Paul's going to get caught as well. I wonder who by. Quick shot, though, by Tom. He's looking the wrong way. Pulls up the cold and he delivers. That is a quick 1 versus 2 in that fight. It's UBEC who's going to call for this tactical timeout. Pressure on their shoulders, and it doesn't help that Tom has just single-handedly closed that around for them. Is that Tom up to 20 now?
Yeah. I mean, some of these rounds, man, like, UBEC is just straight up missing. Missing these shots. I mean, that's the second time that it actually happened to JJ. And that's an easy shot, man. Tom was looking in second mid. He was not looking at this man at all. But maybe it is the nerve setting in. Not so sure. Maybe it's subverting their expectations. Obviously, they knew that they are the favorite in this series. But now, with a bit of fight ongoing coming in from Team Alotus, maybe they're now feeling the pressure.
Yeah, big conversations to be had, 7-7. It's really just been back and forth, hasn't it? There's no consistency out of either of these 2 teams, and that's not going to bode well for you going anywhere deeper into this tournament. Right now, it kind of feels like, you know, you're separating the boys from the men, really, when you're watching some of these matches. And it's very evident that in this match in particular, neither team can really even find any consistency from round to round. So you've got to have a bit of conversation with the coach and see what they can do for these last sort of couple of rounds of the map. Slide it over the line, that could be a big difference maker. Seen how many of these series have really come down to a difference of a 10-8 scoreline, you know, going one way or the other, being a potential 2-0 or a 1-2 reverse sweep. Obviously, which way that goes today, we don't know.
True.
But these last 3 rounds seem like they're miles away for either team, but also so important.
Yeah, this felt like a pretty important map, generally speaking, for UBEC to give themselves that chance of the 2-0. Just because, you know, we know they like themselves on the Ankara. Definitely struggling to see this one over the line. There was a couple of choices in which UBECMANIAC could have gone for, and they opted with this sub-base. And, you know, we like them on it, but there were definitely some options which felt like punish picks towards Tal that they could have potentially gone for. Maybe in hindsight, this could be something that comes back to bite them. Only a bit of pressure, and only a bit of damage on towards PBZ.
Yep, this Woods control for now. KLB gonna try to look for PBZ here, and he's already crawled up all the way. So if PBZ jump checks Vents, he might actually just fall.
He's getting tempted. He's jumping up on the box there. Could be a very important fight. KLB waiting his time. PBZ, I'm waiting to see whether he actually goes for the peak. It seems like the answer's going to be no for now.
Don't know. I'd like to maybe see UBEC throw something quick in here. That might be the go signal for them. Just try and trade down. Got that Wolfpack set up. You've got 4 players filtering through from the same angle. You cannot be stopping right here. Kano clearing it out. That's going to be the A-side taken. Good start here for UBECMANIAC.
And this is 4. This is tough. I mean, Destroy's super low.
Oh, I can't believe KLB actually fell back from control room. I think he could have just held that, actually. Yeah, it's all quiet for now up until a few flashes start to fly on this site. Nades are going to start to fly. Loy does get destroyed on that stairs position. Tom going to try to go down, but obviously spotted out in the open. Took a while, but still. Kill goes in the way of UBECMANIAC. It's a bit of a second mid push, and then the Vents player coming in for support. I mean, the players on stairs, they had no idea what happened.
Yeah, it's true. 2 more rounds, what UBEC need. Getting close. They've been really made to work with this, probably more than they expected. And a lot of it feels off the back of Tom. But in the end, ultimately, who cares? If you get a win, you get a win. And that's all that really UBEC are looking for.
Yeah, Tom got to be getting a bit frustrated at this point, thinking, what else do I have to do, guys? First shot not going to connect this time around, and yeah, it's really
Nades.
Not going to work out for him this time. Plan's going to go down 5-on-5 retake. This is not a good setup at all for Alotus. They don't even really have control of any of the retake avenues. They're going to have to clear out wood first here as well. That is going to take them some time. Time that they don't have. It was a hugely quick plan. And UBECMANIAC might be going to 9.
I like this call, though. They've conditioned them on these slow rounds. So they're throwing a quick one, and it might just catch them off guard. C4 is already ticking. They've just got to buy some time, and it might just work. Origami does get the trade. KLP doesn't need to peek, but he's going to opt for it nonetheless, and that could end up costing them. The time is close.
I think he's fine. I think UBECMANIAC.
I don't think he does have it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Honestly, I was so surprised that the KLP's actually opting to fight there. All he had to do was actually tuck his head around that corner, but in the end, it doesn't make too big of a difference. Round 1 off the clock itself, and it all comes down to that very, very quick decision to plant.
Well,
prioritize that.
It's exactly what I was saying in the last round. I was thinking, like, UBECMANIAC, if they throw something fast in here, I don't know that Alotus are going to be really prepared for that. I mean, we've got 3 players that are really struggling to get frags on the board right now. 8-14, 6-13, 8-15. You send a bunch of guys running at those 3, right? You're just not really going to get much value out of that. And even then, they went into Tom, who's 23-9. He misses 2 shots with the orb, and it's like, all right, well, now you have the site. So, great call from UBECMANIAC. They're going to slow things down now, but the damage is already done to Alotus. They feel like maybe they've already lost this map, and it's just a case of making sure it's signed, sealed, and delivered. And that's what this round is supposed to be for UBECMANIAC.
Yeah, best rifle on the board as well. For Alotus already down. Definitely not what you want to see. That's the man is actually helping Tom, supporting him as best as he can. Already dropped out, so I need a bit of a Tom masterclass here, it does feel.
Yeah.
Oh, and he unscopes the worst time too.
He doesn't look too happy. It's like it's getting progressively worse here for Tom and UBECMANIAC. They're just going to go on the other side. Last round, actually, the only team that I can remember pulling off a 5v5 retake on A side is Imperial. But we're talking about Tal here. But Origami punishing Loy for not checking the corner. Destroy on the side of the site. Destroy will get the headshot. Origami as well. And it seems like the other riflers are stepping up this time. KLP with a 360 on the Colt. And he's going to try to hit the quickscope, but it's not going to be on the dot. He's going to have to get to Origami on the pillar. Hides in time and calls his friend to get him out of that situation. And Tal, hey, they got themselves in a very interesting spot here, man.
Yeah, if there's one thing you can be critical about UBECMANIAC, it is that the aim hasn't really been on point today. I think there's a lot of rounds we're looking at here where they've got themselves into good positions, but just whiffing a lot of really critical shots. Now 9-8. Chance here for the overtime. Alotus will be hunting for that one. UBECMANIAC in this little break, I think they have to sort of take a step back and say we really need to lock in, because Ankara's not going to be easy.
No,
for sure.
Could make life a lot easier for themselves, though.
You don't want to risk letting this go to overtime either. Not a good start, though, and you've lost Tom to make matters worse. Big man on the board for Alotus already dropped and asked to watch from the grave. Tough predicament as UBEC once again get that opening kill, something they've been pretty consistent with.
Yeah, I like that cheeky bait there from Kano, because I really feel like Tom was actually locked in to just get Kano out of that corner, trying to see if he can get the cross, and KLP got the freebie right then and there, so he goes straight into Machine Room, try and get another long fight, but KLP gonna make some noise in Machine Room, and PBZ doesn't have any idea that they're already at the gate of second mid, but there is still one player on the A side, very heavy presence, more in B, honestly, but KLP, he will get Destroy. He is just picking them one by one, but PBZ will get JJ. And that's the only response so far. J. Leo gonna try to get Kano back, but he gets away with only 29 HP.
Ducking his head in real life as well to get out of there, and he just about is given that luxury, but he is so low. J. Leo's not healthy. PBZ's not much better. This doesn't feel easy. J. Leo's got to do something heroic, and he can't quite do it. PBZ only for one. Surely is not enough. It's looking like UBEC are on track to closing this one out. And it's all down to the hands of Origami. Spotted out, and he will be getting his kill. C4 down. Flash behind. Doesn't really do a hell of a lot. Loy going to sit on towards the site itself. He's been spotted. He's playing with fire a little bit. Known quantity, but KLP at range gives UBECMANIAC map number 1. They were made to work for it, but they get it, and that's all that matters. Well, it didn't exactly come easy. UBECMANIAC will get map number 1. We said there was a multitude of choices of where they go for map number 1. So they pick sub-base, and it was a lot harder fought, I think, than they were expecting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, some of these rounds were just UBECMANIAC straight up missing shots.
Yeah.
Like, just like you said, man, the aim was a bit of a question mark today, but granted, KLP, they did get some good rounds. You know, JJ did get that big flank against KLP as well. But, yeah, the aim, just the aim quality of that entire game. Even on Alotus, man, in all honesty, some of them are just straight up missing easy shots that they're right in front of them that anyone can hit.
Look, to be fair, I think you kind of have to expect that coming into a game like this. What we're talking about is the 4th seed coming through from Vietnam. So you get pretty damn deep into that region. And, you know, you've got... look, let's be real, Philippines is not exactly a huge region as far as the strength of CrossFire Stars is concerned either. Like, they're not up there in the conversation with China or Brazil or even maybe Vietnam at this point. So it's not exactly the big hitters necessarily of this event going head-to-head. But, yeah, it was a very, very, very messy game. But I think, you know, both teams can go back and look at that one and say we could have done a lot better there. There was every opportunity for Alotus to close that one out, no doubt about it. But then again, for UBECMANIAC as well, they'd be looking at that thinking, man, we only just won our map 10-8 again. Yeah. This is twice in a row now we've seen them play on sub-base, and they've only just won 10-8 on it twice in a row. You need to be having cleaner maps than that if you want to go deep in an event like this.
Yeah, one man who didn't struggle, of course, KLP. And on the other side as well, Tom. Very, very good game from him. He must be... honestly, quite frustrated. So,
very frustrated.
What more can I do? 23 kills the M for him? Well, literally, what more can he do?
I mean, all I'm saying is PM should be nervous. Yeah. Right now, PM should be very nervous because that roster spot, if LDX saw, his old friend, he's kind of fragging kind of maybe need an upgrade in the roster at the moment. But, I mean, Tom, you got to give props to Tom, man. He really tried his best, like 23-9. Rest of his teammates didn't really do nothing. And you can see it in his face. It was evident in his face that he is absolutely pissed off that his teammates are performing like that.
Problem is, like, are we going to see that Tom again on Ankara, right? True. And if we don't, then what? What then happens for Alotus? Who's going to step up? I don't know that you can necessarily expect him to run away with multiple maps like that and carry the team. So, going to have to be a bit more of a team effort here from Alotus if they want to get this one over the line. Again, Ankara is a map that pretty much everyone should be able to play at this point. You know, it's such a sort of staple of the map pool. Almost every region plays it. Every region has it reasonably up there. You're never going to really be able to hide Ankara. So I don't think either team necessarily too concerned about going into this one. But yeah, I mean, we definitely did see a bit of a drop-off yesterday from UBEC when they did go on to Ankara, and there was arguments to be made that may have been as a result of a pickup from Evolution Power, definitely, who looked a lot better on map 2 than they did on map 1. But don't want to be seeing that same drop-off from UBEC, because I don't think that they can afford to drop off here at all. You know, they're not in a position where they can get this done at 50%. Yeah. That much is very much evident, because I think they were probably, let's say, 60%, 70% here in this game. Like, it could have definitely been better from them. But if it drops off any more, I mean, you're really running into trouble at that point, and Alotus are going to be sort of circling like sharks in the water.
Yeah, for sure, especially like the implication, right? If you don't get the 2-0, your chances of getting out the stage is like slim to none, right? So they gotta get it done in the second map. And what should happen here actually is I hope to see not the same Loy from game 2 and 3 from yesterday, because yeah, it was a 10-8, but if Loy just played just slightly better, man, I feel like they could have actually gotten that win against Evolution Power. So hopefully, they maybe woke up today, got a good breakfast, got some reps in on the TD, but I mean, from map number 1, from what I saw, it's got to be the strategy, because it seems like the aim is all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, we can think at the very least as well is that we saw kind of the statistic that I brought up just a moment ago there, and it's the same argument once again. Alotus, a lot more reps played for them, but considerably less success, where at least for UBEC, they don't play it as much, even nearly as much, but the BL side in particular, very good. 75% win rate on the BL side, that's no joke.
Yeah, I mean, you're working hard, definitely, if you get 75% on the BL side, but I don't know, that's definitely something that you can kind of look at and say, well, that's domestic competition. Sure. And this will be a very different kind of a ball game. Maybe not necessarily against the likes of Alotus. Sure, stylistically, you might be going up against a bit of a different team, but I don't think Alotus is that far ahead of UBECMANIAC or ahead of them at all, just in terms of their relative strength. Let's be real. But deeper on into this tournament, they're going to go up against, if they go deeper in this tournament, better teams. Are you expecting 75% win rate against the likes of an Imperial or an Antisocial or a Vasco or any of these teams? That can be a bit of a statistic that can lie. You don't want to dig too deep into it, because they're in CrossFire, we know this from the West League, there are some gimme teams, you know, if you go up against a team that's like number 8 in your region.
Swap Gaming, for example.
Well, yeah, I mean, last season, that's sure. But, you know, you do get like, you know, 9-1 half or something like that. You're like, okay, well, we'll just take that, I guess. Like, that's not what you're going to get at this level of competition. But domestically, you might be able to beat up some noobs, basically, is kind of what I'm trying to say. Inflate those stats a little bit. You're not going to do that here.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And I think especially now that we've seen in 2 separate games for this UBEC side, once against where they're the underdog and another one where they're the favourite, i.e. here, and where both times they sort of struggled for different reasons. It struggled at closing out a game, as we saw just there, and then struggling to reclaim a bit of form as well against Evolution Power. So for UBECMANIAC, it feels like we're never seeing them take things easily. They're always really having to struggle to get maps and victories across the board, and potentially that can give opportunities for Alotus.
Yeah, it actually could. I mean, the amount of mistakes that they did in Game 2 from yesterday, it's actually the exact same map as well, right? Ankara for map number 2. I feel like there's a lot to punish for the side of Team Alotus, right? There are some rounds where you can, if you have the right read on UBECMANIAC, right? You obviously saw their regression already. They go second mid, and then they push into the base of the enemy, try to pressure them from there, but obviously they got punished hard yesterday for playing like that, so maybe they're going to try to replicate it today, considering, you know, Alotus, sometimes they do like to take it super slow, and, you know, you can't be super slow at least all the time, especially on Ankara, and especially Alotus, you really can't give them opportunities to test things out. Does this strat work? Sometimes you have to just go on their face and just deny it from, you know, the beginning.
Yeah. What's the vibe check feeling off the back of that one? We all went with the 2 zeros, UBEC, but it was, it wasn't exactly easy, and that does slightly concern me.
I mean, I've got no reason to change, I guess, you know, like they did get the win, but it's not the kind of result that makes me look at that and go, yep, easy 2-0, guarantee, lock it in, I'll bet my house on it. Like,
doesn't reaffirm the confidence, does it?
First of all, I don't have a house, so we're lucky about that. I haven't got much to lose, but I'm not super confident at all, is kind of what I'm trying to say here. I don't think UBECMANIAC looked fantastic, to be honest. I don't think Alotus really looked fantastic either. I think this is a coin toss. You give me a coin, I'll toss it 100 times. We'll probably get a 50-50 result out of this matchup. It just seems to be kind of that way. You know, are we going to get to see Tom do what he did again? Is he going to be able to have a little bit more room space to work with on Ankara? And is that going to be enough then to maybe get them that one extra round that they need to push it into the overtime? Once we're in overtime, anything can really happen. This matchup feels pretty impossible to call. The only reason I'm going to stay with 2-0 is because I have no reason to change it, but you know, you've got to bear in mind we are moving on to Ankara, which is Alotus's map pick, so obviously you'd be expecting, if all things play to plan, there should be a bit of a drop-off for UBECMANIAC. You don't want to be picking a map that you're not going to win on, right? Like, you pick the map because you think you can win it. If everything goes to plan, it should be 1-1. That's how every series should go. It should be you win one map, we win our map, then we go to map 3 and decide who's better. That's kind of how a best of 3 should work. Obviously, you have discrepancies because certain teams are just inherently weighted better than the others, and that's why you end up getting 2-0s. So I guess it is fair to say maybe in a matchup like this one, which is in theory pretty close, you know, maybe a 2-1 is a little bit more realistic, especially based on what we just saw. It's like super close. Like, how do you reasonably look at that and go, yep, that team's definitely better than the other team, they're going to 2-0? Like, I don't think you can do that. I think that's cap.
The only hypothetical that I can talk about, which would be the advantage for UBEC, is if we don't see Tom play at that level. Even if we get like 70% of that level of Tom, I actually feel like they've really struggled just because, man, it was rough for Alotus outside of him. We'll have to wait and see. We're heading to map number 2's Ankara coming up next to see whether Alotus can answer back. Let's get the show on the road. Map number 2 here. And yeah, you know, as we've kind of built up on the desk, this has probably been one of the most unsure feelings we've sort of had throughout this entire tournament so far in terms of predictions. This is the one that feels the shakiest, this map. It's Alotus' map pick, which gives you a bit of confidence, but then you worry. Side lacked a bit of firepower. They had some issues, but never from this man. Tom was an ever-present figure and remains the same. And it could even get a little bit better. Jaleo, 1-for-1's not bad because it still keeps the numbers in Alotus' favor.
Yep.
Yeah, KLB. Oh, already KLB coming in from the hotel side. Tom, are you going to be looking? Oh, he's not looking. Does get the shot going. Origami spotted in the B site. Nate's going to go through. Tom's players are actually going to start to move up as well. Origami with the off angle in the middle of the site. Could be wall bagged with the M4, but is anyone going to check him? That is the question. JJ not checking right behind him. Kano cannot hear anything whatsoever. That he still gets Origami. How has this happened? PBZ down to 1 HP. Kano gets one in the straight transfer.
What were the comms there? What was going on? How is Origami getting a kill and then not being traded for that long?
everyone collectively miscommunicated.
Yeah.
What a round.
Crazy. That must have been so cluttered, the comms, if it was that bad. But thankfully, it doesn't make a difference. It's UBEC who take round number 1. Of course, the HUD is flipped there, so it is UBEC on the BL side.
Maybe that's why Tom hit that first shot. He's feeling that UBEC magic.
Yeah.
Okay, LP. Oh, why did you quick switch, my friend? Yeah, out in the open.
Origami, interesting decision there. Very risky, had no support and goes in dry about the util. So a pretty easy fight at the start. Origami loses his life. And honestly, he loses his life without really gaining that much information. And Jaleo also going to get swung upon. He only went 1-for-1 in that previous round, goes 0-for-1 in this one.
Oh, KLP does get brought back to heal and destroy, trying to take some map control here. Labored spray again. Just lacking those killer instincts from a lot of the riflers. You don't see the quick headshot kills that we do from the better teams in this competition. Nonetheless, the job is being done once again by UBECMANIAC. This is the perfect start to what you'd like to see on map 2. I mean, look, when we're considering map 1 was tit for tat, right? It went 1 you, 1 me, 1 you, 1 me. It was like everybody sharing's caring, you know?
Yeah.
We all get to have a round. Everyone gets to have a round. If you can start with like 2 or 3 in a row before the exchanges begin, it just keeps your head above water a little bit, keeps you, you know, treading above water. There's no pressure on you necessarily. You just think, okay, as long as we keep this 1-1 going, then we're fine. And that's what UBECMANIAC are going to afford themselves. We'll get a pause straight away.
Yeah.
Alotus are going to recognize the danger that they're in.
That's an understandable pause, in all honesty. Oh, I think it's not attack.
What is going on? No talking.
Yeah, it's not attack. So I think they might try to fix the logos on the screen. I think just a little bit, but I think we're gonna be back very, very soon.
Yeah.
But man, those first 2 rounds, like, let's be real, man. Tal just got absolutely whooped. Like, there wasn't even any chance.
Yeah, I mean, those were pretty decisive rounds from UBECMANIAC. Maybe they've done a bit of homework overnight, looked at their anchor from yesterday and thought, well, we didn't do too well against Evolution Power, but it's Evolution Power.
Hey, and it's a 10-8 too. I mean, the benefit of going 10-8 against, like, a really good team, like Evolution Power, right? You know what you did right, but you also know what you did wrong at the same time. So you can kind of, you know, correlate things. Hey, this worked, this didn't work. Maybe we can fix this. Maybe we can fix that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, the game, or the series actually going all the way to 3 games, and all 3 games being very, very close. I mean, could be the result of or them benefiting now in this series. Them, they're like, all right, we know what works, we know what doesn't. But the thing is, Ankara in Vietnam plays very differently, at least compared to EP.
It's true. Seems like the issue is over towards UBEC. I'm feeling, but I'm wondering why.
Please tell me it's not the office keyboard.
Yeah. You know, it's a little bit of a conversation with the coach, it feels. So, yeah, hopefully only a brief one. For now, Tal just chilling out. This is still a level 1 in my eyes of the attack pause. Not too many admins. Headphones are still on. Nobody stood up.
So it's at level 1?
Yeah, level 1.
Level 1. All right.
Which is okay. Level 1s don't stress me out too much. Normally it's something as simple as somebody just crashed or, you know, restarting the game, FPS issues, something along those lines, which are relatively easy to fix.
And KLB, poor KLB, bro. Like, guy's only 19 years old. Already has gray hairs because he's IGLing this team.
I started going grey at 21.
Oh, God.
You got grey hair?
I do.
Where?
Yeah, on the side of my head. You'll see him next time. Next time you look
when
at
the lights are on.
Turn the light on. We got the time.
Got the time. I don't see any greys, man. You're looking alright.
It's not too bad.
Nah, you're trolling.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see a few glowing.
Looks like, you know, it's...
They're actually quite a lot.
Selective highlights.
Yeah, it's like, you know, like Doctor Strange?
Yeah.
It's kind of the Doctor Strange vibes. It's not that bad, but it's kind of like grey on the sides, and then I haven't lost any colour on the top.
You're thinking about, like, just a little box dye job?
Nah.
No?
Silver Fox, mate. I reckon that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a vibe.
I think it would actually match you.
I'm all natural, baby.
All natural, baby. There we go.
No tats, no piercings, no box dyes, no nothing.
Lot of Botox, though.
Well.
And a serious BBL going on
That's
over
right,
there.
mate. Yeah, look at me.
There it is.
Don't get a body like this.
I like natural. I'll tell you that for free.
Yes, sir.
I have thought about dyeing my hair, though. Like, actually.
But I've thought about dyeing my hair like a weird color.
Yeah.
Like, I actually very nearly dyed my hair like silver. Sort of. I think what's the best example? There is one player here with silver hair. I can't remember who it is now off the top of my head, but kind of that like not grey but silver. And then
silver blue.
I was gonna do it, and then I was away on a holiday with some friends, and literally I was a day away from doing it. We'd bought it as well, and then I got offered like a pretty big gig, and I was like, "Oh, fellas, I would."
No, you can't look like that.
Yeah, I would, but this is like, you know, a big gig, and my first time working this said big gig, and I was like, yeah, I feel like I should go in looking somewhat normal.
Yep.
Roll up with a bright pink comb over, man. That would have been sick.
I mean, UBEC got the coloured hair going. I mean, most teams in some way have at least one or two players of at least
the story behind that is so funny.
Go on, what is it?
They're already halfway committed. Everyone said yes, but then JJ and KLB backed down at the last second.
Oh, poor.
That's just not it.
So he just left KLP with red hair for no reason.
All right, well, back in.
I think it suits him.
It's a short pause, but honestly, looking at that one, you probably not happy with that as a pause timing for UBECMANIAC, right? Like, they went up 2-0, two really decisive rounds, looking fantastic, and then all of a sudden, pause, slows down their momentum.
Double arm setup coming through for Tao. See if it works. You're going to have a quick round. They clear the corners.
Oh my
and they do so well. On towards top side, Origami has to go huge there. There's just too many angles to look at. A lot of damage dealt, yes, but honestly, already in that 2 versus 4, this feels very difficult indeed. They've got a bit of util to work with. The C4 will go down momentarily, and this feels like it might already be done and dusted, even though there was that pause that could have iced them out. They do the right thing for me, which is immediately off the back of any sort of a tech pause, go quick.
Yeah.
Try and catch them off guard. Last man, Jaleo, known quantity. They don't need to face him either. They can just let the C4 tick down.
Great response from UBECMANIAC, isn't it? It's exactly what you want to see. Well, they've got to make sure that they convert this, which they do. But it is business as usual so far. And maybe
Tank's happy.
this is the UBECMANIAC that we're a little bit more used to seeing, or we were hoping to see on that map 1. They missed out a little bit. I think they were a little bit off. Did enough to get it over the line.
What a call, though, out of the tech timeout. 5-man entrance rush A.
Yeah.
No one went vent. Not a single player went vent. And I feel like even the guy guarding on the right side of entrance was surprised with the amount of players that they had to face. But J. Leo, exactly what EP did yesterday. Bit more of a mid-aggression, but Tom does get JJ, but KLP is still alive, so they still have the sniper option.
Pop a shot through the smoke isn't bad, but the sniper on the other side does a good job at responding. Origami, he definitely had his issues throughout this series so far. Not exactly been lights out by any means. And, you know, we kind of spoke about it. We need a little bit more out of that rifling core. Origami, Jaleo, and Destroy all have to find more form if Tao want a chance. They're already down to 3. He's definitely not going to help. KLP trying to hold for rotations. He's just back in towards Hotel. C4 goes down. This is a similar scenario that we were in last round. The second that bomb goes down, it just puts such pressure on towards Alotus. Oh, yeah, I can say Lloyd could be in trouble there. They will catch him, but quick fights go in quick succession. And he's PVZ for all to do. Solo should be dead, and is. Seen off. UBEC are loving it now.
Yeah, 4-0. Map that they're a lot more used to, in all honesty. Seems like was just a bit of nerves in some base, but I feel like maybe they got a bit of motivation. They're like, hey, we can finally close out games. Let's play our own game here
Just to warm up. I feel like for UBEC, they're such a confidence team, and because it was so back and forth in that map number 1 to start things off, they just never really got a chance of building up that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Origami's getting folded like five kinds of way, man.
True.
Like, it's absolutely insane.
Big. Start things off by KLB, gets his kill, and gets out. Doesn't stick around, doesn't allow for re-aggression or a trade. And he waits for some support. It's the right way to play it.
Not overplaying their angles anymore. To be fair, KLB is the assigned hotel taker here for his squad, so he finally does get it. And, I mean, it's Tom of all people, so it's up to Jay Leo on the sniper this time.
Ooh, big miss. Big miss. Not sure that he would have survived even had he hit. So it's looking much better for UBECMANIAC. Spacing's great. And one of the biggest issues that we spotted in the first map, which was that aim, I think has definitely been rectified. So, right on, UBECMANIAC. Looks like they're going to go up 5-0. I mean, half the map potentially already done the way they're going right now. And it's been in decisive and quick fashion. This has kind of gone, it's like winding the clock back. It feels like, you know, I'm casting 2016 CrossFire again.
Yeah. It's very quick, these rounds, though, honestly. UBEC are not pulling any punches, and well, Alotus realizes they've called for attack pause, and understandably so. They're under very early. They're under a lot of pressure. I mean, this is, if we're being honest, this is tournament life on the line now.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit late. In all
yeah,
honesty,
honestly,
I feel like they should have called it like 3rd round, 4th round, because they just got destroyed. Like 5 times in this first half. So not much you can kind of go off of if you're a Alotus series. Like UBEC just had the absolute read on them. So maybe they're going to try to get the last 4 rounds, but it does give the benefit of having tanks talk to his team. Alotus, man, they just disappeared all of a sudden. And this is the theory that you had, right, Jordan? Like, what happens when Tom is not here?
They look like a shell of themselves, don't they?
It's tough, man. It's tough getting back into this first half, especially knowing that you can't get the lead anymore.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you're fighting for a bare minimum of a 1-round difference. I mean, that's never good for the confidence, and some tough conversations to be had for them. And we're on the flip side for UBEC. I mean, nothing really has to change. If anything, it's for Tanks. He's sort of relaying to the team and saying, right, boys, more of the same. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
There's nothing I need to change. There's nothing I would sort of edit in terms of what we've seen so far. Just continue doing what you're doing. I mean, the best thing he's probably got to reinstill to them is actually these quick rounds for us and these quite aggressive early portions and these fights that they're taking are so beneficial. We've got to keep the pressure on. We don't want to allow Alotus to sort of reset in that sense.
That's true. Tanks probably just told UBECMANIAC, don't get complacent, or in Tagalog, wag kayo makampante, basically. And yeah, that's the right call.
I understood that.
Yeah, that's the right call in all honesty. I mean, just like you said, right, they have overconfidence issues from time to time, and this is the right place for it, right? They're up 5-0.
How many languages do you speak, Sneaky?
2, learning another one after this.
What are you learning?
I am learning Mandarin.
Oh, okay.
And Tom?
Right place for it.
Speaking Mandarin to that sniper, that's for sure.
Free balloons for the boys if you get 10-0.
Ooh. I mean, the manager of UBEC is going to be down for that, man.
Not sure that I am, but...
What did you say? Free what?
A balloon.
The duck egg.
Oh, right.
I realized, now the image is in Neo's head.
I was a balloon. I was like...
Balut.
Bit of a party?
Balut.
How many languages is there commonly spoken in the Philippines?
2 for SGJ, 3 for UBEC.
Okay.
Because there's another dialect for Cebu specifically.
Which is?
Cebuano.
Okay. But SGJ don't speak that one?
Yes.
They do?
Elvin does, the rest of them don't.
Okay. So it's all regional sort of vibes.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Oh, JDO, maybe Destroy can get another one, but look at JJ just running on in. Origami trying to be the hero this time, but a 1v3 KLB all up to the captain, whether or not they could do anything. But look at Tal, they're not moving from A site whatsoever.
It's a good opportunity for him to actually just send it straight over to B and get that plant down. Oh, wants to take the fight. Don't hate it as a choice.
If he gets that kill, he actually gets a lot of space.
Yeah.
So they give himself a real preferential part. He can even have planted basically 4 hotel and played super passive over there.
Yeah.
But in the end, he had to win that Angel in the 1 versus 3, and he couldn't. Finally around on the board for Alotus. Better late than never. But, I mean, honestly, it needs to be 3 more in a row for us to feel like they even have a chance.
Oof. PBZ needs to be careful here. He needs to run as fast as possible before he does get spawned in from that second mid-heady angle. They do get total control, but how fast are they going to take B? I guess now.
Well, PBZ and Tom here to try and defend. That's the Tom we're looking for. Much better. Off the back of the TAC timeout. This has very much changed up. So UBECMANIAC going to call for their own. See if they can turn the tables once again and continue to put the pressure on in this first half.
Yep, Dax is going to say the exact same thing, that's for sure. Because they got complacent in those 2 rounds. But at the same time, just really good finds from Tom. In all honesty, didn't expect him to get a 3K with a snipe and 2 pistol shots. Like, what was going on there?
Has to be said, though. It comes back to that same conversation. It's the what if. What if Tom was not here for Alotus? Are they actually even competitive? I mean, currently up to 9 kills for him. He has been putting the team on his back and some. It really does feel.
I'm telling you, this is his trial for ranking.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like it. I mean, he has been great all throughout this tournament. Even though, unfortunately, Alotus haven't been, he's really had kind of a lot to offer up. He looks obviously mechanically so talented, but there's so many different other positives for him. It is, yeah, it's really refreshing to see.
Talking about some kind of util, something's getting thrown.
And lineup, maybe?
Hopefully not the rounds.
True.
Other side, that's animated is the coach of teammate Lotus.
Yeah.
Not much of a expression kind of guy. Meanwhile, Tanks is waving his arms all over the place. Guess he's trying to describe a strat. Maybe you might be right. Maybe it is the lineup.
Yeah.
He's lining up in real life.
Sure. Come back to the conversation about languages. What is the main language spoken in the Philippines?
Yeah, it's still Filipino.
Filipino, right? Sure.
There is a thing where some Cebuanos would refuse to speak like Filipino, but
because
it's a regional pride thing.
Okay,
but,
sure.
Most of Cebuanos that I know, at least, they speak Filipino, especially UM, because they have to play with us in pubs and stuff.
Do they come to themselves in Filipino though, or are they in Cebuano?
No. Straight up Cebuano.
When you say Filipino though, are you talking about Tagalog?
Yeah, Tagalog. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the official term, but
Yeah, these guys from the UK not very cultured.
What's the similarities in languages between other countries kind of nearby?
We have a straight up Spanish language, which is weird. Chavacano is it's called.
Yeah.
And not really much. I mean,
some
of our words are actually similar to like Indonesia and like Malaysia.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess say Spanish as well, because a lot of people in the Philippines do have sort of Spanish-sounding names. I mean, you
if y'all know your
do.
history.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, sir. Tom, is he gonna do it?
Ooh. Oh. I mean, the fair play to get away with 1, actually. Oh, that's quick from KLB. Oh, and he could have a second there. Destroy has made a really interesting decision.
That is not... No, what is going on there?
Destroy's had a stinker of a series, and that's not helping.
I mean, he gets traded down fair. There was a guy pushing through vent, but I just don't know that you necessarily need to be going for that.
Destroy, I'm telling you right now, you would fit right in the Philippine League, that's for sure. There's a lot of that going on. But BBZ? KLB is just going to not let him pass whatsoever. He's the gatekeeper of Tunnels B at this very moment. Origami. Is he going to get folded 6 ways this time?
I reckon. Can't get much more folded than that. Did you know that? You can't fold a piece of paper more than 7 times.
Didn't they just prove that?
Yeah, that was with like a football
field-sized
piece of paper and
like
machinery equipment and stuff like
that.
Try and do it with one of these A4 pieces of paper right here, and I guarantee you can't do it.
Yeah. But yeah, if you get one that's above a certain size, it has to be like gigantic. I remember watching a Mythbusters episode.
It was a Mythbusters episode, and they had like a...
They were in a warehouse, weren't they, doing
massive factory warehouse type thing.
It's technically, Jordan, what you've just admitted to everybody is you're a liar.
Well, no, not really. I mean, because the thing is, that wasn't even one piece of paper. That was just lots of pieces of paper stuck together.
That's true.
To make one big, giant piece of paper.
Sounds like pedantic to me.
Sounds like you're the one being pedantic, if anyone. But you know what? Like, that's fine.
Oh, Origami already spotting Kano in that high mid position, but
Elfish guy, more like Elfish lie.
Oh, Neo guy, more like Neo lie.
Yeah, it's kind of hard on my end, but so KLB does get PBZ.
Sneaky guy.
Sneaky lie.
Will lie.
Oy.
Bars. Origami.
Mm-hmm.
The aggression needs to be super careful here. Some of these fights have been interesting to say the least, and he does re-aggress with the back of Tom's death, but it doesn't work out in his favor. Now Jaleo and Destroy in a really difficult 2 versus 4. I don't mean to kind of meet these guys while they're down, but they've both really had their problems. To say the least, an early shot there. And he preemptively shoots, which loses him a life. Back into 2 versus 2, but good re-aggression from Lloyd.
UBECMANIAC don't want to get too far ahead of themselves here. They've got to stop giving up these 1v1s. You know, you look at that, it's a 4-on-2. They thought it was a foregone conclusion. It wasn't quite, but in the end, still locked in 7-2.
It should be enough, right? It should be enough, surely.
I was sending like a mental message to Loy from all the way here. I was like, please do not drop down, man. Like, this is not the end. But that's a very Loy thing to do. And
There's
just
no
take
need
the fight
for that as well. It's one of those things. He's in like a what is essentially an unclearable position.
Loy is literally the definition of he's gonna take the fight to you.
Yeah.
I just don't want to see UBECMANIAC rest on their laurels, right? Like, they had a great first half there, but even at the back end there, you can start to see them getting a little bit lazy. KLB, though, anything but. I love this from UBECMANIAC. They just throw a massive spanner in the works. You get one, but guess what? That's not the only player on the flank behind. JJ is farming, and UBECMANIAC are steamrolling with that momentum. They are hunting for that 2-0.
Teammate Lotus, welcome to Filipino CrossFire.
Yeah. Relentless aggression. And, you know, we've definitely touched on this a little bit with this UM side. It's great when it works, and it's really uncomfortable to watch when it doesn't work. Thankfully, it's the former, not the latter. They've been looking great here on Ankara. It does make you think, though, against a slightly more disciplined side, it would work better in their favor. Opening kill, though, will go the way of Alotus. Okay, no, he can't catch Destroy. First time of asking, second time does well. And the Colt taps down incredibly. Will he expect the second? He doesn't. But it still should feel like it should be job done here, you would say. Kana re-aggresses, does well. 1v1 now, though, and PBZ is on for the chance, and he can pick up that C4.
KLB's been good on this map, though, I'll say. 12 and 5, so pretty reliable. Needs to get active, though, before this becomes a post plant. If he can get halfway over to A before the plant goes down, or at least clear out B. He knows that the A site is where he's got to be headed. But yeah, he's still pretty far away, so he's going to have to take his time clearing things out. And the longer that he waits here, I mean, you can't really afford to wait here, right? You need to go because there's so much of the A site that you now have to clear. PBZ could literally be anywhere. He could be wrapping in a mid for all you know. So he's just got to be quick. He's just got to take the fight. Got to back yourself here, or go for a tap defuse, right? And pull the play out to you. Spots out PBZ.
He's going to hold it.
No, he's not. PBZ for the sweep. We'll keep it alive for Alotus.
So low as well, PBZ. One more bullet, and it would have been enough, but not this time. So Lotus stay afloat. Not out of the count just yet, but really kind of monumental comeback needed from this side. We haven't seen a comeback of this sort of caliber so far. No surprises. Tom getting highlighted, right? He's just been fantastic all the way throughout the series. 20 kills in towards map number 1, 12 and 9 so far. The only player on his team with double digits. It is, yes, it's pretty concerning. This late into a game especially.
Okay, LP's got a bit of a challenge headed in his direction. He's going to miss that first shot. He swings. He's got another player there with him, Loy, to try and help out. They take the fight to Alotus. I don't know about that one. UBECMANIAC, they are feeling confident. I get that. But there's no need to go too far over the top. Kano out from the vent, wanting to challenge Origami. The shot's just not quite connecting, but eventually he gets it over the line. Back to 4-on-4 now.
Thing is, we don't need to stick around here with Volcano. We need to probably just reel it back in. I know he wants to try and back himself up in this fight, but he's so low. Maybe JJ just sort of fall back and say, sure, crossfire off each other. From 4 to 4 KLP. Orm dropped down. So that can be collected by that Bogdan's Law and all the rest. Kano, he had a chance. He does miss. That's unfortunate. He re-aggresses, and he finds an important one on towards Tom. It might be enough, but it still makes it look a little scrappy. Barreling in towards the side. Jaleo, will he clear up close? Doesn't do a good job of it. Second time of asking well. And KLB got to really lead by example, trying to tap away at a couple of heads. Looking now at the spots of Pose. Going up the stairs. He's looking for that last player. Destroy. Spotted. Destroy. Dropped. KLB, talk about leading by example. That was brilliant.
Right. These UBECMANIAC blokes, they don't know any chill. It's like, you're 10 HP and you're going to go for a triple repeat after getting the kill that you found.
That's Kano for you, man.
I cannot believe that.
The kid is not afraid to push forward.
I think the Maniac in the name is a little bit true, but UBECMANIAC look like they want to close this one out quick and clean. They're going to go for an aggressive A-side push. They've got a couple of members outside A-Long already. They picked up 2, and I don't think this is going to be lasting too much longer. Alotus done and dusted. That's 10-3. UBECMANIAC lock in map 2 and secure the 2-0.
Well, try as you might, Tom, he did try, but it just was not enough to put the team on this back. Alotus take their second loss here for Group C, which, unfortunately, for being honest here, that might be game set for them, making it forward in towards the players. Yeah, it does. I think you are right. But it's one of those where they came into this as about gaining experience, and UBEC showed their experience. A very good performance, especially on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I think the only way that this could still potentially work out for Alotus would be if Evolution Power would beat Imperial, and Imperial would then go on to beat UBECMANIAC, and everyone would be 1-2 at that point. If UBECMANIAC then went on to beat... No, they can't. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. Like, we're at that point where you have to, like, really do some, like, crazy mental arithmetic to even try and justify it, try and make it possible. Realistically, it's just not going to happen.
You pick up 2 losses, that's it.
Yeah, that's kind of the name of the game, especially in that kind of fashion. Like, if they're 2 close losses and, you know, maybe you're like, oh, well, if there's this or that and we get a bit of a round differential, this kind of thing, maybe it will. But if you go down, what was that, 10-3 on map 2, you get 2-0'd, you've been 2-0'd in both of your matchups. That game against Imperial was, what, 10-5, 10-2 as well. So, like, these are not even close map scores. So you've just been absolutely blasted. So, unfortunately, look, we can't lock in and say you're gone, but you're pretty much gone. So, goodbye, Alotus. Nice try. To be fair, 4th seed through from the Vietnamese region. They got that extra slot because of the performances of Wolf Empire at the Summer Championship. So we're not expecting anything from this team. We're not expecting them to come out here and, you know, make it out of groups. They probably should be expected to perform like this. Like, this is, I think, actually a good sign for the health of the regions and the ecosystem that, you know, your teams that are a little bit better, or presumably are a little bit better, actually are better. You know, they're getting the experience. They're a lot better, and they've been able to lock it in. So that's good. Alotus, it's a good learning experience. Come back next year. maybe that's when it'll be your time.
Yeah, you know, the other side as well, UBEC, for them, it was an incredibly close performance against Evolution Power, and I think a disappointing loss just in the fashion in which they lost. So close yet so far. And this time, especially off the back of map 1, which was worryingly close, they sort of settled a lot of the doubts to say, okay, we're no joke of a team, and they are still in for the potential of making it through. They're going to require a win in their next game, which in itself is no easy feat against that Imperial. But I've got to say, I like what I see from this side. It's relentlessly aggressive, it's fun, it's this enjoyable style of CrossFire, which, you know, it's really live and die by the sword. We're going to keep fighting, we're going to keep taking duels, whether it's the right decision or not.
Yeah, and that's just, I wouldn't say that's just PH in a nutshell, because SCJ, you know, they kind of play a lot more slower compared to most of the teams back home, but this is like essentially what the Sivana style does look like, right? Play in your face, don't let them breathe. Yeah. And even poor PBZ, who's just trying to line up a smoke for second mid, he got insta-gibbed by 4 second mid players. Yeah, I feel like Alotus is just not used to this pace of game, right? Because in Vietnam, it's set up, take side, set up, take side, maybe lurk sometimes, but yeah, I mean, that just fully counters whatever they're doing here. Maybe it was easier in sub-base because the map's a lot more closed, but in Ankara, not so much.
Yeah, and a lot to like for the UBEC side. I mean, KLB, his performance is incredible. KLP, same for him as well. Both of them had a lot of moments to shine in the spotlight. And I think the fun thing is this side, they realize when is kind of the right time to be aggressive. And yes, it is probably a little bit more than traditional, but at the same time, it's effective, right? And like you said, teams who are not really used to this style, which is honestly the vast majority of them. The only other scene that really plays this level of pace that UBEC bring is some of these Brazilian teams. They do like to be quite inherently aggressive, and that is maybe where actually UBEC do have a bit of a sort of something up their sleeve that could potentially catch off some top teams.
Well, next game for UBECMANIAC is going to be Imperial. Look, we talk about from the perspective of Alotus, could they make it through, could they not make it through? Excuse me, probably not. UBECMANIAC, it's also still, unfortunately, a probably not. You would have to beat Imperial, you'd have to do it pretty cleanly as well.
It's true.
And then hope that the Imperial Evolution Power game would go your way as well. If Imperial would lose to Evolution Power, it means Evolution Power is guaranteed pretty much first seed in that group. UBECMANIAC then beats Imperial. You're coming down to that head-to-head type situation and sort of figuring out what that works like. Looking at that game, I don't know that UBECMANIAC quite have the consistency, quite have the firepower to really deal with Imperial. I think that, you know, for example, sub-base, what we saw today from UBECMANIAC, you are going to get exploited if you play like that against a team like Imperial. Imperial's just going to absolutely crush you. You're not getting a 10-8 win there. You are losing that map pretty convincingly to a team like Imperial. So, still need to see UBECMANIAC go from strength to strength. Did they look a little bit better today than they did against Evolution Power? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but not by such a drastic margin that I think that they can beat Imperial. So I think it's still a big uphill battle here for UBECMANIAC for sure.
Yeah, I think you agree. I think I agree, Matt.
I agree with me.
Yeah.
Someone has to.
I agree too.
Someone has to, exactly. It's one of those as well where, you know, in a similar vein that we kind of speak about it with Alotus, we do touch this with UBEC. This is experience for them. This is a side who, you know, don't get as many international LAN opportunities, and now the fact that they are coming here and not disappointing us, you know, playing maybe to the level, maybe even a little bit above the level that we sort of expected. That close game against EP, a very good map number 2 there as well. I think it's about learning. It's about seeing, okay, how do we make this a regular feature? Then how can we actually now take this international experience and take it back home and actually be able to be one of those teams who get the chance of basically competing at the Summer Championships and the Grand Finals on a more consistent basis.
Yeah, I really wish, not gonna lie, I really wish that we had taken more players or at least more teams to the Summer Championship to at least, you know, kind of gotten a lot more experience, and that would have been SEJ, honestly. But yeah, this is such an interesting spot for my region, especially because we're kind of in the rebuilding phase, because, you know, Pacific Mapta, they already lost ZYK, and now you know, the other 4 members are now looking for a new IGL, so there's now a gap there now, like who's going to be the new king of the Philippines. And, it seems like either SCJ or UBECMANIAC are now chasing for that crown, but, you know, UBECMANIAC, they're a scary team, young team, potential is there, but yeah, I mean, Imperial is in the conversation, and we already know from Summer Championship, Imperial does not joke around in group stage whatsoever.
Not at all. We're taking a look at the stats as well off the back of that, and as you already kind of mentioned, KLB, KLP both having very good games for them, but honestly the whole team do. Everybody has their moment in the spotlight. Loy looked a lot better. We kind of called upon him a little bit just to sort of calm it down a tad, and I felt like he did. He wasn't over-aggressing. He wasn't getting caught off guard without being traded, which is always what you want to see. On the flip side, same story, unfortunately, for Alotus. It's one man. It's Tom. That's it. The rest of the team really couldn't get going. KLB with the shadow boxing there and a 2.29 KD for him, making him the set MVP. But also, not even just the KD, is the KR for me. The kills per round, 1.23, and just shy of 140.
That's crazy.
ADR is ridiculous.
Yeah, very, very impressive stats. When you're putting up numbers like that, it's no real surprise that UBECMANIAC are going to be able to win that map. I mean, Tom tried his best. He tried his best over the course of 2 maps. You got to give him some credit. Seemed like a real standout for Alotus, but
he's making a good name for himself to maybe get that move up to a bit of a better team, right? I feel like, honestly,
ranking, come on.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna say he's looking really good, and I feel like if maybe, especially because we've got this 4 teams from the Vietnamese region, obviously Wolf Empire is not gonna happen, right? Ice Cube's too damn good, but I feel like the other 2 Vietnamese players are probably saying, if this guy's playing so well on a team that is woefully underperforming and not playing well, but he is still standing out and actually arguably still remaining to be the best player in the server. I mean, he's up there. There is a world in which the other 2 look at the same. It's an upgrade for us.
Yeah, especially like I think ranking needs another like carry type player. You can't just have Jumeo and the world. Like
imagine him, Tom, in the support system of ranking, having these players who can give him kind of utility, give him preferential peaks, having these players who actually kind of die for the cause and let him get space. I mean, it really feels like that already elevates him even further.
Yeah, Ductwan's gonna have a very happy time if ever he does make the switch, man.
It's interesting. It really is interesting to kind of prophesize about what potentially could be the future. But the main thing is, and this is kind of the storyline of this group of the other 2 teams, is about gaining experience. It's about saying, what can we do now to, what we've sort of touched on is actually grow the domestic scenes and keep them healthy. And it is interesting that we do have, in that Vietnamese side, we do have a bit of depth there now.
obviously you've got to think about what's happening next year as well. Like, we don't have necessarily any information about what next year looks like for CFS, but presumably, there's going to be some steps forward as there always is.
Yeah.
And so in that case, you have to think about the long game, right? If you're one of these teams, you think about, look, we're still fresh on this stage.
Yeah.
We aren't necessarily expecting to have success right here, right now. But over the next 2-3 years, where do we want to be? Where do we want to go from? I mean, look, you go back 2 years, no one's talking about rank, no one's talking about Wolf Empire, we're still talking about Brazil, we're still talking about the likes of China, obviously, as well. Now, they feel like Vietnam have done enough to kind of be part of that conversation. It's just a question of now, can the Philippines maybe do the same thing? Can the Philippines kind of recapture some of that pizzazz, I guess, that Pacific Mukta used to have? They used to be a very reliable threat. They were a team that managed to make top 3 quite a number of years in a row. Can a Philippines team kind of go from strength to strength and start at the bottom, but grow to a level which is going to be respectable? And I think, there is talent there, so why not?
Yeah, absolutely. That is spot on. We'll be getting an interview sooner rather than later, because Kevin was the MVP. I think that is him on the stage. I don't know, my eyesight's not good enough.
We got the translator finally.
Yeah, that'd be good. Good to kind of get a moment to talk to them as well off the back of, what was obviously kind of a very decent series in the grand scheme of things. So we're going to throw it on over towards the stage as we have got Matt waiting by for an interview.
We have our first winners of the day, UBECMANIAC! KVB's our MVP. Well, that was a quick finish. Wow. Many people thought this would be a closer game. A lot of us thought this would be 2-1. How did you win so quickly?
We just, so marami pong nag-expect na baka matagal yung game na ito, pero parang mabilis yung natapos itong game. So ano po yung bakit po na bilis nang natapos itong game?
Wala lang, nilaro lang namin sa inaya lang namin yung laro namin sa practice.
对，我只是非常开心的玩这场游戏。
Yes, we are very happy in playing this game and through training, and finally we win this victory very quickly.
Yes, you did. Yesterday you played the same maps. So yesterday you played Subbase, you won 10-8. This day you win 10-8. Yesterday you lost on Ankara. Today 10-3. Very, very quick game. What was so different for you today on Ankara?
So kahapon po is nagangkarama po is 10-3 pero na yun po same naman po. Pero ano po yung nakaiba na bakit mas mabilis nang tapos itong game na yun?
Kasi yung EP mas malakas yun, powerhouse team yun eh. Tapos yung Alotus parang rookie lang din, sama namin.
OK，这个 AP 这个团队呢比较强大，然后今天这个Alotus 的这个团队呢，可能相对来说没有那么强大。
The opponents they are not as strong as the yesterday's team, so we win very quickly.
Okay, yeah. So against the opponents. All right, fair enough. I wondered if there was more to it. Talking of opponents, you have to play Imperial as your third group game. You seem to be fearless. Can you beat Imperial?
Yes.
Just that.
Yes.
Of course, but how? How are you going to beat Imperial?
So ano yung plano mo gamitin ng taktika na panalo ng Imperial?
May araw pa naman kaming practice eh, paghandaan na lang namin.
Okay, so we have
a lot of time and we will do more trainings to win the following games.
Fair enough. That's how it's done. Anything you want to say to the passionate, wonderful community that you have back in the Philippines?
So ano gusto mo sasabihin sa mga fans natin?
Maraming salamat po sa mga suporta sa amin at salamat po kay Kuya Chris Gomez at saka kay Ate Lizelle at kay Coach Tanks at lalo na sa mga parents ko. Salamat po.
Thanks
to the Philippine fans and thanks for my coach and my teammates and also thanks for my families. Thank you.
Salamat, guys. Great game. GG. Thank you. Salamat to our Filipino friends here. We get our first win of day 3. We've got 3 more matches coming up. Don't go anywhere. A lot of very close games here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
أنا اسمي محمد محروس، عندي 24 سنة، بدرس كمبيوتر ساينس في الجامعة العربية المفتوحة. ابتديت ألعب كروس فاير من وأنا عندي 12 أو 13 سنة، كنت بلعبها عادي فور فن، وبعد كده ابتديت ألعبها كومبيتيتيف وإن أنا أخش في مسابقات من أول 2017. كان أول فريق أخشه، وبعد كده اهتميت باللعبة شوية أكتر وابتديت إن أنا أديها اهتمام.
أنا اسمي بينجوين وكنت كابتن فريق 3 بي ال السنة اللي فاتت. يعني أنا عرفت حورس من 3 سنين، كان عندي مكان في الفريق، كنت بدور على لعيب زي حورس، شفت إن أنا ممكن أقدر ألعب معاك، اتكلمت معاه قلت له لو أنت عندك فرصة إنك تقدر تلعب معانا، هو رحب بالموضوع، بدأ يجي معايا. كان علاقتي بيه مجرد لاعب في الفريق، أنا كنت أنا كابتن الفريق وهو كان لاعب عندي في الفريق. طورت العلاقة بيننا بصراحة وبدأ الموضوع يكبر بيننا، بقيت اتخذ حورس كصديق معايا ليا أكتر ما هو كان لاعب معايا في الفريق. يعني بصراحه حورس المينتاليتي بتاعته ساعدته جدا ان هو يخش في الاجواء بسرعه. كان من اول، انا فاكر اول سيزون جدا حورس بدا معايا يلعب، كان اول سيزون كان يعتبر احسن بلاير موجود في الفريق، كان احسن واحد بيبقى بيساعد الفريق، وكان اكتر واحد بيفتح، كان اكتر واحد عايز الفريق ده ان هو يتقدم. فصراحه المينتاليتي بتاعته دخلته في الاجواء. فاقل من اعتقد 6 شهور كان حورس اسمه بيتقال على كل المنصات العالميه لكروس فاير انه واحد من امهر واحسن اللاعبين اللي وجدوا في الميدل ايست.
بص في الاول طبعا احنا استغربنا جدا، يعني كنا مش متخيلين اصلا، يعني كان محمد بيلعب مع اصحابه طول الوقت في الشارع، عجل، انتشار، فاضطرينا في فتره نقعد في البيت، فبقت حياته كلها الكمبيوتر واختفاء بقى طول الوقت مع اصحابه، واحنا ناس ما نعرفهمش، يعني معظم الوقت محمد انا بلعب مع اصحابي فاتعزل فتره كبيره جدا ومفيش خروج خالص، وطول الوقت في البيت. احنا حتى اتخضينا، يعني محمد ليه ما بتنزلش، ليه ما بتقابلش اصحاب بره، ليه ما بتروحش الكليه تقابل اصحابك اللي في الكليه، تعمل علاقات اصلا مع اصحاب اللي في الكليه اصلا. فلقيناه طول الوقت لا قاعد في الاوضه ومحبوس. بس جه فتره قال انا مسافر، قلنا له مسافر فين يا محمد؟ قال المسابقه وهنكسب، لو كسبنا هنسافر. فسكتنا، فخدناها كده ايه، خلاص اوكي او كلام وخلاص. بس لقينا بقى ما شاء الله كسب، والتيم بتاعه اوريدي خلاص احنا مسافرين.
خلينا نقول ده تمن القعاد لوحده، تمام، وانعزاله في وقت من الاوقات، لان في اوقات ما كناش بنشوفه باليومين. اقفل الباب، خلص لعب، نام، وخصوصا في الاوقات اللي بيلعب فيها مع دول مختلفه معاك في فرق التوقيت، تمام. فممكن يكون بيلعب مثلا الفجر، فخلص نام، فاحنا في الوقت ده صاحيين عادي وهو نايم. بعد كده عنده دورة أو لعبة تانية أو بطولة تانية، ففي أوقات كتير ما كناش بنشوف فترات. زي ما قلت ده احتراف، والمجتمع خلاص تقبل الشكل ده من الألعاب، فبالتالي بقى ليه سبونسر، بقى بيقدر مدى مهارته للعبة، وبالتالي ابتدى لما بيخش مسابقات يكسب، فبالتالي بيبقى ليها مردود مالي. وده زي اي العاب رياضيه عاديه، زي كره القدم، زي السله، زي الهاندبول، واحد.
علاقتي بحورس على مستوى الصداقه او مستوى الفريندلي يعني قويه جدا من زمان، او هو اول واحد كلمني في الفريق، او لما جينا نسيطر في كروس فاير. والله حورس من النوع اللي هو متعلق باصحابه بشكل جامد، فاحنا بعد السنه اللي فاتت لما قدمنا بشكل كويس سيزون 1، لما بدأ بعد كده كان هو محتاج يلعب، يغير التيم او انه يلعب مع ناس قريبه منه فاهم اسلوب لعبه والكلام ده كله. فلما استيطرنا بالتيم بتاع السنه دي كنت متوقع ان هو هيكون من افضل اللعيبه على مستوى العالم، واوريدي احنا حققنا حاجات كويسه جدا السنه دي مع بعض.
سافرت 4 مرات، مرتين في كوريا ومره في الصين ومره في فيتنام. كل مره رحت ما حققتش اي حاجه، كل مره بروح ببقى اطلع نفس المركز وببقى من ضمن اخر 3. انا ما حققتش لسه حاجه، هو مستقبلي في اللعبه دي بالذات ان هو عايز اخد الخطوه اللي بعد كده. انا كانت اول خطوه ليا ان انا اكسب دوري، تاني خطوه ليا ان انا اسافر، تالت خطوه ليا دلوقتي ان انا عايز احقق حاجه في السفر. هو نقطه ان انا اسافر دي خلاص بقى بالنسبه لي بقت ممله، ما بقتش زي اول مره، لا دلوقتي بقى عندي هدف اكتر ان انا احقق حاجه، اللي هو يبقى مثلا يكون اول فريق في الشرق الاوسط كله عملها، مثلا ان انا اطلع من التوب 4، ان العب في السيميز، ان انا ابقى توب 2 وتوب 3، ابقى حاجه اللي هو ما بقاش على الستيج العادي، لا ابقى قصاد الجماهير، ابقى قصاد المين ستيج كله.
Hello and welcome back to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. We just had one match that ended quite quickly. We had Team Alotus falling there to UBECMANIAC. I am Valdez, with me is Sneaky Frog and Bench. Sneaky Frog, you have swapped sides, but you're still with us here for the next matchup that is going to, once again, it's going to have SGJ up against 3BL. Any thoughts on this series coming up?
Well, I like that I don't really have to take a look at the schedule anymore to know if I'm casting it out. It's like, oh, Philippines team's playing, I'm on it 100%.
Makes sense.
But yeah, I mean, SCJ, honestly, been not too bad of a showing in their first series. I mean, granted, it was a 2-0. It's still a close game in between the two maps, and especially up against a very hard opponent. I mean, they're looking good. They could be performing similar to UBEC today.
Yeah, for myself as well. Although I believe most of us except Sneaky there has picked 3BL to be the prominent one to come out on top. 3BL's performance yesterday was underwhelming, to be honest. So I think SGJ has a pretty good shot at possibly sneaking a couple maps here and there. I mean, if they do find 2 maps, they do win the series. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But we still do have 3 more matches to go for today.
Yeah, you know, we're going to get into 3BL versus SGJ, and then we're going to have Q9 up against Vasco, and then, of course, All Gamers up against Wolf Empire. So in terms of the matches we have today, it feels like the second half definitely has a couple of the top-tier, you know, really strong teams going head-to-head in their group. A lot of the favorites from their groups trying to vie for that first-place seed, no doubt. This one, as you mentioned, Bench, you know, 3BL was kind of struggling yesterday. SGJ were looking pretty good, even though they did take a loss. I feel like this one might be closer than a lot of people are expecting.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like people really underestimate how good an antisocial team is. Despite being the 3rd seed from CFBL, that's still realistically the 2nd best region in the world. And yeah, you still got legendary names like LKK, you got Gokin, you got ADRF performing out of their mind in their series against SGJ. So, I mean, you have 3 players who are already tenured in the international stage. It's going to be not much of a problem for them to beat SGJ, who's kind of had a bit of a stint outside of the international stage.
Well, we do have our 2 teams ready to go. Let's introduce our players on the stage right now.
Now we bring the champions of some of our regional finals for their first collision on our stage. Let's call them up. Here we go. Welcome to teams. First, we welcome a team with a big win and big aspirations, the Egyptian powerhouse of 3BL Esports. And welcome their opponents. Hoping to match their countrymen's performances, the Filipino representatives of SGJ REBORN! (3BL versus SGJ, Egypt versus the Philippines. Who will rise above? Here in Hangzhou, let's go and unlock the future!
And there you have it. Matt Andrews bringing back the rise above here for SGJ Reborn. Of course, they were there at that tournament where that was the motto. And we'll have to wait and see if they can rise above, because this Group D was, when we were initially looking at it, kind of the group of life, right? It wasn't the strongest group out of all of them. And it feels like these two teams are vying for that second place spot, as 3BL here looking pretty good across the board. I have to say, Horus has been performing quite well at this tournament so far.
Yeah, needless to say, 3BL definitely one of the prominent teams to advance into the finals, or playoffs rather. Although they did have a slow start to yesterday, they were still able to juice out that 2-1 win. Although they did drop a map, I believe it was because mostly they're not fully warmed up since coming to their first matches. But today, things might just be as different, as they are fully warmed up and ready to go. Yeah, the stats, like you mentioned, Horus absolutely playing out his nice snare, as well was dropping some quick crouch shots, so to speak, from the boxes in some way, somehow. This team still able to juice out 2 maps away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was actually surprised that 3BL actually lost Subbase in their series up against Next Top. I was like, oh, this is a map that they already played prior. And yeah, maybe you were right about it. They weren't really warm, considering it was their first series in the entire group stage. So maybe this time it could be different. SCJ kind of in the same boat in this series, you know, did lose up against Antisocial still. Pretty close game, just like how 3BL did with their series, with the exception of Compound. But yeah, I mean, obviously the statistics, we still do have Elvin performing well, KSA playing out of his mind as of recent, Yobib, you know, that's the usual for him. He always is high on the stat book. Yeah, we just need a bit more from Keller, man. I feel like if Keller performs as expected, then SGJ is not really going to have a problem against 3BL.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, you know, you're talking about how it was first match, and also Antisocial was looking really good. 3BL had a easier opponent on paper. I think this could be a very close match, as we do look at the regional finals for EUMENA. 3BL, how they were able to make it through. They are still the best team from EUMENA. They are that first seed coming through. They defeated LCK in the finals at that regional finals, and they are a very strong team. But again, that first map that we saw, that Subbase, that was definitely kind of giving us odd vibes, as we're not exactly sure where their form is at right now.
Yeah, and looking at the history here for the side of SGJ Reborn, it was actually a funny circumstance that we have had back in the Philippines, because everyone's like, Magda beat SGJ Reborn at the start of the group stage, and then UBECMANIAC beat them too. Everyone was convinced that Pacific Magda and UBECMANIAC were going to be the ones getting sent here in Hangzhou, but all of a sudden, Pacific Magda won Subbase choke later, and they are out of the tournament, and they have entered into Hangzhou, and cherry on top as well, they got revenge on UBECMANIAC in the finals with a reverse sweep.
But yeah, 3-2 wasn't the easiest of advancement they had to make. 3-2 it had to come down to the wire basically, but True. Let's go take a look at our key players. Of course, it's going to be Horus versus Yobib. 1.23 on Yobib. Yeah, like you mentioned, this guy always puts out some consistent numbers, but the key question is, can his teammates provide for the rest of his teammates?
For sure. I mean, I'm still convinced, of course, Yobib being the best M4 player in the country, so I mean, kind of expected that he can really, he's just really natural with the weapon, so you're going to see him rocking that this entire time. I mean, the rest of the team, and once again, it's up to Keller, man. It's up to Keller whether or not he can kind of step up to the plate, because he has kind of disappeared in that first series. And not going to lie, man, Horus is an interesting player for me, because he kind of validates my playstyle of just, you know, going in and fight whoever is in front of me. And it's been pretty effective so far up against Next Top, but if you guys can see the correlation between the game with UBEC and Alotus as well, that Vietnamese teams don't really do too well up against like straight up aggression, and I feel like Horus was really at home in that series.
Yeah, he definitely was, and you know, at the end of the day, Next Top, they weren't really the best opponents. You know, we were definitely watching a lot of their play and saying, hey, you know, we're not so sure what they're doing here, as even on the Chinese side, that has been mostly kind of across the board on the same page. This time around, we have 2 guys going for SGJ. We've got Hairlong from the Vietnamese side as well going for SGJ. Definitely going to be more on the second page from the English and the Philippines side, with the 4 there, and of course Sneaky Frog joining them, as is the tradition here.
Yeah.
Interesting choice by Bin Yao, actually, from one of our Chinese talents to go for SGJ. Maybe he may have a valid point to pick the Philippines over Egyptians coming up for this matchup, at least in the group stages. Sure, when it comes down to best out of 5s, I will pick 3BL any day, but to remind you, this is the group stage, this is the best out of 3. The variance is very high.
Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, like I'm kind of basing this prediction off of just the quality of the series that 3BL had up against Next Top. Both of them just played super confusing levels of CrossFire. I really don't know where they're going to be at today. But I mean, Battle of Redemption, of course, as is on screen. Last year, both 3BL and SCJ were seen. Wouldn't make it this far, but the total surprises. Can't wait to see 2 face off. It might be most unpredictable match of the day. Thank you, Roy1+ for that. For that comment, but he is right. This could be a very unpredictable game because, in my opinion, this is the closest series we're going to have in this entire group stage.
Yeah. So what you're saying is basically, will it come down to the map ban picks that basically decides the fate of this matchup?
Yeah, it's whether or not SCJ is going to give Compound or not. That's that's where it's at.
I would say don't give Compound to 3BL. I think that it really does come down to the strength of the regions and also the form of the teams on today, because 3BL was definitely looking weak. SGJ, I think they still performed well, but they just went up against a powerhouse team. And we look at the map comparison. Port seems to be extremely comfortable on the side of SGJ. That's a very high win rate with a lot of maps played. Also a decently strong map for the side of 3BL, but certainly that Compound is going to be the big one, where you see a lot of games played, a lot of wins for the side of 3BL, similar with Subbase as well. So we'll see if those maps get targeted.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a lot of thoughts going through SGJ right now. Mexico as well, they weren't able to pick off a map away. They played it twice, wasn't able to win one. Subbase, like you've mentioned, the win rate on 3BL very high. Compound, of course, is, we don't even have to discuss about it. It's one of the best maps that 3BL plays. So, Port was one of the maps that SGJ had found some success, but will 3BL let that through is going to be the question here.
They could, actually, but I don't recommend it. I mean, SCJ, especially now with the Yobib being on the sniper or being the sniper for the squad, Tino's more of the supportive sniper for the squad now. I feel like their defense in top A especially has improved, but I feel like SCJ plays the BL side of Port so differently compared to other teams. They're, of course, it's a no-brainer. The catwalk A is a priority, and long A is going to be quite hard to fight, especially how good the sniper is on the side of 3BL. But the way they set up the map really does draw the defense to one side of the map or the other. They have a confusing BL, let's just say.
I think that's a good map to have a confusing BL on. I think a lot of teams really struggle.
Fakes, right?
Yeah, a lot of teams really struggle to find answers on that map. So I like teams that are trying to figure out new and interesting ways to tackle that. Speaking about the snipers in this matchup, Snare obviously can be a very volatile player, extremely aggressive, sometimes can take over lobbies. We saw him a little bit missing at the beginning of their match against Next Top, even on Subbase, a map where I generally feel like he's very comfortable. He was kind of a bit missing. Did turn it on in the next couple of maps and looked much better, but do you guys think that matchup, Snare versus
Tina?
Yeah. What are we going to be thinking about that matchup?
I mean, of course, Snare has to be the upper hand here, but I guess it really just comes down to whether can Snare come online faster than expected, because last night it took him some time. Let's put it that way.
It's all about the
family,
rubbing the ball's head for luck.
All about family.
That's been the way. So we are here in the map ban pick, and SGJ do get that first ban. Are we gonna see Compounds? Are we gonna see?
Yeah,
yes,
that's a no-brainer.
Okay.
I mean, that's like your guys' Ankara at this point. It's like, yeah, that's the equivalent of Vietnamese Ankara or Filipino Black Widow. It's like CFWL's Compound, because LCK, Unknights, GV to an extent. They also play that map. Would it be surprised if Port's gonna be banned out? 3BL.
They might even just leave it open, like you mentioned, and ban something else. Maybe like Black Widow is definitely a prominent ban to come through.
Mexico.
Okay.
What? They haven't.
That's
all right. I think 3BL might have messed up here. I mean SGJ is not one of those teams back in the Philippines that plays Mexico.
Or 3BL is thinking about just not revealing their Mexico plays to the rest of the audience here.
Yeah, but I don't feel like 3BL is that much better than SGJ that they can use their ban.
Now's not the time to do it, bro. That's for sure.
I don't know.
So Port might be map number 1, and or could be Port could be map number 1. They're looking for that guaranteed win, especially they're down 2-0. I don't think so. Actually,
I think this might be our first Port. This is day 3. and it's map 1 Port.
I do remember on the first day, Port was picked as the deciders, but we never got to see game 3, map 3 rather, on day number 1. So Port is going to be our opener for this matchup, and decides SGJ is going to be stuck in blacklist, as 3BL is going to go for that global risk to begin things off.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer, honestly. I mean, you always go GR at the start of Port, especially you want that good start. Sub-base for map 2. That's brave from the side of 3BL, especially SGJ has got some really good wins on sub-base as well. But
can I change my prediction?
I believe in 3BL
late?
though. I believe in 3BL. They pulled out sub-base against I think it was someone in group stage back in Vietnam, and they actually won against that opponent. Let me actually check that check that fact. But yeah, they have a really good sub-base. Horus is very forward in that map. I mean, Woods is definitely his house.
I just feel like, you know, the Mexico ban into giving Port up, like, yes, 3BL has played it a bunch, and they can play Port. They've got Snare on A. They have answers. But it does feel like while 3BL are playing to their comfort level, they're also giving SGJ just a ton of great opportunities as well. So I think it's going to make it very interesting, and we're going to see straight up, you know, who is the better team on maps where they should be both relatively comfortable.
And based on the first 2 picks, I do feel like we're going to have a decider come through for map 3. I mean, we are going to see the decider map being played, most likely. Port, of course, 3BL upper hand sub-base, like Sneaky mentioned. It is going to most likely going to go to the side of SGJ, as Ankara is going to be ruled out. And possible Eagle Eye might be a decider. Not entirely sure what 3BL wants to do here. There's still 2 maps to be discussed about.
If you're 3BL, I think not a bad idea to just go ahead into that Eagle Eye. We haven't seen SGJ play that too much. 3BL has played it. No, they're just going to ban it away.
That's a no-brainer, honestly. I think SGJ is also one of those teams that also likes to play Eagle Eye back home. And, you know, back to the point where at sub-base, never mind, it wasn't actually a one-sided game. The 13-12 ranking esports, so that's ranking esports with the Vietnam buff. So they were playing a bit different that time. But, yeah, I guess 3BL with a bit of experience under their way. And Black Widow isn't actually too bad for 3BL as well, because I heard CFW teams actually love picking Black Widow.
Yeah, definitely see a lot of Black Widow over there. I just thought that maybe they would try their luck at Eagle Eye with it's a map that they have played a decent amount as well. Black Widow pretty comfortable on the side of SGJ as well. I mean, this is again, I feel like it's 3 maps that we're really just going to see who's the better team straight up. Like, I feel like both of these teams are all very comfortable on these 3 maps. So, I don't know. It seems like could have been risky, could have been kind of a challenge from the side of 3BL, and we'll just see who is the better team tonight. I do agree. I think this might just go 3 maps at this point. This is probably one of our closest matches that we do have today between these 2 teams.
Not gonna lie, of all the series that would go to 3 maps, I mean, this is the one to do so. I mean, kind of lets you show how strong Philippines could be, or like how good 3BL has become.
And here's the problem for if you're an Egyptian fan watching this right now. Black Widow, we've mentioned many a times that it's the map that's being played out in your region in the Philippines from time after time, and eventually SGJ may or most likely have a better experience or better tricks up their sleeve, so to speak, to be used in these international stages. And the question would be, will 3BL be ready to react and adapt to what SGJ is going to bring up on the board?
For sure. I think 3BL could definitely do it. I feel like 3BL has a very, very good GR side. I think their defense is really good.
Yeah.
Their sniper is absolutely insane. And especially when the other players are now finally coming online, I kind of missed a bit of Slayer, a bit of Snake as well on in the other day, and I kind of wish that I saw more from those 2 players, because I feel like if those 2 performed as expected, yesterday would have finished a lot faster, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think that first map was definitely a little bit of a fluke from 3BL. I think they were caught a bit off guard. They weren't really playing very well, and they were able to eventually win the series, but it took them maybe longer than we expected. Very high win rates here from SGJ on both sides of Port. They don't have as many matches as 3BL does, but still a very successful map that we have seen them play many times. And yeah, I really think it might just come down to that sniper battle. You know, is Snare ready to go right from the get-go? Also, you know, maybe SGJ could have had better luck against 3BL if they played them on the first day. But now maybe 3BL is a bit warmed up, as you were mentioning. Maybe all these other riflers are going to get going. and maybe it becomes just a bit harder and 3BL actually is ready to compete.
I mean, what are the chances for SGJ to win port here? Of course, one thing you mentioned, the sniper battle. Can Tino win against Snare? Well, that's a question that needs to be answered for sure, but minus all those sniper battles, Keller has to come alive, like Sneaky mentioned, and we can take that out too. What's the third factor you believe in for SGJ to achieve to win this matchup here?
His name is KSA, the entry fragger for SGJ Reborn. The kid has improved so much compared to his performance in the prior to the summer championships. Like after that, he was just another person entirely. Like his entries were a lot more successful, especially being the fun fact as well, he has the highest sense out of any player in the Philippines at 1600 DPI. Let's say
1600.
No, 4800 EDPI. I calculated it, and that's a pretty fun fact. But at the same time, despite having a high sense, he's still hitting heads, and especially on Black Widow, I think 3BL has to be worried. Especially KSA has been doing quite well in that map for the past few times.
And that's definitely a very important map to be good at entering on, especially if you're going to be hitting B many times. This is going to be an interesting one. I still kind of stand by my idea earlier where I'm like, can I change my
predictions?
Can I change my prediction? Because I don't know. Like,
sorry, the OAP has been already put out, so
yeah.
it might be a minute too late here. But yeah, coming down to it, talking just a little bit more about the sniper battles, I feel like Snare will play the free roaming around type of role. We've seen him do that from time to time. He would pop out from a bomb site and try to get a couple kills by the Nook, and the next round you see him running into the machine room with the AWM and then somehow pick up 2 and fall back out without dying. So yeah, 3BL, I feel like their playstyle for this map on ports is going to be a bit more fluid in a sense, and for SGJ, for them to hold on to the aggression that 3BL is going to provide, as they're going to be starting on the global risk side. What are they going to do? Like, Sneaky, this is a question to you. Will Tino be able to hold down the aggression down towards A on top of the bomb site, or will he start playing middle and the backside just a little bit more to be more conservative, be more passive, or not?
I wish I could answer your question, man, but even I don't know what Tino is going to play like today. Like,
is he a dice roller as well?
He's a heavy dice roller, my friend. Sometimes he drops 20, sometimes he drops 1. So hopefully we do see 20 today.
20 is a tough
That would
one.
make it more fun.
Yeah, make it more fun at least. But Tino usually just lets either Keller or Yobib just play top A if he can't really hold it, honestly.
Because if SGJ come out here and they're really not playing their game and 3BL are,
they're gonna.
Maybe it's just the quickest 2-0 we've had all tournament. So I am a little bit worried. I think both of these teams need to kind of high roll in order to challenge each other and to make that really fun back and forth match. But we are ready to go. Games start right now on to port for the first time this tournament.
We're live at port. Map number 1 for this series. As SGJ, they will have to look to get into the faces of 3BL. We do already see a player post deep middle. That's going to be Elvin going into the A connector. The C4 as well in towards long. Snare has found himself a good position by the boxes on top of the A bomb site. We've seen him drop some naughty shots over there. But can he find some success coming into the very first round?
Straight up default round 1, man. From the side of SGJ, just put 3 players in A connector and 2 players coming in from long. They're going to rain nades on Snare. Snare, if he can dodge that first flash, he can actually make a highlight play happen. But he does have his teammate right next to him for that assistance. Horus is here and towards top A, and here comes the rest of SGJ coming in from long A. Can they make it on the site in time? Straight to the face of Snare. Does get shot by Tino, but Snake and Horus at the same time, they're holding down this ace site, but Tino with the response. Horus, is he gonna get it? No, is the answer. And it seems like Tot and Slayer, the last 2 left alive, and it seems like, hey, it might be a D20 for today for Tino.
Yeah, looking pretty good so far. That was a very nice hit on the top of A, and they were just not ready for it on the side of 3BL. Snare fell extremely fast. And Horus was kind of left to try to hold it down by himself. And now Slayer has to go 1v3. Keller and Tino was up there for just a moment. As you see them poking out, nice headshot to start, but half health here against 2. End has to defuse. Looks like they want to double peek him, but Slayer trying to isolate the 1v1 against Yobib. Can he tap on the head? So far the answer is no. He's just running on in. And, well, there's another guy up there. So eventually you just run out of time. And SGJ, very nice start here to the map.
Yeah, very nice standard play, right? On the A side, just 3 people in A connector and 2 people in long, rained down the nades, got the kills immediately. There was a bit of a response here from the bridge side, actually, as they did get 2, but yeah, SCJ responded immediately.
Yeah, they were raining HE grenades on top of the bomb site to isolate Snare, and then if the nades weren't hitting, the bullets will do so. They were just pre-firing the angles, and Snare was eventually took his head off there. But moving into round number 2, yet another very default setup coming out from 3BL. This time around, can they hold on to the aggressions with just 2 players is going to be the question for either A or B. Alvin took a bit of damage from the frag grenade thrown his way. However, he is fine with the pop flash. They're going to start advancing in towards the B halls, and Slayer will take a bunch of damage when we'll have to retreat out of his position, but he has nowhere else to go besides spawn. And luckily enough, he's going to be able to utilize the smoke that's been put out. And KSA as well is going to have to lose half of his HP. The nade game tonight is seemingly on point for these shooters here.
I like that KSA looked at the CM and was like, damn, nade did that much damage? I'm 49 HP.
Kind of landed right on top of his head. And SGJ not overstepping just yet. They've taken over this B main area. Probably looking to hit B at this point. They only have Elvin in the A connector. Trying to look maybe for the rotation from anyone down mid, but Snake is able to sneak in. Will Kelvin come in here and, or Elvin rather, try to, well, it's actually KSA is going to push forward, takes down 1, does get traded down by Snare. Is able to hit him through the tiny door. And all of a sudden, I mean, you're losing a lot of members before the push even comes in. Elvin also going to be spotted right in mid. Ooh, very nice. Wall bang. That was kind of crazy.
Absolutely nasty, but Snare did and was able to find his first kill coming into this map, and maybe that 1 kill is just enough to get him warmed up and get going. In the meantime, the C4 is rotating in towards middle, thinking about setting up a flank down towards B, or are they just going to rotate out towards A? Snare is going to hit that shot. Tino will go down, and then SGJ is going to lose their sniper in the process. We do have Horus sitting on top of the A-bomb site to hold on to it.
Oh, why would you go down?
Oh, he went down, but it worked out. The C4 is dropped to Elvin at risk with just about 10 HP up his sleeves with the pop flash. Re-swing is going to be Horus, and that's going to be a clean headshot. 3BL is going to be able to find the tire. It's going to be 1-2-1 for the rounds.
Yeah, that's what I get for questioning Horus, man. Like, he's the man who gets all the risk and does get all the reward with the drop down, but bit of a hectic round from the side of SGJ. Nades were flying all over the place. They couldn't get the entry in the B site, couldn't get anything done in mid. And they were just kind of stuck in B the entire time, man.
Yeah, it was kind of rough. I mean, they were getting pushed, and they were getting sniped down, and they were losing member by member. And then with 20 seconds left, they decided, okay, we're going to send 1 guy into B. The rest just head into A, try to 2v1 Horus. It could have worked out if they went, you know, maybe 3 seconds earlier, and they won the firefight against Horus. But unfortunately for them, none of that really did work out, and Horus's drop down did work out for him. So SGJ was a bit faster on the play to go towards A in the first round, taking it a bit slower in round 2. And let's see where they want to head this time around. They are heading mid, maybe another 8 hit, going with what worked in round 1.
Timer definitely being ticked down here, and SGJ's thinking about an 8 take. It's going to send 4 players up on connector, but the nades are raining on top. Not sure if that found much of a value. Snare. The setups has been thrown out from SGJ. Snare now ready to go for the peaks. Is going to whiff this one, and the wall bang from the M4s are on point. Snare is knocked out. Horus holding on to Spirit Life. Is going to find the first kill, looking for the second, and yes, he does deliver. And the rotation is coming in. I don't think SGJ has it here. 3 versus 2 with the C4 being down. And it's all down to the hands of Elvin with 24 HP and a dream for a 1v3 clutch. Just about a minute left onto the timer. Swinging towards the spawn area. Did spot Snake, but just wasn't able to quite connect the shots.
Yeah, this is not, I wouldn't say not possible. It is, but the chances of it getting a clutch is pretty low, especially the positions that you can take. And look at what Horus is doing. He's just spamming crouch, getting that info, waiting for his teammate to swing the corner. And another round from the side of 3BL. That shot from Horus saved him, man.
I mean, it was just insane. The first one, right? This is a couple of rounds back. Snare definitely having a good one. Horus finishing it off very well. I want to see the replay from the previous round. We're not going to get it just yet.
Next round.
Maybe, yeah, maybe after this round. But yeah, ooh, Snake going to push up pretty quickly here. Right in their face, right by the wall. Takes him down in mid. And now all of a sudden, I mean, it's already pretty difficult to get some work going from the Blacklist side, but down a couple of members. They have taken a couple of 3BL with them, but let's see where they want to push this time around. They're rotating all the way towards A long, it looks like.
Yeah, just going to take it slow. Start of the round was pretty fast. Honestly, it was a good push from Slayer because Elvin has been getting into a connector just for free for the past few rounds, so it's nice that he finally gets punished for it.
Yeah, they're just thinking about A long. Honestly, from what we know, it does look like a pretty good angle to go for. KSA maybe going to get some work going himself, but it's pretty difficult to do that into Snare. You know he's probably going to be on the back of B, but obviously just a distraction tactic as they do make their way into A. But now with 2 members on the A side, 3BL will look to retake this with 3.
I mean, the might just be able to. Sold. Horus did rotate out from the bomb site, allow for the bomb plant to proceed. But like you mentioned, Valdez, the retake is now on, but Yobib equalizes back down to 2-on-2 with a quick headshot. Snake, I think he's been spotted out as Tino continues to jump. Oh, definitely now. The feed has been seen. There it goes down both players for 3BL, and SGJ is going to continue to catch up as we're now tied at 2-on-2.
Man, well played. Knowing their priorities, Yobib, he says, I got spawn and bridge, you got long, my man. And that they did, and that is just what you expect from Yobib, especially from a top 8 position, and he's required to, you know, frag out a bit. That is going to happen eventually. Already 6 kills in this game. Most normal Yobib scoreline.
Yeah, 6 kills, 4 rounds, and 2 of them already going to the Blacklist side of SGJ.
This is not good news for 3BL at all. Even 2 rounds on BL is already big.
It is pretty huge, and it's so early on, too.
Oh, parkour? Are they going to parkour it?
A lot of flashes, and yeah, they're just going straight down the middle. Tot kind of left a bit alone, and he's going to be taken down. And just like that, it's 3 members of 3BL taken out. SGJ just rolling over them now, as even Slayer going to lose his 1v1, gets hit from behind. And all of a sudden, SGJ, a flawless Blacklist round. They're making the Blacklist side look strong. On this one, Snare looks a little bit uncertain as to what exactly happened.
Just about the right time for 3BL to call for the tactical pause.
Yeah, I think now is the time for a timeout, right? I think back and forth, you need to break it, especially you're the ones playing GR side, and Tino Magic is in full swing in Hangzhou, my friend, and it seems like 3BL losing Snake at the start of the round is not good news, but Slayer's going to get one in return, and it just so happens to be Keller. Poor guy.
But yeah, 3BL is going to go for the double setup. Slayer put it to a good use. Found the kill. Now towards B long, it looks like, as the poor guy, Keller, is going to lose his life for this round. Ooh, counter boost from Horus. That's going to pay off dividends, as Alvin will be knocked out from the lobby. And the rest of SGJ kind of tucked up towards the spawn area. I'm not entirely sure which direction they want to guide this aggression towards. I mean, it's a 4v3 indeed. Still has some flashes and smokes to work with. They can isolate one bomb site and try to have the man advantage there. B seems to be the choice for SGJ as they're now slowly entering into the connector.
Honestly, I don't think it's too bad for the side of SGJ. The only person really realistically that can stop this play is Slayer. Problem is KSA does have that AK, so Slayer will have like 2 seconds to escape, but Yobib is also right here. So that wooden box is not going to be much protection, so Slayer has to hit this first shot.
We'll have to see this utility. Does it land? The answer is no. He's going to take out KSA, who does at least get some room, but now it's 4v2, and the rest of 3BL, the squad, is rolling up. Yobit, though, nice shot onto Snare. That's a very important kill to pick up and give themselves a better chance of lying this bomb down.
Need to take this underside.
Yeah, Yobib's so low as well, and yeah, Tino's going to go down. It was just a little bit too much to ask for. 3BL getting a couple of big picks early on, especially Slayer going onto the AWM. That double AWM setup here working out pretty well for them.
And there you go.
Here's the replay.
Wow. The first flick of Horse, that's out of his mind. So how did he even hit that on the head?
Sometimes 4x3.
4x3.
It's just the key. 800, 600, baby. That's where it's at.
Stretch Black Bar. Well,
Stretch
regardless of that, it's going to be Tino to pick up Slayer to begin things off, and somehow SGJ is going to full send it down towards middle. Todd has nothing to do about it. He goes down. And all of a sudden, Snake as well being knocked out leaves only 2 players to be there, but Snare will start to answer the questions by taking down Yobib. Now looking towards the B-bomb site. The C4 getting planted. Going to the post plant. Tino's position has a great angle. Snare gets knocked out, and it's all down to the ends of Horus. In a 1v3, but he's getting flanked. Doesn't even need the flank to be put into action, as SGJ is going to clean up that round in a fast and rapid manner.
And Tino is on fire. Tino is on fire in this game, but at the same time, I love that SGJ is using the parkour, because you can kind of parkour around a connector in those very small ledges to its fullest extent, just to pressure bridge over and over again, fully knowing that Snare doesn't really like to play bridge a lot. He's more of a top A, maybe B side player, but now they realize that, oh, their best player is playing on the sides itself. Let's probably go mid and just pressure, maybe wrap around, maybe choke one side of the map.
Yeah, and you know what, Sneaky? This isn't really a strategy we see very often in West, I feel. You know, I've seen the Brazilian teams do this a decent amount of time. Obviously, SGJ seems very comfortable with just parkouring straight down the middle.
Yep.
But in terms of watching Port in West League in a regional finals, I think we saw it maybe once or twice.
Yeah.
This kind of strategy, but we've already seen it twice.
CFWL.
In this one
Listen to me. You have to learn it. It's important. It's literally the test
strong.
whether or not you're a good player back at home. If you can do that, then you're a good player.
I mean, makes sense. It's a very effective strategy because SGJ are just kind of rolling over them. You talked about rolling 20s on the D20. We've got Yobib up there, we've got Tino up there, and that's kind of all they need. And as a team, they're executing well together.
And Elvin is going to continue to poke and prod, going on his own expedition, so to speak. And he's going to find himself coming into the B halls. But yeah, SGJ picking up 4 on the blacklist side of Port. That just might be enough for them to pick up this map. One of the more lopsided maps, perhaps.
Yeah, that's why you guys did notice that the volume is not that high for SGJ in Port. So everyone kept banning it back home.
Yeah.
No one wants to play SGJ on this map, that's for sure.
Yeah, and even though the volume was low, their win rate was like almost 100.
Yeah.
So very obviously good at this one. The AK not doing much to that box. Horus going to be taken down. Snare left alone. Does pick up 2. Trying to desperately keep this map alive for the team. And they're able to shut down the pressure down mid. And it looks like 3BL, a couple of slick shots from Slayer. Looks like he wants to show up today, as Keller also trying to do the same. Really nice flash straight in his face. Snare going to just shoot him down. And 3BL, they're going to give themselves a chance. If that round went to SGJ, maybe just call the map and go to the next one because 5 rounds on blacklist, you're struggling.
Absolutely struggling if they do drop the last round of the first half. But here we go. Let's see if SGJ can continue on with the lead here. If they do end up picking up 5, we are looking at a very good situation for the Philippines region. Todd going on the mission, and Slayer's going to be the one to find the kill as they aggress out towards B. And the rest of SGJ is kind of gathered just in towards middle. They're going to have to go for a reset and see if they can recover some ground out towards B.
Horus swapped to the M4 after he wasn't able to shoot the guy through the box on A long.
That's me for real.
He's not. Oh, okay. He went back to the AK. But
the logic there is like AK if you're confident, M4 if you just lost the last gunfight you had.
Yeah. He's definitely more of an AK player, is Horus. But yeah, just going to swap back. And it's pretty interesting. 3BL getting pretty aggressive with the angle out there in B main, able to pick off Tino, who's one of the big guys right now for SGJ. I do wonder about 3BL's Blacklist side on this map. I would, as we've said many times, their GR side is stronger in general, and this map is no different. So worried about that for them, but at least maybe setting themselves up for not a terrible position moving into the next half.
SGJ with some overflash is going to send it down. Slayer whips that shot, but Taunt responds with the spray down. He himself gets knocked out as well. The bomb side is compromised. And look at Keller's position. He is deep in middle. Can he find some success? Or, Snare is going to peek into the angle. The answer is going to be yes, but he is not going to be able to pull the trigger there. And now has to reposition and is quick to be traded out. Down to a 2v3 for the retake. Bomb timer. Just halfway ticked down.
Yeah, this is good actually. The retake curve, nice from the side of Yobib, but there is already 2 players on the site, and both of them are gonna go down. It's very fast reaction from SGJ. They lost B house, that means they're gonna have to retake curve, and then they defend it from there. Well played.
Yeah, Yobib, pretty insane maneuver. I mean, a lot of players would just run straight in the snare scope and just die. But the movement was great, able to just get in his face, take him down, and there was just no pressure from behind them then. And they could easily, with their M4s, just fire down on the rest of the members of 3BL who were coming from main. And now SGJ, you're moving into GR port, and you've already got 5 rounds.
Yeah, that was a solid first half. That was a very solid first half. And now they're going for the counter boost on towards A connector. Just trying to pay off revenge, rather, for what 3BL has done to Elvin. Elvin himself, who was knocked out last time around, is going to be the one counter boosted, so let's see if that works out. But yeah, I was expecting some early aggressions from SGJ on the global risk side, but besides that counter boost, I really don't see much of a posted up positions there, rather playing on the back sites. It feels like that way.
Yeah, I feel like SGJ is really one of those teams back in the Philippines where they like the slower way of things. That's why I do draw the comparisons to them and Imperial. You're like playing a slow game in a fast region, but it's still very effective, right?
Mm-hmm. So another question would be, does 3BL have the caliber to break through the defense that SGJ is about to provide here? SGJ, they show and prove that they are able to break through the defense of 3BL. And now the sides has been changed. The table has turned. And looks like 3BL is setting out for a B take.
That's a flash.
Flash. Smoke. With a pop flash, they're going to send it out. Let's see if KSE has it. He gets one. Quickly traded out. Yobib as well gets knocked out. And it looks like it was a clean take. And all of a sudden, Slayer in middle with a Colt's going to find a kill of his own as well to make things worse. Down to the ends of Tino and Elvin on a 2v3 retake, although Taunt he himself is down pretty low. Snake at half HP. More than doable, and that nade is going to hit the money as Taunt goes down for a 2v2. Take it away.
That was kind of insane, and that is going to be a couple of quick shots, though, from Snare. He is just going to immediately, the coach can hardly believe it. Gets the fist pump out. Snare is not happy just yet, but
I think Snare knows that they should have not won that round, that's for sure. Because like the only reason why they actually got there is straight up pure misses from Yobib and KSA on the site. That would have been a different story if they actually hit it, because the flash was actually good. Like everyone was blind on the side of 3BL, they just couldn't find the shots in time.
Yeah, it was definitely a labored entrance into that site, and it just wasn't met with enough firepower. Here is Elvin once again boosted. Will Horus spot this one out? He is going to hop forward immediately, just gets taken down. Bit of damage into the legs of Elvin.
Yeah. That's got to be the biggest trap in this entire map. Like backwards hopping, going into a connector.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of maps where you can counter boost except ports, A connector, and possibly subbases vents as well.
Yeah.
Well, eventually, Elvin, like you mentioned, does find some success finally. Last round, he was counter boosted as well, but wasn't met with any greetings. 3BL is going to try to clear this angle out. Elvin did not pull out in time, and looks like he's going to get more kills. Does get one more before going down, so the damage has been already done to the side of 3BL. Snake.
Good thing he got out.
Playing with fire. He got out in time. Dodges the nade. And Todd's about to have some damage towards his way, and he himself is gonna walk away, just brushing it off with no damages being inflicted.
And now you're down 3v4. You don't really have a good entrance towards either of the sides, so they're just gonna go straight underneath mid. Snake extremely low. Tot is going to trade it back. And still now 2v3, not the easiest position, but Tino, he's going to drop the shot. And
the
now
wide
Slayer,
swings.
yeah, just able to get in his face, and they're on top of the A site here. 30 seconds left. Sniper available for Slayer as well. There is an opportunity, but take a look at Yobib coming in from behind. Tot was not ready for that. And now Slayer's got to hit 2 massive shots. Otherwise, this one might just be going the way of SGJ.
I mean, he does get the C4 planted. The timer is now on his side, but with 20 HP and a dream, he does whip the quick scope, and that's going to be it. As SGJ is going to start leading out with the defusal. It's going to be 6-5 on the scoreline. And 3BL mightily struggling to keep up here.
Yeah, that was actually a shot for them to actually win the round. I mean, they already got Tino down. Top A position is theirs. Problem is, Yobib with a fast reaction, and just like how I said, that's why you gotta learn the parkour. He went from, if you don't know the parkour, you cannot get into catwalk A or connector A, as you guys call it, that quickly. And man, I don't think Tot just expected it that he would get followed. I think he got spotted initially, actually, in mid. That's why they knew about him.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit iffy from their side. 3BL, you know, they got that first round, but as we mentioned, it wasn't a very clean entry on the B. It almost felt like they were gifted the site and they just barely scraped by. The second round afterwards was much cleaner from the side of SGJ. So now you can see the tensions, the frustrations begin to rise on the players of 3BL. Even just some words exchanged back and forth. You know, they're not yelling at each other, but just trying to figure out how they can do it better. But it's in the middle of a map that's almost about to go the way of SGJ, your opponent. So it is pretty rough as 3BL looking to head towards A with a very big stack and connector.
And so does SGJ as well. Is going to have 3 players holding onto the bomb site. Tino has an angle onto Horus if he swings out a little too wide. Pop flash works, Tino misses, and maybe this is a go sign for 3BL. Horus will pick off Elvin to begin things off. Tino about to get swung. He does land the quickscope, pulls out the cold, can't hit, and somehow Horus is going to find a triple kill of his own. And the bomb site is pried open. Yobib takes a bunch in the process, trying to land some pot shots through the smoke, but eventually he's going to have to eat some damage he himself. Goes down to Horus, 4K for this guy. 3BL showing some signs of life is going to catch up. It's going to be 6-6 on the scoreline.
Man, Horus time and time again being the Superman for the side of 3BL. 4 multi-kills already in this entire port map, and basically the Yobib versus Horus game so far. But Elvin is also kind of catching up in terms of the score. I mean, 3BL, if they can play like that, you know, kind of catch SGJ, you know, kind of overthinking their spacing, swinging as 3, and still get the triple kill. I mean, 3BL could get back into this game, but KSA spotted already at the entrance of B house, but just going to back off all the way, going to call Yobib for some help here.
Yeah, he's able to get that early spot. It's going to force 3BL back. They're not going to commit into B. Still a lot of time early on in this round. But yeah, just a very effective hit onto A. And, you know, we said it. If both of these teams are playing at their top form, and I wouldn't say they're both 10 out of 10 right now, but if they're both playing decently well, we're going to have a fun back and forth match. I mean, so far that's what we've seen.
Oh, Elvin still gets Horus here, and that's a big kill. That is a big kill with Horus already gone. Rest of 3BL have to figure it out by themselves, but the failed long push plus the nade on Snare, that's going to hurt him.
Yeah, you know how we were always, or most of the times, we'll shine the light onto Snare. Oh, he hits that, goes for the second, just wasn't able to adjust his aim there. Down to a 3v4. But yeah, going back to Snare and Horus, you know how we usually always shine the light on Snare, but it looks like Horus is going to be pulling a lot of the weight here. KSA tucked by the boxes. Does 3BL realize this position? But the wallbang comes through. That's coming. That's going to come in handy.
That's just a check.
And yeah, that's why you wield DM4 on maps like Port, where there's a lot of boxes that are penetrable.
Yeah.
Keller? He wasn't spotted, actually. He's already all the way up here.
I mean, they got here pretty quickly. I mean, the bomb was just planted. Are they going to expect this quickly? The answer is no. Keller is in on top of the site, takes down 2. It's Snake against Keller, and Snake will take him down. A close one, but Snake, getting pumped, is able to hold on just barely.
Man, down to the 1v1s. I mean, I really thought that SGJ had that with the amount of damage that they done on the site, but there's always the clutch factor for the side of 3BL. 7-6. How have they brought this back all the way? I mean, it's time and time again where it's just the 1v1s going their way. I don't know how has that happened.
Horus is going to lose about 53 hit points as the nade landed right by his foot. However, all right, the timeout is on. Not entirely sure which side it is. Snake's gonna open up the round, and Snare will get a drop onto Elvin. Down to a 3v5. Looking for a frag. Was he open? Indeed, he does hit the shot through the gap. Snare will go down, but the damage has been already done to the side of SGJ. As you do see a big rotation out from A in towards B halls, as 3BL is getting ready to send it down towards B, where KSA having a slow day today, 5 kills. Can he hold it down by himself? He does have a reinforcement. He has a good angle. Snake swings in, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, a quick spray down for a slaughterhouse.
Oh my god.
Horus, the last one alive, can't do much either. And SGJ is going to tie it back up, and we're moving into the tactical timeout. Called by SGJ. Was this needed?
They still need it, honestly.
Yeah,
I mean,
not gonna lie. Yeah, they still
it's a
you killed my spirit, Sicky.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, despite the 3K there from SGJ, from KSA, I mean, you could still kind of spot that their defense has kind of been iffy at some spots, especially mid. I mean, time and time again, they're getting punished with the parkour that Snare is doing that time. So that means, Snare, you are good, at least in the region of the Philippines, my friend.
You can see how mad the coach is. This is not...
Oh, yeah, that's his default mood.
Yeah, like they just...
default mood.
They just had a firecracker round where they just, you know, got the 3K, huge spray on B, and he is not happy. You know, one spray is not going to win them the map, especially when it is this incredibly close. So still a lot to go over. We've only got a minute and a half. This is their one timeout. 3BL still have theirs, of course, so...
Yeah. But then again, as we just saw on the screen, 3BL's coach is very underwhelmed, and I think he's very confident that his team's is going to be able to take this one down.
I don't know, man. It's so close. 3BL are still on the blacklist side. It's not easy for them to get 2 rounds here.
I mean, are we going to look at an overtime then?
Could be.
Would be our first.
Could be our first.
First port, first OT.
First OT, first golden round? I'm down for that one.
3 golden rounds?
Ooh, not for sub base. That's a tougher one to ask.
Let's make it 12-12. So at least it's like a 50-50.
But if you think about it, like when we cast the Valdez, Port was one of those maps that it did get driven into the golden rounds from time to time. It's one of those maps that does happen. But regardless, it is going to be round number 15 to be played. Quick reminder, it's tied at 7-7, and 3BL looking to find some early value with the nades, but it's just not hitting. As you can see on the side of SGJ, everyone is sitting at 100 HP.
Yeah, KSA was just playing dodge nade.
Dodgeballs?
Dodge nade.
Yeah.
Dodge potato.
Dodge potato. Well, dodging the timer is going to be 3BL as they're going to burn it down more and more. I don't think they have any intentions to move into any of the entrances just yet. Snare gets a quick scope onto KSA. All right. Well, that's a good opener. That's a great opener, actually.
I feel like he's decided he wants to take this map into his own hands.
It's about the right time.
Yeah.
To do so. Better late than never.
Tries, dude. Snare. He just saw like a glimpse of like a nade from Z, and he just swung it. That is absolutely Giga Chad, but YoBib on the side. Quickscope not going to hit this time, but can they get it in time? Great flash, but he's not going to go for more. He's not going to get greedy.
And YoBib is just so reliable. I mean, he's already has 18 kills, but he's never overstepping his bounds. Always going for the high percentage plays. And he's just hitting those shots. He's absolutely carrying the team right now.
Oh.
Headshot through the wall.
Alvin, just a little bit unfortunate. It's going to have to lose a bunch of his HP. Has to tuck himself by the right side of the A-bomb site.
Could swap for that but I don't know if
the Bogdan.
I don't know if he wants to do
not
that.
Gonna happen.
He don't
I mean, Alvin's sitting on 13 kills on an M4. He can fancy that.
He's just so low.
But the C4 has moved in closer towards the bomb site. Yobib trying to hold this one down. Has to go for the reload any moment soon here. He's getting swarmed with the Colt out. Can he hold it? The answer is no. And now Keller being tested. Slayer just continues to pop the heads off the players. Now down to Elvin, who he himself was down very low to begin things off. Will have to try his best to go on a 1v4. The C4 planted. I don't think this round is going towards SGJ.
Pretty unlikely at this point. I mean, 3BL, they got in there, 20 seconds left. I feel bad for Yobib. He had the very nice angle, but just the shots were not connecting. And if he were able to take 1 or 2 with him, could have been a different round. But instead, 3BL just bowled over him. And Elvin just going to take some time to talk to his team. Definitely the right call here. There's no chance.
Yeah. The good old FIFA timeout. There we go. 8-7. 3BL now with the lead this time on BL. It seems like Horus is a lot more comfortable on the second half, actually. I mean, I can kind of see it because his playstyle kind of, you know, is made for BL. And man, this is, it's like SGJ is having a hard time holding that mid position, and it's getting punished time and time again. But at the same time, Snare, I don't know, he's woken up fully in this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, he doesn't have like crazy numbers or anything like that, but he's certainly decided right at the end he's going to be going for these crazy peaks. And this time wasn't even that crazy, just holds the angle, KSA checks it, and now the B site almost just entirely open. Slayer going to get the kill in mid, and this is falling apart for SGJ. Elvin does get the one, picks up one, does Yobib. But now trying to come in here very fast. Tino going to get punished for that one. It's 3 versus 1. Elvin is just alone. And 3BL, they didn't even plant yet, but they have total control of this B site.
Gonna use the ledge to try to go for the peaks, but Horus has been hitting the shots, and he'll find one more indeed. And 3BL, after somewhat of a failure in the first half, did give away 5 rounds, but looks like they're just gonna be able to spring right back and find the 9th of their own.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a nightmare for Keller trying to hold mid. I mean, Slayer every time just gets in time and time again, and Snare with another opening on KSA. It seems like they're kind of using Horus as like human utility. He's like, yeah, check this corner. Oh, no one's there? All right, I'm going to check the other corner.
He's pretty good at it, yeah. Here comes Snare.
Just let him W, right?
Yep. Snare's just, okay, he's on the bridge. I mean, he's in, and this time around they played a little bit passively, wait for him to overextend, and then punish. So not bad.
Yeah. I expected this kind of pace from SUJ. I was just... They're just absolutely forcing some angles unnecessarily.
Wasn't half bad. Keller. Ooh, Slayer. Barely gets on catwalk before getting spotted out. For now, down a member, 3BL. What are they opting out to do here? They're going to rotate out from middle, send it closer in towards B. I mean, they have found much of a success on towards B bomb site, so the tendency is for them to linger around it. But SGJ must have adapted to that as well, is my guess. Tino has a better position. He does have that risky one, but if he hits it, he will find the opening frag, but he misses and will have to fall back to the backside. Elvin with the pop flash swings out, but can he find some success? No, he cannot, and now he's getting swung by Horus. Picks up another double kill for himself at the bomb site. Is completely pried open.
And once again, I mean, 3BL just with the entry, taking down 2, but that is going to be 1 going KSA, but they're not able to take down Snake. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v1 here. Trying to get in with the tap with the Colt as Yobib is so low. Slayer looking to peek him with that M4, and he gets the 1 tap. Yobib so low as the screams rain true from the side of 3BL. They take a very close port. Map number 1 of Port, the choice of SGJ, but the win going the way of 3BL as started off really good for the side of SGJ. I mean, they were looking great from the Blacklist side. They actually got the extra round from their side. They were up 5-4. They move over to GR, and then all of a sudden, it's almost like 3BL began to find holes in their defense. Their attacks from the BL side were very strong, and it just felt like SGJ were not able to hold up.
I mean, I feel like 3BL put out more consistent numbers throughout the team. I mean, we're about to have the set summary any moment soon here, but basically, no one really fell behind. Snare put out like 15 kills.
Don't look at Top's numbers.
Everybody
else was great.
Everybody else was great, but for the side of
SGJ,
it did feel very differentiated a little bit. Big numbers on Elvin, of course. Can't leave him out, but for the rest of his team, Keller absolutely slow day to begin things off, and maybe that just have costed SGJ their map here.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like KSA and Keller kind of slowing down in this map is not really giving them any benefit whatsoever. I mean, Tino kind of slowed down in the second half as well, but that's kind of expected. You know, have the excuse, I'm the IGL, I can kind of slow down, but can't really afford to slow down if you're KSA and Keller, especially you're holding important positions in Port, man. You're holding B-house entrance, you're holding mid if you're Keller. And you know what happened in this game? Slayer just kept on attacking mid time and time again, and he's just absolutely owning Keller in that spawn position. And Horus is going to get the MVP, well-deserved. The man, the human utility, as we like to call him now.
Human utils that can actually shoot and get a 4K, get a 3K, round after round. So
he can do everything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers were crazy for Horus, but even beyond that, his clutch potential is very high, and I'm not just talking about like 1v3s at ends of rounds. I just mean like as the stakes get higher, you know, we saw this in regional finals as well. He was performing really well. They're definitely better than we saw from just the regular West seasons, but as the stakes get higher, the guy just gets better and better, and every time it gets close, he's like, no, I'm just going to put the team on my back. I think definitely very well-deserved MVP this time around. Support was the choice of SGJ. They lose that, and now we go to 3BL's choice of sub-base.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I feel like Horus is that big game hunter. And in the region, he does play in a more quiet manner. He doesn't put out those big numbers. Of course, he's always consistent, but coming onto these international stages where a lot of things are on the line, he will put out the numbers. And let's go take a look at the map data for sub-base. Definitely one of the more favorite maps for 3BL, hence is why they picked it. And yeah, tell us a little bit more about how SGJ wants to solve this one out.
These stats are very Filipino, actually. BL across the 60% line, and then their GR is kind of low. To be fair, the meta back home for sub-base is the map has become a lot more BL-sided more than anything, because I think the teams kind of figure out how to get into the sites a lot easier with all the new nades that has come out as of recent. So yeah, I feel like 3BL does have the upper hand in this one. I feel like SGJ's sub-base does have its iffy moments. You know, it's going to take, Keller getting back into the swing of things, KSA finding more opportunities here in sub-base, but, confidence is kind of been shot after from what I've seen in Port, not going to lie, and that's me saying it.
Yeah, the Port was rough. I mean, it started off great, and I feel like it's just kind of unfortunate for SGJ that, they got to a point where they felt like, oh, we can actually do this. We can beat them here on Port. And then maybe that pressure got to them, or maybe they just weren't doing their jobs from the GR side. It was definitely rough, and 3BL were excellent there to close it out. So the one thing about sub-base, though, is in terms of the stats over this year, yeah, it does look like 3BL are heavily favored over SGJ, but we did just see Next Top, a team that we didn't necessarily rate very highly, take down 3BL. It was 10-5 on this map. Was that just a fluke from 3BL? Were they still just warming up? Is Next Top, do they have the next level understanding of sub-base? Or do we see a chance for SGJ actually to once again, if they watch that map of Next Top versus 3BL, maybe learn from that and have an answer for them going into this sub-base?
I mean, the results from yesterday cannot directly translate into the aftermath of today's matchups, but yeah, going back to what Sneaky was mentioning, BL side would most likely be the favorite for the side of SGJ, but here's the key factor. They're going to have to start on the global risk side of all things for sub-base. They did, in fact, choose global risk, I believe, to begin sub-base. So are they thinking about just picking up 2 or 3 rounds and then switch over to Blacklist and start swarming, storm the wall, or are they going to maybe pick up like 4 or 5 rounds and then try to, you know, maintain the dominance in that manner.
Bro, I don't know how much cope I have left at this point. Because the fun fact, in the reverse sweep that happened back, or not really the reverse sweep, almost a reverse sweep that happened back in the Philippines, SCJ got 10-0'd by UBECMANIAC in this exact map.
10-0 is a number you don't see that often.
You're not seeing me happy and giddy anymore at this point, because my nerves are now taking over here for SCJ. I'm feeling nervous for them going into this map, but hey, maybe they picked up a thing or two from that prior 10-0 game. But to be fair, like 10-0, you can't really learn too much because you guys just got steamrolled at that point. But I mean, SCJ has had their run-ins multiple times with Pacific Macta, obviously a team that also is really good on sub base. So hopefully they did their homework, or else they're gonna risk drowning and it's a 2-0, and that's their chances getting out of group stage. Just like that.
Yeah, and I feel like at this tournament specifically, sub-base has been played quite a lot already. Seems like a lot of teams have been favoring this, so perhaps there has been a lot of scrimming going on this map. Maybe teams are comfortable, and perhaps SGJ is able to glean some information from those scrims and from the other teams, and maybe use that to improve their sub-base. Otherwise, this might just be a quick one, because I'm kind of leaning towards 3BL had a little bit of a fluke against Next Top. They're obviously a very strong team on this map in particular. I think starting off on the Blacklist side will be just fine for them. And we're already hearing the cheers behind us. I do wonder if SGJ can kind of just brush off what happened and try to forget about Port and move on to sub-base and make a miracle happen.
I mean, do you still want to change your predictions, Valdez?
No, I think I'll stay with my 3BL now.
All right, fair enough. So yeah, like both of you guys mentioned, I feel like sub-base definitely a dominant pick for 3BL coming into the map number 2. I do feel like we won't have a chance to see Black Widow if SGJ hasn't done their homework properly. My guess is the reason why they picked Global Risk is if they're able to somehow juke in maybe like 2 rounds or 3, then they're going to be able to go onto the more prominent side of all things and try to win out from there. But that comes with a condition, a prerequisite of winning actually 2 rounds on the Global Risk side, where they haven't found much of a success in their own region as well. So
yeah,
big questions to be asked here, to be answered here by SGJ.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm so scared of Horus in this map. That's for sure. I mean, he can just get as much map control as he can, especially in Machine Room. I mean, Snare is definitely online, and that's going to be an interesting fight here in second mid and in towards Woods in those tiny windows. And I wonder if Yobib is actually going to go back to the sniper and try and see if he can actually if he can actually go head-to-head with Snare instead of Tino. Maybe Tino could be the guy on the A side, kind of just anchoring with the sniper. There's a lot of changes that need to happen here for SGJ in order to have a successful map, because I already seen 3BL on their BL side in this map, and it's not a joke whatsoever, man, but they can do.
But then here's the thing, sub-base is the map you don't necessarily see the armor shine all that much because of the map is big, but the angles that you can take are very close quarters, so to speak, except the middle double doors, where at the same time the riflers can just pot shot through it, and we've seen armors just going down to the wall bangs yesterday like 5 times in a row. So not entirely sure if SGJ wants to go for the double let Yobi wield 1. But for the side of 3BL, like you mentioned, Horus, we've seen him go on the XM a couple times, I believe, in last year's regional finals, get counter boosted into the events and found some big success and was able to come out alive. And the same thing could replicate here 2 years later in Hangzhou.
Yeah, he could do it if he wants to.
If he wants
I feel like
to.
he doesn't even necessarily have to. His rifle play is fantastic as well, and we're seeing that he's doing very well for himself across all the maps. Even when the rest of the team wasn't doing well, he's been doing well, even since the first map against Next Top all the way through up until today. The first map looking pretty good. And, it was like kind of Horus versus Yobib, and then Snare got online, but we never really saw anyone else kind of reach that level on the side of SGJ. And then the rest of the team was definitely favored for the side of 3BL. So I feel like as a squad, SGJ might just need to step up in a big way to match the level of 3BL. But we are done talking, we are done yapping. Let's get on to sub-base for map number 2.
We're live on Subbase for map number 2. Can SGJ unlock the future? As Matt Andrews always says that on stage.
Rise above.
Right on, brother.
Right on. Well, let's think more casting. Let's go into the game as 3BL is going to be on the blacklist side for Subbase. And SGJ, like we've mentioned many a times, do they have it in them? Do they have the caliber to hold onto the aggression that 3BL is about to provide here?
Kind of depends whether or not this is going to be the shots being taken.
Oh, this is the snare angle.
This is the snare angle?
Yeah. So he'll oftentimes just jump over this box to the left and challenge the sniper that's looking at this angle. Right now it's Tino. And he'll oftentimes just win it.
Yeah.
Let's see if he does it. Here we go. No.
Oh,
well, he finds Yobib instead. I'm not sure if they expected him to go this deep.
Okay, Tino did get one in return, but it is only Slayer, so Snare is still on the loose. Which is not good, but he finally does get taken down. But it's a scary prospect, man, just having him in lockers with all these angles.
Down 2 members is going to be 3BL. Whilst the rest of SGJ is going to be tucked up nearing in towards the B.
That timing, though. Ooh. That's so unfortunate for Tino. But he does have backup here. He's got Elvin up top. And meanwhile, Snake just running on through, and it doesn't matter. Elvin and Keller just take them both down. And that's going to be a relatively clean round there for SGJ. Kind of a weird one, but they got the job done.
Yo, Snare, if you want a Filipino passport, man, let me know. This guy would fit right in CFPH, not gonna lie. See how aggressive he's going.
My man is going on some tampering mission onto the Egyptians right now. But for now, like Valdez mentioned, a weird round.
For sure.
And a weird round for Keller for sure. He does pick up 2. And really enough, Snare's going to find the tip of the body of Keller. And everything just seems to be going against what we are talking on the mic, what we are yapping about. So the caster curse might just be on point here, boys.
I mean, this is Snare. It's almost like he just decided at the end of the last map. He's like, okay, I've had enough. I'm just going to take over the lobby. Just get out of my way. I'm just going to do all the crazy stuff. The rest of my team is playing well enough that I can take these risks. And he gets away with it, obviously, because he's Snare. So not only is he taking the risk, he's finding the reward, and he's got a lot of backup from his team. Really, as we mentioned before, it's only Tot who's kind of having a slow day so far. Had a good day yesterday, or I think it was yesterday when they played. So at the end of the day, you can just do crazy stuff like that.
Yep.
And here's the thing, right? Like, the problem continues on from port onto Subbase. Keller just not being able to hold on to dear life when he's holding the important choke points, like you mentioned. Well, he was the player holding down mid and port. He got knocked down many a times, and now moving into Subbase, he gets completely armed out. I don't think he even needed to expose his body like that as a rifler.
Well, Vince players are now spotted, so they're now aware that someone's going to come from the top side. Bash is going to go through Horus. Still has yet to find KSA, but Yobib has already been taken down. And look at the takeover on the A site. 3BL taking absolutely everything from SGJ. And it's only Tino left. And how much magic does he have? It seems like not much. You're up against 5, my friend.
He's just... They have so many grenades still. Oh, it just wasn't fair for him. Looked kind of sad. But yeah, 3BL, very strong round. And the last round, it was a bit of a wonky one. They went very aggressive in the lockers. It almost worked out. But this one, a little bit more of what 3BL is trying to do in terms of keeping their aggressive stance and just working it out. They were able to wrench that round away from them.
Now SGJ is going to go for the more default setups to hold down onto the bomb sites. Keller now finally not really peeking out, or rather exposing himself towards the angles that Snare could provide. He's going to be in the machine room, or rather the server room up top of A. In the meantime, we do see 3 players from 3BL inside machine room. Does that hint to us a possible B setup may come through here?
He's going to do it again. Although he is alone this time, so he doesn't have someone to spam the boxes for him. Let's see.
That's a heaven smoke for A. They're gonna try to fake A here. See if SGJ is gonna be convinced by it.
Playing with Sweet Clocker. Here is the fake being sold. KSA gets the information. Now he will have to pop flash more to hold the angles he can hold. And looks like for 3BL, they're going to be sending it down towards middle. Just deep in. Keller finds one, but he gets knocked out. Tino as well. And all of a sudden, Slayer's going to find a double kill of his own element on top of Rafters. Can't hit the shots. Only gets one, whereas he could have gotten 2 or 3. Leaving Yobib all alone, but Tot was waiting with open arms by the entrance. And 3BL is going to find the second round here. 2-1.
Yep. Being snared from just 4 snares and Horus. There we go.
That's 5 snares.
It's 5 snares. It's kind of like I'm playing a gacha game.
Yeah.
And I've rolled 5 snares and a
no,
single
not
rare
the
Horus.
I already have so many snares. I don't need 5 more.
I feel like snare is just Horus with a sniper for sure.
Yeah.
They got the same vibe to me.
He's like you for real.
I mean, without the sniper.
Or we can put it the other way around: is Horus snare with a rifle?
True.
Because I've never seen Snare play on the rifle unless
he's a liver guy.
Yeah. Unless like his teammate is pressuring him to give the all away to him. But it looks like Snare's gonna swing Animus, and somehow he's still alive. Going for some more pot shots. Keller almost being taken out there too. Just 2 more bullets left into the chamber. Alvin looking to swing. Snare will cross paths and move in towards heaven.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to back away. Yeah, no, he's never going to back away.
I'm telling you, man, this guy's Filipino.
He's running in. Oh, yeah, he just does this. He's got some backup, too. And finally, he will go down. Now Snake moving through the doors, takes a bunch of damage, but they're trying to take over a computer here. Yubib coming in quickly. Might not expect this, but Todd does get down the stairs. Oh, Snake!
What? Okay.
Okay, well, it's almost like they didn't even notice.
Snake is like, must have been the wind.
Yeah. Well, Tino's not looking the right way. Nobody's looking the right way.
Tino had absolutely no
what is happening?
idea.
It's still 2v2. The bomb's down on the stairs. Nobody can get to it. What is happening? Okay. Slayer gonna find Keller. Ooh. Nice.
All right, Tot, come and prove yourself. Had a slow map on port. Let's see if he can do that 2v1. 1v2 clutch, rather. He will be able to get the bomb punted. And a quick split from SGJ. Yobip upon Heaven. Keller going towards the Nook.
I don't like this call. Oh,
yeah,
never mind. It works.
It's not going to work out for Tot. And the C4 will be defused. And looks like SGJ is going to be able to find their second round. And like how I was just mentioning, SGJ might just have enough rounds now to maybe take us into Black Widow.
Could be.
2 rounds?
2 rounds.
2 whole rounds.
2 is enough?
Better than 1.
True. Yeah, it is double.
But it's only the first half. You already know. Second half has been a bit iffy here for SGJ. No matter the sides.
Now it's Yobib wants to give it a little shot very aggressively out of the hallway. Doesn't really see anyone.
Being double scoped for that long is so scary.
Oh, Keller playing with fire. Let's see if that nade finds much of a value. Snare is going to take a bit of damage, but Keller himself is going to be taken down to half. And yeah, the situation is going to de-escalate for now.
Needs to take notes from KSA how to dodge nades. Oh my god, how does he win that?
Snare. Doing snare things.
Yep.
Just clapping heads with an arm. 2 on armor who's holding an angle. What are you doing?
I don't know.
This is what this guy does.
The H diff.
I was a little bit sad to see it mostly missing on day 1, but he showed a little bit of it. Now, I'm glad that he's back to his normal snare self now.
I kind of like this type of player though. Like, he's not D20 per se, but when he's on, he's definitely on.
Well, he's a difference maker, you know. He's either going to do it really well or it might fall flat. This time it's going really well, although that flash was excellent. The spray not good enough. Elvin only picks up one. Meanwhile, KSA left by his lonesome in the middle of the map. The bomb is already planted. 3BL looking good for another round.
Snare with a triple kill, looking for the fourth. One with the arm towards Tina, two with the Colton, and Todd goes down. KSA finds one, needs to find 3 more kills, but he's going to be welcomed with open arms by 3BL with pot shots being thrown his way. Not going to work out, and 3BL is going to start leading out.
Yeah, it seems like 3BL got the gist of things once again. BL side has been working out for them, as is in that last map. And Snare once again finding so much, but now it's Horus's turn to actually help him in that process. I mean, Horus is 2 and 3, but I feel like he's going to be contributing a lot more than those 2 kills. The amount of space that he can get for the squad.
8 kills already on Snare. I mean, he's practically wiped out half the lobby by himself.
You can see him smirking too. He knows.
Speaking of creating space, I feel like Snare is one of the best at it.
With a sniper too.
Especially, especially when he gets help from his friends. But sometimes he just likes to send it. Tino has backed up a little bit. He's on the back of the A site this time. He's like, okay.
I mean, in retrospect, I think in terms of creating space, Keller is going to knock out Slayer in the process, and looks like 3BL is going to send it down the Nook. Tino waiting in a different position this time. This is going to get one. The drop is onto Horus, looking for the second, but Snare is just so damn good. How does he hit that? And the bomb side is completely swarmed over. However, another player goes down to the nade. That's going to be Snake, and now top down very low. Any bullet will do justice on the foot. And he will be swarmed. Snare with a second kill, holding on to the deer bomb site. Eventually he's taken out by Yobib. And SGJ will catch up. We're tied at 3-3.
There we go. Held it down on the site. Granted, Tino did get taken down instantly, but the rest of the squad did get something going on that site. Take a look at the replay from the prior rounds. There it was. There it went. But 3-3. There we go. Yobib. I wish that the snipers on SGJ would be a lot more active in the map, but Tino is not much of an active sniper. He's more of a holder, but if Yobib can, find a few more of those, maybe it would be a back-and-forth game.
Yeah, it certainly does help that he's able to pick up this weapon and get a bit active, get some of those early picks before we see the very nice executions from 3VL actually come to fruition. Here they go once again, trying to push down the stairs a bit quicker this time. But still Tino on the back of the site. I feel like they have to get some utility in his face. He was able to hit the shot the last time around, but this time he is not, actually. A Snare's going to take him down. Keller also goes down to Snare. Just still at 100% health as well, looking for more. Sees Yobib, not able to hit the helmet off of him, but now Todd is holding down the site. KSI trades one back, but Horus and Snare. Horus does go down, and a chance here for Yobib to pull off a miracle, but Snare still alive with full health. It's going to be a difficult task as he tries to rotate around.
Snare sitting a 4.0 KD. Eventually, 3BL will pick up another round thanks to Snare just practically wiping out half the lobby once again.
The kid is just good, man. Like I'm at the loss for words that Snare is getting away with half of the scenarios that he is getting away with. But if it works for the side of 3BL. Reaction time test.
Already failed.
About 300 MS.
He failed it twice.
3BL do this sometimes where they just kind of run down the stairs.
It's my favorite strat.
And then they just run back up the stairs.
And then they go second mid. Oh.
Yeah. So quick in here, Yobib. Third reaction test. Doesn't really see them. They're already in. Elvin dropping from the ceiling, but the rest of the team is able to try to help this one out. And already in the corner is Yobib, able to get a double kill. And they're not able to root him out here. Snare is still alive, and he's got Tot as well. Snare catching the rotation. And now it's a 2v2. Ooh, that flash. That's going to make things much more difficult, although KSA also has to back away.
And now Tot is in a better position to either spring or lurk. Snare trying to duel here is going to whiff the shot, and now Tot's going to get taken out as well.
Oh, boy.
There you go. Simple 2v2, just face-to-face. Whoever just hits the better shot at that very moment. But a good reaction from the side of SGJ, though, that they retook jail, even if they had to run through that smoke, get a bit of risk going. You know, Elvin dropping from the ceiling, despite 9, still got information for his squad. And I like the swap that Tino is no longer anchoring the A site. Instead, he's going Darkroom. He's going to be more available for some of these angles.
Definitely got to provide for your team. We're tied at 4-4. Just a couple more rounds to go. If SGJ wants to go into map number 3, we'll need to pick a 5 more. Last round of the first half. Let's see what 3BL wants to do here. Horus seemingly quiet on 2 kills only. Snake has 3. And Slayer's got 4 kills. Yobit went for the pot shot. Wasn't able to connect on towards Tot, who was on the complete other side of all things.
We got one guy in woods here. It's Tot, as you mentioned. Snare, he's getting in there. I mean, you can't stop this guy. Maybe you get him 1 round, but he just comes right back. A couple of kills will go the way of SGJ, but now it's only Slayer. Nearly taps on the head of Keller there, but now has to take this 1v2. Not an easy ask as he tries to.
Slayer, you
man!
psychos.
Oh, he hits the headshot. And just like that, oh, he's going to miss it. And there it is. SGJ able to get the drop on him. KSA finds the angle. And there you have it. 5-round wins on the Global Risk side. Not half bad for SGJ as they move over to Blacklist.
There we go. I mean, 3BL kind of turning down a bit by the tail end of that first half. It was more just pure fights from either side, turning into 2v2s, 1v2s. But Snare.
Reaction time task number 2.
There was a smoke, so he only missed 1. Oh, jeez. Oh, he's going to keep on going forward. His name is Horus, and he's going to press W. There it is. Tino, KSA ran away. They are afraid of this man.
He's got 14 health. He's like, who else is here? Let me see.
14 health? That means I'm still alive.
Yeah. Better than 0 for sure. Snare does get needed a bit, but already advantage here to 3BL.
Smokes middle. Yobit. Looking through the gaps here, see if we can hit any luck shots through the smoke, but apparently that's not going to be the case here. Timer being played down by SGJ after losing a player. It looks like they're going to walk it in the smoke, in towards middle. Snake has nothing to do about it. He will get knocked out by Yobib. Down to a 4v4. Bit more map control given, and somehow Yobib hits that onto Snare. And things are turning sides right now for 3BL. They're going to be down another member.
I mean, Tino and Yobib, these 2 Almers just hitting incredible shots, but Horus, he's still alive. He still has 14 health. Can they take him down? The answer is they finally do, but it takes them way too long. And Yobib, oh, really nice headshot, makes this winnable for him in the 1v1. He's got the bomb. He's running straight into Tot. Seems like he knows where he is. He's going to check the corner, and there it is. Yobib takes him down. A 6th round win here for SGJ.
Here we go. That's why he's always the last guy left alive. Capable of clutching. Capable of winning rounds single-handedly for the side of SGJ. But there we go. Can they replicate it, though? That was a clutch, but we need some more convincing wins coming in from them.
Yobib, 31% headshot, 1,200 damage is being done, but he'll be taken out here by Tot with a quick headshot, or rather, sprayed onto the body.
No one covered outside, or no one covered passage. I'm surprised. Elvin, he just stood there.
He just took it like a man.
I feel like if he stood still, if he's not a moving target, I feel like Snare's going to miss. Because he's really good at hitting moving targets.
Yeah, he's very good at flicking when he's zoomed in. Those cold shots just kind of stand incredibly still and they won't know you're there.
That's the most hilarious thing I've seen all day.
He was just so surprised that Snare was that far up, I guess. Even though the rest of the team was also very far up. Either way, Keller and his buddy, KSA, might be looking to go down the stairs here. They still have a minute and a half. They could consider rotating, but just hanging out in woods for now.
Oh, leg. Ah, but KSA dies. That would have been winnable. Keller trying to get the quickscope going. Cannot get away from the crosshairs of the last player. And imagine if KSA got that kill. That would have been a better shot for the side of SGJ. But unfortunately, he didn't. Top not afraid to, go on forward just to check, get information for the squad, and the rest of them can just swarm everyone in woods.
SGJ trying to take control of Machine Room is going to then send 3 players in. And so is 3BL trying to take control of wooden doors here.
Yo, is this CSBH?
2 players, and looks like Snare is going to get the drop on KC swinging in from middle. Not entirely sure what SGJ wants to do here. Snare playing with fire is going to be able to run away, and that startles Keller. Slayer is going to be able to quickly pick him off from the lobby. Horse is posted all the way up on top of stairs, and this might cause some issues for SGJ. A lot of ground being covered by 3BL already.
This is his favorite angle too in this map. But Elvin and Yobib deciding they were gonna just go all the way around. Maybe Yobib can go for a cheeky wallbang, but it's asking for a lot. So I think that's gonna be an SGJ pause after losing 2 rounds in a row, potentially, because of 2 failed entries.
Yeah, not a bad idea. I think that 3BL, they lost a couple of rounds. They were trying to switch up their strategy, and it's a decent time after a couple of rounds that could be lost here for the coach to just slow things down, try to recalibrate, and talk a bit about what 3BL are throwing into them. For now, though, still a minute. They haven't made a move in one direction just yet. Tino's still looking at the machine room. The rest of the team, the 2 guys that are left, looking to push straight into Slayer. That is a couple of massive kills for them. Gives them a decent shot, although Snare with the quick tap onto Elvin. Going to make things a bit easier, but Yobib is going huge right now. Going to pick up another one.
Yobib going into the bomb site is being contested by Horus. Todd's going to take Tino out, so stuck in a 2v1 with the Colt's going to go down eventually. The pistol game was on top for Todd.
He ran out of bullets. That's unfortunate.
That's a count.
Yeah, SCJ REBORN going to pull the timeout. What a roller coaster of a round. That was at the edge of my seat. I didn't know who was going to win at that point. But man, SGJ. It's just a back and forth between them and 3BL, but at the same time, 3BL, they're playing so well. But there is some spots that they can kind of improve on. I think their mid defense is a bit iffy, or their second mid defense rather is a bit iffy. But other than that, Horus is defending A side really well. He's playing with Todd really well as well. Snare's hitting his shots. It's just about finding those right opportunities if you're SGJ. Those small timings that they just look away for the angle for a second. But that's very tough against 3BL. They have one of the best defenses out of CFWL, especially on this map, man. Like,
yeah,
they're absolutely crazy.
So struggled in the first couple of rounds, but they're beginning to figure it out again.
I appreciate how mentally strong 3BL is too, actually. I feel like the coach has done a really good job just reminding the boys, hey, it's not over till it turns 10 or 13.
Definitely got to give a lot of credit to Snake to keep his team in composure and temper.
For sure.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, you've been in the scene for a while, and there has to be times where you start off slow, but that result shouldn't affect your future rounds, and that's exactly what happens here.
I love starting slow because that's where the pop-off feels better. We're just like, oh, we're down 3-7, and then we came back. Oh, the scream from that game if you do win.
Some replays from Yobib. This man, pretty young too, huh?
Yep, super young. Already the best M4 player. Could be the best sniper player if Revenge does decide to retire.
In that round?
Almost an ace.
Guys, there on the AK, swings out, gets a double kill. What the hell is going on right now?
What kind of universe did we land in? What is happening?
I'm talking to Snare after this.
Is that really Snare?
I'm talking to Snare after this. We gotta get them on an invitation back home, that's for sure.
Looks like...
At least an invitation, I just want to see.
Valdez, like you said, Snare wanted to take the matter into his own hands. Went for the rifle, got a quick double.
Should have gave Horus the AWM. I want to see the possibility of he can do it.
Horus is doing just fine on the rifle anyways, so... Let him be.
Oh, taunt.
KSA swings in, doesn't see Taunt, loses his head, and now Yobit being contested. Can Taunt find the success here? No, he cannot. But a 1v3 is going to be a little bit tough for this guy. Has the M4, like you mentioned, best
flank.
M4 player of the region, but
it's Horus.
The flank is on.
He's pressing W, and he found him. Nicely done.
Horus has got to be...
Look at this guy.
His playstyle is like... how do you say this?
There it is, smiling.
Horus's playstyle is like sleep paralysis demon. He's just randomly behind you.
Yeah. He just kind of like teleports in. And you're like, what the hell?
Nothing personal, kid.
Where did you come from? Snare, he's got 20 kills in 13 rounds. As we move into round 14, 3BL also taking the lead once again.
Top playing a lot better too, 12 and 10.
Yobip's not far behind. He's on 18 kills and 9 deaths. So the two top fraggers trying to carry for the team. Seemingly Snare's just a little bit better here. SGJ does have control over Machine Room now. That one round where Snare just swung out wasn't.
And he's back on the sniper, just like nothing happened.
Just like nothing happened.
That's not Snare.
Momentino peaks. This might cause more trouble for SGJ.
Ooh. He pre-fired 100%.
Yep. He knew it all along. Down goes is going to be Snare, and maybe this is around SGJ finds the tie.
I mean, there's a decent shot for them. They take out Snare. He's the guy with the big majority of the kills. Rest of the, I mean, Taunt and Slayer are putting up some decent numbers.
Need to work on getting into B passage, that's what I'm saying. But Horus, once again, the presence on the other side of the map, and is this going to be SGJ just running on into the A site? Nah, they're going to keep it patient, but, I mean, Snare and Horus, those are the two scariest players already gone. But Todd is still alive.
Snake coming up big. What? Now the bomb's down in a little bit of an awkward spot, but there is some smoke there. KSA as well by himself in lockers. Todd trying to hold that down. Keller very low at this point in time. This is still anybody's round from here. We got 40 seconds, and they need to hit the A site from here.
Yep, Keller's going to be the sacrificial lamb here, so they can get the entry on the site. Even though he dies, at least a trade on Slayer would be worth it.
Timer is very thin, less than 30 seconds. They will have to give it a go sign any moment, but if anyone to hold the bomb site, it's going to be Slayer. He's going to hit the first one towards KSA. Looking for the second pot shots towards Keller, not going to hit, and there we go. Tino now at risk, 16 seconds and ticking. Slayer playing this one smart, it's going to pop flash, and now completely blind, but somehow the Colt plays in position. At the end of the day, it's going to be Tot to wrap the kill up, and 3BO marks the lead here.
Might be wraps.
That is a gigantic round. I mean, Snake coming in here as well. How did he manage?
Oh,
that's how he did it.
They lined up. They lined up for him.
Yeah.
Man, I think they were so worried about A-slope as well, so that's why they couldn't check site immediately. Snake is tired of waiting, and he wants to take the fight to SGJ. Very familiar pace from SGJ, but it seems like they cannot handle 3BL's aggression.
I mean, they got in there real quick. This time, though, Horus and Snake did take a bunch of damage. Horus was not part of that contingency that did go into the machine room, though.
Yeah.
So not sure exactly how he took the damage.
I think that's just by default. I always see Horus somehow always 50 HP or below.
14 health again. Still alive.
One is all you need, honestly speaking, for this guy who's been dropping some...
Maybe that's his passive. He's like a berserker. The less health he has, the better the shots go.
Plays with reckless abandon.
Could happen.
Oh.
But SGJ, they will need to start picking up some rounds here, because one more round and 3BL is going to be running away with the match point.
Guess who's pressing W through the vent? Snare, also a snipe here onto Yobib through the doors.
That's a big loss, too.
Yeah, I mean, Yobib is the big carry at the moment for the side of SGJ. The rest of the team thinking about B, but backing away.
Yeah, SGJ is going to need every single kill, every single damage to be done here. After losing Yobib as well. Snare, so close. However, SGJ is going to be able to cross in, inching in closer towards A without losing a member to Snare, of all things. But around the second commotion may just happen up towards heaven, as Snare is going to be looking right at it.
is a much bigger group of 3BL over by B. And it's really just Snare looking down from computers.
Wait, the C4 is down and towards the spawn area. There's only 30 seconds. What are they going to do here?
He's running to get it.
This is going to be tough.
He's going B. Right. He's going B.
Horus finally gets found out.
Well, he got Horus, and he's just running into B. I mean, there's only 14 seconds left.
No one's convinced by this fake.
This is way too obvious. Todd also up in the rafters as Keller does get in onto the site, but he's got to plant right now.
He's made it. He's made it.
He's done it.
He's got it.
Okay, it's a plant. And
I didn't see him.
Oh, he didn't see him.
Keller, come on, he's just gonna hold it.
Yeah,
pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
No, there's just no time. Can't get around. Tino, you see his face. Snake just able to get the quick kill and quick defuse.
They overthunk. They overthought. Ooh, that could be the downfall of SGJ, in all honesty. I feel like they're in their own heads at the moment, and they're just overthinking a lot of things. Didn't have to go for the fake, man, honestly.
Reminds me of the end of Port a little bit.
Yep.
Just at the very end, trying to do a little bit too much, and it's not working out for them. 3BL just staying consistent, and now the match point music has begun.
SGJ officially at risk. Trying to keep the dreams alive is going to be Elvin taking Horus. Now, why is Horus there?
Because he's Horus. He has to push.
He has to wait until he's low health to get the Berserker passive.
Yes.
This time around, at least the C4 is on the Obib. And they do start the round off nicely with taking Horus down, but Snare is still alive. Todd is still alive. Slayer is still alive. Ooh, Todd barely dodging that bullet towards his head. Is going to be contested and eventually going to lose the duel here. Bomb site has to be held down by Slayer here. Otherwise, he will... Okay, he does find the gap. Will take down Tino. Snake as well will add on to damage, and Snare as well will find the drop.
Yo, still alive. Snake, oh, he's reloading. He's got stuff out of his pockets, and that's going to be the end of him. Snake just able to take that down. He's standing on top of the C4. It's all up to Keller, who's only got the 10 kills at the moment. Snare still alive, full health with a sniper. Keller wants the one shot, but Snare, all he's got to do is take it. Oh, he's going to drop it. Doesn't hit it, but there it is. Snare eventually able to get the job done. That is a couple of massive back-to-back maps here, and a win for 3BL in a 2-0. At the end of the day, it does end up still being a 2-0 victory over to the side of 3BL. 10-7 on port, 10-6 on sub-base. If you look at just the 2-0, you might assume, oh, that was a one-sided affair, but I kind of feel for SGJ, you know, a couple of matches where they just fell a little bit short. They're obviously a very strong team, but the competition is just so strong here at CFS Grand Finals.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like SGJ definitely played worse than day one, that's for sure. 3BL played way better than from what we saw in the prior days. Just like how I said earlier, right? Their series against Next Top is one of the most low-quality best of these we've had so far. But then they turned it around so quickly with Snare back in action, Horus' frag in. I mean, Snake is doing a great job calling. Even Todd coming back from that horrible map 1, going into map 2, and he was fragging again. And man, it's SGJ just got blindsided, and I really feel like 4 of the members just underperformed today. Granted, we saw Tino sniping really good earlier, but it's the SGJ curse once again, man, where it's Yobib versus the world once again.
So for 3BL, they're going to be able to climb onto the top of the ladder, and for SGJ, they're going to have to hit the rock bottom here. However, based on how the match has played out, like you mentioned, just fell a little bit short to that of 3BL, and based on how SGJ played, if they go back to the drawing board, do their homework, just a little bit more additional questions to be answered. But if they do so, I believe that SGJ is still in the talks of going to the playoffs for 3BL. Sure, they ended up in a 2-0 win, but it wasn't as swift as we expected. 10-7, 10-8, definitely the scores that we did not expect that 3BL would put out. So 3BL could more than definitely drop any games on the future matches that they have to face against teams like All Gamers or any other teams.
It's amazing.
Even in the playoffs as well, too. Even if they do end up proceeding, I don't think the run might be long if they don't go back to the drawing board as well.
Yeah, it's amazing that you have more coke than me for SCJ at the moment. Because I feel like it's cooked. I feel like it's cooked. You go down 0-2 in the group. It's.
I think it's like what Elfish Guy was doing yesterday, where it's like, there is technically, mathematically, a chance. I think he was also doing it earlier today. But like, there is a very tiny chance, but it's pretty much just donezo, unless 3BL are able to just smack down Antisocial, and then Next Stop also does that, which is very unlikely.
That would be crazy.
But if it did happen, then maybe somehow with a tiebreaker. But unlikely, very unlikely. You can see that Snare up at the top here, 2.3. I would not be surprised to see him pick up the MVP of this set. And,
yeah.
I mean, there really wasn't anybody close, right? 8 first kills.
If
8.
8 first kills as a sniper is crazy. And the fact that Horus would have been the MVP if he did have the exact same numbers as he did in map 1, but Snare was just a difference maker. Just like how I said, man, he's a difference maker in this series. And I'm now convinced, hey, 3BL, they're legit, and the only problem they have to worry about at this point is just basically seeding for them or Antisocial.
Yeah.
Or Next Top.
Or Next Top. Well,
could happen.
Could happen.
Mathematically,
rub it up there a little
still
bit,
possible.
Going back to Snare, since we most likely are going to be interviewing him in just a brief moment here. Of the 8 first kills he had, 7 is from the AWM. 1 is from the AK. That one time he basically went all Hail Mary into his machine room by himself, gets a double kill, and loses his life. But he already did the damage to the side of SGJ. So this guy absolutely playing out his mind and single-handedly shutting off the spirit of SGJ. Yeah, I wonder what he's got to say here up on the during his interview.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're just getting ready in the background, but yeah, Snare, man. I feel like he's going to go up in my rankings of favorite CFW players now after.
You mean up in the rankings of the players that you want to take to Philippines?
Yeah, that could be there.
Give the passport, right?
Come on down.
Snox is still up there. Snox is still my favorite of all time. And then there's having our time, maybe Awesome for second, and then I'll put
Do.
He's not in
He's
CFW.
not from West. He's talking about West players.
Oh, only West.
He wished he was in CFWL. He was
talking about CFPL players.
How about GY?
Included,
And third, I would put Snare third now, because his sniping is really exciting to watch, and it's very different compared to the other snipers actually in CFWL, where they're more cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah. No, he's crazy.
I like
and
crazy.
he knows it. He owns it. He's like, yeah, this is just what I do. He's a very friendly guy too. Very nice. I can't wait to hear from him on stage. You can see they're sitting up right here. Well, let me just like grab Matt.
You might want to move a little to the side, and see what goes from there.
Oh, he's trying to move out of the way.
Really?
Can't believe he would do that.
Trying to avoid it.
Oh, yikes. But yeah, the aftermath of the matchup, 2-0. SGJ they're going to be sitting at the rock bottom. And like you guys mentioned, the only mathematical chance, rubbing Jordan there, but, is for Antisocial to lose and next up to start, I don't know, taking down the top teams. But looks like we're ready to interview our MVP Snare. He had a huge day today, slow day yesterday, but let's see what the man has to say up on the stage.
I have a happy guy on the stage with me. 3BL Esports getting their second win. Snare getting the MVP of the whole match. Snare, that was awesome. Well done. Did your team do a lot of preparation for that match against SGJ?
Yeah, we have our coach home today, and he's doing with the teams that we play against.
Yeah. So did they play as you expected them to?
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't probably seen the best of SGJ yet. Do you feel like that as well?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Do you feel like you're playing at your best?
No.
Yet. Tell me more.
Yeah,
Let me just point that to you
yeah,
a little bit. Yeah.
We're going for more.
Yeah, going for more.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of noise on this stage over the last 2.5 days. Your team are the ones I'm hearing laughing the most.
Yeah.
At the end of the match. Not during it, but at the end of the match, you guys really happy, right? You let it all out.
Yeah. We have like Horace, he's in the team, he's always giving jokes, you know.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Yeah. In fact, yesterday you lost the first map.
Yeah.
And then you won the second. It's 1-1. I saw you just taking the short break. You guys were all running around. You're picking each other up.
Yeah,
it's really relaxed. It's fun, yes?
Yeah, true. We already know how to handle the pressure, and we know how to play on stage because we already played against some good teams before.
Yeah,
we know how to handle the pressure.
So that's interesting because when I spoke to Horace yesterday, he was saying, how much it means to him, right?
Yeah.
Putting this team together, playing well with you guys.
Yeah.
And when I said, I've seen you at CFS before, but you never get to those big stages later in the tournament.
Yeah.
So you're relaxed to playing on this stage, but is this the year we see you on the bigger one?
Yeah, I hope. Inshallah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's looking good for you guys. You feel like you can go 3 wins?
Yeah, inshallah, 3 wins.
Yeah.
So.
What's different this year? Why are 3BL Esports playing well and are so relaxed and enjoying themselves? What's going on?
We have the 5 best Egyptian players in the same team, and we have the best coach in CFS West.
Yeah.
That's why, and we are giving the game all, you know?
Yeah.
That's why we are getting better.
And you're playing at your best, not at your best yet.
Yeah,
you're playing well, but there's better to come.
Yeah.
Exciting. Can't wait to see that. Snare gets the MVP on that. Great performance on that second map. Just running. I think you got 22 kills at the end of it, so you had a good time. We had a good time watching as well. We have our second win, as I say, for our brilliant Egyptian team. So pleased for you. Anything you want to quickly say to the Egyptian fans?
Yeah.
We will be seeing you again on this stage for your third match, but don't go anywhere as our third match of today is coming up next, and we've got 2 teams coming up who both have a win in Group A. One of them, like these guys, are going 2-0 next.
我是秦九俱乐部的 QI， 然后我们是从1年前吧，然后我们大家都一起住在这里，然后到现在也住了1年多了。
我们队伍氛围还是比较和谐的，然后其实私下里我们除了比赛， 我们私下里的关系都挺好的。然后我觉得 QY 在我心中是一个特别重情重义，然后内心特别善良的一个人。
对你来说，他是什么样的朋友啊？
他是一个很好相处的朋友。
是那个青州俱乐部的英俊，我来自浙江杭州萧山。
你们本来就是一起这样走来走去吗？
对，因为我们每天都上班来嘛，因为我们离得比较近，也就走个几分钟就到俱乐部了，所以基本上都是走路来。
我先秒一个。
左半条狙，左半条狙，左半条狙。
阿加。
大家好，我是CHENGDU俱乐部的川火焰段位的选手 QY， 我在队伍里面担任的是一个自由人加副指挥，然后相对单点这个一个位置吧。当时我们有个民间比赛嘛，那个叫百城联赛，然后当时跟队友，然后一起约到线下打那个去网吧打百城联赛，然后当时一起打比赛的过程当中，认识一个队友，然后他说就是有那个幸运选拔赛嘛，然后我们一起报名了，经过层层选拔，然后最后留了下来签了合同，然后当了青训选手。
164，是的，这边拦在半路上了。KY 这边的双杀，看看
优势可能就是我，会玩的枪械种类比较多吧，然后可能有时候打的比较灵活，加上灵活又有一些鲁莽那种感觉，对，所以说有时候爆发力特别强，然后基本上枪械都能用，不会占枪，所以说这可能是我的优势吧。
我先秒一个。
像亲人，像家人嘛，因为我们5个都是新人嘛，然后组在一个队伍里面，反正大家各自努力嘛，然后都是每个队伍其实都是新位子，没有说什么就是互相压力怎么样，因为我们5个共同进步，然后每天上下班啥的，其实更像是家人一起在努力的朝更好的方向去发展。感谢支持我，还有支持我们的俱乐部的粉丝朋友们，然后也谢谢大家一直关注和支持我们，也请大家一直去相信我们，去支持我们，我们一定可以拿到更好的成绩的。
Vinícius, tenho 20 anos, meu nick é VNC, moro em Cabo Frio, Rio de Janeiro, e jogo no Vasco vai fazer 2 anos. Quando a gente chamou o Fefe pro time, a gente já tinha essa ambição de ser campeão da CFS, nosso foco total é lá. E a gente ganhou aí os 2 brasileiros agora, vamos jogar o Vietnã. E esse campeonato da Coreia também já deu pra ver que o nosso nível tá alto, dá pra ganhar dos caras tranquilo. E é isso, chegar no final do ano ali na CFS e vamos ganhar dos caras. Eu acho que o melhor momento da minha vida tá sendo agora, 2024, e foi 2023 também. Acho que é o meu auge da minha carreira, onde eu tô me sentindo muito bem jogando aqui com os moleques do Vasco.
garoto dócil, sempre foi menino com muita atenção, com muita força de vontade, determinação. Ele começou a dar pouco de preocupação por ficar trancado muito tempo dentro do ambiente com o computador, até que nós fomos ver que era jogo.
Ver um moleque fazendo o que ele gosta, né? Ganhando o dinheirinho dele, escolheu a profissão, sempre botando na cabeça dele que é uma carreira muito rápida, né? Tem que investir o dinheiro que ganha em alguma coisa, que é o que ele já fez. Torce bastante, vibra, onde ele estiver, sempre vai estar junto.
Pô, ele comia jogo, só computador. Dormia em computador o dia inteiro, a noite toda, saía, chegava e estava no computador. Então, tipo assim, totalmente mérito dele, trabalho dele, suor dele, tudo mérito dele realmente.
Sim, meu pai, minha avó, meu irmão, minha família toda sempre vai nos jogos, sempre tá lá gritando, comemorando, tudo. Quem tá lá já viu. E é isso, o apoio deles pra mim é excepcional. Mandar um abraço para todo mundo que torce de verdade. A gente vai jogar o Vietnã agora, tentar garantir mais uma vaga pro Brasil e no final do ano ser campeão mundial.
Welcome back, as 3BL do a very good job of now booking themselves into that top spot in Group D. We avert our attention back over towards Group A with a banger. This is the battle for first place. This is essentially to decide who is going to be finishing #1 in the Group A. It's Vasco taking on Q9. I'm back again with Jordan. How you feeling?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. Had a nice little rest. Maybe not as nice as your rest.
That was great.
That was a good one. I've got some good photos of that one. But we'll bring them up a little bit later on in the piece. Look, yeah, I'm feeling good. We've had 2-2-0s. We've had two pretty clean matches. I think now, though, it's time to get into the meat and potatoes of the evening, really.
It's crunch time.
This is where things get pretty interesting. We've got Q9 Vasco. After that, we've got AG Wolf Empire. And realistically speaking, for Group A and B, those should be the battle for first place in those groups. So we're expecting some pretty good matches here. We're expecting some pretty close matches. And I think this is the game where you just leave it all on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. If we're being realistic here, Benj, we're talking about what is, of these remaining 4 teams, Q9, Vasco, AG, and Wolf Empire, this is, first of all, playoff guarantee teams, but actually all teams that you can make arguments about making deep runs into playoff, deep runs in terms of semifinals or further.
And yeah, sure, like you mentioned, they are already all proceeding into the playoffs, but at the same time, the seeding actually really matters because let's say you're coming out of Group A, you don't want to face off teams like Gamers or any of the other top name teams. So definitely there's a lot on the stake, although the playoff has most likely been achieved. But yeah, like I mentioned, the seedings will be a very important thing. And Q9 and Vasco, these 2 teams as well. Sure, most of the casters and most of the talents most likely have picked Q9 to come out on top, but based on how Vasco played yesterday, they have a really good shot at actually coming out on top 1.
It's true, and I think as well, this is something that I felt like I sort of learnt my lesson with at the Summer Championships. Really not to underestimate Vasco. This is a side who I think more than most actually play up to their opponent. And on the flip side, they actually play down to opponents too.
Sure.
I think when they play against some of these weaker sides, I think they really do kind of fall into their tendencies and fall into their sort of mistakes. But we saw this at the Summer Championships in Vietnam. When they were playing against these top-level teams, they were great. They were the best team from Brazil at that tournament. They're better than Imperial, and Social, of course, weren't there. And they were really impressive to see him. And we got to see MG play at that kind of top level for me. And he actually really made a name for himself as a top-level sniper at that tournament. And there was really a lot to like. So we'll have to wait and see how this one goes. We're going to introduce you towards the players over on the stage. Let's throw it on over towards Matt.
Introducing our 3rd match of day 3. Now, every inch is going to be contested. This one's going to be an intense matchup between 2 incredible CrossFire regions. Teams, bring your energy and skills to our stage. Please welcome China's Q9 Club! And here come their opponents! Welcome, Vasco Esports! Two teams, one leaves with 2 wins. Match 3 of day 3 of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Teams, unlock the future.
Well, of course, Vasco and Q9, as we were kind of talking about, vying for that top spot here in Group A. An interesting position that we're in as well, because I still think there's very strong debate on both sides. Q9, of course, are a side that weren't at the Summer Championships, but kind of replaced the clipped wings of Baisha, I guess you could say, and then Vasco on the other side, it's about sort of reclaiming that spot at Summer Championships where they were the best Brazilian team, but recently, domestically, haven't so much been.
Yeah, it's kind of a battle of who can actually reach a higher level, who can reach a better, not expectation, so to speak, but what's the potential for both of these two teams, I think, right? We've seen both teams do good things, and, you know, in particular, Koi yesterday or a couple of days ago was really the standout for Q9. In saying that, they did drop a map to ranking, so, you know, we saw the good, we saw the bad, I think, from Q9. So it's, you know, a little bit to read into there, and I've always got a little bit of trepidation when I'm looking at a new team on the block, right? Not to say that Q9 is a new team, so to speak, but, you know, they haven't been at a CFS finals in quite a while. So I think, you know, it's a bit of a step up, whereas for Vasco, they were here last year, they were there at the Summer Championship. They were there at the Summer Championship last year as well. So they've been playing these kinds of international events for a good couple of years now. And it does feel like finally they've sort of settled on this vibe. Like there had been some roster changes throughout, you know, the last 12 months or so. But they've actually put themselves in a good position here. Feifei coming in, obviously. And like you mentioned, MG, I think, really a standout for this roster. But Action's doing well for himself. Silva's, you know, pretty solid, generally speaking, as well. I think they've just generally got quite a solid roster across the board. You can get firepower from your sniper, from your riflers. You've got good endgame leadership. You've got a team that's been together for quite a while now. You've got experience. So there's a lot of ticks in the book for Vasco, and it just feels like what we're really waiting for isn't so much will they do it, it's more of a when will they do it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's something that Valor spoke about a little bit yesterday that is worth bringing up. I really think VNC is coming towards his own. This is a player for me who, when he first came onto the scene for Vasco, did look a little shaky, looked a little weak, wasn't quite comfortable, I feel like, in his roles, but has adapted well to this team. I've been enjoying what I saw of him yesterday. He did look really incredible. So we'll take a look at the results for Q9 Club, of course, recently, of what has been going right and wrong for them at times. A couple of best-of-1 losses, but for the most part, we don't read too highly into best-of-1s. It's wins like the 3-1 over Baisha in that lower bracket, which is pretty massive for them. And of course, all the way throughout, you know, talking about King 0, 3-2, and then 3-0 over Evolution Power. So these are pretty notable wins.
Yeah, definitely was able to come out on top for those best out of 5s. Best out of 1s, you know, there's a high variance. You may lose or you may win. But at the end of the day, Q9 wasn't able to come out on top. Let's go take a look at the regional final results for Vasco Esports. Had some losses here and there. They did lose to Antisocial and Imperial, but at the end of the day, they're going to be the ones on top for now in this current group stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is a little bit concerning, the disparity, I guess, you get with Vasco, where it's like internationally, really solid best team from Brazil from what we saw at Summer Championships, but then when you go home, you're losing to actually what is the 3rd ranked team in that Antisocial. So I guess it's more how much do we want to read into it.
I don't think it's that bad, though, just because I look at the Brazilian team as having, Brazilian region, I should say, having quite a bit of depth. I think that, you know, the teams that they're losing to are actually genuinely good teams. You know, this is not as if you're going back to your region and losing to, like, just random local teams. Like, no, these are actually also all international caliber teams that are kind of vying for the top position in Brazil, but also putting up decent results internationally as well. So they do get tested quite nicely. We've got Silva and Koi as the matchup here. I think that's a little bit of an interesting one. I'd probably rather see MG maybe on this graphic up against Koi.
Lopsided.
But yeah, I mean, they've kind of done Silva dirty a little bit there. It's all good though. Like we were saying for Vasco, a team that has quite a lot of depth. So there's any number of players that you can look to kind of step up and have a solid performance, which is I think what they're going to need tonight against Q9. But I definitely don't think it's impossible for Vasco to get the win here. And even if they don't get the win here, the group probably should still be comfortable to get through from, and then we'll start to see what they can do at the playoffs.
I think the big difference of what we've seen so far is where for Q9, it's been a little bit of a one-man army type vibe of how good Koi has been. On the flip side of Vasco, there's actually a few different outlets of where they found firepower. I think Feifei as a caller is actually really solid too. So there is maybe a difference in terms of the approach for both of these two sides. Vasco obviously inherently a very aggressive side. They're going to want to take aim duels up close. Q9, we know, are meticulous in terms of their style of play as well. We get our predictions coming through here. Q9 across the board for the Chinese and the Vietnamese stream. In particular, the Chinese stream, no real surprises there. Obviously, kind of back in what is maybe seems the favorites, but also kind of, you know, back in the boys as well.
I mean, by all means, not trying to hype Vasco up here, but
all of us,
mostly all of us except Sneaky. But yeah, going back to Vasco, this is the team where once they're warmed up, they do have the caliber to take down onto the top Chinese teams. And like you mentioned, they find answers to win the rounds and win the matches by the whole team kind of giving it a team effort. You see VNC popping up yesterday, and from time to time we see Action clutching up, and even IGL Fefe putting up some huge numbers as well. So if they are able to continue on with the trend today as well, then we might be able to see Vasco take down Q9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just for myself personally, my reasons for going for Vasco here, it's a two-parter. It's I know the level we can get against Vasco against good teams because we saw it at the Summer Championships, but also I was a little concerned. I mean, there was a real strong world in which ranking could have beat this Q9 side. I mean, they were pretty close to doing so. Q9 ended up reverse sweeping, but there was a couple of shaky moments which didn't fully give me that confidence. So that's sort of my two reasons to why Vasco. But for you, what's the feeling? Why Vasco over Q9 for you?
I mean, it's for all the reasons that I stated a little bit earlier on. I think there's a lot of positives that you can look at with regard to Vasco. Good team chemistry, good team cohesion. They've been together for quite a while now, and we've seen good international results from them with this exact roster. They've gone from strength to strength. Every time I've seen them, they've looked better at these international events. You've got a good roster of players that can all step up on the international stage as well. It doesn't really feel like there's anyone that kind of lags behind. We don't necessarily have to look at one player and say, you need to be the guy. Pretty much everyone on that team can frag pretty well. I was somewhat critical of Feifei in the past, you know, when he was Imperial, but I actually think in this Vasco roster, he seems to have fit himself into a bit of a better role, or bit of fit for him, and so he does well for himself as well. So I think a lot of positives there for Vasco, and I just think they come from a strong region as well. On top of that, we also saw some susceptibility from Q9 in that game against Ranking. So, look, Ranking might not be able to exploit that, but I think Vasco's good enough of a team to do it. So, it might be a bit of a punt. You know, this might be a bit of a 50-50 matchup. And normally, like you say, I go with the known favorite, the known quantity, which in this case I think would be Q9. But you know, every now and then, let's just throw something a little bit different in there. I've gone for what I would consider to be an upset in this matchup. Yeah. But when I go for those kinds of upsets, I'm not like choosing the game where it's just impossible. You know what I mean? Like, this one I actually do think it is possible. I do think there's a decent chance. If Vasco plays well today, they can definitely beat Q9. Yeah, absolutely, of course. Frontline kid, as I said there as well, Koi caught himself that frontline player, and they backed it up. And they're going to look towards that. They're going to need Koi to step up, because we know the level of the firepower of this side. We all know just how good Vasco can be. They're going to require a player like Koi to really step up as well. I think we have a video to bring you in just a second of sort of what has been the road so far for both of these two teams, with, of course, Q9, their opening game against Ranking. It didn't start great, but ended up pulling off that reverse sweep. But, yeah, still were made to work for it. Yeah, I mean, Koi, this is he just holds that W key, doesn't he? He's very much the front runner. He's kind of like the point man for his team. So hope to see if that can continue here in this game. But he's got a very important role to do. He's got to try and shut down MG and keep himself bringing those good, solid performances across for Q9 today. It's an interesting clip there, has to be said. We're bigging up Koi and then he whiffs.
I mean, that's just one mishap, and at the end of the day, he was able to provide for his team 2.3 KD. Yeah. Sure. So, yeah, he was able to just put out the numbers, minus that one clip.
Yeah. It's an interesting one that we've decided to choose.
Of all things, right?
It wasn't me that picked it, I'll just say.
Something tells me that was not the clip we meant to use.
Quote-unquote frontline kid with an arm and the Colts.
Yeah, it was, that was a rough one. PM got a lovely double, though. We'll give him his credit where it's due there as well for him. But yeah, you know, it's one of those where for these two sides, there's a lot to look towards, and map comparison is obviously another good point as well. Now, obviously, both sides play a lot of domestic reps and have had a little bit internationally, more notably recently for Vasco. So a couple of different ways you can go about this. The main thing is, though, and this was a point that we brought up when we spoke about Vasco yesterday, is they have a very deep pool. They can kind of go anywhere. Whereas for Q9, sure, they've played won Mexico, but it's not exactly a confident map for them. They've only got one rep under their belt. So there's a couple of weaknesses for me. I look at Mexico being a weakness. I look at sub-base not looking too strong. And that's a map which Vasco have played a lot and have liked a lot. We saw them do it at the Summer Championship. So it does feel, when you look across the board, that Vasco have a couple of advantages here.
Yeah, Mexico is always a map that you associate with the Brazilian region. Typically, they do have quite a strong Mexico. You can even see that in the stats there from Vasco. So wouldn't be too surprised to see if that one ends up just being the ban away by Q9. But like you say, it leaves a lot of doors open here. I mean, sub-base definitely looks like a pretty good option if you're a Vasco in this regard. Port definitely as well. You've got some strong snipers on that lineup. Black Widow. Yeah, a few maps that do look like they're quite solid for Vasco. But again, you have to remember that when you're looking at these stats, Q9 is playing in the best region in the world domestically. Yes. So their stats are going to be deflated a little bit. And while Brazil is quite a strong region, Vasco maybe gets a little bit of a more beneficial looking stat line than what they would have if they had played, for example, in CFPL.
Very, very true. What are you thinking veto-wise? We'll get towards it in a sec, but what do you think this one's sort of heading for you?
Well, I believe Eagle Eye is a very prominent ban, and Mexico, now to think of it, I thought Mexico would get ruled out, but then again, looking at how Q9 is from the best region of CrossFire scene right now, they more than likely and most likely to know how to play Mexico well. So we might even see Q9 just pick into Mexico is a possibility. Could be a decider. But like Jordan said, maps like Compound, Sub-Base, Port especially are going to be the ones that these two teams wouldn't hate to play on. Ankara, I think Vasco want to veto it out just because Q9 has accumulated good data on it.
Yeah, and I do think as well, Ankara's always just been an incredibly strong map for China as a whole. It's basically the map in which AG sort of started their dominance on, and have always sort of really strong-armed other teams. It's a map everybody knows everybody plays, and AG make it look so good, and Q9 have obviously played so many reps against them domestically that they're going to have a lot of kind of little bits to say, okay, that's how AG do it so well, we can kind of bring that into our own play. So I do wonder how Vasco go about their ban here in particular, of where they try and make things feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, we just have to wait and see really at this point. I think that's kind of the big takeaway. The discussion's kind of been had, and it's now just waiting until we get into this veto. I don't know, I mean, I think Q9 are going to want to come out the gate strong in this as well. I mean, Vasco's a team that if you do sort of unsettle them a little bit, I think there is definitely a degree of resilience there, but on a stage like this one, maybe that starts to crumble a little bit. They do have a lot of experience, to be fair, but this is the biggest stage in the world after all, and I think you can throw that back on the other side for Q9 as well. Actually, in this environment, Vasco, they are the ones that have kind of got the leg up on Q9. They've been here before. Q9, on the other hand, it's been a little wild, so maybe some nerves, maybe some jitters. We'll have to find out when we do get into server. And yeah, again, the early start's always going to be important in these kinds of series, which are, I think, going to be typically quite close.
Yeah, and I felt like we did see some of those kind of jitters from Q9 against ranking, dropping that first map as well, struggling a little bit towards map number 2 and 3, and having these kind of moments where it looked like they were a little bit checked out. You got to feel a bit for LCK. They're a bit of a group of death here, because ranking on a bad team by any means, but they unfortunately never really going to be able to compete all too much. So yeah, we'll wait and see until we get this veto underway. But so far, I mean, when you look across the groups, there isn't really too many surprises, in all fairness. There's no real massive upsets. We kind of, pardon me, spoke about it in terms of, I think Group D is just who goes number 1 between 3BL and Antisocial. But I think for the most part, every other one is sort of lined up in place, right? Imperial probably should be number 1 in towards Group C over Evolution Power, I'd assume. AG Wolf Empire, of course, that game after this is going to be a pretty good indicator, but I always feel like as much as Wolf Empire beat them at the Summer Championships in that grand final, AG, never discount them, always have strong groups as well. So I feel like they're kind of normally the place to lean. And yeah, in towards this one, of course, it's sort of split down the middle. Most of the English talent going for Vasco. And I guess from your side, what is the big win factors for Vasco and why you kind of feel like they've got the leg up on Q9?
So weirdly enough, the Brazilian CrossFire scene reminds me of how Brazilian football goes. So, you know, when the players get warmed up, get the hot hands, get the hot feet, they will really start to frag out. And I feel like yesterday how Vasco played it just might be enough for them to get it going tonight. You know, it's still in their hands. MG was hitting some multi shots, and so was VNC just swinging out wide from angles that he shouldn't be, and comes out alive with a double kill. Like, you don't see that happen all that often, and if that happens, it just might as well happen again today.
It's a good warm-up series, definitely, for Vasco. Yeah, so like LCK, they might be the weakest team in the group, but they're not necessarily a pushover. No. They were able to kind of push Vasco in that first map, give them a bit of a run on the stage, 10-7, but then, obviously, as you said, Vasco kind of come online, get that 10-2, and clean it up nicely. So, nice little warm into the event for Vasco, and we can only imagine that, yeah, they're going to have to kind of continue to reach those higher and higher heights.
Yeah, exactly that. Waiting for the players to ready up, it seems. We've been given
always the players, man.
It's always the players, and it's Vasco, it seems, judging by the amount of admins over by them. We're talking about like 3 or 4 there in that sense, so never what you want to see. Maybe this would be a good... Oh, I guess I can say good time to bring up the veto, but they do the veto
on
stage.
Veto later, yeah.
Apparently the veto isn't ready either, so...
All right, well...
There's some wild guesses.
Good time to just waffle, really. Yeah. I mean, we've talked about all we can possibly talk about with regard to this match. And
I feel like we've kind of touched on most of the bases so far.
if Port gets played as map number 1, Vasco has a pretty good shot at just leading out 1-0. I mean, I've casted too many Brazilian leagues that I know how capable Vasco is at Port. Especially got to give a lot of shout out to MG for being able to just roam around the map freely, whether it be Blacklist or Global Risk, and just be able to find the frags that he needs to find for his team.
Yeah, I mean, MG is going to be a really important factor for this side. I mean, he is incredibly solid. And actually, I think probably didn't, for me at least, didn't see enough out of him in the opening game. I think for MG was, you know, it was okay. He wasn't bad. They still won. We still did okay. But MG is the sort of player who can actually be lights out, one of the best snipers, can really step up to play. And, you know, he probably wasn't sort of called upon, so he didn't need to step up in a sense. But I feel like in this sort of a series, this is where we've got to see that lights out MG. The same way that when we see 3BL do well, we have to call on Snare. We have to see him play at that top level. I feel like it's the same thing here. We've got to see MG play at kind of like 90 to 100% if they want to get this win over the line.
Yeah, MG is definitely one of those dice roller players, we say. At least for my experiences of casting MG's games. Sometimes he does roll into a 1, and you'll see the IGL be not so happy at him. And sometimes he'll roll a 6, and he'll get an ace by himself.
Yeah.
Somehow, juices out 2 kills with an AWM and wraps it up with a Colt. In a single chamber.
It's true. It is true. We're still waiting.
Oh, yeah.
What did Vasco do? Guys, what are we doing? I'm looking. Headphones are off.
Yeah, that's level 2.
Level 2.
That's a level 2, guys.
Level 2, guys.
Oh, it's a level 2. Are we even ready? Doesn't look like we're ready. I mean, players are in the server, it seems, but then... Is that face on the other? I think so. Yeah, it is, with the glasses.
Can't really see. My eyesight's not that good at this. I'm 30 years old. I'm getting a bit on, you know.
All right, Gramps.
We oldies now. You're the youngest here, Neo.
I am the youngest here. Doesn't look it, apparently.
Every year that I come to a CrossFire event, because obviously it's always a like sort of second week of December usually, I get a little notification on my phone, like memory from, this one was memory from 9 years ago. And I was like, oh my God, it's 9 years ago. That was the first time I went to China, which was in Guangzhou. And I would have been 21, you know. I'm like,
a little Bobby.
Yeah, first time. I think that was the first time I ever went overseas for esports. You know, my eyes were wide open. I was like, wow, what is going on? Like,
was that for CrossFire?
That was for CrossFire for this event, for this exact event. But season, well, it was CrossFire Stars 2015 Grand Finals.
Yeah. So, Grams, in the last 9 years, how has CrossFire changed?
A lot.
How's the meta?
I think the meta has just gotten a lot slower. It used to be a lot faster, if that makes sense.
Just Wing into the bumps.
Yeah, I think teams really just focused on like basically rushing all the time and focusing on their aim and just trying to out-brawl their opponents. Whereas now it is a little bit more methodical. Util gets used, time gets used a lot more effectively. There's no doubt that the level of skill is a lot higher now than it was back then, and that's what happens naturally with the game as it starts to get figured out over the years. Here we are, though, the moment you guys have been waiting for. Well, one of them. I'm sure you're waiting to get in the game more so. But we've got to go through the picks and the bans first. We've had no shortage of a discussion around that, but now we get to find out where exactly it is that we are going to be headed.
Yeah, Vasco. It's their turn to veto. First map out. It's going to be Black Widow.
Okay.
Interesting choice.
In all fairness, I would say Black Widow is actually a map in which they're not incredible on. So I think that's probably, you know, we spoke about them having a deep map pool. This for me feels like actually one of the few you could make a strong argument for why you would avoid it. Statistically, they actually look quite weak on it domestically in the Brazilian league. So I sort of understand that. I feel like Black Widow for me is probably the most notable one, especially because the rest of the maps they can leave open and sort of use them as a bit of a punish. I think the interesting ban is this ban of Q9. Where are they actually wanting to go here? Do we ban Mexico or do we risk it? They're actually going to ban Ankara. Now that is actually, to me, quite surprising in the sense that they have quite a lot of reps on it. They play this map quite a lot. Not always the most successful, but at least when you have that confidence, you can at least sort of normally float it.
Yeah, the Black Widow ban was justifiable, but the Ankara ban does leave us scratching our heads on the table. But Vasco to pick. Let's see where they want to take the first game on towards. Like we were saying before, Port, a very good chance. Also, Compound is probably not going to be... Oh, Mexico! All right, we're spicing things up, and Q9 picks Eagle Eye, and we get to see the two of the most unplayed maps all of a sudden in game number 3 of the day.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick, honestly, from Vasco. Mexico, seen him do it before at international events against really strong teams. I'm sure we'll see him do it again. I have a lot of faith that they're actually going to be able to win that map. Q9 looking to sort of backload the series. Eagle Eye as expected. But even in saying that, that's a map that we have seen from Vasco as well. Like, it's not out of the realms of their playbook either. So, pretty tantalizing prospect right here if you're a Brazilian fan.
It's a good map as well, individually for MG. He is very, very solid.
And especially Eagle Eye being played as second map, it does give some time for MG to get warmed up, in case he's not on Mexico. And Compound will be ruled out by Vasco. Also very justifiable.
I'm trying to think, are we risking a port here with Q9 as a decider? Now, port obviously is a map played a hell of a lot, just generally in the Crossfire scene. The only issue for me is that it's also a map in which Vasco look very good on themselves. So it's just sort of where you want to lean this one here. For me, I'm still so baffled by the Ankara ban more than anything.
Ports will be ruled out as expected, and that will leave us towards going to the final map of Decider.
Sub-base. I mean, not a map that we've seen from Q9 at this event so far. But Vasco, yesterday against LCK, took them a bit of work to get that one over the line.
It's true.
Not super sure that I love that as a prospect for Vasco. So, looking at this map pool, I might still lean the way of Vasco, but I think I'd kind of like to get them done in two. Mexico and Eagle Eye going their way. If we do go to sub-base, I would have my doubts.
Yeah, the one thing I will say for sub-base is that when they did play against top teams in the Summer Championship, that's actually where we saw some good work out from Vasco. They picked it quite a few times there. But I think you're right. I think for Q9, they must have seen something yesterday and said, hang on, there's inherent weaknesses here. They've got these gaps. I think we can ban out Port and actually, if we need to, take them on that sub-base if required. So when we keep something going towards Mexico, this is a very, very good map for Vasco, but actually just for the Brazilian scene as a whole. It's the least played map in competitive Crossfire, without a doubt. Then that Eagle Eye to follow up. It's a good map for Q9, but also not bad for Vasco. I don't think they're too upset with that at all.
I mean,
the sub-base to see it off is an interesting decider.
I do feel like Mexico is a very justifiable pick now to think about it, because besides MG, I think the Riflers are all dialed in to the side of Vasco, and this is one of the close quarters maps, and as you can see, the map
Q9
data.
don't play it.
Yeah, Q9 has no data on
However,
it.
they won the one game that they did play. I'll give them that. It just depends against who. It could have been against, like, nobody's. We don't know who exactly they did end up winning that against. And I'm assuming it was in their best of ones as well. So it literally could have been anybody. But we know for a fact that Vasco are good on this map. Brazil are very good on this map.
Yeah.
It's Jordan's favorite map as well, so he's happy.
Why have you done me like that? Why have you done that? You can't just be dropping slander like that. Like, this is the main broadcast, mate. This is serious business. You
love a bit Mex, don't you?
No. No. Look, I think there is definitely. I like it as a concept, if that makes sense. Like,
sure.
I'm not a fan of the map. I don't like the way that the map plays, but I think there are a lot of teams and a lot of players that kind of agree with me. And if you're one of those teams that actually likes to play Mexico, has it in your wheelhouse, it's a very good map to have as a pocket pick. That is the part of it that I like. I like that, if you're a Vasco here, you either force the ban, which means you get one of your other map picks, or they don't ban it and you go straight into it, because you know that most of the other regions aren't super proficient on Mexico. So it's a nice little pocket map. It's a nice little cheeky one. There's always one of those in a pool, right? Like, there's always a bunch of maps which everyone loves, like kind of universally. You'll be talking about Ankara and your Black Widows and your Compounds. Like, those are generally quite universally liked. But then there's going to be those more out there kind of maps, and that may be your likes of Sub-Base, Eagle Eye, and definitely Mexico as well. So if you've got at least one or two of those in your pool, like if you can play Eagle Eye and Mexico, you're in a great spot.
Yeah, absolutely. You can use it to punish. The only issue is, I mean, I think it's something we spoke about on the desk at some point where we were talking about when you don't have your fundamentals on the core maps, it can be a little tough against some of these top-level teams like your All Gamers, for example. But yeah, this Mexico is one of those where I do feel like Vasco gives themselves a good chance just to get an easy notch up starting towards the series. If in some cases, maybe for most of us, bar against the English stream and the Portuguese stream, where Vasco are viewed as the underdogs here, if they're able to get a 1-0 start, I mean, hey, at least it's going to put the pressure on and give them a bit of breathing room, and maybe even, like we always have to say with kind of these Brazilian teams, is get them fired up. They're a side, when they get confident, that's where they do their best work.
Yeah, just like what happened yesterday, they were just able to come out on top 10. 2 is a score you don't see all that often. So
yeah,
and yeah, Mexico, like you said, Jordan, definitely one of the maps that's like a trick up your sleeves. But let's see if they're able to win this one outright against Q9, because Q9 will start on the global risk side.
Okay. Well, we're hearing now that there is a little bit of a tech issue. Classic.
No way.
What level is it? Did it escalate?
Tell me when there's a Brazilian team playing, we've got a tech issue.
Yeah.
I could not believe that. That might be the first time that's happened.
It's yeah. Well, I wonder what it is. Why is it always the Brazilian teams? I'm looking at it now. It's a level 1, right?
They must have some kind of funky config or some sort of weird like keyboard or something in the driver.
Yeah, some
just
weird
like,
brand, right?
I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
Not
it
doing
must
it.
be. That's the only thing I can think of. But it's level 1. There's a few admins there. The headphones are on. So for the most part, it's a good-ish position to be in. I say ish with a loose term. I'm giving you the play-by-play as we go. Q9 are ready. They're locked in. They're wanting to get the show on the road. So are we, in all fairness.
Yep.
But it is seeming now the admins are kind of dipping and diving between the stage. So I have to keep you updated.
Do have to apologise. I mean, there's nothing we can really do about it, obviously.
Yeah.
Just have to sort of wait along with you guys as well at home. I know everyone wants to get into the game, but sometimes this is just how it is, right? Like this is the nature of the competition on the live stage. It's not as easy to get it going as it is at home, because everyone at home has their setup. It's all sorted. Usually just works.
Yeah.
But you know, we've got people jumping in, jumping out, changing. You know, there's 4 different players playing per PC on the stage every day, and
yeah.
I mean, but hey, longer to wait, the sweeter the fruit. So we do get to see the 2 maps that don't get played quite often in the group stages, Mexico and Eagle Eye. So definitely, it'll be interesting to watch and cast, I guess.
Sure.
That's one way of putting it. I'm not too interested in casting Mexico. But
wait till about 30 seconds mark, and there's the go sign. And
yeah, exactly. The only issue that I found with Mexico is that it can be incredibly slow.
Yeah.
Because teams are so nervous about making a move because it's so easy to make a mistake. So that is always my kind of issue when I cast Mexico. I mean, we I guess, luckily, I guess for us, when we do the West League, we don't basically ever see it. I think I've cast it once in the entire year that we've done the West League this year, and that was, I think it was TBI, just like randomly had it as like a 3rd map. I think it was like a floated 3rd map of some sort. But yeah, it's not a map that we see all too often in the West League. So you only get to see it really internationally, and then primarily, obviously, it's normally the Brazilian teams.
Brazil and China, probably not so much Mexico leaning, but Eagle Eye is, I think, more of a Chinese specialty. So that's where you kind of get those.
Yeah, I really like Eagle Eye. I find Eagle Eye, like, the reason I really like it is actually because in the West League, we see it primarily played by LCK, and it's very exciting. Spoxy's very good in it.
Right.
So that's always been my big thing of why I like this map quite a lot for me, is just like thinking about the highlight plays of snipers. I think Eagle Eye is always a fun one. But I think for me, I'll probably say my favorite map at the moment is probably Subbase.
Yeah, I think
Subbase or Ankara, I think.
I'd probably say Subbase as well,
Yeah.
actually. I think there's just a lot of variety on that map. There's a lot of different ways that you can play. It's not a super slow map either. I'm just not a fan of these super slow maps. Like, I think that for me is kind of like the biggest problem that I have with Mexico, is that it's by default forced to be a super slow map just by some very, very simple util on the GR behalf. Like, it's not even as if they have to really work very hard for the map control that they have to get. It's kind of gifted to them. So you just cycle those smokes through that mid little choke point, and there's nothing the Blacklist side can really do about that. So you end up with these like very, very like drawn out rounds, 2 minutes long, where nothing's really happening, and then finally in the last 30 seconds it's just a massive brawl over mid. I think there's definitely a lot that can be done to maybe just open up that map a little bit and give a few more options over the Blacklist side. That, of course, is why it's so inherently GR-sided. So
yeah, it's true.
That's why it's a bit of a bold pick. Most teams don't like to pick it. It means you instantly pretty much start on the Blacklist side. So you have to really have quite a bit of confidence if you're going to pick into this map, and that seems to be the case, obviously, for Vasco. So credit where it's due.
Just saying, guys, this is getting upgraded to a level 1.5/2 right now. We got 5 to 6 admins.
Yeah, I mean,
over towards Vasco. So this one's definitely escalating, and I think I can see a few more heading over.
I mean, it was kind of anticipated because on the screen of the stage, the players were not in the lobby; they were in the waiting screen. So
yeah,
I was kind of expecting this to happen. But yeah, the delay, it should be sorted out any moment sooner or later. We'll have to wait and see. For now, Q9 and Vasco getting ready to get into their matchups. Mexico to kick us off. Eagle Eye followed up in the decider, being sub-base. And if Q9 can somehow just hold it down 9-0 on the first half for Mexico, we might be able to see a golden round happen, because I think Vasco has a good shot at taking all 9 rounds on their blacklist side.
We can say whatever we want to say at this point. We're just waffling. Like, there's no real... Talk all you want. Anything can happen, okay? At this point, I'm done talking CrossFire. Let's talk. What have you guys had?
Wait, what I will talk about, there's 9 admins on the stage.
9 admins. That's a new number. Yesterday we had 6.
Q9.
What could be so bad that it's 9 admins? Oh my god.
How many admins does it take to change a light bulb? I don't know. What's the best thing you've eaten while you've been here in China? Or drunk?
Oh, well, hands down, Xiaolong Baos.
Xiaolong Baos?
Yeah. Well, it was great.
They were pretty solid. Mackie's not drinking.
No.
No, I would
please don't.
say, actually no, the best thing I've drank, I don't know what it's called. It was this, I got it on day 1. I got it 2 days in a row now. It's like this, we got it from the convenience store. It's in a metal bottle. It's just like a mango drink.
Right.
But it's like, I think we call it, in England we call it, you know when you get like bubble tea, you get grass jelly, which is just like,
right.
So it's just a fizzy mango juice with like
boba?
mango grass jelly. And it's like, yeah, in the convenience store. That's top tier. That's probably one of the best drinks I think I've ever had. Unbelievable so far. And then eating those like Japanese sweets that were like grapes.
Oh yeah,
they were pretty solid.
Yeah, the fake grapes.
Yeah.
If you've never been to China, I think they're just a thing in Asia in general. But if you've never been, they're basically just an artificial grape. Like, think about candy, like that jelly candy kind of stuff that you get.
It's like a really nice texture. They were like,
it's like jelly.
Yeah.
But they're made to seem like a grape. Like they're squishy like a grape.
And then they've got like a slightly tougher outer.
Yeah, they've got like the texture of a grape, but they're just not an actual grape. They're just a fake grape.
Yeah,
it's a great flavored lolly though.
The breakfast that we have at the hotel is pretty stonking too.
Yep.
Like there is, I was I telling my family back home.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid buffet if you think about it.
There's like 100 options. Like
Hotel's definitely banging. That's for sure.
Yeah. And if you haven't, I highly recommend check out the pastry counter.
How do you guys like the city of Hangzou so far?
Haven't seen much of it.
Yeah, no, I haven't had a chance. We do get a day off after the group stages finish, and that's when we get to go for some sightseeing.
I've seen the view
get a
of my
tour
window.
of the city.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a building get built real quick though. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Efficient in the building.
Apparently, a friend of mine suggested me to go for a sightseeing at the West Lake.
Yes.
One of the most famous places in Hangzhou.
Yeah.
Haven't had a chance yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Westlake apparently sick. There's some sort of like not amusement park ride, but it's like you go in a glass
the London Eye, whatever you called it yesterday.
Yeah, and you can like apparently I think it goes like all over the Westlake. You can kind of see the whole city. Apparently, it's really worth seeing, and especially at night because they light up the whole city with LEDs, and then also your glass little capsules, I guess you call them, also light up. So yeah, that's cool. We were even potentially tempted to go and have a little look to Shanghai as well. It's only like 40 minutes away, but also
Is it actually a 40-minute drive or
a 40-minute
much longer?
bullet train?
Oh,
or fast train.
Yeah.
But also, might be even
Problem
easier.
is, I have no idea where that train goes from. Like, it might be 40 minutes away from our hotel in this city where that train goes from. So then it's like, okay, well, that's no longer a 40-minute trip. That's like a 2-hour trip at that point. So
I mean, give or take, Shanghai is worthwhile visiting. They have good food, good
but I feel
sights.
like Shanghai, like with most cities in China, I feel like if you're going to go there, you want to go there. You know what I mean?
You're going to need more than half a day.
Yeah, exactly. So, I feel like if I go there to Shanghai and I go just for the day, I feel like I'm going to actually be left like unsatisfied because I wish I kind of saw.
Since Neo, you're the youngest here and you do have a clear vision, how do you think the situation is going right now?
4 admins now.
Well, you say that. There's actually about 5 off the stage just to the right conversing. So they're kind of dipping between, I think it's still about 9.
4 on stage, 5 off stage. Yeah. That's going to get sorted out sooner or later, but we'll figure out what will happen. Haven't figured out exactly what the situation is. We are guessing that it's a gear issue, but Could be worse.
Yeah, we don't know. We're waiting.
I don't know anything, man.
Yeah, we're chilling. As you can
are
tell,
chilling.
there's nothing left for us to say. We have delved into the waters game as deep as we can go.
How was your sleep last night?
Terrible.
Yeah, awful.
Apparently.
Terrible. I literally slept for like 2 hours. I don't know why.
Literally slept 1 hour because I had some rib pain and I had to hit the hospital at 7:30 in the morning.
Right.
I couldn't get to sleep till 5:30-ish,
Wow.
and then I skipped through most of my alarms. So yeah, I got like an hour sleep in, and then I was off for the game 1, so I got like I sneaked in like a couple of more hours of sleep, but yeah. In total 3 hours of not so good sleep.
My body feels like it's still on UK time, which is basically flipped to China. So like I
Yeah.
wasn't tired at night, then when I got up in the morning, then I started getting tired, which is weird because we only had like 3-4 days here.
Right.
Yeah, but you need about a day per hour that you want to flip. So if you're flipping 12 hours,
Yeah,
you really
true.
need like 12 days to kind of be on that proper schedule. And
Yeah.
that'll be by pretty much the time we've gone home.
Mm.
I think I actually had a pretty decent night in comparison to you guys.
You had a bath, right?
I had a bath.
Chilled out.
Because I didn't do the last game of yesterday. I had a bath watching you guys in the bath. It was a good time.
In the bath?
Yeah, I was watching the game, just chilling, nice and warm and relaxing, and then I went to bed. But woke up half an hour later when I went to bed. Like I literally went to sleep straight away, and then I woke up and my nose was blocked.
Yeah.
So as I'm sure you can hear it right now, it's very nasally at this point. I have not been able to breathe through my nose for about 24 hours, and that's not conducive necessarily to great sleep, as I'm sure you guys would be aware.
Yeah.
So I did sleep, probably slept 5-6 hours, but I think it wasn't particularly amazing sleep. So hoping that tonight I'll go to bed and wake up tomorrow with no blocked nose.
The hotel's AC does keep your throat and nose dry, so
Yeah.
pro tip for the travelers, wet the towels, put them on the floor, and it will help with the humidity within the room.
I always just turn off AC. That's my
That's
my rule.
Yeah.
You don't get AC in England at all. So whenever I do go anywhere with AC, it instantly ruins me. So I always have a rule of turning off. But I guess for me, this is, pretty nice temperatures, pretty like cool. So I don't need to cool down my room too much.
Back in South Korea, I believe it's around like negative 6 degrees Celsius. It's
Damn.
midwinter. So on the flight here, I had to wear a puffer, but here I'm fine with a windbreaker. That's how great the weather is in Hangzhou. And surprisingly enough, like Hangzhou is right by the ocean too. Like it's very close to the waters, and I don't know why the temperature is pretty high.
Yeah, not too windy.
It's pretty
either.
warm.
Yeah, exactly. Apparently, some issues were getting fixed, is what
Is
I
it?
heard. But maybe I was gaslit into thinking that. I wonder what points they're delving into over on the Chinese stream.
Would love to hear from them, but looks like it's not gonna happen. But yeah, it should go into the game any moment soon. Looks like we're gonna have to head into the break, as the problem is gonna need a little bit more time to get solved.
Hello. I think we're ready to get going. It's been a hot minute, and I don't know if I truly believe it just yet, but Mexico is going to be our battleground for map number 1. It is Q9 taking on Vasco, and finally I can say, welcome to game number 3 of the day. Oh my god.
Whew.
Oh my god.
That's Mexico.
I never thought I'd see the day. I never thought I'd see the day. We are actually live. So sorry about that extended pause. We had a PC change followed by another sort of issue, probably due to the PC change, maybe setting up settings, something along the line. Either way, changing a whole rig, as you can imagine, it's never that easy.
Yeah,
but we're live.
Good decisive start though from Vasco. You would have maybe missed it if you blinked there. VNC just ran his way into mid. Was like, I'm going to take you out. You, literally you.
Nice.
Yeah, good opening kill from Vasco, and that's exactly what you want on the Blacklist side, right? This is the reason they choose this map. They're very confident on it. Need to be able to get it done on this side, and already putting Q9 under the pressure after a very, very long pause. Is a very good start for Vasco. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. XJ should be traded down here and will be pretty comfortably. A couple of kills coming back on in though from Q9, and YJ wants to pick the pace back up. VNC 1 for 1, not good enough. MG can't get it done, and Q9 will save the round.
Koi picks up a triple kill on the first round to save the round for his team. Eventually, the trade kills were not enough. Koi picks up a quick double, and then the sniper kill coming through, and the final kill going towards Koi was just about it. But for Vasco, realistically speaking, they just need to sneak in a couple rounds for the Blacklist side to have a possibility.
4 kills for Koi. I must have missed one. I thought he got 3.
Yeah, I thought he had a 3K, but apparently it's a 4K.
Classic Koi, really, in all fairness. This guy is unbelievable. Has been unbelievable. I mean, arguably, actually, rating-wise, he hasn't been. But he's definitely, in that top 10 of players we've had so far at this tournament.
Oh, easily.
He wasn't in the top 5, because we had the top 5 this morning. It was 3 from AG, 2 from Imperial. But he's got to be just on the precipice of it.
I'm just waiting for the moment MG to pick up that M4. I mean, we've seen him from time to time. We'll go for the 5 rifle setup and just run into the bomb site. Just waiting when that is going to happen. As the smoke is going to be put out, the timer, it'll tick down. Really, any signal for Ghost Sign is going to be just right now with the pop flashes. They're going to send it right down towards middle. The shots are good from VNC and Solo. They'll pick up a PC, but quick response from YJ. He's going to pick up a kill each, down to 2v3.
It's a pretty good trade in the end there from Silva. XMY will regress back in the middle and check it out. It's not going to see too much. Now action has been spotted out. Silva again on the trade duty, but can't quite get there fast enough. So spacing a bit of an issue there for Vasco, and it may drop this round for them.
2v2 is... The skirmish is a lot better, I feel like, on the side of Vasco. They still do have a nade, still do have a smoke grenade, I believe, on towards MG. 50 seconds up on top of heaven. Looking to get onto the bomb site. It's going to be MG. XJ spotted out, but it's going to be MG going down. Silva now trying to get the trade kill. Runs in, finds the head. But the C4 has to be picked up. And XMY. Over nade's not going to hit.
We'll get it. And we'll get on towards the site. Nice safe plant. And towards back of site itself. Now what has XMY got for us? Silva repositions over. In that back corner, it's a very good angle to play from, but he doesn't quite spot him. He's rotating all the way around. It depends on the timing here, but XMY could catch Silva off guard. He's sort of starting to react to it, and he does so damn well. Silva dancing around the angles. Levels the playing field 1 round apiece.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Because forklift is like kind of the most obvious position to go to in a post plan. It's like, all right, you're in the corner. You don't have to worry about your back at all. You would think the GR player would be aware of that line, but hitting a good shot kind of negates all of those factors. And Vasco have that first big round on the Blacklist side. Wonder how many more there is available to them in this map.
I mean, they did successfully get a foothold on the blacklist side. First round is all they need. Just a couple more, and we might be able to see them come back pretty big on the global risk side, as this map is pretty wonky when it does get to that 7-2 scoreboard, 6-3 even worse. Q9 has to hold onto the bomb sites. But Nate is going to hit right on the money for XJ, losing half HP. And Fefe thinking about swinging, or is that down towards underpassing? Exactly.
Nate deep, doesn't really do a lot. A lot of mid-presence here from Q9, and it's just for the time being keeping Vasco at bay. They're very nervous, very tentative about making their way forward through the smokes, understandably so. It's a very slow round, getting to the minute mark now before we've even really seen a true fight come through. This is one of the issues with Mexico, is that you can just keep replenishing smokes in the same spot in towards mid, and if you're Vasco, you have to fight through them, which so far is so good. Koi has to go huge, and this is what he does best. Koi gets one, gets support as well, and they're doing so damn well of shutting it down. Action under a bit of pressure, but he does well to find him in towards Forklift. Back into a 2 versus 1 now. It was XMY in that clutch last round, couldn't convert it. And this time it's even harder. It's not a 1 versus 1, 1v2, but he does have the C4.
Still got to find a way to pick that C4 back up, does Vasco. Couple of isolated duels on offer right here. Action will go down. And MG missing his shot means XMY keeps it alive. It's Q9 that are really at the moment only getting their rounds out of clutches.
Yeah, Vasco absolutely bringing the round down to the wire here, and maybe it just feels that Vasco might have a really good shot at taking the map away from Q9.
Yeah. It's all about this mid control. Vasco just cannot find a way to really contest it. Like we spoke about, it's about replenishing smokes, right? That's the big thing. And obviously, when this map's played out, everyone sort of heads in the direction of A as a sort of a default. Maybe got to find alternative routes towards B, but that itself is no easy feat. It's quite an open site.
The frontliner for Q9, Koi, already sitting on 6 kills, looking for more. Had a huge 4K on the first round and picking up 2 more in the process. You have you on 0 kills, but we know he can also clutch up for his team.
Big thing is, if we spoke about Mexico being what is on paper a bit of a gimme over towards Vasco. So if Q9 were able to sort of steal this away, it does completely flip the series and then puts us in a spot where we talk about actually, this is pretty good for Q9. They can even be talking about the 2-0 themselves. I mean, the way they're playing right now, they look super confident. That tech break and what can technically ice you out a little bit doesn't seem to have really affected them at all.
With some set of mid smokes, they were able to cross 3 players on towards heaven. VNC gets spotted out. The straight out from YJ's good for 1. He will pick up a double and somehow a 3rd kill for himself. All of a sudden, Vasco, their aggression put to complete halt with the C4 down in no man's land. Action and MG has it all to do.
That's unrecoverable, surely. It's it's probably the worst spot you can drop the C4, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, finally a bit more of a stable looking round from Q9. I've been a little bit concerned that they're really only relying on the individual clutch moments, but this one looks a little bit more locked in. Maybe having a little bit of difficulty cleaning it up in the end, but Koi's there, good trade. And Q9, I would say that's their first good round off the map so far.
Yeah, they look great. There's a lot to like, actually, the way Q9 are playing. Obviously, this map is, I would say, generally pretty GR-sided in the way it is set up, just because of how mid-control is taken. And I think Q9 is doing a fantastic job to make sure that there's no doubts anymore. And was it when it was required about them in sort of clutches? Now, not so much. I feel like for Vasco, unfortunately, we do need to see them just be a little bit more proactive in mid. Like this, for example. It doesn't quite work out in the initial engagement, but the response is great. And XMY once again thrust into a clutch. This time, no chance. That's what Vasco needs to do. The issue with Vasco is because they were allowing Q9 to drop a smoke and then just have mid immediately, it gave them no options. That way, it completely changes it. They basically catch Q9 sleeping.
I'm liking these fast plays from Vasco. They're having a lot of success with that. Even when they're not winning the rounds, they're kind of bringing it very, very close, and it's just a little bit of a miss execute in the clutch. But the faster plays are really working out for Vasco at the moment.
Yeah, mixing up the tempo really keeps your opponent in check. In terms of timings, Q9 has to expect a fast push, a slow push, and if Vasco can somehow find themselves going in towards underpass through water, That's going to put Q9 in a worse spot for defense. But for now, Vasco successfully picking up 2 rounds in just about 5 rounds into the first half. Just might be enough. More would be better, but 2 in Mexico on the blacklist side, personally, I believe is more than enough.
We'll have to see. This is going back to the rounds we don't like, though, as much out from Vasco, where, because they're slowing it down, again, Q9, just keep replenishing smokes in through mid, and it does give them a lot of leeway here. This is a bit of an awkward angle. The fight's got to be good. 1-for-1 trade's not terrible. Good information gathering. The spam through, not exactly as good by Koi. There's a chance, though, to rotate back in. Action forced a little bit further back. C4 down, but recoverable. That's fine. It's a question of just where they want to go.
A lot of options once you have mid-control this early on in the round. Looks like it might end up just being an A split. Couple of players in through alley. Couple in through mid to main. MG. I don't know if I want to see him leading this push with the Orm. He'll just back off a step. Got to keep our eyes on VNC. He's the one that's got the C4. He's kind of the key piece of the puzzle right here. Push is going to come through into mid. That re-aggression it has somewhat worked out. No trade back from Vasco. And now VNC feeling pretty under the weather. He's very, very low. You will drop. Nice headshot from VNC, but still does get taken down. Time becoming a factor here now. Vasco starting to run out of opportunities, and Feifei is miles away from that bomb. Good, solid round from Q9 in the end. It looked like it was set up for success for Vasco, but Q9 bounced back.
We'll get fired up as well, right? The boys on towards Q9 are loving life. I mean, Koi in particular getting super loud, which is exactly what you want to see. You want to see your talisman, your front man leading by example and doing a very good job at it. And seeing Koi play this sort of level out the gates early is really, really scary for Vasco. I mean, I want to see whether we maybe even try and change it up with a bit of a B hit, but they just can't even get close to that site.
I mean, Vasco hasn't really opted out to go down towards underpass. 6 rounds in, there's 3 rounds left onto the first half. Worthwhile giving it a shot. But looks like they're going to stick to going for the mid smokes and see if they can guide themselves in towards middle. Some over nades. The frag nades are not going to find much of value. Yu does lose about half of his HP. But yeah, last round, got to give a lot of credit to Koi for swinging out at the right moment, the right time. Was able to hold on to the aggression. Here's a second set of nades, second set of smokes, and looks like they're going to send it down towards middle. Is it going to be an A split? But you threw the smokes and a takedown VNC.
I'm not a map creator, you know, but I'm thinking, see where the BL side can come out into that kind of first stage of mid,
right,
and there's no wrapping towards B. If there was an extra lane there to make it a 3-lane map, it might actually open up this map quite considerably, because we really just don't see kind of B hits at all because of that, because it's such a choke point, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder how much that would change this map. It's so GR-sided just because of how it's set up, because you can just basically stack over towards the A side and then react off the back of it. You get a quick rotate if you're on that GR side. I wonder how much that would change this map, whether it would actually flip it the other way. Nice shot nonetheless with the Orb. Good to see MG getting into the thick of it, and now you under a lot of pressure as well. He's got to hit a nice couple of shots, and yeah, he needs some support. He has a player towards Forklift and doing quite well to respond, but Silver answers back, put an X and Y again in towards a 1 versus 2. Last time out in the clutch, he was good. This one a little bit harder.
They don't have the C4 though. They've got to go back to mid. They've got to get it in 15 seconds and then get into the site. He's going to hear them. X and Y, if he gets his timing right here, this is going to be the round for Q9. A massive blunder from Vasco as they rerouted right back into him. And he perfectly timed the peak to line them up, and Q9, that's now the 3rd clutch for them on this map. And I think we're at the point now where it's starting to become a bit of a problem, right? If Vasco, you're going to pick into this map, you have to be converting your rounds.
Yeah.
Because you've given Q9 now the opportunity to actually win map 1 and do it convincingly so, even though they've looked a little bit shaky on this map. And Q9 is not the kind of team that's going to like let you up easily going on to Eagle Eye.
It is true. It's getting to the territory as well of where maybe a timeout wouldn't be a bad idea either.
Yeah, I mean, there's just only 2 rounds left, and gotta make it worthwhile. That last round, definitely a blunder. C4 dropped in middle, and that spray down was just so on point. Easier said than done. And even though Q9 does rely on the clutches to rack up on the rounds, after all, it's still rounds won by your team. 5-2 is the scoreboard at the end of the day. And if Vasco ends up dropping this map, then all things might just go wrong here.
True. Nade over towards Ali. Doesn't do a hell of a lot. Very slow by Vasco here as we get towards around that minute mark. Last time out in that previous round, they lost it on time. They don't want to repeat the same mistake.
Well, here's the setups, and they're going to send it down towards heaven with the pop flash. Leading the charge is going to be VNC, followed by Fefe. Yu is going to be on the response. Finds one, and now XJ on the bomb site tries to hold it down, but he cannot. Down to a 3-on-3 with the C4 deep in the bomb site. It will be planted. Going to retake action. Watching from the lurk. He's going to find 1 kill now, getting swung by 2 players. The nade is good, though, to take him out.
Good smoke, though. That'll at least lock him out from that position. They've got to come through that alley. Could be a chunky nade there on towards Koi. He's half HP. YJ's not exactly healthy either. The pop flashing their way in, but a response of a flash from that of Vasco has given them time. XMY going to do well. Puts it all down to 1 man, and Silver can't deliver. Another big round for Q9. And I think now, fellas, we're getting to some quite dangerous territory. This is GR-sided, but it's not this GR-sided.
Well, it's starting to push out pretty substantially, isn't it? I won't ever say it's over until it's over on a map like Mexico. I'm quite intrigued to see what Q9 is going to look like on this blacklist side, but you're really not leaving yourself with very much wiggle room for Vasco here.
No.
And honestly, this could have ended up being like 4 or 5 rounds on the blacklist side for Vasco if they would have won their clutches, or even just won 1 or 2 of them, but they haven't won any of them. And that is giving Q9 a massive lead now.
Yeah, Koi, credit is due, he's looking great. Playing a lot of these high-impact roles as well in that mid-rotate. A lot of preferential fights. He's doing so well at isolating them. He plays that wrap in towards B, but he's so important as cutting off a really, really strong sort of choke point. And Vasco just cannot seem to overcome him.
I mean, from history, a comeback has been made from 7-2. But if I was a Vasco fan, I would love a 3-6 half rather.
You'll take what you can get at this point.
I mean, they still have to go for it. 4 players, deep and middle, will have to fall back for a bit. The flash is going to delay the push as the timer will be ticked down towards the minute mark. Re-smoked again is going to be middle. It looks like the waiting game is going to continue for now.
Well, there's a lot of smokes invested by Vasco to get themselves out into mid safely. 1 for A-main and 1 deeper into middle. Q9 are seemingly quite happy to allow them to have that space, though.
Yeah. Right, let's double stack as well. Koi and YJ got you as well. This is a supporting element. Nice flash. Feifei could be in a bit of trouble here. 1 for 1. Isn't terrible. It's more the information gathered by Q9 about this timing. And speaking of, there's not exactly a hell of a lot of it to work with. 40 seconds or just shy of on that clock as Silver wraps back round. Where are we trying to finish here? It looks like for the first time we might even see a B hit coming forward. And XMY is here to meet them. Koi's taking damage, sure, but XMY's got to go huge. He spams through. First fight is exactly fantastic, and Koi is struggling to support. He'll eventually get clipped. And through the door, the spam will go. Again, 1-4-1. C4 goes down. Surely this one is unrecoverable. Surely this will be a third for Vasco.
Just about 24 HP and a 1v3 clutch to be made. Can he deliver is going to be the question, but looks like it's going to be near impossible. Now that he made the pot shot, he gets caught out, actually swings out, and we're going to be looking at a 6-3 half, as now Vasco is going to be moving on to the black global risk.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit worried, I have to say. Vasco, for me, not looking as clean as they usually do. I think Q9 have offered up a lot more in this first half. Granted, we've already mentioned this is on that GR side where they do a lot of their best work, but I'm a little concerned. I mean, this first round here of this second half feels like it could actually be quite make or break.
Yeah. First round of the half. Big one for Vasco. Keep them in the conversation or allow Q9 to maintain control. Looks like Q9 are going to employ a little bit of a slower style than what we've been seeing from Vasco. A bit more of a reserved standard approach from them. Wait out all that GR util before making any moves.
Playing with the clock seems to be the plan devised for both of these teams, but they're going to be setting out that setups. Q9's waiting to pop flash, but Silva opens up with a nice headshot to you. VNC finds a kill of his own as well. Silva with the pistol will find a double and make that a triple for this guy. All of a sudden.
Super easy round when you look at it. At the tail end, Vasco take their fights and they do so damn well. And unfortunately, for Q9, not a good indicator. We said this first round of the second half is going to really be able to tell us whether they have a chance, well, not whether the chance, but whether it's going to be equally as dominant. But anything but. No Vasco. That's going to help the confidence a lot.
I mean, all of a sudden that scoreline, it doesn't look too bad, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
You'd be backing yourself probably to make the comeback there from 4-6 deficit. Something like a 3-7 would have been a little bit scarier. That's why that last round of the half felt like it was pretty important for Q9, or getting the opening round of this half. But they've just missed out on that. So conversation does sort of get restored a little bit more towards the center.
Second round, they're blacklist Q9. What are they opting out to do? The overnades are going to find some value onto YJ. Silva thinking about some expeditions, going to go down. And this might cost them the round here.
That's a big fight to have early. The fact that it goes untraded, now Q9 can group up and try and utilize the man advantage. MG feeling like he wants to get a bit proactive. He's holding through that smoke, nothing spotted just yet. Q9, still wait. And A-Rap going to be coming forward. And actually we're seeing a lot of presence being shown through kind of that B to mid rotate, so there is a gap here.
Definitely, as the timer is going to be ticking away still. And Q9 really playing with the sweet time. We'll set out a mid smoke and they're going to start to slowly cross in towards A, it looks like. You already right by middle. 30 seconds and they haven't really decided. They are not swinging any moments and they have to go now.
Yeah, we've got to go, guys. I mean, we've got to start to make a move here. Here they come. I mean, VNC's flash alone could slow them down for a brief moment. First fight responds well, and a second behind it. It's a massacre over towards A. I really feel like Q9 was super indecisive there. They just left things a little bit too late, didn't give themselves enough time to clear them towards the site, despite the numbers advantage.
Yeah, Action and Forklift was able to pick up 3, and that was it. All 0 for Q9 for that round. 6-5 as Vasco rapidly catching up.
Yeah.
To the score of Q9.
Koi struggling to have the same level of impact as well that he did in that first half. And he got a couple of kills since the change, and it's obviously showing. It's a one-round game.
And for Q9, going for that slow strat isn't seemingly working out. If it's back-to-back 2 rounds in a row, you're losing. Could try for a fast aggression and just out towards water, since both of these teams have no interest in doing so.
Yeah, it's true. I've already seen 1B here, and it was successful, in all fairness.
And even that B take was through middle, so yet to see what happened through underpass. Smokes are being refilled as Q9 is going to be waiting for the smoke to dissipate. MG going for the shot there is going to miss through the smoke.
Oh, big find, big trades coming forward. That favor Q9. Now they start to make a move as well, but an answer back is not too bad. Still, trades benefiting the BL side right now. And Feifei and VNC got it all to do. Feifei hasn't had too many opportunities. VNC, is he going to clear? Surely. The answer is going to be yes. It's spammed down to leave Feifei all alone. If they just run towards B now, they get a free sight. They just still got to cross, but they don't even need to. A swing and a find. Q9 finally back to winning ways.
I have a feeling this one's really going to come down to the wire. Vasco, for me, are actually looking very solid on this GR side.
Yeah.
But Q9 have just kind of given themselves enough breathing room with that last half that they might be able to eke out one round here and there and get it close, maybe even get it over the line.
Especially that MG's not warmed up fully yet. 5 kills only.
Well, it's not exactly a sniper map, though. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
he shouldn't necessarily have to be the one to put in the hard yards here.
But then again, towards the side of Q9, next to him, has picked up 9, and he was the one to find the first frag, so to speak.
Yeah, we'll say with XMY, though, he used the rifle in that entirety of that first half. So maybe MG, he might sort of take a page out of his book and say, okay, maybe this isn't the map for me on the Orm. It's only really in the second half that we've seen XMY consistently using that sniper. Once again, though, a bit of a move towards A. Little bit of presence shown, but no real commitment.
MG testing middle once again. Last round he failed to do so, and him getting knocked out cost it the round reasonably. This round he does whiff it once again, and will back out without losing his life.
Fortunately, he legs Koi there. Pretty unfortunate. Silver to crack things open with that first. As we're heading towards 1 minute on that clock, and Q9 retreat once again. Looking timid here. These are the sort of rounds that really do feel like it gives us maybe a chance at getting some success forward for Vasco to keep this map competitive.
I mean, the frag onto you might just have been all they needed to maintain the man advantage and maintain the lead into this round. We do have YJ posted deep in middle. Are they going to cross in towards B? However, we do have MG on the long angle. And surely he's not going to miss this one. Or otherwise.
Right there.
That is an insane pre-fire. That might even be a map-winning pre-fire from Q9. VNC can't hold on.
Wow.
That's a massive, massive, huge, big, mega round to win.
Huge, big
Throw
mega.
any kind of superlative you like in there.
Insta pause being called there by Vasco as well. Wow, pressure is on. If they lose this map, they're in a really, really worrying spot, if we have to be honest. I mean, obviously, map number 2 is not bad for them by any means, but it's just the confidence that it gives over towards Q9. Hence why there's so much sort of on the line here with this Mexico. It's meant to be, in quotation marks, a punish pick towards Q9. A side that only played it once in the regular season.
And on God, the moment I say surely,
the
caster curse comes in full effect, full power, full force.
Yeah.
But yeah, going back to this tactical timeout, what do you think? Do you have Vasco has left it in them to win on the global risk side, besides just outgunning Q9?
Honestly, it feels like for the most part, the way they're playing is actually pretty solid. It's the same way Q9 were playing. It's replenishing smokes in towards mid. They're actually just losing the Angels. It just shows just how crisp Q9 are. I mean, that swing in that round just there is a sort of a prime example of it, but their mechanics are incredible right now. And it's not just Koi either.
Yeah, Q9 is on point at the moment. That's been what's dragging them through. Like individually, we talk about in that first half being able to win their clutches. But here in the second half as well, looking really, really sharp. Open up a lot of those rounds. So hopefully for Vasco, that conversation that they've had is going to bear fruit. Otherwise, we're heading on to Eagle Eye, which is Q9's map pick, down 0-1. And I don't think that's going to paint a particularly pretty picture. You've got to win this one if you're Vasco.
Looks like the tactical timeout did alert them. We do see all of the Vasco players ditching B and is going to reinforce down towards middle. All 3 players are going to be looking right into it.
slow. Once again for Q9 to start things off. They're just going to let these smokes come through. You know, pretty standard stuff. They've been leaving it to the last 45, 30 seconds as when they make their move, but in that previous round, it was super successful. So,
I mean, Q9 is continuously finding some success with the slow plays they're making, as opposed to Vasco's slow plays were not really working out.
Yeah, true. Vasco did their best work when they went quick. Nade over. A lot of damage over towards Q9, in all fairness. Not quite the kill, but enough to scare them briefly.
Found some huge value, at least above 100 damage. As YJ and U took a punch. And this is going to be the first time we do see an underpass hit.
Yeah, it might be. First time this entire map.
Yeah, Koi's in a real spot of bother right here. If he's not careful on his exit. Smoke's landing in middle. Obscuring the push through from Sewer. MG might be about to have a rude awakening. Flash is going to go through. They haven't quite checked him. He's going to get some shots off, but hasn't really landed too much. Feifei doing the majority of the work so far for Vasco, but now MG able to strike, and it's a big one. The C4 drops out in no man's land. Turn our attention back over to Koi. He is the pincer strike. He's the flank, and he's going to be potentially the difference maker with that kill. It is going to allow him to retrieve the C4. But where does he go from here? He keeps going forward. Take the duel against Silver. The swing from Yi. YJ, I should even say. Maybe just not quite timed perfectly. And so Vasco will hold on to one more.
Really felt like Koi, the best thing he could have done is just pick up that C4 and dip away. Fall back towards B, even towards A, and get that C4 planted. But he decides to fight instead to give himself a bit of breathing room because he's just unsure. And I mean, ultimately ends up costing him the round. So 8-6. Vasco not out of the count just yet. Still keeping the pressure on. 2 rounds ahead, Q9, 2 rounds away. Stealing Vasco's map in their favor.
Definitely not out yet. They still have a really good chance of tying this back up. And plus, Q9 hasn't found the map point yet. So if Vasco can just continue to hold on to the bomb sites, they're going to find some great success in taking the map back into their hands. As Q9 opting to go for the slow play once again, is going to slowly cross in towards middle. I think they need to put out one more smoke, or oh, they're going towards heaven. This might work out this round, as you can see.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap to work for them. A couple of flashes in the right spot here, and they could be okay. Action over towards Forklift. Just playing the pixel peek. Doesn't want to commit towards a fight because he knows it's all about buying time for the rotation. And then they come. Spotted them out. Yuto comes down. He'll chunk into a bit of a grenade, but the opening kill goes VNC's way. And Vasco doing so well. The response isn't bad. 2 versus 2. And something on the cards here as well. MG and Feifei got it all to do. The flank going to come forward as well. C4 still not down just yet. That's Koi tentative. He's holding, waiting. He might be tempted to swing, but he jumps up on high. It cost him his life, and puts XJ in a really tough spot.
He's going to find one kill to make it to a 1v1. But dead stuck in Forklift. I'm not entirely sure if he can do so.
Well, not impossible that he could find an isolated duel here. Decides to go for the plant. Instead, it's a fake plant. He swings on the MG. Won't win the duel, and Vasco bring it 1 round closer. Not done yet.
1 round in it as well. Q9 struggling to close this out as his back-to-back rounds of Vasco off the back of their pause.
And slowly but surely, MG is coming online. And so is Team, racking up the rounds. Just a couple more, and they are going to be the ones sitting on the map point. As you saw, the frustration seems to be building up on the side of Q9.
Silver and Koi going bar for bar right now as well. 19 and 11 for the both of them. Not a bad spot to be in at all. Standard setup for Q9. I feel like at the very least for them, when we've seen them do their best work for Q9, it has been when they've been trying to change it up just a little bit, but same default in the early round, and then they mid round to make that sort of reaction. Only issue is they can't really do much with mid-round until these smokes fade.
Going for a bomb site with Heaven Take didn't work out. Let's see if they want to just straight up send it down towards middle, but the nades are so on point. Once again, YJ and Yu going down. Koi in big effort will find one, but he himself trying his best, not gonna find any more. Down to 3v2, but XY and Koi both down very low. XY swings.
Ooh.
Good swing, will find a kill.
Not over yet, and Action's pushing. He's got to think better of this, surely. Dangerous if he pushes further in alley there, but decides to back off into A. So it's all good. HP advantage definitely there for Vasco. But again, another round that is teetering on the precipice. A couple of good shots here from Q9, and that's round over. Action close. Deals with the first comfortably, but not necessarily expecting X and Y from the same angle. Still, that element of surprise has been given up, and it should now be easily Vasco's round. 8-8, the equalizer.
And now Q9 will have to use their timeout. If they can't juke a round out, Vasco, on the seemingly more favorable side of this map, will close out in their favor. We thought Q9 could find some success playing slow, but seemingly Vasco has found the answer to stop Q9 from getting onto the bomb sites.
Yeah, I really feel like Q9 is not adapting, not doing anything different. Every round has sort of been playing out the same these last three. I want to see a bit more of a quicker play, just sort of try and fight fire with fire. We know that Vasco like to play very early and towards mid, and it sort of be guns up ready for an aim duel, but Q9, the best work has come from aim duels. I do actually want to see them try and get up in their face a little bit. It's one of the things that can work against these Brazilian teams because they are, you know, inherently quite aggressive and quite quick comparatively. Good way to counter them sometimes if you're just feeling it. And, you know, most of Q9 are looking pretty solid right now. That feels like a good way in which you find an opportunity, but for them, it feels like, yeah, nothing. You know, as the saying goes, nothing changes if nothing changes.
Right.
And unfortunately for Q9, nothing has been changing. I don't even know if it will off the back of the tag pause. I know this feels like more they're just taking a bit of a breather and having a mental reset.
Also, tried to kill the momentum on the side of Vasco. They are picking up rounds after rounds, so definitely a needed timeout, but looks like we are on the tiebreaker round here. 8-8. Let's see what Q9 has prepped to take a round here. Once again, very slow tempo.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very ballsy to come out with a fast play right here.
But that's what I want. That's what I want to see. I want to see Q9
just Wing it.
Yeah, more just so because I kind of feel like they can take these heads-up duels against this side. You know, we've seen so far when it's come down to just raw 50-50s, they've actually looked like the better team. Once again, it's sort of reaffirming just how GR-sided Mexico is. Vasco, who looked, for the most part, non-existent towards that first half, have completely come alive here in the second.
Once again, going for the Heaven Take, we do see 3 players rotating in. What the C4 this time? Some pop flashes. Yu's going to send it in. YJ as well. Action's going to spot the head, though. Looking for the second. He gets knocked out, but VNC has arrived for support. Gets one in the process.
Uh-oh. This is dangerous now. Feifei and MG looking to hold desperately as a duo, but Plant is going to go down pretty quickly here for Q9. MG may not be expected through from Ali, but apparently I'm wrong. That is a very nice peek from XJ, and Q9 get their round. They force at least overtime, but one more right here gives them the map, and what a big map win that would be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a much, much better execute. Absolutely perfectly played over towards A. Fights rotated so well. The trades are perfect. They take the site. C4 goes down immediately to put the pressure on towards Vasco. And then 1 round away from taking their map. We expect this to be a close game, but my God, has it been.
I mean, Vasco did not anticipate at all that Q9 would send it down towards Heaven after a tag pause. Yeah. As you saw, only Action was on the bomb site. But moving into pretty much the final round of the first two halves. Let's see what Q9 wants to do this time around. We do have the C4 kind of lingering on top of underpass. All four players just gather on top of it. Ooh, they have prepped for this round. With some overnades. They're going to send YJ and XJ in towards water. Possibly swing into MG and take the kill. Go for the duel against an armor.
This is a ballsy choice from Q9. They've got to make sure they clear out MG this time. Last time they did this, they didn't clear him. This time, they're struggling to get the better of him. It might be Vasco to force us through to the overtime. Silver, action, VNC surviving, and XMY is in the blender. He's in the middle of the big crossfire. Has managed to sort of negate some of that, but this is an impossible clutch, and so it is to the overtime that we will go.
Yeah, MG just not being the thorn in the foot here. Was not cleared out in time, and he was able to find a double kill, one with the arm, taking out the Colt, finding the second kill of his own. And Q9, surely they were able to find the 9th round, but wasn't able to find the 10th, and we are going to go into overtime.
First one we've had, right, at this tournament so far.
Absolutely correct, and this has a really good chance of going into the golden round as well.
It does.
Since it's Mexico.
Yeah, and since, you know, with how GR side of this looked, Vasco go back onto the BL, and Q9 have to be really strong out the gates here.
Wait, you know what? If Vasco's starting on the blacklist side, if we go into golden rounds, Vasco's going to be on the global risk.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. And that just might be the difference maker here.
It is true. It's the if, but it sort of feels very, very plausible at the moment. DNC, made over. Through heaven, they're trying to fight up closer. They're creeping their way back, though. They're not committed. It was just a little bit of presence shown to make them a little nervy, but I know it's probably not the most opportune of fights.
20 kills onto Silva, 21 kills towards Koi. The top fraggers are really putting in the work here. Nades are being lined up. Fefe trying to smoke down middle. They're going to start crossing in with some nades over the top. With the pop flashes, completely blind is going to be Koi. They're going to have to swing back out. The drop is not happening. YJ will pick up a double kill to hold on to the aggression. The C4 is down in no man's land in action, and MG has it all to do.
Well, the onus is definitely on the teams on the GR side in this overtime to be getting the maximum. You want to be getting 3. Blacklist side has been difficult to work in this matchup. Ooh. Great start to the round for Q9, but it might not be over just yet.
Still a bit of life left in this, it feels. 2 versus 3, but Action and MG at half HP. Let's make it a little easier, potentially, for Q9. MG jumping up. Yeah, I was going to say, might be able to catch one, and he does. Good job of it, but it's a quick response, leaving it all down to one man. MG, they know where he is, and with that time ticking, he's given himself a chance. C4 is down. It is recoverable. This could be an MG round as well. We know he has these sort of ones in the locker. Quick rotate from XJ, and he's just going to get in behind it. Ring around the rosies here, but MG should be able to get a plant.
Oh, the timing of XJ swinging out was just a little 1 second too late, and this might be MG clutching, or it's going to be XJ to tap him out. And Q9 is going to be able to secure the first round of the overtime.
Once again, where does it come from? It comes from the clutches for Q9 on this GR side. I mean, it's one way to do it, I guess. Shouldn't have come down to that, but...
True. But it's kind of been the Q9 special, hasn't it? So many clutches for them have gone their way. 5 margins in 1v1s, 1v2s.
Could have been an MG special.
Yeah, it was
if
close.
He hit that last shot. But unfortunately, XJ found a better of him. Going into round number 2 of 3 for the first half of the overtime. Yet again, very slow pace being put out by Vasco. Conserving on their nades. He was going to dodge that easily.
Again, quiet. Feels like a heaven pop it. For Vasco, Q9. Not a fully manned A site as they usually do like. XJ could be under quite significant pressure here.
2 players is going to be enough if there's no flank coming through from middle, and particularly if you're going to hit your opening frags like that. Oh, there's nothing that Vasco's going to be able to do in this round anymore. That is way too clean. It's a brick wall from Q9.
MG has it all to do. He does find one, but needs to find 4 more, and he's getting flanked. Almost going down, playing with fire. MG does find the second one. Down to 10 HP and a dream.
Don't get excited.
Go for the wraparound.
MG special.
It's too far gone.
MG special.
Has about 50 seconds to work with, but eventually is taken out by Koi.
MG special.
MG special was cooking, but it wasn't hot enough.
Yeah. 2 rounds in a row, though. Big GR side. If Q9 go 3-4-3, I think it's probably enough. It's just a question of can they. If Vasco don't get a single round of the BL, I think unfortunately that might be this one done and dusted.
Even still, even if Vasco does lose all 3 rounds, I think they still have a good shot to take this one to the golden round, just because of how wonky the map is. But at the end of the day, they would love to pick up this last round here. Making a quick rotation of the C4 down towards the underpass. Oh, Koi holding on to a flash here. He could get swinged any moment here.
First water play we've seen actually out from Vasco too in this entire map. XMY, he's got to hit this shot. He's not giving himself a lot of leeway. It's a very fine margin on that crack angle.
Yeah, it's a tougher one to hit.
Ooh. He's going to get out for a second chance, and he's not going to miss that one. In fact, the rest of the swing does not come through from Vasco. They seem almost a little bit scared in this round, and that is going to get the better of them. It's allowed Q9 to set up the defense. Way too strong. MG just watching a merry-go-round in front of him between the doors. But Koi will not be denied. He's 24 and 14 for the map. And Q9 are about to go up 12-9 in the first half of OT, meaning they need only 1 round. And they're going to get 4 bites at the cherry on that blacklist side.
Swing and a miss. XMY looking for more. Will have to reach it backwards. You with a wallbang is going to take down Fefe. And this MG special is going to be tougher, but he does get 1.
MG special.
MG special cooking. Brewing, but is it going to be enough heat for the clutch to happen? And the answer was no. And Q9 is going to be able to find all 3 rounds on their global risk side.
This is tough, man. We've got to see a flawless response coming through from Vasco on the GR. And granted to them, the GR has actually looked very good for them, so we know they're getting 3 rounds in a row. Is doable. With the pressure
but
on,
it's not just 3 rounds in a row now.
It's a different stake.
It's actually 4 rounds in a row now.
With the golden round, yeah.
With the golden round in play. So basically, you can consider this a 4-round half for Q9, where they need to only win 1 round.
Yes.
Which, odds on at this point.
Yeah, it's true. It is very true. Just the 1 round. Of course, the big thing for Vasco, the big difference is that they've also got to deal with the pressure of potentially losing your map pick right here, right now. That'll be another thought in the back of their mind, whether they like it or not. That's going to add just a tiny bit of pressure on the situation.
A quick reminder, if Vasco can pick up all 3 rounds, they are going to go into the golden round in the more favorable side. He's not finding much of a value. Q9 burning the clock down all the way almost.
Classic Q9 here, really. 1 minute 15, not making a move. The Heaven Pot for them worked really well off the back of their attack pause. I wonder whether that's something they try and fall back towards.
Quintessential Q9 blacklist round, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not a lot happening. Waiting that timer down. So we're just going to get tossed in here. Silver's going to try and get in front of it. Vasco want to fight for middle right here. Is that going to prove to be the correct decision? Q9 to get their opening couple of kills. Uh-oh, this is bad news for Vasco. It might be falling apart at the seams. YJ.
It is.
Not going to come into play there. It's the grenades doing a lot of work. VNC, he tries to save the day, but it's once again down to MG. Once again down to a clutch. 1 on 2.
Special.
They've spotted him.
Special.
He's already crossed. And B site will be the option of choice here for Q9.
MG special.
I don't think that.
Too. Can MG finally cook one up for the special?
The smoke doesn't help at all, but there's a pretty sizable gap on that right-hand side, which he could try and cater in his favor. Keeps his way forward.
The double
stack together. It's such a smart play as well here from Q9. Open plant, play off each other, know that they can trade well, and they just swing around that corner, and he misses. Another Q9 taking their opponent's map pick. Mexico goes the way of Q9. One of the most even maps of CrossFire we've had so far throughout this tournament. But what a showing coming through from Q9 when it mattered most. In towards overtime, they take Mexico. And now this really does throw a span on the works here, Jordan.
Yeah, finally, some good Crossfire. I mean, I feel like we've been waiting all event long for something to really sink our teeth into. You know, we've had some close games, we've had some 10-8s, but some of them have felt a little bit
flimsy.
You know, like more mistakes rather than good plays. In this one, it was really just two great teams kind of battering heads against one another. And ultimately, Q9 do come out with the advantage. Has to be said, they got a little bit lucky in that first half with a few clutches going their way, but that's what I was saying going through those sort of first 4-5 rounds. Like, you can't be letting Q9 get away with this, because this is going to be a close map, and those 2 or 3 clutches that you give them is the difference between this ending up 10-7, 10-8 in the favor of Vasco and actually going to that OT and Q9 getting it together and winning it pretty comfortably. So a little bit of a mishap for Vasco, bit of a slow start, giving up a few too many opportunities that probably should have gone their way, and they have been punished for it. Now we have to find out how punished they are actually going to get, because this could end up being a really, really rough series for them in the end. Like, it could end up being 2-0, and at that point, everyone's going to forget about how close you made it on this first map. It's just going to be, that's a 2-0 in the books. Q9 go through as the first seed from this group.
Yeah, and heartbreaking stuff as well for Vasco, because there was a lot to like. That GR side really had a lot to give, but unfortunately when it mattered most, it did sort of fall apart for me.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Vasco is going to drop the map they picked into, and now we're moving into Eagle Eye, but if we were to put the Band-Aids onto the wounds of Vasco, MG towards the end of the match was seemingly getting better and was hitting more crisp shots, so to speak. And Eagle Eye, because of the map being much wider, much longer, a lot more long-range battles. Do we think Vasco stands a chance in stealing the map away against Q9? I mean, before seeing MG come alive, it was like maybe like 20%, but now does Vasco have a standing chance in stealing the map?
I'm going to go no. I don't know about you. I really think I like what I saw from Q9. I just think individually the mechanics are so strong.
I'm at that point as well. I've kind of jumped ship for Vasco. I think they had their opportunity, and like I sort of said, I had a feeling that Vasco could compete, you know, and I think it's very obvious that they are able to compete, but I just think you let a little bit too much get away from you in that one, and so Q9's going to come in feeling really confident. The momentum's definitely going to be there for this next map. So I'd be looking at that and saying, I think Q9 have been given a little bit too much rope, and you're probably not going to be able to reel them back in.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, that was a fantastic showing right at that tail end. Take a look at the summary here as well. 13-9 is how things ended. Koi, no surprises at all. What a performance coming through from this guy, man. Absolutely ridiculous. From start to finish, it has to be said as well. But credit where it's due. Silver was going kind of, you know, bar for bar all the way throughout, right until that tail end. So he looked great. Like you mentioned, we got to see MG come out online, but a little bit too late. He really took a while to get going, where on the other side, sure, YJ didn't have as good a performance, but it did make a difference.
Absolutely did not. MG did come online just a little too late. Just maybe 2 rounds too late, but the set MVP is going to give in towards, of course, but who else? It's going to be Koi. 1.62 KD once again. Yesterday he had 2.3 KD, I believe.
Yeah, the guy can't stop fragging. I think he's been, across all the maps that we've watched, probably the most consistent player.
Yeah.
Like he's been him for this event so far, really.
1 out of 3 rounds, this guy had a multi-kill.
Yep.
So
true. I mean, it's getting to a point where, you know, obviously role-wise it wouldn't really work for AG, but, you know, he's kind of that caliber of kind of some of the AG players right now. You know, look at kind of the rifling core over there with like Shui, for example, right? You know, it feels like he is a player who can sort of go kind of toe-to-toe with him. So that'd be quite an interesting matchup if we did get it, just how Koi individually could perform. But we'll have to see. Eagle Eye, of course, is coming up next. It is the pick of Q9 to make matters just a little bit sweeter for them as well. And, you know, sure, this is a map in which MG is going to feel a little bit more comfortable on it. It's a bit of a sniper's paradise at times. However, we know that this is a map in which there's no issues for Q9. They're playing more than Vasco players. So, you know, they've already got the more reps under the belt, relatively similar sort of win rates here. And I think the most important thing is just the confidence. When you win a close map like that in overtime in that sort of fashion, it really can spur you on. And I think for Vasco, who are a side who obviously are very emotionally invested, that can be quite tilting.
Yeah, look, I mean, X and Y as well. You know, you're talking about MG being able to move into Eagle Eye and be a pivotal point. I think X and Y is going to be feeling, okay, thank God we're finally not on Mexico anymore. I can be unleashed a little bit. Yeah. Let's look at Koi. I mean, he's consistent. He's going to keep fragging, I'm sure. Add X and Y into the picture, and that's looking like a pretty dynamic duo for Q9 as far as I'm concerned. Whereas as far as MG and the rest of his team are concerned, I just don't know that, are we going to really get that same level? Are we getting that same level from them today? They're doing fine, like they're doing well, there's no argument about that, but are they going to hit that next step that they need to really take this fight to Q9, especially on a map that Q9 is going to be comfortable on? Hard to really make that argument. Definitely have to be leaning towards Q9 at this point to take the advantage in this group. And yeah, look, we may well end up seeing a Q9 and all gamers match at some point when we get into those playoffs. So you'll probably get the answer to your questions there.
It's true. Do you know what? For me, the big thing now is that with the situation that we're in, it feels actually, I mean, Jordan, you sort of touched on it, and this is something that we've kind of seen. Both teams are playing at 100%, right? Vasco, even though they lost, they still played incredibly all the way throughout. But I think, unfortunately, if you are the underdogs of Vasco now, you've actually got to play 110%. So actually, can they get that second win? Can they get that extra percent that they don't even know they have right now to be able to push it towards a third? I don't know, right? It feels like it's going to require something quite special. I mean, without a doubt, an incredibly strong start is needed, and that's actually not what they got in towards Mexico.
But it only does feel the way that the wind may have been taken out of sails for Vasco. Losing it in overtime is a very crucial thing for your mentality, and you know, mentality will connect to the shots and your aiming skills. So we'll have to wait and see if Vasco did really fall back behind it, or can they recover from the loss and just suck it up and get it going into Eagle Eye?
It's true. I always feel, for me anyway, I'd rather lose dominantly, you know, lose like 10-2 than lose, you know, in an OT, because I feel like an OT you give so much, and they did so much to claw it back into us in overtime. So you've committed so much in terms of just your mental state, and then you've let it slip. That must be kind of more heartbreaking than anything, and it's like tough to recover from. You've only got, what, 10-15 minute break in between kind of these two maps, and that for me is one of those big things where I have to think about what the mentality is looking like. And this is where you look towards players like Feifei, for example, as your leader to try and really rally the troops up here. But it's no easy feat.
I mean, it is potentially a pretty scary situation for Vasco, even this group. But, you know, we're kind of talking about it as though this is the battle for first place. And I think that is the correct framing. But what we do have to remember is ranking
are good.
Not necessarily a pushover. They're not a team that's definitely going to lose here to Vasco. And in fact, I think there's a possibility definitely that ranking, if they're having a day, you know, Humeo especially, can just run over teams. And
they took a map off Q9.
Off Q9. So if you're Vasco here, you go down to Q9, then all of a sudden, assuming ranking beats LCK, that actually becomes a very important fight. And that's, you know, the last match of this group. So ranking obviously feeling maybe a bit better about things now that they're seeing how this is going, and Vasco have to kind of keep that in the back of their minds as well, that, you know, this is not the be-all end-all, but we do need to kind of try and, if we can, ideally lock it in here, which is obviously easier said than done.
Yeah, it's actually one of those where it's, of all the groups, actually the one with probably the most debate about second place. You know, you look towards Group B, for example, All Gamers Wolf Empire, there's never going to be a debate there. We know, unfortunately, Swamp Gaming and Unknights are not going to have a chance. Look towards Group D as well. And unfortunately, you know, especially now with that 3BL victory over SGJ, that's it. That's basically confirmed. Antisocial 3BL should make it through there. And then the last one being the Imperial Evolution one. I like what I saw from UBECMANIAC. It's not enough for them, unfortunately, in my eyes, to be able to take down two of the big hitters. But map number 2 is about to get underway. It's Eagle Eye 2 is where we are heading for this one. Can this Vasco side stay alive?
Rightio then, here we go straight on into the swing of things. It is going to be Vasco starting off on the blacklist side. Maybe slightly favoured on that side of the map is Vasco, just based on the stats that we saw, but got a heck of a lot of work to do. And
that's a technical.
Might just
4 players,
be a tech pause, yep.
4 players sitting in spawn. Looks like the round will be replayed, most likely, just because nobody has taken a damage, no utils have been used whatsoever.
Yep.
And you can see the tip of the screen there from one of the players. They have exited the game, so the lobby is going to be remade.
It's all good. Better early than late.
True. Better before the map starts than during.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Absolutely.
Hopefully in a brief run. Was it over towards Q9?
I think it's over towards Vasco, only because the Q9 players are moving in the lobby.
I can actually see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, over towards Vasco. I can see them now, the admins.
4 of the players of Vasco were sitting in spawn, so
yeah, we'll restart the game.
presumably it's Vasco's having some issues, but we will have the lobby remade any moment soon here to go underway.
Yeah, it shouldn't take that long as well. Gives a bit of time to chill out.
So far, it's been a good tournament.
It has. Basically, all the favourites winning thus far. No real upsets. I mean, there was the close potential storyline of an upset with that ranking game against Q9, but Q9 thankfully woke up in maps 2 and 3. See it now. Looks like, is it Feifei? I think it is.
Not entirely
sure.
sure.
They're hovering around him on the camera, so it might be him who's taking it. It was his PC as well that got reset as well.
In the midst of all that, Vasco, quick reminder, did lose their map pick of Mexico in going towards overtime. And now we are walking into Q9's map. They could be their home turf. Can Vasco survive? I mean, like Jordan mentioned, a lot of them now, because how Q9 just won that map and how ranking has a good shot at.
Okay, it's done. They're in the lobby. The fist bumps are out.
Nice.
We're good.
Well, yeah, what happens if Vasco just not able to pick up a map and go into the very last game of this group stage? What are the chances of them not being able to make it to the playoffs?
Yeah, it all comes down to that game versus ranking. It's just a direct head-to-head. Winner of that one will be moving forward. But we are live, finally. Welcome to Eagle Eye 2.0. Q9's map pick, and of course for Q9 an opportunity. 2-0 here against a very formidable Vasco side. I mean, that in itself would be pretty insane if they're able to do so.
Double arm setup being delivered by Q9. Koi favoring one for his own as well. Now action going towards Hotel. Koi put that up into a good use. Fefe does go down.
Double arm on Eagle Eye is really, really strong, and especially in the hands of none other than Koi. I mean, somebody's so prolific with a rifle, but you know, you give him the big green, you give him the scope, and he can make it sing. As seen there. We're expecting big numbers, of course, out from Koi, as we always do. And Feifei, of course, now has to sort of call from the grave.
Big rotation being delivered by Vasco after testing the water out towards B. It's going to send it all the way down towards A.
Uh-oh. That doesn't help.
It's going to take down VNC, and XMI is going to continue to hold on to the angle. It looks like the position has been spotted. Koi does drop one more player in the process. MG show, once again, gets one, but gets swung from the backside. The flank is good. And Q9 is going to be able to secure the first round coming into Eagle Eye 2.0.
Get fired up now. Q9, it's a really good round. It's a really simple round. Find the opening kill. Don't panic. Don't fluster. Don't over-rotate. They just sit up in their standard setup, and it forces a rotate out from Vasco, which leads to them just getting completely picked off. Simple, effective. You cannot complain. For Q9, there's big expectations for this team, and honestly, the way they're playing right now, I'm expecting big things from them. They have all the right makings to make this a 2-0.
Big setups from Vasco, smoking both angles. Going to send it down towards A, but unfortunately for them, they do have 3 players of Q9 holding it down. YJ finds one, but gets traded out. U finds one, gets traded out. And MG will find the frag. And looks like Silva's going to be able to wrap the bomb side up, and double kill for him will be good for the round to be picked up.
Wow. Bit back and forth again, maybe similar to the start that we got on Mexico. Yeah, I don't get the feeling that Vasco is going to be the kind of team that's going to go down without a fight, if I'm being honest here. I'll be expecting another close map. This was, I suppose, billed as the blockbuster, one of the blockbuster matches of the day, and probably one of the blockbuster matches of the group stage. And hopefully we're going to get that. I think the first map definitely delivered.
Yeah, I mean, only 2 rounds in, Vasco's showing what they got, showing the caliber that they can go against Q9. One of the top teams in the Chinese region. Moving into round number 3, though, Vasco, after finding success down towards A, is going to think about aggressing in towards the hotel area of B. The smoke is going to delay the push. However, it's not giving away the intentions just yet. 3 players with the C4, too. Thinking about swinging, but Koi with the arm. This guy is deadly. Swings in, but misses. Eventually, it's going to be action to tap him out from the lobby, and this might be the opening frag Vasco needed to win the round here.
It's a little bit of a whiff there for Q9. Puts a bit more pressure onto YJ on this bridge position to try and get some info. He wants to go forward, but has missed his window to grab a frag in doing so. So that leaves XMY sort of on an island here on the A site. And his objective at this point is to get one and survive as long as possible. But I don't imagine that that's going to be an easy task. As soon as he gets one, he's going to be flooded by the rest of the Vasco members. Still, he's been given a bit of room to work with here. Rotation coming through, and that is being cut off with ease. YJ will peg one back. U is still floating around the backside, but it's numbers advantage right now for Vasco. C4 going down.
U going for some pot shots. VNC barely dodging those bullets. And the process, YJ did go down towards MG. Onto a 1v3 clutch. Mission's going to be U. VNC and MG down low. MG goes down. Well, U just needs to pick up 2 more kills.
He's got to move quick, though. Feifei should be the anchor here. He should be the insurance policy. VNC will be spotted out, but he was low, and Feifei, of course. Nice and easy for him. Get the advantage for Vasco, prompting an immediate timeout from Q9.
Quite an early one as well, in all fairness. 23 rounds in. That's a little, for lack of a better term, crossfire there from Feifei. We just waited to play contact. And it works.
I
2
mean,
to 1. I think for you know, for Q9, no need to panic this early on, but I think it's probably more for them, especially the coach, is just, you know, probably spotting a few things, just saying, right, we need to calm down just a tad. Too many fights being given over towards Vasco. We don't want to allow this side to snowball early in this game either.
That too, and also it does pull the trigger away from the side of Vasco. The timeout rule affected it for a little bit because Q9, after finding success in the first round, did lose it back-to-back to have a 1-2 for the scoreline. And mostly, I feel like Q9 needs to put Koi back on the rifle. That's where he had huge success at on Mexico or on Compound yesterday. So
let him multi-frag.
Yeah, let him multi-frag. You miss it, first shot, you're pretty much a dead meat. You'll get swung by your opponents, but rifle, you can fight back, and that's where Koi has found much of success in the previous matches. But yeah, just about 8 seconds left on the tactical timeout, and we are about to proceed back into the game. 2-1, Vasco leading out, moving on to round number 4, that is going to be.
Let him do his best work. Let's see, has he gone back in towards the rifle? I wouldn't mind it, but no, it looks like not. Sticking with that double arm setup. Koi backs himself, of course. Don't see the double arm as often for Vasco. Silver can pick it up, we've seen that before. Feifei also has
some experiences on it.
Yeah, a couple of moments where he picks up. It's more situational, I would say. And Silver's more a feeling. If he's feeling it in the game, he's like, yeah, why not?
Koi is going to be looking down towards middle while XMY is going to be up on the A bomb site. In the meantime, Vasco's sending 3 players down in towards middle, but Koi is waiting with open arms, and he gets traded out by MG, and that's a favorable trade towards the side of Vasco.
Agreed. Gives them space.
Gives them space, and they are able to isolate either bomb site if needed and have maintained the man advantage onto the isolated bomb site if they want to aggress it down towards the site. Minute 30 left on the clock, and Vasco's going to play with patience. Ooh, XJ spotted out, and he has to fall back, or is going to linger around.
Oh, good find. Now he'll fall away. Question's just kind of cross. Does even need to as well. Staying up here and towards the room itself could be pretty strong if he can find Feifei, which he does. Good response. In a matter of moments, Silver's all alone. Really good round, actually, from Q9. Did a fantastic job of getting fights in their favor, isolating them one by one, and before you know it, unfortunately, I don't really know if Silver can do all too much. He catches one lurking round. He has no idea where the other 3 are, and to make matters worse, he just doesn't have the C4.
Yeah. I mean, after XJ finding the first frag there, instantly you were able to see 2 players pushing out towards middle was Q9 as YJ and U was able to clear out middle. Now Silva being tested here, can't do much.
Big round.
Eventually he's taken out and Q9 can tie it back up to 2-on-2.
Big round. Call a pause and just like that, find yourself a round. That's all you can ask.
Bob's your uncle.
You call attack pause, you get a round. That's, if you're a coach, that's as good as it gets.
Shout out to Bob.
Shout out Bob, my uncle. Our uncle. All of our uncles.
Yeah, well, it's not just about this immediate next round. It's about the long game as well. As mentioned, Vasco tend to play a little better on the blacklist side. So they'll be looking for 5 seeks here. Q9 can restrict them to 4. I think that's not a bad shout, but it is definitely looking like a bit of a task. XMY, that's a nice shot. Sets himself up for a second one here. He's getting a bit of backup. Koi watching at the top. It's a bit of a mess, really. Feifei somehow been able to wrap in behind them. Cleans both up. This will be another round for Vasco, you'd think.
Yeah, it's actually quite scrappy around there, unfortunately. XJ got what feels like to be a pretty impossible task here. MG, missed shot. VNC, just jiggle peeking, not committing to the fight here. I mean, XJ's running out of time already. I don't even know how he's going to get into a spot of making this one work for him. Nice shot, but he's going to tagged up once again. It's going to make things a lot harder. I don't really give you too much of a chance, and it doesn't really matter. The HE grenade sees it off. Vasco respond well. Like you said, they do a lot of their best work, it does feel, on this BL side. And if they can get 5, I think they're going to be pretty happy. Any more, cherry on top.
That is true. Another faster bit of movement from Vasco over to the A side of the map. They have got a progression smoke set up. Looks like a flash ready to go. Sets Vasco up for the push into A. VNC though, missing a couple of his opening shots, opens the door up for you. He saw out Feifei as well. It's information, if not a kill. Q9 this time are holding strong. Vasco might have to go back to the drawing board until a couple of quick strikes. The response is in. YJ out in the middle of nowhere, but they know exactly where MG is, and they know that he has to retrieve this C4 if he wants any chance in the round.
Do we finally have a successful MG special coming?
Yeah, I'm hoping already for it. He's had a really good start.
And he does have enough time, plenty of time actually, to make a clutch happen.
Yeah. It's a good way in which Q9 are playing this, though. Not over-facing. They know as well, if one takes contact, the other one can immediately trade. Big thing for MG, he's just got so much time to work with. Looks like YJ will be that first contact. XMY holding for the flank round. Won't spot him on the cross here.
Ooh,
YJ. Oh, MG. 180s, and he does
specially
so
cooking.
well. So it is definitely on the cards here. XMY's opted for the AK in this spot as well. AK versus Orm. And XMY, who usually uses the Orm, is not feeling that confident on it in the 1 versus 1. But this ring around the roses, they're sort of flanking each other out. And this actually could mean that C4 can get picked up. Time is of the essence. We're shy of 40 as XMY is doing the full loop of the map.
MG just might have enough room to retrieve the C4, but I'm sure he won't have enough time to run all the way towards B.
He's got to know the flank's on now. In this sort of time, he's not seen him for ages. He's got to assume that he's coming in from behind.
Timing's going to work out pretty nicely, though, for XMY because MG's had to push all the way back to get that C4. So this should be XMY's round. He knows MG's there. He's making the noise. And look, the spray might not have been perfect from XMY, but when you're shooting at somebody's back, you get an extra second or two.
Yeah.
So Q9 will win a pretty close round.
Yeah, MG had some time to react. Was able to turn his crosshair in the right direction, but pulling his gun out was delayed for a bit.
Yeah, Utah on hand as well. No matters worse. Good response, 3-all. And we spoke about it, SV, out of Vasco. If they can get a 5th, they're pretty happy because they are a BL-sided team for the most part. But if Q9 get a 5th, that could put a lot more pressure on towards Vasco once again.
That's when things become dicey for Vasco.
True.
I mean, if they do lose 2-1, then if Vasco is able to pick up one map before losing the series, oh, the push is coming to shove. XJ is going to be taken down by Feifei somehow. They swung out a little too wide, but the flank from YG is good for 1 only. And now you think about getting in there, will find a quick headshot.
Oh, that's actually big. The Orm does so well to bail him out there. And both Orms singing quite loud. I mean, already down to 1v3, and again, an MG special required. Couldn't do it last time, couldn't do it last map.
Has the C4 this time.
That's the one thing he's got going for him. Same amount of time, too, in a 1 minute 20 mark as his 1v3 starts. But it never gets going. Big round for Q9. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see some sort of a pick come through, in the sense of if we do see some sort of attack pause maybe, and Vasco really prioritizing this first half because it is so important to them.
I mean, they're going to need every little bits and pieces of the rounds here for the first half, especially given that Blacklist is the more favorable side on Eagle Eye.
Yeah.
Going to need to wait and see what Vasco, or rather the IGL, has devised, a plan or not. This time around, Q9 sending 4 players out towards B. I mean, they've been finding huge success holding Hotel down. Even was able to find a couple kills on the flank.
XMY's got a huge hit. I mean, for him, it's about buying time, if he can.
Yeah. He's done that before, though. He can do it again. Q9 getting a bit of a read on things. They've been able to push out through B long, and info's coming across, so the rotation will as well. Could be false information. Looks like Vasco thinking about starting to swing back toward B, but Q9 aren't just being lazy here. They're sort of clearing the map. as they're dedicating members over toward A, they're looking to push forward and, again, gather more information.
Burning the clock down. Vasco absolutely playing with patience, but will it pay off? That's going to be the question here. 4 players, all 5 players gathering in towards middle, but the crossfire, no, rather by the double stack of U and YJ. Will it pay off dividends now? Vasco sending it. YJ swings out, gets one before getting traded out, and U's gonna get sprayed through the wall, through the doors. And all of a sudden, Q9 at risk of losing the map control.
Oh, big. That's very big from XMY. And the Colt pulled out for another behind it. And again, MG special required. He's had 3 1v3s in the last 3 rounds, and none of which have worked.
You
and
guys,
this one will be exactly the same.
You guys keep talking about this MG special thing, and I'm starting to think you might not get this joke, okay? This might be an Australia-only joke, but this is starting to sound like a Rugs A Million commercial, all right? Rugs A Million, it's always on sale, okay? There's always a Rugs A Million sale going on.
So, Rugs A Million.
Rugs A Million, yeah. It's like it's a rug retailer. You can buy your rugs there. They keep putting this sale on, but it's like, but you know, there's nothing really there that you want. MG special. I keep getting this MG special, but where is the MG special? I don't really see anything special about that at all.
The English version of that is DHS. No, yeah, DHS, I think it is like a sofa shop.
Right.
They've always got some sort of sale on.
Oh.
When is there not a sale at DHS? Who knows? Either way, first fight is good in favor of Q9. I'm for a 6-3 half here. Do that on the GR side will be monstrous, and it's looking like it's going to be the case as well. C4 dropped, MG special required this time. Again, not happening. This MG special is not very special at the moment in this series.
I'm just starting to wonder if it even exists.
You know what? I feel like XMY's clutch there on towards the bomb site by himself, picking up 3. Basically took the wind out of the sail. Look at that. Collat to begin with, and the pop flash in towards the Colt, just gunning down Silva, who was completely lights out. I think Vasco's cooked here.
Yeah. I think they need an MG special.
Dear God. When the team needs him the most,
I think
MG?
Honestly, Q9 are pretty happy.
Yeah.
With the MG special. Q9 are like, we'll take another 3 MG specials, please. We'll take a number 9.
They ain't ready for the
9.
They ain't ready for the MG special. When a real MG special happens, they ain't ready for it.
What's like the next top move you guys are just doing yesterday?
Just you wait.
Just that wait. But this time around, we do have the sides switched, and you know it might just bring some new life into Vasco.
Yeah, might allow for an MG special.
Lovely.
Koi. Waiting. Not committing to the fight just yet, but doesn't want to get caught. Oh my god, that was very close. Silva. Right idea, just couldn't connect the spray. This first round is of the utmost importance to Vasco. If they lose this round, I probably think they're actually done here. 7-3 feels relatively unrecoverable, and I think more importantly, it just would just kill them in terms of their confidence. Koi, is he going to clear close right? No. Here's the answers. VNC starts things off well. Koi had too many angles to clear and not enough support.
Not too many angles to support. Down a player's going to be Q9. Trying to scramble what they've got. YJ swung out a little too wide. I'm not entirely sure why he wanted to do that, but the timer is ticking down. Less than 45 seconds. XMY off timing as Fefe's going to gun him down. Looking for a second kill. Does take a bullet, but safe and sound he's going to be. And somehow XJ swings out and takes the head off of Fefe.
Ooh, hang on. This round might not be over just yet. It looked like it was going to be at the 5-on-3, but Q9 have gotten into the B site. Getting a plant now as well. And if this duel goes the way of Q9, then it's real trouble. Silva wisely backing away. He's low, but he's still a factor that Q9 have to be aware of. He's got to allow MG and VNC to be the ones to lead this one from the front.
So what you're telling me is the MG special might be required?
It might be.
Might be. Oh, the flank is good, and actually, great little isolation there. In that final engagement, unfortunately for you, he just had too many angles to look at. He actually spotted all 3, or they knew of all 3, but 180, you just no way of really isolating those fights. So a much better round from Vasco. They really, really needed that, to say the least.
saving the day. It's going to be Vasco. Had they lost that round, I don't think there was not a lot of air left in them for them to breathe. However, successfully picking up the round is going to be Vasco, and they keep the dream alive somewhat. It's not prominent, but it's doable.
Really missing action in this game so far. 2 and 10 for him. Really struggling to get going.
Definitely.
If he's able to come alive, though, it would feel like it might change momentum quite a bit, though, just because if they're doing, you know, okay in what feels like a bit of a 4v5, getting that 5th man online could be the difference maker.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling a little bit like Mexico in a way as well, with Q9 getting the lead in the first half and Vasco trying to sort of play catch-up. But when you're consistently front-running, it's got to be a good feeling. Action here. Has snuck in behind a couple, cleaned a couple of shots as well. It's always a bit scary when you fire that first one and it doesn't hit, but he capitalizes well on the strong position and gives Vasco yet another advantageous round.
Yeah, the trigger discipline on action paid off dividends, picks up 2. MG goes down into XMY, and Koyo will pick up a piece each. Bomb site is completely free. Fefe does respond, gets the C4 down, and that does buy enough time.
That's ballsy from Koyo, by the way. He's just walked out into no man's land and recollected the C4. Good shot from XMY. Now down to the 1v1, but the C4 at least is in a more retrievable position than what it was. Thing is, XMY has got absolutely no idea where Fefe is. And Fefe, well, he's not having a bar of it. He's on the other side of the map.
He's going to set up for the long-range angle, too, if they go for that top-side plant in the open. That's where Fefe could deny, but XMY's probably got to be relatively aware of this. 30 seconds. This plant's got to come through sooner rather than later. He's just so nervy. Doesn't really want to commit to it, and I don't really blame him either.
XMY special cooking up, where will Fefe save the day for his team?
It's the primary orm versus the secondary orm, so my instinct is to back XMY here. But Fefe's had a couple of moments this map, to be fair to him. These are pretty clean.
Yeah, the C4 has been planted, though, and is ticking away. XMY looking in the general direction of where Fefe could be coming from. Swing and a miss.
But spotting him out is the first piece of the puzzle. At least now he knows what he can do, and as you say, just playing time is really the name of the game right here. Every asset is there for XMY. He's going to drop off. Fefe pretty much has to stick this defuse. XMY, he'll get there in time. Just. It was scary, but he got there.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. I think it's a bit of a sigh of relief. I think it's probably the way he's feeling, but a round is a round, a win is a win. And that is ultimately all we care about. Q9 getting closer and closer to the map in the series.
That just might be it for Vasco. 7-4, and they have to play on the global risk. The pressure is now really on for the side of Vasco. As this time around, Action once again trying to go on his own expedition. He had found some success last round. Let's see if he can continue on this round as well. XMY almost gets Action, but eventually he does swing, shoot and miss.
Ooh. Spots the pixels.
Silva
doesn't really want to take the leg shot, though, in all fairness. It's more probably just information for them, in all honesty. They know he's there. It's just about whether they can punish him. And yeah, a bit of a spam. Silva going to get out of there. They go for the nade stack, but actually Silva dips away in time. Might not even realize his leg was sort of betraying his position. Even might still be now.
Q9 is going to send the rest of the players in towards A. Needless to say, VNC has to hold this one down. The setups are out. And MG Special is cooking up. He does find the first frag to open things up. Looking for the second. YJ deep in the bomb site. Can't do much. VNC tags him up, and Silva will find the piece as well. Down to a 4v2. XMY looking for some kills. Last one alive here.
He has his moments, but this one feels very unlikely. Potentially the one kill on towards VNC as he maneuvers, and here we go, we'll get that. 25 seconds though, and the flank is on, and that'll be that.
Wishful thinking for sure.
Yeah, Vasco, good round for them to be taken, and you know, relatively, for the most part, pretty comfortable. Huh? Only the couple of casualties.
7-5. Vasco slowly but surely catching up here. But the true question is, do they have it in them to take the map away? Action goes out wide and is taken out, and looks like the answer is going to be no to that question, as 2 players from Vasco is going to go down at the duel, make that a third almost, as Salva somehow jukes a kill and make that a double. Okay, through the smoke.
Pulls on.
Yeah, no surprises. Take a breather. This will, of course, be for Vasco. This round's far from over, though. 3 versus 3. And Koi barely alive. And Koi hasn't been as impactful as he sort of usually is.
No, I mean, he's not doing too poorly, though. Flank around the back onto the bridge. Timing's perfect from Vasco. Silva gets all the info that they need, but ends up giving up his life to Koi. Yu snuck his way into B. It'll be tough to get a bomb plant right here, though. And they're worried about the flank still, which is fair enough, though. VNC is miles away. Or MG, I should say. MG's gone for... This is what I would think is like a Goken flank.
Yeah.
He just wants to be in the 1v2 for the MG special.
My favorite.
That's cooking up once again in the pot. Probably stuck there, but put some water in it. It's fine. VNC put the test here in a 1v2. Isolate at the bomb site.
Got to be traded down.
They got to know he's there, right? Surely. Swing and a find. That's big. MG special. 1v2.
Do they go A?
MG special
They've got
with
the time, actually. They can probably rotate back over if they want to. MG's got a bit of a flank. He's going to opt to go on that long rotate. Cole pulled out, and he looks the wrong way. I'm not actually too sure. It looked like he was clearing back box, which is an interesting decision, because by that point, when you're that far forward, you would have already seen them. So, swinging a fight, and credit to Q9. They win that round out from what was a really awkward situation. 5v3 brought back to a 3v3, but they were so low. Both of them 1 bullet away from death there in that 1 versus 2. I think, unfortunately, Vasco running out of opportunities here.
I mean, in that previous moment in a 2v2, as the global risk, like, why would you not just give up the bomb site and just play retake as a 2-player?
Yeah.
I think that's, you have a better shot playing against any of the teams, really.
It's just a fundamental, isn't it? Really. Yeah. And I definitely agree with you. I think the splitting there is just basically what you're asking for in that situation. If your splitting is, we need to get lucky with the timing. We're hoping to get lucky with the timing. We don't back ourselves in the 2v2. We don't back ourselves to, you know, trade down or for someone to be able to sort of clutch it out. We're just hoping for a little bit of luck, and see the different approach, obviously, from Q9, where they group up together. They play confidently. They play decisively and proactively as well. They're the ones going hunting for those fights. So,
yeah, too much greed there for the side of Vasco trying to go for the map control on a 2v2. Didn't work out, and now their backs against the walls. Lost the first map, about to drop the second one as well in the series. 8-5 as Q9 just needs 2 more rounds to just close the series out. And it only seems so doable right now, Neo.
It does. I mean, honestly, they're so close.
Very.
And for Vasco, unfortunately, I really feel like they've had quite a few chances and they've just ran out of them. They've not been converting. As long as that feel advantageous, or anytime there's a 50-50, it always feels like you've got to back Q9. Mechanically, just looked an extra, what, 10% crisper, but it's enough. They've been close maps, both of them.
Now, Q9 with the setups are going to start sending it in towards the A bomb site. MG cooking up a special once again. One's going to find the opening on towards you, but XMY is going to drop VNC. Action on the flank here. Gets 1, but couldn't find the 3rd. He does get a double kill, though, to make things worse for Q9.
It's not over yet, though. I mean, Q9 is still in the 2v2 here, and they have shown excellent ability in the clutch. They are cool, calm, and collected, and XJ will make no mistake.
MG
special.
It doesn't exist, boys. Stop trying to make MG special happen. This is like fetch in Mean Girls.
What?
MG special.
Stop trying to make fetch happen. Stop trying to make MG special happen. It doesn't exist.
MG special.
Wasn't there?
Maybe,
it's 9-5.
Maybe the MG special is losing
the
clutches.
Maybe you're right.
I've actually just
The caster curses are on point,
I've
isn't it?
all of you, basically. The empty special is losing clutches, it seems. He is...
I guess I started the trend.
He's about 0 for 9, it feels like, in clutches, bless him.
You know how I said slow, surely, and then, yeah, he whiffs the shot. But this time around, Fefe's going to hit the shot to open things up, and all of a sudden, all breaks loose outside hotel.
All right, well, that was a very quick into 1 versus 3. X and Y, I don't really back him in this one. He has basically no information to work with. Moving up the ladder. Into a sniper's nest, and yeah, I mean, not really much you can do from here. Little laboured by VNC, but a kill's a kill.
Kill's a kill.
Bit of a weird round. Very quick by Q9 and very sloppy, in all fairness. Uncharacteristically sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, the fast aggression towards Hotel didn't pay off dividends. 3 players getting dropped from the side of Q9, and Vasco was able to win and secure the round, but they do need to do it 3 more times if they want to go into overtime. VNC posted out pretty deep out towards A-Long here. Not sure if this is the play that he wants to make here. He finds one, but eventually is traded out right away.
4v4. Well, he's taking some pretty significant damage as well.
Back on the rifle.
An eye out, yeah, as he is back on towards that rifle. Might potentially even swap out with XMY. All about vibes though for Koi. You want him playing his most confident crossfire. Again, XMY has also looked incredible so far. Jumping shot, an information play. Doesn't end up working out for him, and MG out range. Quick reactions delivers.
Yeah, Q9 got to make sure they don't really get too far ahead of themselves here. The map's not done just yet. These last couple of rounds have looked a little bit wayward, I think it's fair to say. Koi's collected the orb. He's going to have a crack himself, see if he can pick something open. XJ maybe take a 1v1 into mid there with Feifei. I mean, it could still come together here for Q9. But next kill has to go their way. Seems like it might have to be on the shoulders of Koi. He doesn't hit the shot. Now 4v2. Seems like the deal is probably sealed for Vasco to at least win this round and remain alive in the map and series.
There's a couple of windows there, but they squandered all of them, unfortunately. If Koi got that shot on towards top sight, might have been a world. And then again, the headshot angle coming down the stairs, if that had been hit, could have flipped things, but no, not to be.
I mean,
yeah, back-to-back rounds which have been, yeah, a little bit sloppier by Q9, and first time we've really seen them have that in this series.
2 more to go is better than 4 more to go. As now Vasco just needs to pick up 2 more to go into overtime. And like Jordan said, Q9 shouldn't be jumping the guns a little too early. It's not over yet.
Yeah, they're playing like this is sort of a foregone conclusion, but you can never really have that with Vasco. They're always a side who have such tenacity about them. But this is more like it. Q9 slow things down, this methodical approach as they look to isolate fights. This is more what you expect out of them. A double orb setup back in play.
At least for Vasco, Action is getting more proactive. He's the one kind of pushing out, poking, prodding, and is able to find huge flanks. Although rounds were lost, he was able to find some double kills here and there. Let's see what Q9 wants to do here. Double once again. Koi is going for it. But the timer, they're going to play with the clock. Minute 24 left onto it.
Feifei. First contact's going to be him, and unsuccessful. Just get tagged, but he's actually lucky he's getting away alive. He'll take that at the very least. Action. Don't know how much he wants to stick around. He'll reposition, and yeah, looks like he's sort of happy to let them move up into his house and take that fight, but very strong world in which he can get overwhelmed. If Feifei misses a shot, I mean, that's where Action becomes a little bit uncomfortable, but they both hit big shots. They look for more as well. 3 versus 4, Action will reposition. And he will deliver again. Another second. He can't quite find the third. 2 versus 3. Numbers still favor Vasco.
C4's in a pretty awkward spot for Q9. They don't have a huge amount of time to work with either. They've got to lock in right here. XJ and YJ. C4 recollected, but 30 seconds left to go. You've just got to confidently hit that B site and try to hit a clean entry. That'll be what makes this doable. 20 seconds on the clock, though. Got to go now. Silver's been spotted out. He is very low, but has managed to win his duel. Now it's on to YJ. He doesn't have many options. It's all in the hands of Vasco at this point. VNC goes for the peak, and YJ, he'll be able to get a plan. MG on the push forward. Tap YJ with the Colt in hand. And I can't believe he's gone for the peak there, MG. 2 seconds on the clock, but he'll hit the shot, and that's good enough.
Oh my God, confidence, never shy in any of these Brazilian teams. That's another one of them. Very much could have gone wrong there for MG. Thankfully not to be. Final round here, regulation. Is overtime going to be required once again?
Backs against the wall, but never losing their confidence as MG was just swinging out, jumping, dropping with the Colt. Secures the kill, secured a round. But Vasco is still 1 round short of going to overtime, and they have to make this one happen. Action was thinking about going out wide once again, but this time Q9, they're playing far back from Hotel. However, Koi and XJ down to about 60 HP each. Looks like the nades found some value from the side of Vasco.
Q9 are feeling a little bit tentative at the moment. I wonder if they're letting the pressure get to them. 3 players on the A site. Not sure I like seeing Q9 head in the direction of that stack.
I mean, they might just give it a shot. In the worst case, they go into overtime. They don't lose the mat.
Silva spots one out. Bot flash round, first fight. Oh, it's so blind for VNC. He had no clue where he was. And it could be more trouble. MG hits a big shot, though, to give them a chance. But the trades are looking very, very good. 2 versus 3, make that 1. Faith got to lead by example. 1 versus 3 required. And Q9 might just be about to close out this series. He goes for the elevated angle in towards Sniper's Nest. But I don't know if you can deny the C4 from this spot. They also don't really have to commit towards A.
Yeah, they would have to make a big mistake right now, Q9, to allow a kill to come from this position.
Only really 2 angles that is open to it as well. They always get clear, so surely they should be fine. Feifei scared of a flank for himself. And Q9 do their due diligence. They're not making any sort of hasty moves here. They're not being too audacious. That C4, of course, want to go down sooner rather than later.
Burning the clock down, really. Q9 wants to secure this round and just close it out. Don't want to take this one into overtime. No need to risk anything, really.
They are really taking their time, though. I mean, I'd like to have seen the bomb plant go down now.
Come on, guys. All right, there we go. Finally.
Didn't leave themselves much wiggle room if he was just happening to be somewhere, but it doesn't matter in the end. Feifei, after all that, it feels like an anti-climax. Q9 with a couple of cheers will take the 2-0 against Vasco.
We were scared about them jumping the gun, but in the end, Q9 end up closing it out. 2-0 in the series. And it does put Vasco maybe in a bit of a precarious spot in Group A. That's something to come back to a little bit later down the line. But what we do like to see, Q9, a side who we haven't seen internationally for a while, coming in towards the tournament, 2 wins off the gate. I mean, that's brilliant.
Yeah, super solid stuff. I mean, is that an over-exaggeration? Was it super solid? I think it was solid enough from Q9, but you know, you go OT at map 1 and very nearly go OT in map 2. That's not to say it's a bad result at all from Q9. I think Vasco's pretty reasonable competition, but you know, going into playoffs, they're going to want to bring another level. They want to get a little bit stronger than that. I mean, there were some hairy moments. They did have to get carried in a couple of instances by their clutch ability, so I think there's definitely still some improvements that can be made by Q9, but at least as far as group stage form is concerned, it's good enough.
Yeah, they had to really lock in, especially at the end there, let a few rounds slip away out of nothing. Maybe there's you know, conversation about discipline and all the rest, but for me, for the most part, I like what I saw from Q9. I think for Vasco, far from, you know, game over, I guess, in the group, but it definitely puts a little bit more pressure on that ranking game.
Yeah, Q9, they secure their spot in the playoffs, and for Vasco, there's still one more game to be played by the rest of the group, and that will basically decide the fate of Vasco. But at the same time, Vasco not being able to take a map away from Q9, it does put them in a little bit of a risky spot. But at the same time, the round scores, they did bring this one to overtime, and they were able to go on to the 8th round as well for their own. So, yeah, they were able to rack up on some rounds, and that might just save their day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all in all as well, for me, one really good showing coming forward for Q9 is that they don't rely on Koi. They didn't rely on him in that second map, right? They had X and Y, who for me actually really stepped up in a big way, and I think he kind of sort of led by example. I think as a sniper, he was very proactive, he looked very good, and when Koi was having these moments of looking a little bit off, not off his game, but by his standards, this is a guy who, you know, we're sort of expecting him to have like a 1.6 KD bare minimum, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when he's only having like a I don't know, we can see now, I guess, sort of like 1.2-ish, something along those lines. Actually, not even. Koi actually ended up going negative. You might have really tailed off at the end there, but that's what we're saying, right?
It's fine.
X and Y steps up, XJ had his moments too, and this is good news for Q9, because off the back of game 1, it kind of felt like a bit of a one-man army situation.
Sure, I mean, so long as everyone is contributing, that's kind of the ideal end goal. Kept talking about the MG special. I mean, he did okay for himself, but 1.45, it's just not going to be enough when you've got Action and VNC both missing, right? Typically, we'd want to see probably Action and VNC up around the Fei number, maybe even in the case of those two, perhaps a little bit higher than that, and Fei drop off a little bit, but that didn't really happen today. For Vasco in that final map, XMY is going to pick up the MVP.
Well deserved.
Cool, calm, and collected. He looks like a
bit of a Chad.
Bit of a Chad, yeah. Meet him at the beach. Nice sunnies.
Loving the shades there. But yeah, he had a great game, XMY. I was really impressed with what I saw out from this guy. I mean, all the way throughout for me, he just, you know, is a very competent all player. And of course, we can see how it sort of affects his Group A standings now. 2 wins for Q9 basically means they're guaranteed going forward in that #1 spot, which for them is huge. It means they most likely will avoid the likes of your Raw Gamers, your Imperials. That, as you go, is how you make a deep run into those playoffs.
So I'm not entirely sure if ranking beats LCK2. Oh, with the rounds, things could be changing.
Okay, so it's not so much about that.
It's head-to-head.
It's if ranking beats LCK and then also beats Vasco, that's where it's going to be a problem for Vasco.
Yeah.
Like, ranking Vasco is now the interesting matchup here. We're expecting Vasco, you know, now having lost to Q9, beat an LCK to really just have to win that game against ranking. But ranking have a little bit more to do to kind of like make it even a potential chance for themselves. So there's something still to be said there that maybe LCK can cause a bit of a ruckus, a bit of an upset over ranking. But if everything goes as it should, which would be ranking beats LCK, then it comes down to, okay, can ranking now beat Vasco? But if that happens, then who knows?
It basically is a direct head-to-head between ranking and Vasco if things go to plan, right? And that's the main thing. It won't really be as much about round difference. And right in saying it, especially in Vietnam, we kind of had a similar situation where it was head-to-head was the primary thing. Then round difference. Round difference only for kind of like split decisions with 3-way ties and all the rest. So for the most part, it does come down to that kind of final game in Group A, which will be very, very interesting. But I think for Q9, they've got to have a real sigh of relief now for them. Like I said, you know, avoiding a lot of these big teams heading in towards the early round of playoffs is huge, right? I'm not sure exactly if Group A will end up playing either, whether it's normally either Group A play Group B because they're on the same side of the bracket, or it's Group A play Group D because the opposite side of the bracket.
I think it just depends on a draw. I think there's normally a draw.
There we go. So, you know, either way, they're going to avoid what is most likely going to be. Well, actually, we don't really know between all gamers and Wolfenstein.
It's just Seed 1 will versus Seed 2, but we're not sure which one. And it will obviously try to avoid... Actually, no, that's not even true. I'm pretty sure it doesn't even matter necessarily which region the teams are coming from. You can actually match up in the playoffs.
There we go.
So it doesn't matter if, like, you know, China takes first and second in a group. They can actually play against each other. Same for Brazil, obviously.
Yeah.
Although we're not really expecting maybe Vietnam to have 2 of their teams making through to the playoffs. But these things happen.
You never
Then
know.
again, Q9 did show some weaknesses in their Mexico and Eagle Eye already in the group stages, and of course the other contenders on the other groups have probably noted them down, and it looks like Q9 will have to also go back to the drawing board and do some homework if they want to fortify their defense.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. But I think as well, a lot to learn from them. But pretty impressive for a side who haven't played international this year until this tournament. I like what I see. It didn't seem like they were at all nervous, really, in that game at all. They get fired up all the way throughout. We always say as well, we like when people play against Brazilian teams and get loud back at them. And Koi in particular was really getting super vocal all the way throughout. So impressive stuff coming forward from this team. We'll be getting an interview as well sooner rather than later. It'll be interesting, of course, to kind of hear what the vibes are towards Q9 now, knowing that they kind of guarantee through and sort of, I guess, probably what's next in terms of their prep for the next stages.
It's just about locking things in for that first seed, of course, first of all, and then figuring out, okay, who are we going to be likely to play against in playoffs? Who might be a potential issue for us, and making sure they cross their T's and dot their I's.
Yeah, exactly. Don't, as you could like to say, sort of count your chickens before they hatch type vibe in that sense. But, you know, it's not the end of the world for Vasco. They might still have a chance, but of course, forget all that for now. We're going to throw this one over towards Into on the stage. We'll see you soon.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到
Back to
赛
the
后
main
采访
stage.
环
This
节，
is
我
for
是
the
主持
interview
人
session,
那么这一
and
场的
I'm
比
the
赛呢，
host.
是让我们恭喜
And
一下
for
秦
this
九
match,
战队是获得
congratulations
了
to
本场比
Q9
赛的
for
胜
winning
利。
this
全场呢，现
victory.
在给到了我
And
身
the
边的雨
MVP
墨，来给
is
所有的 CF 们打个招呼吧。
Say hi to
大家
the
好，
CFers.
我是
Hi,
奇骏俱乐部的雨墨。
XMY from Q9.
赢下这一场比赛啊，可以
And
说
winning
是
this
非常的
crucial
关键了。
match
看
is
到
very
当时队员
important,
们都
and
非
we
常的
saw
兴
that
奋
the
啊。
team
此时
was
此刻有
very
什么样的心
excited.
情
So
跟
do you
大
have
家分享
anything
呢？
you'd like to share at this moment?
心情还是比较激动的吧，
I'm
因
very
为
excited
SV 在
at
我
this
们
moment, and
在我们这
also
个小组还算比较强劲的
SV
对
is
手嘛，
very
是的。
strong in this
昨
group.
天 SV 对阵 LCK 的
And
比
did
赛
you
有没有关
follow
注
the？ match between SV and LCK
关注了，
yesterday?
因为都
Yes,
是我
watched
们
the
小组
the
的对手
competition
嘛。
because they are also
他们
our
昨天的
opponents
枪
in
法
the
实力
team,
非
and
常
their
在线啊，
shooting
所以你
was
感觉他
very
们真实
good
的实力
yesterday. So
如
how
何
do you evaluate their
我
strength?
觉得 SV 这个队伍
I think for the
枪
team
法还是比较在
SV,
线
they
的。
have very
然
good
后
performance in their gun
可能
skills.
跟国内队伍比的话，个人
Compared
细节
with
没
the
有我
team
们好
in
吧。
China, we
个
do
人
better
细
in
节
the
没有我们
details.
好。那看到他们这么秀的
And
操
seeing their
作，在赛
impressive
前有
plays
做
and
什么样的
performance,
准
did you
备
do
吗？
any preparation before the match?
其实我们打每个队之前都
So
会
in the conversation
就
of
是
all the
针
teams
对一些
before the
战术
match,
或者点
we
位都有
will
做一些调
have
整。
some
然后
preparations
临
on
场的
our
话就是
strategies,
大家
and
根据
on
拿到的
the
信息再去调整嘛。
inside the competition, we will also share the
好，那我们也是
information
来
with the
回顾一下
teammates.
今天的这一场
And
比赛啊，
let's
大比分2
re-evaluate
比0
and
拿下了
brief
胜利。
on
第一场地图
today's
的沙
match.
丘，
We have
上半场因为我们
2-0,
担任
and
优
for
势
the
方的
first
保卫
map,
方式拿到了
Mexico,
7分。
when we
下
were
半
in
场对
the
方也是
global
接连的
risk,
一个追
we
分，8
defended
比
a
8的时候叫出了
7-2,
暂停，
and
具体的
there
沟
was a
通内容还
timeout
记得吗？
when it was 8-8. So
暂停
what
的
was
内容的话，就
discussed
是
during the
复盘了一下
communication?
对面
So we just discussed
那些外场的站位，还有
about the
我
position
们
of the
要打的
enemies
战术，
and
还有
where
上
are we
外场
heading
要
to,
配的道具这些。
and also about the
主要
grenade
还
and
是
the
在
flash
沟通一
bombs.
下细节，把
So
这些
it's
细
just
节再做
communication
到位。
about the
那这一张
details.
地图为什么
And
两
for
边会打得
this
这么的
map,
焦灼，那么的
why
纠结呢？
there was a tension between the
我觉
two
得可
sides?
能我们一开
I
始
think
上
it's
来
basically
枪
that
感不太在线嘛，然后后
when
面
we
慢慢
in
的
the first
找
half
到
of the
状态
game
了，
we
枪法
were
能发挥出
still
来了。
working hard to
这
get
张地
to
图生活
the
也是站
game,
到了
and
加
then
时，
we
加时
just
当中虽
bring
然我
out
们
our
是
best
4比0
performance.
拿
And
下
also
的，
this
但 是
is
在
the
加
map
时的第一
in
分，我觉得
with
是
the
可以讲一
first
下的，因为
extra
其实当
round,
时我们是
and
非常
it's
大的一
like
个优势
Q9
，5打
5
2，
to
最后是
5
变成了
versus
小
2,
杰跟这个
and
一个
it's
1打1，
finally
还知道
XJ
对
and
方
MG
掉包
1
的
versus
情况
1,
之
and
下，我
also
们到
we
底是
know
出现
that
了
the
什么样
enemy
的问题
already
呢？
lose the bomb. So how do we communicate with with inside the team. I think that we have some mistakes in the communication inside the team. We aimed to work together, but our teammates were taken down by the enemy. So we lose some opportunities, but finally we got the victory for the first map. And did we make any adjustment? We just calm each other down and we do it state by state. And for the second map, it's the Eagle Eye 2.0. Do you think we have any advantage in this map? I think for the advantage in the map Eagle Eye, I think KOI is very good in its snipe position, so we can have some advantage. And also for the fourth BO3, it's Chengdu All Gamers versus Wolf. It's also a very challenging two teams, so cheer up for Chengdu All Gamers. We hope that Chengdu all gamers can take down Wolf, and we hope to secure the championship in China. So cheer them up. Chengdu AG, go for it, just do it. And thanks for taking part in this interview, and let's look forward to the last BO3, and let's take a break, and after that, we'll be right back.
Cảm nhận của em khi nhận được giải nhất danh hiệu chức vô địch là em rất là vui, và em không nghĩ đến là em giành được chức vô địch sau bao nhiêu năm em chinh chiến trên đấu trường quốc tế chuyên nghiệp. Đánh bại người Trung Quốc thì cảm xúc của em rất là vui thôi, nhưng mà đánh bại người Trung Quốc để giành chức vô địch thì em càng vui nhân ít 10 lần. Đến bây giờ vẫn còn vui. Em đang ăn mì tôm. Buổi sáng mới dậy nên là ăn tạm có mì tôm. Một ngày bình thường của em thì em ngủ thì sẽ rơi vào tầm 12 giờ trưa em dậy, và em sẽ ăn trưa. Thì có những hôm thì em sẽ ăn ở ngoài, có những hôm thì vợ em nấu ăn. Nếu như hôm nào vợ em bận công việc hoặc là mệt quá thì em sẽ đi ăn ngoài hoặc là ăn mì tôm cho nó nhanh, và uống thêm một ly cà phê.
Theo em thì ở trong game thì Lucas là một người rất là kỷ luật và chăm chỉ tập luyện. Còn đối với đời sống thì quan hệ với mọi người thì Lucas thân thiện và hòa đồng.
Lý do để em đạt được chiến thắng và giành chức vô địch là team em 5 người đồng lòng. Dù có thắng hay thua thì chơi hết mình là được. Mục tiêu tương lai của em là vô địch thêm một cái CBF Grand Final. Bất cứ là năm nào cũng được, nhưng mà nếu mà hay nhất thì là trong năm nay. Và tương lai của em thì em sẽ muốn có thêm nhiều chức danh hiệu hơn. Vô địch không? Định nghĩa của game luật kết của em đối với em đó là tuổi thơ và thanh xuân và cả tương lai của em. Lucas xin chân thành cảm ơn các fan hâm mộ đã đến nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ và các fan hâm mộ đã theo dõi Team Boss Empire qua màn ảnh nhỏ. Lucas một lần nữa xin cảm ơn và mong rằng các fan hâm mộ luôn theo dõi Team Boss Empire từ nay về sau.
And the flash is absolutely on point there. Untitled Chapter goes down.
Or rather, Lucas on the side. They do get 3. I mean, there is still a chance he's going to try to hold it, but the kill does come through.
Oh, he gets completely crouched. And Ice Cube continues to put the damage out. now staying on top of the bomb site, still trying to tip the head, and somehow gets a double kill to hold it down. All down to his KLB in a 1v4. He can't do so.
And Evolution Tower, they're going to lose YH first, and Mino's going to come from long.
He does so damn well. The quad's on, but it gets cut off there.
Get in front of his clutch.
Let's get it! Early for next time. However, what's the execution? Not good. A snare goes for two. Oh! Head on a swivel as he's
Yeah, it's like, guys, what?
no!
Guys? Hail Mary into the bomb site, that phase, straight down one quick 4 angles.
Caralho, moleque, tão menor, pô!
Hello and welcome back to the final game of today, and my god, are we finishing with an absolute banger. It is the rematch of the Summer Championships held out in Hanoi, Vietnam, and it's the Chengdu Wargamers taking on Wolf Empire. This one is spicy. Sneaky, I'll start with you. Since we were there, what a game that was in the finals, and what a result that honestly nobody expected. Do you think Wolf Empire can do it again?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like we haven't really seen the 100% Wolf Empire yet, and I feel like now is the time to do so, just to, you know, kind of prove it to all gamers that, hey, we could still kind of take you down, you know, similar fashion possibly that from what we saw there at Hanoi. But, you know, it's a different look of a team now for AG. They have a new fifth, they got GA now, so it's a lot more stable of a team. So Hanoi can happen again, but it's going to be a lot harder this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, all gamers are going to be coming towards the tournament as the clear favorite, I think, is the main thing. Especially now that we don't have a team like a Baisha here, who have always been their sort of go-to rivals. This feels like a prime opportunity for AG to sort of kind of clap back and say, Hanoi was a fluke, and we're actually still the best, and that was a one-off.
Yeah, I think the Chinese teams as well, as the year comes along, gets closer to the grand finals, they decide, hey, let's really turn on the jets, let's practice a lot more, let's get ready to actually show our best form. So yes, while Wolf Empire was able to do it once, I think that all gamers right now should be in best form, and a lot of us do favor them coming into this match anyway. So, you know, the results from earlier on in the year, that was quite a while ago, and a lot of things have changed, and all gamers are coming in here as the first seed from China. So definitely a lot on the line for this in terms of pride for all gamers, in terms of seeding for the group as well. You want to get through, you don't want to have to face off of against another first seed team from a different group. That's going to make things just even more difficult. And I'm sure they're coming in here with that extra little bit of vengeance and preparation for sure for this match.
Good news is, though, for the most part, if we're being completely honest here, and we hate to do this, but we have to do this.
Hate being honest.
Yeah.
Awful.
They're basically guaranteed, regardless of the result, to make it through to the playoffs anyway. You know, you don't want to discredit Swamp Gaming or Untitled, but that is the third weakest team in EU MENA, and then the best team in North America, which finished 7th or 8th in EU MENA this season in the West League. So, you know, unfortunately, it feels like no matter what the result is, it's not going to make a grand difference. They're going to make it through, but it's kind of a discussion we were talking about on the desk. It's about seeding. You want to avoid the other top teams along the way.
Sure.
You know, if it is, for example, all gamers that make it through and win this one, get them one spot, you want to avoid the Imperials. You want to avoid what is now the Q9s of the world and face them as later down the line as possible.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be very important, especially going into the automatic seeding, right? Some of the other teams are going to go to knockout stage. But guys, of course, before we delve into the discussion, we're going to take a look at the players on stage.
We've had some great games today. Here's the one we've been highly anticipating. The CFS Summer Championship 2024 Finals rematch. It's finally here. These could be the best two teams in the world, and they're ready to face each other on our stage. Introducing the #1 seed from China, they're your Chengdu All Gamers. And now we welcome their opponents. Here come the summer season champions. Representing Vietnam, they are Wolf Empire! This could be a preview of the CFS 2024 Grand Final. And all gamers, they will not want to lose to Wolf Empire again, particularly here in China. So hold on tight for an explosive finale of Day 3.
I think Matt is absolutely spot on. This has all the potential to be a preview of what the grand final is going to look like. This is two of the top teams coming in towards this year's 2024 grand finals. And the way things are playing out, it's actually very difficult to predict where this one's going to go. You know, you've got Wolf Empire, have already got the once over them this year, but then you've got what is just the history of all gamers and the kind of the respect you have to give them, especially actually in group stages where they do a lot of their best work.
They're just really good. I mean, there is maybe no better player than Du at this entire tournament as well. I mean,
4 KD.
Yeah, he does have 4 KD. Again, this was against a Knights, right? They won 10-2, 10-1. So he's going to have some ridiculous numbers, but it also does do a good job of highlighting my point. I think he might just be the single best player at the tournament, best sniper, I'd say. He is, you know, maybe challenged by guys on the other side like Ice Cube, but I do think that he is decently comfortable in that spot, and you've got him, but he's just backed up by so many powerhouses as well.
And I think with AG, and this is the kind of the beautiful thing about watching this side, is that, you know, even, which is rare, if Du has a bit of an off game, Zhui will step up. And, you know, if Zhui doesn't step up, Zai will step up. And this is the kind of thing, they've got so many different areas of where they find firepower. Same thing can be said on the other side too as well. Now, we spoke a little bit already about, of course, Du, but Ice Cube, he's no slouch himself. This was an incredible player and had his number out in Vietnam too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like Ice Cube definitely has really come into his own as a star sniper, man, and he was one of the main, if not the main reason why they even won Vietnam in the first place. I mean, you were there, right? He had multiple clutches, mind-blowing clutches on Compound specifically, which did win them at that tournament. But man, I feel like Wolf Empire is just a matter of consistency for them, right? It's not going to be all the time that we are seeing Dota going toe-to-toe with ZY. It's not all the time that we're going to see Lucas, Rambo, Shady go up against the riflers here of the side of AG. They just need to keep it consistent, and we need to see the Wolf Empire that we saw from Hanoi, not the Wolf Empire that we saw from the previous game.
It's true. It's very, very true. I mean, the good thing about this as well is because there is a bit of known knowledge about each other, that does make it pretty interesting when we talk about anti-strats and the rest. Of course, results for the Chengdu All Gamers, for the most part, pretty simple. They lost the best of one, but realistically, who cares? The best of fives, 3-1s, that's comfortable.
Yeah, 3-1's comfortable, and it's against really strong teams. You know, the Chinese region has always been incredibly strong, and you know, they make it through to the upper bracket finals. They get a very comfortable 3-1 over Evolution Power Gaming. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wolf Empire up against Ranking Esports did in fact go down in the finals. They still make it to this tournament, and it kind of sets up an interesting position where Wolf Empire, you know, second seed, quote unquote, but probably still the strongest team, almost definitely still the strongest team from Vietnam. And it sets up this really powerhouse top of this group, and it gives us this group stage match, which is really cool. But at the same time, I will say that I do think the Chinese region is stronger, and at the same time, Wolf Empire did not make it out in first place. So that's got to mean something here at the end of the year.
Key players to look at here as well, Sneaky. And we'll touch on the riflers. You know, we always will talk about the ARM players, the snipers, but I think it's always good to kind of have a little bit of a conversation about this rifling core, which both sides is very strong. Dola and Zhui. And Zhui's obviously had a little bit of a better tournament, but a much easier game.
Yeah, much easier time. In all honesty, I think the more accurate depiction of the how good these two players are is you take a look at the HNK. Obviously, Dola and Zhui, the connoisseurs of the AK-47, so you gotta get those headshots down and underway. But for Zhui, I mean, for a person that does play the entry fragger role, the amount of multi-kills this guy gets is absolutely absurd, especially for the role that he's playing. He's supposed to be the one dying first, but then he somehow still gets it.
He doesn't die. It's as simple as that. One thing that is probably worth touching on is that even though they got a win, I wouldn't say Wolf Empires was super clean, actually. I mean, I think we kind of came in and sort of expected them to sort of make it look pretty easy, especially, you know, no offense, the Swamp guys, they are probably one of, if not the weakest team here on paper, right? They come from a region which is sort of quite underdeveloped, and they don't really have a lot of competition there. And even when they have competed in the West League, we talk about ping and all the rest, but it still is never a good time. So I was actually pleasantly surprised what I saw from Swamp. Obviously, Famous, a fantastic player. However, I will say for Wolf Empire, it was a lot more lackluster than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, there are teams that come in and it's first match, you're in a new country, you just got here, you're feeling a little bit rusty, and it can be rough, but at the same time, I think it does deserve mentioning, as you've talked about, that Wolf Empire they got the 2-0, but it wasn't an easy 2-0 against an opponent that they should have been highly favored against. So does raise questions. Are they ready for All Gamers right now? You know, they had the entirety of Summer Championship to be ready to prepare for All Gamers in the finals and be really on form, but now it's like second match of the group stage. Are you ready for this powerhouse?
It's true. Previous results, of course, for these two sides. As we mentioned, the Summer Championship in Vietnam, where Wolf Empire sort of shocked everybody, taking out All Gamers in that grand final 3-1, and it was, especially some of those maps, they weren't even close as well. Wolf Empire looked really, really good, but for the most part, at least, of course, as you can see, they're 3-2. AG sort of have their number, and it has been sort of the storyline for kind of a while, essentially.
Yeah, just for context, though, like, that is the pre-Ice Cube move, of course.
Yes.
And, you know, it's, as much as I believe in Rambo, man, like, Ice Cube is just on another level. But apparently the Mastermind returns. Even did you tear up? Oh. Are you saying that even one of the best, if not the best, that AG has ever offered, at least in terms of the brains, can he come back? I mean,
he said
he could take the pressure off of ZY being captain, and ZY, we could see him again.
I want to
tear up my contract of retirement, I guess.
There's a retirement contract?
Yeah, apparently.
It's like, please do not come back. I don't know what kind of contract a retirement contract looks like. Yeah.
Whoa.
It's like, I agree to never come back to the scene. I would like to have Even back.
Yeah, me too, man. That guy's a genius.
Mexico will be banned.
That's safe to say.
By AG.
They do play that map, but you know, they just didn't play it this season. I guess maybe Jabao and Jade don't really prefer it.
I will say,
in 2024.
One map that I'm expecting to potentially be banned out as well for Wolf Empire might be that Ankara, just because historically in the head-to-head here, it's not actually been too favorable for them. We've actually seen AG always seem to have their number. That can be one to me. But the good news is that basically when that Maestro gets banned out, Wolf Empire do sort of get the pick of the litter, sort of where they want to go here. And it feels like because they play all the maps, they have a bit of strength in that sense. Take a look at the talent predictions across the board. And no surprises, the Chinese cohort going for AG. But interesting enough, one of the Vietnamese going for AG as well, so betraying his brethren.
I know Namlong. He's playing the first game.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned. You've gone for Wolf Empire too. Of the English broadcast, you're the only one who's gone Wolf Empire. Do you believe how confident we feeling?
Sorry, guys. They did predict SUJ earlier, so I kind of feel bad now. So,
how about for the rest of the Philippine broadcasts? What are they thinking?
So Mochi is being realistic.
Okay.
These three are blind fanboys of Wolf Empire. Ever since the after summer, they're just like, Wolf Empire's the GOAT. They're the greatest team of all time.
Oh, wow, that's a big statement from them. Fair enough indeed as well. But yeah, for the most part, people going AG, and I think it's safe to say and call them the favourites in towards this, even though we know that recent result, or not so recent result back in the Summer Championships. It's just historically, and if you look at the grand scheme of the scene, you're touching it. The Chinese region have always been basically the strongest for a long time, and expectations that AG are the favourites, not only in this matchup, but the tournament.
Yeah, you know, I just lost my 100% prediction rate, actually. I went for Vasco, and that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Q9 were the favorites, I think, coming in, but I had this inkling, okay, Vasco's going to do it.
Yeah.
They got 2-0'd, and now I'm like, no, China number one. Like,
yeah.
They're just going to win.
Why don't we learn? China number one. Yeah.
I did get wrong on the last one, but I think this one will be definitely right. I don't know. I don't know if Wolf Empire can be ready right now. Like, I think there is a world in which they can beat All Gamers, and yes, in the Summer Championships that did all come together. It was like the perfect universe, the perfect timing, but I just feel like All Gamers are really on form, and they're going to take this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, one thing to mention on the back of that Summer Championship, it did actually take quite a while for Wolf Empire to warm up in towards the tournament itself. I mean, even in the groups, things were still actually looking at one point a little bit shaky. We have the vetoes as well to bring you for this. So we know Mexico's a ban. What do we think the ban is going to be like on the other side for Wolf Empire? What are you feeling? I said Ankara, but what do you think?
It's Vietnam. They're gonna float Ankara 100%.
It's risky though. AG are very good on it.
That is true. So if I was Wolf here, I'd probably ban Black Widow just to try and avoid. Oh,
Eagle Eye.
Okay, Eagle Eye. Okay, I see the vision. Maybe try and prevent a a either Du, Zhui, or a ZY masterpiece in that map. They have done that before, so AG is going to ban Mexico. That's a no-brainer. So this is going to be map 1. Is it going to be confidence? Is it going to be, okay, let's pick Ankara. Why not, right? Let's get back. Let's show them how good Vietnam is when it comes to this map.
Crazy
Black Widow.
Oh, what?
Black Widow.
They
So
did lose that.
Flow.
They did lose that one Black Widow game back in Vietnam.
It's true. It's true. They may be kind of just saying, we haven't really recovered off the back of that. It does leave that Mexico open. I do wonder when it gets picked or floated here. For Wolf Empire, it's still, inherently on this side, a bit of a risky one too.
I have a feeling they're going to float it. I don't know. Yeah, Subbase comes out here.
That's actually quite surprising.
So I didn't think they would go Ankara against all gamers. I thought Mexico would be floated, but Subbase,
I guess.
I mean, I guess out of the other maps that are available, it's like Subbase Port, Compound. You're not playing Compound.
Yeah.
Subbase, I guess.
It's just like when you say Wolf Empire, you just don't think Subbase, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
This is where I feel like AG, if they want to make a confident pick of their own, I would go for an Ankara. They've had a lot of success in this map, and of course in this head-to-head. So I don't mind it. There we go. Exactly. I think that's a smart call. They dominated them in Vietnam. I mean, it was a no contest. They just got reverse sweep straight off the back of it. So.
Ankara gamers.
That was a Du masterclass.
It was.
My God.
Exactly.
He was absolutely running it there.
That Subbase for me is really the spanner in the works. I'm expecting Mexico to get a second wave banned here then. Maybe even leaving that
Port could be left, but I feel like I wouldn't risk it, especially up against Du.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. AG.
Got about Mexico here, surely.
I think we just see Compounds decided.
Compound map 3?
Yeah. That's what it feels like.
Kind of sounds familiar here. Huh?
Yeah, it does.
Compound map 3.
It does. It has to be a Mexico ban here, surely.
Yeah.
They don't play it. It has to be. They just sort of.
AG has the opportunity to do the funniest thing.
Yeah, they
which
could
is ban Compound right now.
There we go. Thank God. That sort of makes a bit of sense. Now, with that Subbase pick, what's the vibe check? Are we feeling? Is it a little bit risky now for Wolf Empire?
I mean, Wolf Empire, it doesn't feel, like Sneaky was saying, like this doesn't scream Wolf Empire when you think about Subbase, but it is still a map that they have played on a decent amount to good success, and maybe coming into this one, they've identified that, hey, we've seen some weaknesses in all gamers playing this map, and, it's hard for us to say exactly because I'm sure the team specifically prepared for this matchup in a big way. So maybe they're seeing something and they're like, hey, let's really practice our Subbase for this match against all gamers, come out really strong where they don't expect it, and, catch them off guard. Otherwise, maybe like we were saying before, you don't want to pick Compounds. You don't necessarily want to pick Ankara.
Yeah.
You could go Mexico, but not 100% confident. And at that point, it's like Subbase or Port, and you're probably feeling better about Subbase because you don't want to play Port against Du. So it might have just been process of elimination, or they have something really specifically prepared for this map, and they played it a lot in scrims, and they're just ready to go. That's kind of my read. Or maybe they're just feeling it today.
Yeah.
Subbase is the pick.
There we go. One last team talk as well for Wolf Empire before we get underway. Now that the veto's come through, though, how confident are you feeling with your Wolf Empire pick? Still confident, or a little bit more shaky?
I feel like they're trying to specifically target Du there on Subbase. I really feel like they're trying to force him to have isolated fights with Ice Cube. So Ice Cube's definitely going to try and see if he can get that second mid fight earlier in Subbase. Maybe going to try to see if he can pick off someone in Machine Room. And there's a lot of options here for Wolf Empire to kind of play this map, but they still have to be careful because AG's not afraid to go forward, especially here, especially with the prowess that they have on those rifles. Imagine Jue pushing into Machine Room, shooting 2 heads. Like, what can you do about that?
There we go. War cry as we get this show on the road. And I'm looking forward now to this one because the veto's a little bit more different than we expect. It does leave a couple more question marks in the air, but we've had 2-0s all the way throughout. What are we feeling with this one? 2-0 for you? Do you think?
Yeah.
Is it, yeah?
I'm pretty confident in the AG 2-0.
Do you think it's just because of a skill diff type vibe?
It does feel like, again, if Wolf Empire has a lot of time to build up over the course of a tournament and, get to a point where they're very in form, maybe. But I feel like the Subbase thing, all gamers aren't just Du. I feel like Wolf Empire are trying to, find a weakness, find an answer for this team, but I just don't feel like it'll be enough. And if we get to Ankara, I think it's just lights out from there.
Yeah, there we go. Take a look at these map stats for Subbase as well. Both sides play a hell of a lot. absolutely fine. No issues. AG, a little bit more of the Summer Championship, and, you know, to actually a lot more success.
Yeah, actually, it gives me confidence, especially with the recency of their, you know, their sub-base. They're playing sub-base a lot more to try and counter, you know, Baisha Gaming, of course, their main rival there in CFPL. And I kind of like the balance between their BR and their, or BR, or rather GR and BL side. And yeah, it's pretty equal. That means they're pretty good on both sides of the map. And I feel like I'm a bit worried for Wolf Empire. If they cannot pull off anything on their BL, they might just drown.
Yeah, I think you might be right as well. Teams are getting ready to get underway as well. Wolf Empire getting towards the server and all the rest. And I'm looking forward towards this just because, you know, it is sort of an early indication of probably what is going to be most likely a playoff match later down the line, but also because it indicates who wins out this group. Simple as that. And who gets that #1 seed and who gets the advantage of playing against one of the #2s in the other groups, which all gamers, I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's #1, #2, they're always going to be favored.
Yeah, you think about some of the other potential second seeds in the other groups, like you could even be facing like a 3BL from Group D, you know?
Evolution Power, probably.
Evolution Power Gaming, or
Vasco, maybe? Or Vasco ranking, I guess. It's sort of, we don't really know. We have to wait for that head-to-head.
You think about that, and it feels like all gamers should, if they make it, kind of go over those. But at the same time, Wolf Empire, if they win this, that puts them in a really good spot where I feel like they are probably, first of all, if they beat all gamers, they're absolutely favored against every other team that they could potentially face in a second seed. Whereas first seeds are actually really scary. You think about all the really strong Brazilian teams, like maybe even Antisocial, Imperial would be the big one.
Yeah.
You know,
Q9
potentially another Chinese team, right? If all gamers somehow fell and then maybe had to face off against Q9, that would be really weird to have that in the knockout stage, but it could definitely happen. So that's just another enticing reason to try to avoid that second seed. If you feel like, okay, all the other Chinese teams are going to get first seed, you want to also get there and try to avoid them, because I know that especially this tournament every year held in China, they want to try to keep all the Chinese teams alive and face off against them as late as possible on a bigger stage, which we will eventually have in about 5 or 6 days. So will be a lot of fun when we do get there.
Does make me wonder. I wonder how the decision on groups was done, because putting the #1 and 2 best team in the world at the moment in the same group is an interesting choice, I'd say. Obviously, it means a spicy game guaranteed in groups, which is always good. But yeah, I mean, obviously, the worst case scenario is having a top 2 team potentially not make it out of groups too.
Yeah, I mean, there is a chance, but at the same time, that's going to be the interesting thing. If Wolf Empire, let's say they don't do well here, and they get second place, and they get in the knockout stage, and they have to face off against another, you know, probably, you know, Q9 or like an Imperial, will they be good enough to beat those teams? I think it'll really come down to form at that point.
Yeah, for sure. We're waiting on Wolf Empire. Sneaky, how they got the toilet.
Yeah.
What can you do?
What can you do? I mean, to be fair,
there's no option.
To be fair, Neo,
send them.
You did notice, right? Ever since I got here, ever since I hopped on the English podcast, a Chinese team has never won.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So
it might be their curse.
AG last summer, and in APAC Spring, I was there too, or in APAC Summer for my local broadcast. Wolf Empire also won. So maybe I'm just a Wolf Empire good luck charm.
Yeah, maybe, more than
I should get 10% of the prize.
More than an AG curse, Wolf Empire good luck charm over here. The question is, will that luck sort of continue here? It feels like, let's see, have we got the players? Yeah, they're on, they're live, they're sitting down, and I think we're here, and that game is ready. Let's get the show on the road. The final game of the day. There's 2 best teams in the world currently, as the Chengdu All Gamers take on Wolf Empire. Live. Let's get this show on the road. Subbase is where we start, and well, let's see why Wolf Empire picked in towards this map. And of course, Ice Cube is the main man that we're going to be keeping an eye out for.
Yeah, the biggest thing, you know, you pick sub-base, you really have to be very sure and certain that you're really good on both sides when you're picking a map like this into a very strong team, because you just know they're going to, the enemy is going to start on the stronger side because they get to pick. And all gamers, certainly a team that can get aggressive, that can find some really nice executions. I think that Wolf Empire have to stop it early and kind of give them that sense of doubt early. Otherwise, the floodgates might open.
Yeah, bit of a chill time for the side of Wolf Empire. Already kind of used to it at this point, of course. They're not the type of team to be too risky on their GR side. You know, from time to time, maybe like in an odd round, but...
You mean Snare isn't going to run into Machine Room with an AK?
Nah, that's a Snare exclusive.
Yeah.
Certified Snare banger.
It's true.
Very quiet though, isn't it? In the early part, AG just poking and prodding, just seeing what the response is, which so far has not been a lot. Wolf Empire happy just to sit back and wait for aggression to sort of come to them.
Nowadays, in this day and age, it's hard to sit still for a minute 30 and do nothing.
What TikTok has done to our brain.
Yeah, you need some kind of distraction. What's going on, guys?
Where's the subway?
We've lost 5 viewers.
Oh. There you go. Shui's going to kickstart things as well as Lucas gets caught, but Ice Cube comes alive on his own. Dola and Shady will respond in kind, and Shady gets 2 from up on high. And Shui called upon in a 1v3 turn 1v2, but has he got a clue about Rambo? I feel like he doesn't. And Wolf Empire starts very well.
And that's what they do really well, especially on sub-base, man. They really do not risk anything. If they're going to risk, maybe it's just 1 or 2 players, but mostly they play the advantageous positions in the map. They're playing Rafters the entire time. And apparently in FPS games, it's pretty hard to look up from time to time, so they couldn't hit all of his shots. But Shady did a really good job, and Shady once again one-tapping GA, the only man that wasn't in Vietnam, giving him a warm welcome.
Yeah, this is a good way to immediately get in their face. You shut them down on their first execution. You run into the machine room, and you win the fight there. This is the way Wolf Empire are going to win this map against AG. Liking what I see so far. And I feel like I even heard the timeout noise when we had the camera on the players.
Wasn't sure if it was a tech one or something. Maybe really brief.
Yeah, there is a chance that All Gamers coach was like, no.
Yeah.
No. We're calling a timeout. We'll have to wait and see if that actually did happen or if I'm just hearing noises.
Yeah. I mean, don't know. That's the name of the coach, by the way. It's not a statement. But
no.
Don't know could pull a timeout. That's for sure. But it's not yet. This is not time. If they do get destroyed this round, I wouldn't be surprised if Dono does it, because he's the type of guy to try to fix this early. Because if Wolf Empire goes on a streak on GR side and they go like 7-2, not gonna be a good spot for the boys.
Not at all. 15. Still, machine room presence. Shui slamming through that M4. Already behind to receive on the other end. So, it's Locker's control seems to be that priority, but obviously we saw how that went last time for them as they tried wrapping in towards B. Shady played on this high angle. In that last round, it worked well for him for a double. 1-2-2 might have a chance of his own. He's not quite committed to the fight.
Really taking their time with this one. Just looks to be some kind of B crunch. A couple of guys coming through computer hallway a little bit later. In they go. Dwayne talked about his entry skills. That's actually going to be a shot from Du. That does get him in. Still holding on to lockers, though, is Shady. He's going to jump down. Does not win that fight, but looks like Lucas is able to hold on. And now Dwayne and 1-2-2-2 are waiting here on the site. Dola able to clear it out. Dwayne low on health, and he will be taken down.
Big rounds coming forward for Wolf Empire. Sneaky, they're getting fired up. Is that a pause?
It's a timeout.
Is it a technical one or a tactical one, though? I feel like it might actually be technical.
I feel like it's tactical. No, it's technical.
Yeah.
Okay.
The way I look is, do I see a logo up on the screen?
Level 1?
And what we doing here? Level 1? Yeah.
Level 1 contingency.
I'm feeling level 1.
Yep.
Everybody's got their headsets on.
Headsets are on.
There's like one admin. Doesn't really count.
Yeah. When there's more cameramen than admin, you're okay.
We got 3 cameramen over there. It's a real production.
Yeah, they're trying to really hone in.
Yep.
Give us the visual footage of what's gone wrong.
Yeah. This is actually annoying, I would say, for the side of Wolf Empire. You got a couple of rounds back-to-back that are
it's an
quite
audio
one-sided, but obviously it's not like he's doing this on purpose. Definitely have to fix his audio before we do get back into the game.
That'd be all right.
Yeah. Can't have no audio in FPS games, man. Need to hear that single footstep when they mess up their...
Wish you'd say that to my teammates.
Gotta hear that footstep when they miss their singular ghost walk. Because sometimes you mess up pressing W and you step, that's enough to destroy your entire strat, man.
That's it. Well.
So crank it up to 100, Tinnitus. In exchange for glory.
Yeah. Short-term glory, long-term problems.
That's fine.
Yeah, you are right. This is more frustrating over towards Wolf Empire because I've had 2 very solid rounds back-to-back, and when you start to build up that momentum, that snowball effect and all the rest, the last thing you want is just to be forced to sort of sit still and get iced out a little bit. Especially when you are getting fired up as well.
Let's look at 12-22, dude. How can you be mad at that?
Yeah.
How can you be mad at that face?
1, 2, 2, 2.
Yeah. 1, 2, 2, 2.
1, 2, 2, 2.
Yeah. You guys want to take a guess on who has the most trophies in AG at the moment? Take a gander.
ZY?
No, actually. It's Jouet.
Jouet?
Really?
He won in Q9, and he also won in AG in 2021. He actually went back-to-back. That's crazy. In 2 different teams.
Fair play.
Huh.
He's pretty solid. I'll give him his credit.
Wait, you were there?
I was.
Yeah, but I think he was like a bit younger that time. He wasn't rocking the fade, maybe.
Yeah.
Didn't have that low taper fade like
That's
Ninja.
true.
Did you get that one, Unk?
I like
No,
we both
guys are
collectively
speaking
look
a
at Brent.
different language right now. I have no idea what's going on.
That's boomer talk for you right there.
Yeah.
They're
Wait,
talking to the
Zoomer.
Yeah, Zoomer talk.
Yeah. What is it like? Gen
feel like
Z, Gen Y, Gen X? I don't even know which one
Gen
I am.
Alpha. There's like Zoomer's been around for a long time though, so aren't you guys kind of being phased out now? You're like the new boomers.
We're the unk. We're the unks now.
Yeah, we're getting to
as the
unk
kid
status.
says.
Okay. So what are the boomers then?
They're cooked. That's what
the
they
grandpas.
Yeah, I think probably like 40 plus.
Uh-huh.
That's when you're in boomer territory.
Definitely a lot of millennials in the 40-plus category.
True.
I would say.
Yeah.
But still, boomers more of a title than a.
It's kind of a cycle now, right? It's like we
Yeah.
went from millennials making fun of boomers, and now like Gen Z is now making fun of millennials, and potentially Gen Alpha is gonna make fun of us. So yeah, we're enjoying it while we can.
Yeah. Still trying to fix the audio here.
Yeah, dude can't hear. He needs
Oh God.
What do? AG can't hear. And I think as well in these early fights, it's something you kind of touched on when we had Ice Cube. The way he's actually approached his couple rounds, he actually sort of wants to go head-to-head with Dude, right? He wants to sort of
ego
take
it.
the fight to him. Yeah, I like this sort of ego way about it. Obviously, Dude has such a good tournament so far. The best way to sort of shut down this AG side is to, make him individually feel uncomfortable.
Kind of a Zlatan style.
Yeah.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Game started.
We're live.
We need the ego. Come on,
Yeah,
Ice Cube.
dude.
You gotta
Love
challenge.
the trim. Dola's got a pretty fresh cut as well, to be fair to him.
Yeah.
Look at Shady, bro.
The dyed hair is very popular, isn't it, amongst the players?
It is.
Shady's got that clean fade though. That's crazy.
That's true.
He's a man of discipline, as he barely smiles, only when they win. But yeah, so far nothing too aggressive from the side of Wolf Empire. It's just a standard, 2 players in B, 1 lockers, 1 second mid, and they're just trying to guess where they're at the moment.
Yeah, at the same time, all gamers haven't really, let out the stops just yet. They're kind of keeping it contained. When they do go for a play, everybody's on the same page. They are waiting about a minute and a half before they do anything.
Yeah.
In all 3 rounds. So definitely wants to slow down the pace of this one. Let's see the sniper battle. He's going to miss, and guess who hits? It's Ice Cube. Going to immediately take out Do.
Do you find yourself 1 and 3, Ice Cube 3 and 1. Take it as you wish. His head-to-head is looking pretty favorable so far. Reposition stays up on high, though. Wants to cash what I'm assuming is going to be 1-2-2-2. Moving up. AG do just pump the brakes.
Let's see, Shui trying to get into the site. 1-2-2-2 gets his headshot. Dola getting started on the AK-47 already, but Jue and ZY respond with 2. But Ice Cube gonna try to fight back, but here comes Jay coming in from behind, and Ice Cube does get the quick trade, and it's only ZY versus Ice Cube and Rambo. Means ZY, a formidable man with the AK-47. But can he do it?
Can he do it? Can he lead by example here? They need him. 1 versus 2. The C4 will get the plant as well, and got that luxury. He's got to do a good job of isolating fights, and it doesn't really feel like Wolf Empire are going to give him that luxury either. They're going to stick together, play this 1-2 setup, and play for trades.
CY is pretty far forward, though. Are they going to expect him all the way in the dark room this far? Well, the grenade going to hit him right in the face. It's a flash, but he gets the headshot. Can he turn the corner? No, he cannot. Ice Cube with the M4. Ice cold. Picks up his 6th kill and picks up the 3rd round in a row now for Wolf Empire. Just kind of dunking on them, and now you'll see the real timeout.
Real this time.
Yeah, the other ones were fake.
Yeah. Jeez, man. AG. I mean, they're getting down to those situations where it's like a 2v2 or like a 3v2. It's definitely winnable on their end, but it seems like Wolf Empire, this is a thing that actually also kind of won them summer, right? That even despite like the 3v4s, the 2v3s, despite being at the disadvantage, it seems like they still know what they're doing at that very moment, and I feel like they just kind of got used to it ever since summer happened. But AG could be good out of the timeout. I think now the sub-base pick actually makes sense from the side of Wolf Empire. We're not seeing the exact same, fast action here coming in from Du. He's having a hard time trying to get pickoffs, and yeah, it could be the map speaking. So just like how we said it, the question earlier, the hypothetical is, what happens when Du doesn't perform? When is ZY going to step up? When is 1222 going to step up? When is GA going to step up?
What do they do when they don't get a Do?
True.
Pass.
They can't do anything.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I was impressed by Pooh.
I was not, actually. Personally, I thought he was just decent. All right, timeout's over. Another minute 30 that AG have spent. Will this one make the difference?
Yeah, we need to flush the talk about Pooh and focus on this game. Let's see.
Honestly, nothing really has to change for Wolf Empire, right? If we're being honest. Look at this. This is quick. Ice Cube. 1. He's a lovely find as one to reposition. He wants to let them out. He wants this fight, but he misses it. And that could cost him his life. ZY doesn't trade, and it gives him the luxury of falling away. And same for Lucas. They can reposition. No. That's not exactly good, as Ice Cube's going to get clipped on the way out. I think Lucas actually sort of blocks him there too. C4 goes down. This could be where AG get them out of the board, and they just call for a little bit of a quicker play. Trading shots, they're ducking heading towards window, and Shady's taking a lot of damage.
Yep. Rambo trying to get into that stairs position. Lucas blocking Ice Cube. In another life, that man can be a defensive back. The amount of blockage that he did in that stairs position. But look at this, 3-man push coming in from stairs. Way gonna get the 1-for-1 for now, but here comes the second one falling. Dola, Lucas, Shady.
Wow.
Gets snapped out of reality.
Wow. AG getting loud as well. They've been hearing the noise, and they want to try and respond in kind. And that's good. I like that. It's a attack pause, and to follow up, immediately a quick round. Right in their face, we want to take fights. We want to go with a heads-up duels to you, and they just pop down towards A, and they're given a lot of space. So, really well done. I feel like, Lucas, you slightly blocked Ice Cube there. If that hadn't happened and they both got away,
won.
It probably would have been a different situation, but felt like a bit of a miscom.
Yeah, and AG, I don't know what was said in the timeout, but they changed up their play style very in a big way. Ice Cube, though, once again, this time he's going to take out Dway. It's going to make a big difference on the entries, and just picking up another first kill for the squad. But yeah, they tried to go very fast down the A stairs. This time, once again, they try to go back to this balanced, slow play. They throw a lot into machine room, trying to read a push from Wolf Empire. That does not come. So at the end of the day, they use a lot of utility, a lot of frags specifically. They don't get much, and they lose Dway. So now, once again, Wolf Empire in total control of the round.
Man, they're trying to avoid that 93% FKRW, that's for sure. That first kill That's still an insane statistic for me for AG, man. Every time they get the first kill, their chances of winning the round is 93%.
Yeah.
So far.
Insane. Even that previous round as well, they didn't even get the first kill. Ice Cube got them. They converted from the man disadvantage so well.
1 minute. And you can tell if Ice Cube gets a kill because he's going to yell out loud.
It's true.
You can hear it all the way from here, but...
A vocal team, Wolf Empire. It's good to see. I like when they get fired up.
Kind of helps too. Kind of gets you hype. Ice Cube feeling like he's in a frag movie.
He oftentimes is, whether he makes them himself or not. We are looking at an A push. They've got Do still back in Machine Room. I mean, I suppose they could still go B from this if they do want to push through the doors here. Looks like that is the play instead. And up in the vents, we've got somebody ready to hop down. There's only 18 seconds. I mean, they got to make this play. They do get that first kill coming on in onto Shady, pushing in onto the B site. But Dola comes in from behind. He's got support from Ice Cube up top, and that might just be the end of this push. Do has to get the bomb. 3 seconds. There's just not enough time.
And he gets the kill, nonetheless. Just to rub salt in the wound as well. Wolf Empire getting loud back. Good on them as well. Very nice little shutdown there. CrossFire was pretty immaculate because they were playing off the trays, and they just do enough of a job, which gives them really no opportunity. You have to question AG, though, leaving it incredibly late there. That if the C4 gets dropped, that's the round.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I like how they play the round, too. They know that they don't really have to hurry up the round, and you don't want to give him kills. You don't want to, even if it's only 2 seconds left, you don't want him to heat up. So I like the respect here coming in from Wolf Empire. Rambo has found himself in vents. So he's going to be kind of a bear trap for now if anyone does try to go for it.
Yeah, not a bad idea. We haven't really seen much vent pressure from the side of AG, so maybe this would be the round. You could also get a quick rotation if they spot a push coming in. Grenade, nicely timed, doesn't do too much damage. Do looking for the quick scope down the stairs, doesn't hit anything. And they're going to back way up after that one. I'm expecting another minute 30 to go by before they do anything. Once again, that has been the main course of action for this team, but funnily enough, the one round they won was the quick push onto A. And since then, it's still once again going back to the slow play.
Same thing we had with sort of Vasco, wasn't it? It was like, when we saw them on Mexico, they did really well on their BL side when they were going quick. They did it once. And it's like, oh, come on, guys. Like, if you just try, just give it, you know, a second look in. Ice Cube wants this fight. Waiting for it as we hit that minute mark. And then now he gets it. Missed shot for the first. Cross going to come through. Shady in for that support. A flashbang around that corner. Wants the re-peek. Has the long line of sight as well. Needs to be a little careful of it. Hit that opening kill. A second behind it as Jouet comes in for support. Let's see if your statistic, 93%, comes to fruition here. It looks like it will. C4 goes down. Jouet delivers another. And now a 2 versus 4, which feels like it doesn't really have much legs behind it.
Yeah, ZY just going to get the tap through the smoke.
Brilliant.
There we go. Getting that last kill. And a very good read from the side of AG, in all honesty. A really good recognition that second mid is not going to be the priority for the side of Wolf. Look at this. Ice Cube still hits the shot. It only takes one tracer if you're on that sniper. But yeah, I feel like AG, I mean, that was the right read. Good call. He disconnected the B split. And Rambo did have all the information. I was just wondering why Ice Cube didn't turn around.
Oh, Rambo's going to get that first kill. And looks like that's just through the wooden doors. So that's going to be immediately ZY going down. Takes a little bit of the bite out of this push. You saw AG was maybe trying to go fast as there was pressure in the machine room, but they didn't fully commit, especially because they lost ZY. But will they continue on this? We've got Ice Cube right now on the bottom of A, so mixing with his position here as they're going to just roll through the computer room. They're going to get the flanking Dola as well. That's going to leave Ice Cube isolated. You see the rest of the team trying to rotate in and support him here in the computer room. Ice Cube might not need help. Oh, he's going to drop the second shot, though. But the rest of the team doing a great job, as now it's all up to Jouet. He's got to do it 1v2.
This is tough. Rambo's tagged, though. Not impossible, not out of the realms. Both indoors windows. Jouet going to reposition over towards stairs. nobody going to come from his direction, so he's going to gain a lot of information. It will allow him to maybe cut out a few more angles. He takes a shot, though. Shooting at Ghosts, unfortunately, might give away a spot and might actually make this a done affair, and it will be exactly the case. Good retake.
Are sweaty. To a fifth. Palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. He got nervous.
Now, why did Wolf Empire call a timeout here?
I think they thought they lost the round.
Which is why I mean, you might be the one to explain it to me. They can't call it post-round?
In freeze time? I'm not so sure, actually.
Because it's always a mid-round call, and it always feels very, you know, like they're presuming it's already done and dusted. You know, it's happened all the way throughout. My assumption is, by what I've seen so far, that you just cannot call them in the freeze time, which is quite interesting, because that's sort of...
I like to think that the coach just gets tilted mid-round and he just calls it.
Yeah, that's what I always feel. It's like one specific thing he doesn't like. He's like, nah, I gotta call it. I gotta talk to these guys. But, yeah. I think it happened like right after Ice Cube got the first snipe, so maybe he was just expecting Ice Cube to die and have them have a very clean plant, but that's not what happened.
Ice Cube's like, nah, I'm him.
I am him.
He did get the 1 kill.
Yeah, I mean, because of that, he actually delayed the A players enough, and he also like just confirmed that no one is coming in from stairs. So as soon as he saw 2 players coming in from tight stairs, we call it tight stairs, yeah, I feel like Rambo and Shady just had a free runway to go into the heaven position. And obviously you could see the right side stairs. You're out in the open. So you got to get to site quick or else you get shot from heaven, man.
Yeah, for sure. Well, timeout concluded 5-2 is the scoreline right now. And yeah, a lot to like. Honestly, Wolf Empire, the sub base is looking very, very clean. If they can get a 6th, I think they're already on track.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Wolf, I say that right as they get a kill, that timeout could have been used and utilized pretty well by AG. Unfortunately, though, they don't quite get down the stairs.
Yeah.
Well, they do, and then they die. GA is out of the lobby for now. And now what are AG going to do? I do feel like, wow, okay, that's a very far push. Shady all the way through Machine Room by himself. They did not expect that. And that's a couple of kills now for Wolf Empire.
Look at that, Shady. The man of anger, taking it out on ZY. And now CHENGDU. And possibly one more on the backside. That's 12-22, but Shady is still basically chilling on the B side. I like that they heavily stacked A. I think I'd rather lose B than A in this situation. But I mean, damn, plenty of people, plenty of personnel they can go around.
It was a bit quiet though. Locker room's gonna be, feels like a point of contact as Drake can have a little look in towards stairs as well. Met the smoke, so just want to notify that position. You know, what's problem for HE that Lucas can pull away from pretty easily. Lucas has been struggling individually for him, but doesn't really seem to be affecting Wolf Empire all too much. Pop shot from Ice Cube, missed. Second time of asking, they've already crossed now as well, so needs to be careful upon high. This is where things do get a little awkward. There's a bit of a flank coming through. Ice Cube under a bit of pressure. Shady's got to hit that shot, and he does. The trade's good, but it doesn't feel like it'll make too big of a difference. 2 versus 3. Damage taken to both 1-2-2-2 and do. And he falls to his death to make it even worse. A rookie mistake for one of the best players in the world, and well, a tough 1v2 to 1-2-2-2.
Too many 2s for this dude. Let's see if he's got the lineup. What do you do?
Without do.
Yeah. Oh, the charge on in. Not sure about that. He went in alone. 6 health, 1 cold headshot in a dream. Doesn't even need a headshot. Rambo. Ooh, the shot comes in. 1-2-2-2.
There we go.
That's badly played by Wolf Empire, though, has to be said.
Super badly played.
Yeah.
That spacing was atrocious. Actually.
Yikes.
Could have just swung him. That's what I'm I agree with you. They could have just swung him.
Yeah.
Could have just swung him.
What? Just the thought process. They just get a little bit, you know, ants in the pants type vibe. Take a shot. Ice Cube lets a few cross. So they'll know. Flash to come over as well, Lucas. He struggled. Now's the time to step up. Can he? They get up close, and that's enough. First and a second as well for Zai. That's probably done in this round already. 3 remaining for this side. That's an interesting play, which gets 1, but it doesn't really make a difference to the round, it feels.
Oh, Dola. Hold up. He's actually super deep on the A side. He can make something happen, dude. He has to kill him instantly. Like now. Like right now, dude. You're going to have to get him before he gets into missile and shoots you in the side of the head. But Ice Cube is still going in towards that heaven position. He sees Du. He sees him. Oh, even with the pistol, man.
Oh, played. That's just a bit of a Du special right there.
Yeah. Du is like, just in case you forgot, Ice Cube, I'm also here.
I am also him as well.
Yeah, he wasn't really there for the majority of this map so far, but he showed up. That shot was just disgusting. And then follow up here.
I mean, GA, people wonder why he has a 0.7 KD. Someone has to be the sacrificial lamb for this squad, especially AG. And I feel like Zhuai is too good of a player to be first sent. That's for sure. But someone has to be in, man. Someone has to go in first.
It is true. Ice Cube. 10 for him. Du on 9 of that head-to-head battle. But it's actually Shady who's sort of leading the charge. Good to see. Shady's not always the guy that we look towards numbers-wise. But 11 to 7, not a bad little performance from him so far.
Yep. That's Wolf's hardest worker right then and there. 11 and 7 so far. I mean, if your captain's fragging, if Ice Cube's fragging, I mean, you're going to be inspired if you're Dola, Rambo. I mean, Lucas, you're just living the life of the entry at the moment, so it's fine to be 1 and 8.
Yeah. And, I mean, we'll see how that looks now moving over to the BL side for them. If you can get some good entries down, it's going to feel even better. But is Ice Cube going to have the same impact here from the Blacklist side? I feel like on sub-base, certainly a map that a lot of teams are feeling comfortable on the Blacklist side nowadays. And that's not going to hit, but he is going to see Ice Cube moving on over. Might expect this pressure to come on in. There are multiple members over towards the A site. The flash is going to catch them right as they hit the bottom of the stairs. Let's see if GA's got the angle. Yes, he does. GA with the arm, looking for a second one. Doesn't get the flick, but he stays alive and buys some time. As now they're trying to come on in. Dre moving down the stairs as well. Wow. Oh, the one tap is just gross. And now a 1v2, but 12-22 is alone.
Shady, man. What a performance. How has he not died to the nade? 9 points of HP. Surely impossible. There's another HE actually that can be thrown in, and it doesn't actually do the remainder of the damage required. On to 12-22. They don't need to peek him here, though, honestly. And they do anyway. That's just a confidence peak all day. But after reiterate the point, I'm still super impressed by Shady.
He's on it. He's on it. That is for sure. I mean, Shady, before LDX did depart, he was in the IGL, actually. So he's kind of fresh on the roll, but it did work for summer. So he still has the mechanics. It hasn't waned yet, as is tradition for IGLs, except for N9, apparently.
True.
Yeah, he's just everything.
That's an anomaly.
The IGL, the carry, the entry, the sniper.
My goat.
4 rings. Can't argue that.
Just like Sneaky for real.
Yeah. Not the rings, but, you know, maybe the entry.
In my heart, you've got those rings, Sneaky.
That's true. That's a dub for me. Shady gonna do it again? I mean, lockers has become such a hard position to be in because you notice the lights, it's not raised. You used to be able to stand on those and have an unfair angle.
Yeah. Dude. A lot of people have to duck their head here. Dude wants like a straight up fight on the swing. Shady. Shoulder spotted. Put him a shot. And actually, Dude takes a little bit of a tag on the cross there as well. Already, Locker's control now taken. A smoke going to come down as Shady wants to continue moving their way forward. Has the support of Lucas as well as 1-2-2-2. Is not too far away.
1,222, you mean?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Man. Oh, did they just recheck? I would have assumed that Wolf actually just leave a player in lockers and try to see what happens, but
I'm just saying 1-2-2-2 is it's quite an annoying name.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue, that one.
No.
And apparently he doesn't have a meaning either.
He's just 1-2. 2-2.
Had to pick a username and it was the only one available.
Maybe it's his angel number or something.
What the hell is an angel number?
Yes, his angel number.
All right, okay. We're showing different For You pages here.
All right. Well, We thought maybe they were going to do something in the lockers. That didn't happen. They rotate over to A. They don't actually send it until just now. The timing of Dre's push is questionable. And now Wolf Empire on the bottom of the stairs. They get another, and all of a sudden, it might be up to ZY and 1222 lining up a couple of grenade kill. Can they get another? Shady super low, and the player up in computers was left all alone. Shady goes down, and that is going to be huge from the side of AG. Kind of a slower round from Wolf Empire doesn't pay off.
Yeah, I feel like Dre gonna slow them down there going into stairs. I don't think they were expecting Dre to be that far forward. 28 seconds left on the clock. And it seems like Wolf Empire were taken aback by that. They were like, whoa, why is this guy here? Which means someone else might be deep. So didn't notice, then gave a lot of time for AG to rotate and get a few pot shots on the player on the A side. Tragic.
Yeah, interesting move from Dre, but it ends up not being too problematic later down the line. Wolf Empire really don't give themselves a lot of time, though. Sub 30 seconds of the popping on towards the A site. It's a lot to do with not a lot on that clock, and puts a lot of pressure on making sure that those fights go initially quite well. And if anybody over towards AG, which is exactly what they did, which is just stay alive and wait and bait in a bit of time, that makes all the difference. A one-round game. Wolf Empire, who's started quite well and were looking pretty strong, and I think slipped just a little bit.
We go and B here. Could just be. They've got Lucas alone, playing over by Wood, throwing in a flash, trying to delay the rotation, but they're pushed all the way in. Behind Dewey has no idea. They just snuck on in, and it's an absolute massacre. And, I mean, what even can you say? That was just a masterclass. Everybody's full health. It's almost like AG just kind of blinked and missed everything.
That was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Actually, wow. That was peak Crossfire right there. Oh my God, the smoke in jail, the backwards hop, so they cannot hear anything, and they don't know that they're that deep. Speaking of deep, last kill goes in the way of Wolf Empire.
Actual flawless rounds.
Perfection, man.
Yeah, that's rare.
Not a single point of damage done.
That's a chef's kiss. This is a high quality series right now, man. This is crazy.
Kiss right there.
That is amazing.
It's a big round, though. 2 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away now. Taking their map pick. Putting the pressure on, heading on towards Ankara. And AG have definitely, had moments of looking a little shaky. Not exactly as clean as we usually expect out from this side.
Yeah. It's easy to look great against a team that you're heavily favored against, but obviously Wolf Empire is a real competitor on a very similar level, maybe even a higher level. We'll see how this develops in this series and at this tournament, because if Wolf Empire, they're able to take down AG, who knows? Maybe they're the tournament favorites. We'll have to wait and see, as now the push is coming in. Dre all alone, gonna be in the corner here waiting for some help. He gets totally flashed up, taken down, and now GA behind the missile is gonna be taken down. The headshot from Shady. This guy is having a masterful lobby at this point. And they're gonna swamp it out here. Low on health is ZY. Meanwhile, grenade kill. Out of nowhere.
I mean, ZY can snipe. See if he can cover his team. Oh, but that's the 22! Oh my God, the AK-47. I'm telling you, man, that headshot percentage.
1 health.
On a dream.
Here's ZY. Oh.
Keep dreaming.
Sorry, brother.
1 health is not his angel number.
Maybe
Wolf
2.
Empire.
What is an angel number?
It's like a 3-digit thing. And you just have,
look at this,
according to your birthday. But look at that. The backwards hop is so perfect, bro. I'm nerding out right now, but
yeah.
Damn.
Some would say that was angelic.
True.
They knew their angel number.
That was almost devilish. The angle they took. And unfortunately, AG's devil on their shoulder could not tell them what to do. I'm just saying random stuff at this point.
I think we're trying to out clever each other.
It was a great round.
With angel numbers,
it was a good play.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
All right.
With an angel number, if it's a 3-digit number, if it is 666, is that the only non-angel 3-digit number?
That could make sense.
Wasn't the devil an angel that was like sent?
Oh yeah, Lucifer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, was he like at one point
I
like
love that show.
an angel?
Yeah.
You love that show?
Still counts. He's just an evil angel. We're trying to push in.
Oh.
12-22. Slick with it. Ice Cube, though, the immediate trade back is going to be huge. Gives them a pretty good shot of taking this one. So far, the Blacklist side for Wolf Empire has been fantastic.
Yep. No wooden box is safe, especially when the M4 is in your hands.
It's a big loss, though, with Shady.
Yeah.
Very influential, especially in their executes in particular. He's been sort of always good for a couple, it feels.
Just been running. I have no idea how he hit the shot on GA earlier, but
yeah.
That he did. But it's actually way worse for AG. Look at how spread out their defense is.
It's true. They're quite thin here. Somebody's got a multi-kill, it really does feel. And Dude's really got to hit the shot.
No smoke, no nothing.
Oh, bad time to pull away. ZY gonna get one.
Oh.
Position, big find as well. Dude looks for two, and he delivers. The third is there. The Colt can't quite do it. And thankfully, ZY can. And that's another one to add to your statistic, as we saw, of course, AG found that opening kill, and yes, it was immediately traded, but they win the round nonetheless.
Jesus. Du is so crispy on that sniper. Quick scope immediately, even as he got off of that passage position.
He's just like me for real.
He's just like, not me, because I'm not a sniper.
I am, in my heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can definitely be the next Shao.
You're sniping my heart.
When was the last British player we've ever seen?
In CrossFire?
Yep.
Did we ever have one?
I don't even know if we've ever had one.
Did we ever have one?
I don't know if we've ever had one. I actually asked.
I don't think that's an activity that you guys do. It's like, you guys want to play some cheeky CrossFire?
What is activities we do, Sneaky? As a guy, as a knower
Go to
of
the
ball.
footy game.
Go to the footy game, beans and toast.
Eating Oh.
Beans and toast.
Oh,
beans on toast. I was eating ghosts.
Fish and chips.
I did see beans on toast earlier.
I had it this morning. I've had it every morning.
Was it good?
I mean, I've had hash browns and beans and sausage, which is like basically like my makeshift full English breakfast.
God tier combo.
Yeah, it kind of slaps.
Are they
man.
gonna do the same thing?
Yes, sir.
But the
double smoke, little backwards hop. Why not?
But they got a couple. Maybe they're faking it. Because they're not sending that, but the smokes are similar, right?
Yeah, Rambo is in vents.
Maybe a play to A.
I feel like it's baited a lot in towards lockers, right?
There's 3 of them over there.
Yeah, they've really fallen. Hook, line, and sinker for this. And Jay's could have got huge here. Arm in hand. Pop flashed off the angle, though. He'll drop one of his own, but it's away with the first. That at least is good signs for AG, knowing their percentage, but an answer back from Ice Cube's not bad at all. ZY going to get clipped. And therefore, Jay under a lot of pressure, desperately trying to stay alive. Colt pulled out, and he finds a nice one-tap. But still, numbers favor Wolf Empire. Look at the angle of Rambo. Will Du even clear this? I don't really know. He'll tuck his head towards the box, and he does overlook it. This one's done, and that's a big round for Wolf Empire. Close now to closing out sub-base.
Man, Wolf's macro is absolutely immaculate on sub-base, and that's one of the main reasons why they're now beating AG. They're just like how you said, hook, line, and sinker, and they just fished them out of it. Jesus.
It's so obvious that Wolf Empire, they come in a sub-base so well prepared, especially this Blacklist side. I mean, the GR side, they had some nice, mix-ups. They got aggressive in Machine Room a couple of times. They sent Ice Cube to like 7 different directions. I think they were prepared there, but really...
Oh my God. That is not an easy
this.
shot. My God.
And it's he's trying to just get in there and make a difference, especially on map points here. Wolf Empire just need one more. And it starts off with another first kill going to Ice Cube.
It's a bad overextension, that, though, has to be said.
Yeah. I don't think now's not the time to be a hero.
Yeah.
Desperation, I
think.
Exactly.
Time and place, right? And this is not it. And I think, as well, it's fine if you want to go for a peak like that, but he has no support and no util. So
sure.
You're kind of just screwed, right?
Yeah.
You're at a long-range angle, and it's just one which is already being held for. And
also, his IGN is J, not HORUS. So
yeah.
can't really pull off that one-man push on stairs.
Exactly.
And that's a horror special.
He's looked really good this tournament, has to be said.
Yeah,
much more influential than sort of what we usually get out for him. Not that he's bad by any means, but he's normally not the numbers man, but he's looked really good.
He really cranks it up when it comes to like big stages,
Yeah.
I feel.
As the kids say, his aura is emanating.
Yeah, he might be him.
There's a lot of hymns here in this tournament, apparently.
They could be. I mean, if SUJ 6-man plays, we could say her.
True.
Oh.
Shout out Julina.
She is her.
Oh
Shot
my God.
from Shady. An IGL battle goes the way of Wolf Empire. 5 versus 3 and on track to closing this out, but still, don't count out 12-22. Trying to cross, and he's not given that luxury. Great shot from Ice Cube. Missed shot from Do. Uncharacteristic, but sums up AG in this map. And it's just not being the prettiest of display. Shui, 4 points of HP in a 1 versus 3. Surely, no chance in hell. And it will be the case. What a start for Wolf Empire. They take their map of sub-base so damn well. What a start for Wolf Empire. We also want to question this sub-base pick, and I guess we're left with our pants on our ankles. What a showing from them. They were incredible all the way throughout. Sort of dominated that first half. There was moments of hiccups, but for the most part, I think if we can keep this level up, AG could be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I was not a big believer in this happening prior to it happening, but I did say, you know, you can see the angles, you can try to figure out exactly what Wolf Empire is trying to do with the sub-base pick, and it's so obvious when you watch the gameplay that they were just so well prepared. They had multiple set plays, they had multiple defaults, and it just seemed like AEG kind of fell flat from their BL side, and then after the half, it was just all Wolf Empire, so they even fell flatter. But it wasn't even really about AG. I just feel like Wolf Empire were really hitting a next level compared to how they looked against Swamp Gaming. So just really fantastic stuff. And now, I mean, you move on to Ankara. Maybe they can make something happen there too.
A lot went right for Wolf Empire. But let's start with AG. Sticky, what went wrong?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like GA just had another bad go at it, and we kind of expect Shui to have a kind of higher numbers, right? But this is what Wolf Empire does really well, where they just deny opportunities time and time again. Sometimes they wait at the start of the round, but then when AG tries to make it play, all of a sudden they're actually responding. So that's why it's very hard to predict Wolf Empire, and I feel like ZY being such a green IGL.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of just new to this whole thing, so he kind of maybe is having a hard time reading the opponent. Maybe he's also asking GA, who also has prior IGL experience when he has it when he was in X-Rock, and unfortunately did not work out. So 2 IGLs against 1, and Shady wins, but Ice Cube gets the MVP.
0 headshots.
0 headshots.
Not
yeah, that's
needed.
true. Not needed, but he really did do a very good job. We said, if they want a chance, Wolf Empire, they've got to start with one thing, that head-to-head against Do. Do only got a 1 rating, didn't even, only finishing neutral for him is, it's kind of quite the underperformance. Not that it's inherently bad, but, I mean, Ice Cube did great work, and I think having a player like that on your side who's so confident and so happy to take these aim duels is really good to see, especially considering, on the other side we had Lucas, who really struggled. He had a 0.3 rating. He was the lowest rated player in the server despite winning, but it doesn't really matter when you got Ice Cube and actually Shady as well, firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky said it during the match, but if Shady's playing this well and then Ice Cube's also firing on all cylinders, the rest of the team is going to feel inspired to really up their gameplay, especially with Shady really popping off as the IGL. So just feels like everything's going right for them. I do wonder how Ankara is going to look. I still have faith that AG as a team, obviously picking this map, having played it 21 times in their own region. Obviously, this is not a map that Wolf Empire haven't played. You see 17 times for them, even a higher win rate, but it is in CFBL. Still, I do think that with Du on a better map and AG with a little bit of time to reset and this being their map pick, maybe they can pull it back, but still a very dominating performance from Wolf Empire. So again, perhaps we just see the 2-0.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Sneaky, but I'm still leaning that Ankara goes the way of AG. This is just something I've learned in the past. It's a very good map for them no matter who they're playing against. We saw, of course, in this head-to-head how they've liked that Ankara against Wolf Empire. But how are you feeling? You're the only one who picked Wolf Empire. Do you think they can 2-0 this?
I think they can. In all honesty, I mean, the way that IceCube's playing, he's actually going toe-to-toe with Du, and Du, I feel like he hasn't really gotten any challenge in that last series that they had, because 10-1, 10-2, come on, man. I mean, now he's like, oh, I'm getting challenged this time. Oh, I'm actually getting denied some of these angles, and I feel like maybe it's gotten him a bit more uncomfortable. You know, sometimes you get a bit too comfortable, man. You think you're going to win every angle, and then IceCube appears and ices you down. And that's just how it happened. And I feel like the rest of the squad can also step up here on Ankara. I feel like this could be a really good Dolan map, considering it's more open, more space to play the AK-47. Lucas could have more opportunities, didn't have too much in sub-base, but to be fair, sub-base is an entry's nightmare. So now maybe you would see more Lucas maybe in this map.
We've kind of touched on this a little bit, but obviously we know Wolf Empire play well, but for you, do you think this is also just AG not really showing up so far, not playing to level we know they can, or is it actually just Wolf Empire playing that much better?
No, I think AG didn't actually play too bad in the rounds that they actually did win. I mean, there were a few key moments. Looks like Du having a really good clutch moment. I mean, you also have Du the 12-22 with his own clutch. I mean, CY was also hitting some fair few shots. So this is not like AG at their weakest per se, but this is like AG maybe just stunned after what happened in sub-base. But not so sure, man. I mean, AG, they could definitely bring it back in map 2 and make all the difference here. And we're going to go into a familiar place.
Let's think about a parallel universe where somehow, some way, you find yourself as the coach of AG, Valdez. I don't know why that would happen. Yeah, how you would communicate. Okay. What are you saying there?
I'm like a 40-year-old Chinese man.
You got 2 rings, though.
It's pretty cool. I would just say that, that wasn't it. I would actually feel pretty angry about the way that subbase went. I feel like as AG, you kind of have to have a certain standard and be like, okay, yes, these guys are good, but we should be better. We should have done better on the subbase, but that's over. We'll talk about that later in practice, but now we just kind of had to reset. You have to go on to Ankara. This is a map that we're very good on. Let's just focus on playing our game and then just kind of go into, whatever strategies they have prepared for this one, because if you're just looking on paper, even if you know the result, you still have to have confidence in your players to play well on Ankara. So I'd feel confident there and just try to focus on the positives of the next map.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing we kind of did touch on very early in that map was actually, speaking of AG and the coach, it was actually a really early tactical pause. 3 rounds in they called it? And I think in hindsight, that tactical pause might have been a bit more useful late down the line.
Yeah, it would have been way more useful, especially like Wolf Empire just started rolling in the second half, and I feel like they could have just saved it.
Them down. Yeah,
could have just saved it. I feel like it was more of a back and forth in the first half, considering the AG was actually playing a really good side. But then I feel like the coach saw something that we didn't, because even I wasn't seeing it.
Yeah, it was an interesting time to call it. It seems like everybody's sort of getting ready. It seems. I'm seeing headphones going on. I'm seeing players get ready.
I think Wolf wants to play ASAP. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, if you are Wolf as well, I think the big thing for you, I mean, we spoke about when we had that little tech pause, but when you're rolling and you're doing so well, the last thing you want to do is stop, right? And I think even now with this sort of 10 to 15 minute break in between maps, for them, they want to get back into it. They want to say, let's sort of beat them while they're down.
Yeah, so they're moving on to Blacklist side, right, for this one. I think that's an easy way to just immediately get going, get a couple of good executes going. This is a map where, you could just go straight for defaults, just a couple flashes over into A, just get on in there, try to get the blood flowing right from the get-go. And if everybody's still got the hot hands, then you should be feeling pretty good about your chances of getting that style of play going. What I don't want to see is them go in and be like, all right, let's hunker down. Let's try to play strategically and look for, the crazy angles, because I feel like even in the head-to-heads, like they're just playing so well, I think you can just take it very aggressively to AG and feel confident about your chances.
Yeah, absolutely. So, hold and wait. But if that was to go towards map number 3, do you think it flips the script a little bit? If AG are able to kind of recover here on Ankara, which at least for me, sort of feels like it. I feel like this is going towards that compound. Do you think then the advantage switches the other way and that AG have it, or for Wolf Empire, what's the recovery like?
My opinion, I don't think it really changes anything for Wolf Empire. I think compound's going to be a 50-50. Not honestly, both of them can actually win on that map, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, map number 2 of Ankara about to get underway. It is the Chengdu All Gamers pick as they're looking to stay alive here in this series. Let's see if they can. Well, we're live. Let's get Ankara underway here. Wolf Empire and a map under their belt already. Confidence got to be feeling pretty damn good right about now. Starting on this BL side, if Wolf Empire can get a couple of rounds in these first few, who knows? It could just be a repeat of map number 1.
I really want to see them up the tempo. I really do want to see them go in fast somewhere. You can see that already AG's got 3 on A and just kind of leaving mid open. They have ZY to check behind him just in case they do go fast right down the middle. Very unlikely, but seems like, AG were expecting maybe a little bit of pressure towards A. And this is one of their defaults that we have seen from time to time. That grenade not going to show much, just gets the anti-nade in vents from AG. And it does look like potentially a push towards B bottom, although they're not committing just yet.
Yeah, everyone is just trying to see if they can maybe get a glimpse of information, maybe just a single footstep. But AG's not moving at all. They're going to try to go for hotel control here. I mean, they already assigned Rambo to hold that catwalk A position. And Ice Cube's going to go from Tunnels B. So it's kind of a hectic B split, but definitely could be winnable if Lucas can hit his first shot.
ZY, having a look back in towards mid.
Oh, hello.
Big Yuto in hand for Rambo. Interesting decision that cost him his life. And the opening kill going to go the way of AG. Sub 1 minute now as they're popping on towards this B site. Ice Cube coming in from below. He's got to go pretty huge himself, and he will come in for that support of Shady, who's leading the charge up and towards the site, but that costs him his life. Ice Cube, quick trade, but numbers still favor AG, but not for much longer. Bouncing back, as Du trying to deliver. It's a scrappy fight, and it leaves Shui all alone. Dola's barely alive, but he's all that's left to keep this round alive, and it will not be the case. Great work from Shui.
Jesus, what a first round. Down to the 1v1 immediately. And it was just pure chaos on the site. I mean, AG did have the read already because ZY already saw that Rambo was lining up for a B smoke. So they were like, all right, this B 100%. So they just immediately rotate, got the fist fight going. Good thing your boy Jouet was there to get that 1v1 clutch. But that could have went either way if Ice Cube just hit another shot.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's the context that you're talking about that's really important, right? Like, first kill to EG, and they knew exactly where they were coming from, and they almost lost the round. So, a big nade there right onto GA. He did that before. This time there's actually a guy there, and it doesn't mean that they're actually going to push on A just yet, but still, it does, in my mind, that last round, even though Wolf Empire did lose it, could still mean that they're really in form at the moment.
I felt like Rambo just needed a little bit of support. The fact that he's going in through mid alone and then being quite a crucial bit of Yuto as well. Just somebody to hold to make sure that they were somewhat safe. Shui, he can dip away. And the Summer Championship, him in towards Vent was one of the strongest storylines all the way throughout. He was absolutely unstoppable there. Let's see if that narrative continues here.
Yeah, that was his house at one point back at Vietnam, but let's see what he can do. ZY around the corner into the tunnels B. Does have the AK. GA already getting the read. They already get all the information now. Everyone is on high mid. GA missing every single player. 1 minute left, but Ice Cube will get GA. That's a good start, but do they check ZY? ZY with the one tap, of course. It is him. He gets a second. He gets a third, and the master of the AK responds. And he's also gonna get Ice Cube, the cherry on top of that defense.
They just don't clear him in towards backside, and they give him the chance that one by one, and like dominoes, they fall.
Yeah, very aggressive push, and at the end of the day, initially it looked good, but sometimes there's just that one guy, that one thorn in your side, that one angle you don't check, and when it's ZY, he is just going to tap on heads. You know, you're not looking at him, it's just a quick tap. He makes it look easy, and sometimes that's all it takes to win a round. So now 2 in a row here for all gamers, and not quite the same momentum from Wolf Empire. And again, it's not a very early push, but let's see where they want to go with this one. Definitely angling towards A for now.
I wonder if they're trying to bait your way out of vents, actually. Because they're so close. This is made to punish whoever is lining up for box. No, they're playing it safe. They don't want to risk it, especially they don't know who's around the corner. It could be 4 players, it could be 1. But they decide to go mid. This might just be a B push, or they wrap around spawn then go A, but
Rather
just
be here though.
Yeah.
Only 1 player, right? This could be a way in which they can sort of overwhelm Do. As long as Jay gets sort of smoked off, or at least held for on that rotate, Do could be under a little bit of pressure. Okay.
This angle for GA is just very difficult to clear out, and he's just going to hold it there with the sniper. Do as well, not even killed from behind. He's going to stay alive. Could be the difference maker. GA as well from spawn. That's going to prompt a little timeout to come out from the side of Wolf Empire, I would imagine, as now just popping out at the perfect time, catching them in rotation. Shady alone. A lot of pressure on this man's shoulders.
Feels unlikely, safe to say. Tuck his head, he'll creep by. Jay gonna clear, and he's gonna find as well. Let's make the assumptions. That attack pool's got to be for Wolf Empire. It is.
Yep.
It's not been the dream start for them, but again, expected. Ankara, this is where AG do a lot of their best work.
For sure. Second half is going to be very scary, though. Wolf Empire, just like how I said it, slow starters, but AG has been written all over this first half. Man, that just speaks volumes, right? That Shady's more worried about Do all the way in B ramp rather than DA in spawn. But man, Wolf Empire, they're kind of suffering at the beginning of this game.
Oh, someone's mic's not working to make it worse. Lucas? Yeah, that's not exactly what you want to see.
He's like, oh, I can't hear you.
There you guys. You haven't been hearing my comms? Wow.
Wrong device on.
Yeah, Rambo's going to check his PC.
Yeah, this could be a waste of a timeout, too, if this happens.
Yeah, that sucks, actually. Give it him back.
Yeah.
We were at 53 seconds when we realized his mic wasn't working.
Yeah.
53 seconds back in the timeout bank.
We also give AG a bit of a freebie of one as well. That you can't take the words back. You can't take the vibes back.
Mm-hmm.
Vibes are all that matter, for sure.
It's true. I wonder whether this does end up turning technical off the back of it. It seems like, judging by the lack of admin presence, the Wolf Empire should be okay.
Maybe it was just a little bit quiet. Just went into the settings, turned it up.
Speak up, fella.
Yeah.
Be confident, King. They need him. They kind of do need...
Say it with their chest.
Yeah, exactly. They sort of needed to step up a little bit. Wasn't a great map number 1. This is a great round, though. See why. Beautiful isolation of the fights. Gets 4 in total. I'm going to do Ice Cube right at the end. Fantastic work.
Yeah. That's that 2021 ZY, man.
Yeah, exactly. 3-0 stop for AG. Arguably as expected, but this is just what AG do best. A really clean start for them. And a double stack once again in towards vents.
Uh-oh. Take a look at this.
Rambo. Rambo.
He's got the bomb, too. I mean, he's about to run straight into his doom if he goes in there. The chances that that works, very unlikely. And let's see if it does. He is going to turn the corner. He gets one, but the spray is there. Oh, has to swap to the pistol. It's not going to work out, so they forcefully push their way in, but they do not clear out ZY.
What?
Finally, they do, somehow.
With an AK?
Yeah. The headshot. And all of a sudden, 2v2, just like that. But sight is open, and the plant comes down. Wolf Empire in control. AG need to come through spawn.
Ooh, they got 2 HEs. If they know that both of them are coming in from spawn.
Ow.
That's one. Where's the second one from Ice Cube? Nah, they don't need it. Shady gonna get GA. Do. Not gonna do it this time with the pistol. Okay, Wolf Empire off of their timeout, despite half of their timeout. You know, it's just Rambo trying to fix his mic. They made it happen.
And at the end of the day, I mean, Wolf, it felt like AG were reading the play pretty well. The double stack of the vent, the extra guy up top, and it felt like that was going to be a position where AG should have been able to hold. But at the end of the day, you trade evenly 3 for 3, you get onto the site, and AG has to rotate over. It's going to make it much more difficult. And finally, Wolf are on the board. Shot missed by Do. Lucas is in. You talked about entering on this map here. He's got 3 kills. It's almost as many as he had in the last map in its entirety. So he's feeling a bit better so far.
Gets to enjoy the game of CrossFire, especially we were in the context of Ankara. You know, it's not no more tight spaces, no more stairs that lead to your doom immediately. It's an equal fight here for Lucas, so he gets to show what he's made of. And Wolf Empire kind of need it, especially he just took out Do.
Let's see where this push wants to come through. You take down Do, such an important target on the enemy team. The only other guy at this moment who's having a big time is ZY with the 6 kills, but also similar. You got a pretty nice KD for the side of Dway, so maybe those 2 guys can put something together, as now looks like underneath to B could be the answer. A couple of guys sitting on B. 1 guy in mid, 1 guy on A. An A push would have been fantastic at this point, as we know, but might be running straight into ZY in 12-22.
It's a big stack. Still a minute to work with, so maybe if they see a little bit too much presence, might actually dip away, but it's too late now.
Wow, what a
big
kill.
swing, big find as well. Preemptive on that pre-fire, and it works so well as ZY gonna get deleted too. GA and Dway got it all to do and not a lot to work with. This could be a flawless round coming forward. Bit of damage taken, sure, but what a casualty. There's been a no-show coming forward, and it is not a single death over towards Wolf Empire, getting back-to-back rounds.
Damn. What a huge check there by Lucas. I feel like if he didn't check 12-22 in that corner, that would have been the end of that tunnel speed push. Take a look at the replay, though. Very nice from Shady. And I feel like they're slowly coming back into this game ever since that timeout.
Yeah.
They're starting to feel the vibes of Ankara.
Might be almost time for an AG timeout if another round goes to Wolf. At this point, I mean, that entry was just slick.
How many rounds would we be happy with for Wolf in this first half?
4.
Yeah, 5 is like a real cherry on top type
I want
vibe.
to see 5. I feel like 5's very doable.
It is.
Blacklist side of Ankara feeling pretty good. I think AG will have some pretty slick engages on this map as well, so I feel like if you really want to solidify your chance of winning this map, 5 would be where you want to begin. But still a very close map at this point.
But what if they get 6?
True, they could, yeah.
True.
Didn't even consider it.
Really opened my mind there.
We're just playing with numbers at this point.
Really the next level.
This is 1-2-2-2's fault.
That's true.
He started it.
Yeah.
I can't be mad at that face, man.
Oh, big swing. Not a big find as well. It's a risky peek from Joanne, one that doesn't pay off. Opening kill for Wolf Empire is massive, but they still have 12-22 in support. Round that corner, he might reclaim some vent space here. And he sees nobody's, made that commit, so that information will be relayed over.
So, from what I've heard from Shady, for at least what he screamed, I think I assume that he said back off, because I feel like this is not the strat for it yet.
Do you speak Vietnamese?
No, I just assumed.
He speaks vibes.
He
speaks
vibes.
aura. He can feel Shady's
I understood
aura
his
from
aura.
here.
Mental connection.
He just gets it.
Yeah, yeah. When you have a great IGL minds.
I mean,
like
look at
Shady
this.
and Sneaky, the double S.
Look at this timing, though. I mean, there's 3 guys that rotated over to A. They're ready for the fake back off into the follow-up A push, but that's not what it is. And the read here from Shady is fantastic. AG are not going to be in position. It's only Do and spawn.
Yeah, he's in a real tough spot here. Big fight, though, big find on towards Ice Cube, and a big person to drop too, but the presence already been made on towards the B site itself. C4 goes down. There's nothing really Do can do about it.
They got smokes. I mean, finally they've smoked this spawn position. one of the bigger problems. I think Wolf should not let go of Hotel. If you let go of Hotel here, you lose the round 100%.
Well, looks like AG might not even go that way. Rambo coming around. The timing of this is just... What? He just went down. Somebody was covering the flank.
No.
And just like that, they've got a great chance to push on in. It's up to Shady in a 1v2. And they know exactly where he is. Notafuse just there's the tap, the double swing. When he buys
he's on it.
Gets the kill. And he buys the time. Unreal from Shady. What a guy. He's having an absolute amazing day today.
He knows, you know, when it's time to turn the jets on, and it's against AG. Some of his best work we've seen from him, and this was masterfully played in the 1 versus 2. He knows the clock, the timer is his best friend, and my God, does he utilize it well. Fantastic work from Shady there.
Yeah, Shady saying to ZY, you're not the only captain who's very, very good on the AK-47. I can do that too.
You can, Sneaky, I believe.
I mean, I remember doing, you know.
Look at this.
Oh my God! They did, what?
Look at this.
No. Okay, they're punishing the no mid, default.
Yeah, the reads are just
Bye-bye,
incredible.
GA about to get some serious back shots. He weren't ready for it.
They didn't even shoot at him first. Like, no, let's get Do first.
Masterful.
Not Do, but yeah, this is they're just tearing them apart. Where's that timeout?
Dude, Zway's just making sure he gets one, and I respect that.
Yeah, Do got no chance here, really. Dola doesn't need to peek, but he's just sticking around the edge of that smoke. But he makes the wrong decision to push through. In trouble, but they got no chance. No chance in hell. What a round from Wolf Empire. This streak from them off the back of the attack pause is immaculate.
Oh, I was kidding about the 6-3. They're taking it seriously. Oh my God. But man, like ever since that timeout, just like you said, Dola finding up more opportunities. Lucas with the entries. And it's not even Ice Cube is actually exploding in this game. I mean, it's been Dola, Lucas, and Shady, the old big three of Wolf.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you might see Ice Cube begin to pop off a little bit later on when they do move over to GR. For now, their entry fraggers are getting the job done. And even besides that, it's just the way they're executing and the calls from Shady and the play from Shady.
Look at this.
It's the big difference maker.
Lot of information. There is nobody towards A. However, the A push is coming late. A's open. They're committing towards B because they've wrapped through. This mid hole has got a huge by 12, 22. He's got to get at least a couple. And he does get one. Yes, okay, second behind it. So it's okay. But they still get the A site. It's a foot race towards the site. It's one in which it's sort of won out here by Wolf Empire. They'll at least get the smokes down.
Are they just playing full retake? I mean, it's not a bad idea, but you don't have anyone wrapped around behind him. So, not so sure if retaking is the way to go here.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult if they just try to force 3 people through the fence.
Big flash.
Yeah, that's one. Ice Cube. Oh, does go down to ZY. Rambo, Lucas on the bottom side. ZY once again, the AK. Relentless with it. Diffuse is going to start. Is he going to check the stairs? Rambo on the other side. Gets one. Oh, ZY crouches in time. You absolute genius. That's spatial awareness from ZY, man.
He doesn't look too happy about it. It's like he just got away with murder right there. He's like, oh, wow. I can't believe we won that one. Because his buddy was not able to protect him, really. He just barely got that off. But still the right play. You know, just hold it. You're 2v1. You've got position. Nice try from Wolf, but not meant to be. AG, nice retake with the flash over the top. Ice Cube reloading with 4 bullets.
Just in case. One
Still
mag
early.
ace. You never know.
It's a good efficiency, too. He was fixing his glasses.
True.
That's how you...
Multitasking right there.
Multitasking right there.
Oh. Oh. Damage dealt towards Ye. Not enough for the kill, but at least make him a little nervy.
And again, Wolf as a team, you know, a little bit of noise outside of A. But here for the last round on Blacklist, they have had a decent amount of luck trying to go down mid. There hasn't been a lot of coverage here from AG. But maybe just to play on to B. They're not committing anywhere at this point in time. But certainly something brewing around the middle of the map.
Oh, but Do is here. Sniper in hand. ZY. This is a pretty powerful defense if I've ever say so myself, but Du misses his first attempt at a shot. ZY, though, here to cover his teammate. See if ZY can keep on going. Shady, Lucas, Ice Cube, can U-turn back into Hotel, but it seems like they don't want to stay. It seems like Rambo, he's here for the B site. And Jue does take him down, but look at the response from the side of AG.
ZY is doing so good just to keep them locked in. He knows he doesn't need to fight. He's buying time for the rotations. They come through Hotel.
Oh, Du.
Shady's in a lot of trouble here, and Du sees it off. AG take a lead at the half, but my God, they're meant to work for it.
Yeah. Du does as he does do.
True. Yeah, I mean, take a look at this play once again. ZY, you know, he gets the first kill. Taps on to Lucas. Lucas expecting him on the stairs, and here Rambo, he gets 2. He's not looking the right way, but then a little crouch Reno, and he gets out of the way. AG now, they get a couple of big, actually huge rounds at the end of the half, and they move on a Blacklist side with the lead. You gotta like their chances at this point in time.
Mm-hmm. You know what I realized, Neo?
Go on, man.
Wolf play the exact same way in Compound as they do in Ankara BL side.
Okay.
They take A first, and then they go mid, and then they go decide from there.
Vibes crossfire, we call that.
Kind of interesting. But that's just a default thing, man. I mean, 3-2. No mid control, though. This could be risky.
Yeah, we saw AG doing this a couple of times. Came back to bite them one round. In terms of just losing the site. I think they actually won that round, but still didn't feel very good about it strategically. We got the grenade thrown through the A door, and there's 3 people on A right now for Wolf. Might not be ready for this aggression onto B, although there are 2 guys looking at this tunnel. Well, there were.
Ooh. Ice Cube, a lot of damage taken, but still alive. Well, the matters, he's stuck in a hard place, but he says Dolo for support, but Du will deliver. Nice shot from him at range as well. In that head-to-head, that's a very good execute on towards this B site. It's all falling into place. It's tough in the 2 versus 5, now turn 4. But Lucas and Shady full HP.
I think he's well aware of Jue here. This is usually what he does on the BL side of Ankara. Likes to sneak in from Catwalk A into mid, but I feel like he feels that Shady is still here. But no, they're just going to go Hotel. I mean, this is the right decision for Wolf, but it's still not likely.
Got to see what you can do, but you got Smoke, you got multiple members. CY is close. Lucas able to trade it. But now it's Lucas against the Worlds. He will be taken down. World wins once again. And there you go. AG picking up their 6th round win. That time pretty simply, just a quick push underneath, and it was only Ice Cube. Ice Cube missed the first shot. And from there, it was just opened wide open.
2-round lead for AG. Confidence feels like it's brewing a little bit. ZY with the opener too. Ice Cube trying to get aggro. No smoke there as well, so you sort of want to take this fight. Oh my God.
1 health.
Oh, there we go. Now he gets caught. Quick trade. Don't often see ZY all the time on the sniper, and he does a good job to kind of find that first, but an over extension for the second.
And he's just going to back off. 1 health. That's all I need. Horus 2024. But, I mean,
my go.
4B, 4A. But if AG realizes that no one's re-smoking entrance, they're just going to run through this. Oh, they're doing this. Oh, they're doing that.
They're this.
Oh, they're doing that?
Doing that?
Doing that?
At this sort of a time?
Really? It's like I'm pretending like they can hear us, but no.
No, you're right. They can't. Here comes AG. Looking to run towards A. There's 2 guys on A now. No smokes. The pretend we're not here strategy. And instead, they've got a nice lean crossfire. I say that as Dola, the devil on his shoulder, is beginning to speak. And he's saying, just go ahead and peek. They're probably not there anyway. You could get some great info for the team. But no, he's just going to line up in the vent and wait for the push.
G might have been spotted, actually. Oh, but Lucas does get sway, and here comes the action from Dola in vents. And Du was all the way in arch, man. He couldn't do nothing.
Doesn't need to peek it, in all honesty, Dola. 35 seconds and 1 versus 3. Just don't give them the opportunity to isolate. Play together. Double stacking towards the A side and on top of each other for Dola and Ice Cube. Should have no issues trading, you'd assume. And do not even prioritizing picking up the C4. He wants to fight first, and it should cost him his life. It's good for the first, but like we said, didn't expect the second. Dola does very, very well. That round 1 off his shoulders.
Yeah. Noki, I kind of want to blame GA there. I don't think it's that's the time to peak A entrance. Especially, there's a small gap that you can see through the box, and there's like the right side angle there. And if you see like a single pixel of any player, I mean, Lucas is going to go for it. I mean, that's what he's been doing the entire map, and that's why he's been very effective. He has a sniper now? Whose idea is this?
Lucas is the opposite of Snare. He's like, I can play the other role too. And then he just goes out and dies. Snare does it, and he just gets a double kill.
Ice Cube's like, you lost my AWM? He's trying to recover it. Oh, he's got it? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. A little bit of smoke in the door gets the job done. He's going to do that anyway. But now they're down Lucas. He's having a little bit more trouble from the GR side in this round. Dola. He made the difference in the last round. You know, the timing of the push. He's trying to do the same here. They're just ready for it. So ready for it. Just staring at him as he runs straight into their open arms. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a real nice story, that one, actually.
Yep.
I'm hearing Netflix are making an adaptation.
A Hallmark movie.
Right in time for Christmas.
Beautiful.
Oh, shady. Second mid position could be compromised. There you go.
It feels like he somehow dodged every member. And
how
did he? Okay, he's dead. All right.
Ice Cube, he's trying. Scrappy misses from everybody, but in the end, Ice Cube sees it off. Not too far off with that arm shot either.
He's dead.
Cheat down. He survives as well. And now they're going to pop through the smoke. It feels unlikely. I say that, but Ice Cube has something up his sleeve. Rambo left for all to do. Not exactly been a great map for him. And finds himself 4 and 8 with 3 remaining alive. All gamers get another round on the board, get ever closer to this map and pushing us towards a decider.
Man, problem is, I mean, the longer this game goes, the better it is for Wolf Empire. Last time we saw them in this map, you never want to go up against Wolf Empire in overtime especially. They've never lost.
Ever?
Ever. 100% win rate.
Wow.
My goats.
Did we have people predict this team as the champion?
Wolf?
There were a lot of AG votes.
Oh, good question, actually. I don't actually know.
I said Q9.
But there were...
It's a Q9. Oh, I like that.
There were definitely
I
other
said 3BL.
votes.
Of course you did.
I think almost all... Did you really?
No. No, I did not. I said AG.
I said Swamped Gaming. Yeah.
Swamped Gaming.
Now that's
I was thinking Unnights, actually.
That's a true patriot.
That's... Yeah. I'm seeing the lines. So, Dude doesn't see anyone this time. Maybe saying, hey, they're playing much more passively here. He gets into connector, might just stare at the vent, as his team looks to push right down the middle.
This time as well, no shady in terms of ducking between mid and second. Ice Cube. Got to get minimum 1 and fall away. Flash will catch him. Head tucked as well. Not going to commit to the repeat just yet. Waiting as well. Actually might wait for them to cross a little bit too. The element of surprise, which works. Here's his, but the question is now, how do you sort of reposition? He might not be required upon. He gets caught in the end, and 12-22 finds an important kill. Lucas getting dropped. Now gives them a chance. Rambo and Dola. 2 versus 3. Not impossible, but somebody's got to get proactive, and it looks like Dola is going to be the one.
Timing.
He's done this before, but he gets caught by ZY. That was a must-win fight. That's probably lost on the round.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes out maybe 2 seconds earlier or 2 seconds later, that could have been huge for him. Instead, he just meets directly with ZY, who is 19 kills and in a long-range fight with an 8K. He's always going to win those. Rambo now 1v3. Oh, he's got a flash. He's going to bounce it on himself and die.
Does nothing.
Okay. Yeah. Nice try. Nice try.
Yeah. Ambitious, to
good
say
effort.
the least.
Good effort.
Would have been sick if it worked. I mean, ZY was fully blinded, but I
it
feel
did
like
work. He got flashed.
Yeah.
He did get flashed. Maybe his logic is like, if you can't see me, or if I can't see you, you can't see me. Something like that. I forgot the saying.
Yeah. You kind of got it. 8-5. 3 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away, AG, from pushing us towards that map number 3. First 3 mapper we've had today as well at this rate. Shady's got other ideas. Nice opener to find and a reposition for the second. There's the Shady. We're missing the map number 1 Shady, but comes alive finally. Deep in towards round number 14.
He was pretty good on BL. I mean, he had a couple of big rounds, but yeah, he's not putting up the same numbers. That is for sure. But able to do it now once again in this round. Give themselves a chance. You know, if AG hit 9, you're probably just thinking about compound. So try to keep it close as long as you possibly can. That's why I feel like I really needed that extra. Wow.
That's quick.
Good pre-aim.
ZY is just having a
bit
of a night out on this one.
He's looking really crisp, isn't he? This round far from over in the 3 versus 4. Especially in the format ZY is in. Just unfortunate, but he's really struggled. ZY's got to go pretty massive in this one. Pop flash come around that corner. Smoke as well for the cross. So they come barreling forward. Ice Cube, quick shot as well. Out a second for it. Not as good as Shui will deliver. And there's GA as well, who finds one on his own. 2 versus 2. This is on.
How's that worked? I mean, Rambo still very far. Lucas is taking position in Hotel. And he gets instantly deleted. GA is now starting to hit his shots, but Rambo's around the corner. Are they going to notice him in time? Rambo out in the open does get one, but will he get Zway? 1 HP on Zway. Who's going to hit first? Pistol is out. Rambo makes sure that he's going to get that dub. 8-6, Rambo. They hang on.
We're not done just yet, are we? Maybe still a little bit of life left in Wolf Empire. AG needs to be careful not to let this one slip away. You can't allow Wolf Empire to snowball. We saw what happened towards map number 1 when you allow this side to really ramp up, and now it can kill you.
Can't allow them to get into that OT. That's their win con.
It's definitely doable for Wolf. And it's not going to be easy, but that's a pretty good round to clutch and kind of bring the belief back. But Do trying to snuff that out once again. As Lucas is going to go down, but Shady is going to respond. Ooh, just dodging 12-22. Going to back out of there.
Just 3 snipers.
Ambitious. I like it.
Why not?
Vibes.
2023 ranking vibes. They did this before with 5.
As you do. Did it work?
Yeah.
There we go.
Surprisingly. Same map as well.
Bit of a tag there on towards Dola. Ambitious spam gets him down to about half. Still gives AG a chance here in the 4 versus 4. It's all goes eerily quiet.
We just all stayed quiet after you said that. I love it.
Committing to the bit. I like it, guys.
Yeah.
I feel the nerves here, all the way from here. Like, you can feel how tense the game is, right?
Yeah. It's, the players on the stage aren't even really saying anything, or at least talking in very low voices, trying to make sure they can hear every little sound.
Yeah. Wait till Ice Cube gets a kill. That screen is going to ring in this Arts Center, but Shady. Yeah, everyone's playing absolutely careful. They know how important this round is.
Let's make a break for Wolf Empire. Dola has to get one hit. And he can't. bounding round the corner, does well. Shady had a couple of moments, now needs a couple more. Missed shot and punished. That feels like it could be it. That could even cost them the map, in fact, too. Rambo and Ice Cube, a hell of a lot for them they have to pull off in this sort of situation. And yeah, like you mentioned, Du coming in for the wrap, gets one, and now forces Ice Cube to focus elsewhere. He just, all he has to do is buy a bit of attention.
Don't let Ice Cube clutch. That's all they have to do. Well, all they took was Du. 9 and 6.
Yeah,
Need to
map
close
3
this out
looming.
now.
Yeah, map
Now.
3 looming. Has to be said. We just haven't quite seen enough in this second half, unfortunately. Out for Wolf. Those moments, you know, tail end of that first had a lot to offer up, but unfortunately they've kind of petered out a bit.
Yeah, but AG needs to end it this round. I don't want. If I was AG, I'm not risking going all the way to 9-8, especially up against Wolf Empire.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty unlikely that AG give them much more. I mean, Wolf only have a couple of rounds from GR. The executions have been quite strong from AG. And, yeah, it's been great to see them really turn it on after what was a somewhat weak sub-base, I'd say, from AG. Wolf playing out of their minds on that one. And so let's see how they want to try to end it. Bomb hanging around the mid of the map. And as we can see, Wolf Empire is going to leave mid a bit open. We've got Shady on the sniper looking at the entry to spawn. So that's really going to be the first guy who potentially gets eyes on the situation. If they push that way.
Oh, okay, ZY's out. I mean, that's a pretty huge pickoff coming in from Wolf. And if Dola can keep going all the way into mid via that bypass position, but instead he goes into second mid, he wants to take the fight to all gamers, and Hidgeek could be right behind him, but he has to be careful. GA is around the corner, so he's not going to push the issue just yet.
Yeah, it's smart. It's good sort of instinctive timing. Zarak coming through. How aware of this is Lucas. Dola, how aware is he? Good for one. Not quite the second. Good reaction from Jouet, but he doesn't expect the second. As Shady does so well. Down to 2. This feels impossible. You would say, but Lucas diving down. Catches Du, and it's GA with it all to do. 1 versus 3. He's sort of been overlooked, though. 30 seconds. And with the C4, finds an important kill. Will he expect the second? It doesn't really matter. Wolf Empire, for a moment, stay alive.
Bit risky of a round, not gonna lie. Spawn has been given, but a good response from the side of Wolf Empire to just go for it. Shady with a very nice trade. Man, that was almost a disaster. Honestly, Du had his utility out and he still got the kill.
Yeah.
That was wild.
We saw him just sprinting into the site with a flash in his hand, and he just swaps to the Colt and gets a headshot. Classic sniper things, classic Du things. Has moved his way up to 16 kills himself. Trying to join ZY up at the upper rankings of the kill score. Just taking these early rounds very slowly, and Wolf, outside of Dola looking for early peaks, they've just been waiting. Just waiting for the push to come in.
I just re-smoke out towards A main as well. Slow him down for a bit, and there it is.
Whoa.
How can I say? They call me the prophet.
It's like you spoke it into existence.
Oh, Do not go into tunnel speed. There is a sniper waiting for you.
To do or not to do? That is the question. 1-2. Setting up already Utah now. It feels like it's a ruse as well. They're sort of angling like they want to sort of double back, in fact. Over towards A. I mean, we'll see. Not fully committed, but a U-turn response as well. Oh, Shady up on high. He could be in the thick of it as well. Has to try and support, does well with Dola. Both of them trying to get in towards that fight. Is Shady all trying to respond from low, and he catches CY. It's an important kill. He then gets dropped himself, and the numbers advantage still favor that of Wolf Empire. Time starting to tick to, and Rambo on for the flank. He could catch one. He will catch one. And not only that as well, C4 dropped. Do yeah, I mean, he's stuck between two different angles, and he has no idea about the timing of their peaks.
What's he going to do? I mean, there's 30 seconds left. He has the bomb the bomb on the ground, which he would have to get and then try to plant. And you can see the Wolf have just spread out on this one. Not sure if they know that the bomb is down here.
Oh, ice cube?
Oh,
Okay.
all right, there you go. Just going to take him down, and all of a sudden, it's getting more and more interesting. I mean, you're giving Wolf an inch. Will they take a mile?
We're almost there.
Or a kilometer, I guess.
We're almost there, man.
It's getting really close. 9-8. AG, you know, they've certainly pumped the brakes a little bit. They try to go extremely aggressive right down the middle, all 5 of them, and they get kind of stopped. I feel like Dola's really been the hero in the last couple of rounds, right? He gets the first kill in the last one, gets the utility out, delays the push. I feel like they handled that pretty well. And AG, I mean, they've only got one more chance before we do move into that overtime.
Yeah, it was not the best call in all honesty. I feel like that's a call that Vienna would make at like 9-7. They're just gonna.
Wow.
No, he does it. It's a very common thing for Vienna. He does when he has like 2 points lead. He's gonna try to rush in 9-7, and he'll actually strat it out in 9-8, and it does work most of the time. Props to that guy. But if you put Wolf Empire in the OT position, once again, just like how I said it, they never lost an OT, not against AG
Ever.
at least.
What was the last thing they lost on OT to?
Probably ranking.
There we go.
Back in RF.
All right, is this just some smokes through the middle, a fake, and then a push on an A? It's the beginning of the same setup at the last round, but they're not doing it.
Oh, Rambo. Oh, poor Rambo. Oh,
Not so poor. That's all right. Gets one. Quick responses back and forth, but you do feel like trades benefit the BL side here. Why don't we start playing for retake? Here we are, Wolf Empire. Smoke going to come down. So you might get one out towards main 2 just in case of the flank, but he doesn't really have to be too worried about it just yet. C4 not quite planted, but they've got plenty of time to make that decision. Goes a bit of use to pop it through. This works against them, and that could be game set and match, and it will be in this map. 10-8. Close but no cigar for Wolf Empire, and a map number 3 required. To a degree, as predicted, that we see AG take map number 2 of Ankara, but maybe not in the fashion. They made it work for it, and for a moment it was looking, a little bit squeaky. They ended up making it in that final round, but yeah, Wolf Empire made them work for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear that, you know, this map, very strong for the side of AG. You know, they were able to have a couple of really clutch rounds at the end of their GR side that gave them the slight advantage moving into Blacklist, and then they looked great at the beginning of their Blacklist. They were really pummeling Wolf. We thought maybe it was going to be like a 10-5 at some point, but props to Wolf Empire for showing a lot of resilience towards the end, nearly able to pull that one back, but at the end of the day, AG barely get across the line. And now we got Compound for map 3.
Yeah, there might have been a bit more of a conversation there, even potentially that overtime, if you just had a little bit of a better start for Wolf Empire towards that second half. Only getting kind of one of the first 4 rounds of play, arguably not good enough. And when you look across the board as well, ratings aren't exactly flying there, but for one man in particular, ZY, they were incredible.
Yeah, I mean, ZY and Do absolutely carried the AG squad in some of these rounds. And Dre did have some good moments. I mean, GA did get some good kills, but the conversation mostly revolves around ZY and Do and how capable they are, especially up against a formidable team that relies more on their teamwork more than their individual star power. And yeah, they just absolutely wiped them, man.
Put the crown on King. I respect that. But, you know, as well, it's unfortunate that just as we get Lucas back online, we sort of lose a little bit of Shady and lose a little bit of Ice Cube as well. Both of them kind of subpar for their standards too. And I think that's a pretty unfortunate thing. We had a slow start second half, and those guys not finding their form too. It was pretty costly.
Man, that's for sure. I mean, Ice Cube, with him, I mean, if he was there, man, I feel like they could have actually won map number 2.
I agree.
I mean, someone just had to be going toe-to-toe against Do at that point. I feel like they could handle ZY. They could kind of throw 2 bodies at him. The rest of the squad can just fall down. But, man, it's just a tragic performance here for Ice Cube for map number 2. A map that he usually does well on.
Yeah, very true. What's the vibes feeling in towards map number 3? Compound coming up next. Where you leaning? Still AG?
Yeah, just a little thought, though. It was funny, though, you were talking about Ice Cube trying to go up against Do. It kind of felt like Lucas almost took that into his own hands. He was like, I'm going to be the guy who goes up against him. But that didn't work, as we saw. Yeah, I don't know. I think Compound is going to be really close. I'm not really sure to say for this one. It should be close.
We'll have to wait and see. We're going to throw it onto a little bit of a break before we get underway in towards all the prep for map number 3. Sit tight. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. Only a brief break before we get back underway with our final map of the day. And of course, of all the series to go through, it had to be this one, this rematch of that grand final from the Summer Championships. So we lead now down to Compound to see who is going to be taking this best of 3 and basically who is going to be taking #1 spot in Group B.
I want to hear memories of this map from the Summer Championship. I want to hear the memories.
I was on a flight, so.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
He actually left early. It was me, Laz, and Jordan on the broadcast.
My flight was booked literally 2 maps in or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah,
interesting.
That was an absolute story in the CFS Summer Championship. I feel like AG had the gist of it in the first half, and then Wolf Empire just made a miracle comeback happen in the second half, and overtime happened, and that's where the Wolf doesn't lose overtime started.
Yeah, and you can see statistically there as well from the Summer Championship where things really did struggle for AG, in particular in one side, that of the GR, right? So the hope is that it's not sort of the same for them, really, and that they can sort of replace. I feel like they should be fine. It felt very much like a one-off there anyway at that event, and the Rosario obviously, I think they had their instabilities in that final, but for the most part, we expect coming towards Compound, they've got sort of lots to offer up. They've got a map on their belt now, get the confidence to work with. A little shaky at the tail end, sure, of Ankara, but a win's a win all the same, and sort of that's all they'll be caring about.
Certainly it is. I mean, they buy themselves another map. I think that for AG, like I said at the top of the series, they should feel like they are one of the big favorites to win this whole tournament. It's here in China. There's a lot of pride on the line. They want to come in and take down Wolf and get revenge. And then they lose the first map, and all of a sudden it has to be like, okay, reset, we're going on Kara. They barely get across the line. It's hard to really predict how they're feeling or really understand what it feels like to be in their situation where, they should feel like big favorites in their own minds, and then they just barely went on Ankara, and now you're going on to Compound, a map that you just lost in the biggest championship that we've had since the last Grand Finals. So it's got to be hard for them. If they can keep it together, I'm sure that they should be able to get some good work done on Compound, but a lot of credit has to be given over to Wolf Empire. They are really making it difficult for AG, and if they win this, I mean, there's a very legitimate case to be made for this team to potentially take the whole thing this year.
Yeah, even be #1 as well. But I think to be #1, Sneaky, we need to see a little bit more out of, in particular, Ice Cube and Shady. We need to see more like map 1 from them, as we unfortunately sort of lost it a little bit in towards map #2, and that was pretty costly. But map #3 of Compound is about to begin. Essentially a best of 1 to decide who is taking the series and who is taking Group B. Show on the road. Compound to close. This is going to be a pretty interesting affair. AG at least starting on the little bit more of the preferential side in the last time they played. They need to put up a strong first half, it feels like, if they want to chance it.
Gonna be very reliant on Do, or not Do. Gonna be very reliant on ZY. This is kind of like Subbase, man, where Dude's going to be feeling a bit trapped, not going to lie.
Yeah, I think that you're going to see a lot less of snipers having insane rounds and making giant plays in this one. We might have a giant play right now as they are trying to push into multiple members that are in... Oh, God. Just insanely crispy. Look at the spray as well. Excellent control from Dola. Expecting more around the corner, and they are right. It is traded out as Rambo does take it down. Big presence in the pillars, and now Dude's kind of all on his lonesome here. Trying to find a funky angle where they wouldn't expect him. Is actually a good idea after all the commotion in pillars.
Bouncing around. He should catch Rambo, no issues. But yeah, easy one for him. C4 can be collected. They've sort of relinquished that position. They had a lot of A presence, and in doing so, I mean, Dude doesn't realize at the moment he's got a lot of free space all up this side of B.
Yeah, but look at Wolf. I think they assume that he already picked up the C4, but once they do spot that the C4 is still down in connector B, then they can definitely still get this one. Oh, he made the step, dude. Failing the singular ghost walk, but then Ice Cube and Shady now around the corner. Quick scope. Not quick enough, my friend.
Good to see. Shady seeing it off there as well. Starting well for Wolf Empire. We needed that. It was a very aggressive fighting towards pillars, and one of which now for Wolf Empire, that's going to sort of reignite the flame a little bit. Give you that confidence to start off in towards this GR side. And of course, if they can build up a really strong one, they're actually going to give themselves a massive advantage if we're going off last time out. This time, Rambo, swing and a miss, but Lucas and Dola still want to stick around for the fight. It will work out in Dola's favor. It will work out in all of their favors. Wolf Empire, this aggression towards pillars is masterful.
And this time, AG, they tried to get ahead of it. They tried to just go right down the stairs and get in there quicker. Instead, it was interesting. You know, there was a flash that was right in Dola's face, and maybe they saw that and they're like, okay, well, there's definitely not a guy from Wolf in that corner. And it felt like Dola just got so much value in that corner. Like, they just didn't seem to check it. He was just tapping on heads, and that ended up being the big difference maker on that push into pillars. And now all of a sudden, AG, very similar position, almost worse this time, with 5 members left alive on Wolf.
It's a hard angle to check as well. You don't know if he's coming in from the right door or the left door, but both are occupied at the moment. So if ZY gets Dola, he's still going to be dead. And he's dead either way. Doesn't even get the trade ongoing. Dude, the last one left alive with a sniper, and this is a rough situation to be in. The flash in his face. And Wolf said, hey, that worked last round. Let's do it again. Run it back.
Interesting as well, the call on the other side for ZY, right? And saying, we just failed that. Let's sort of be relentlessly aggressive and go back for it again. And it ends up sort of working against them. And yeah, tough. I mean, mentally as well, for kind of your calling, you're sort of subconsciously going to just be pulling away from that B site a little bit.
It's more of like a call that KLB would make, honestly. Like, oh, that's an UBEC call, 1000%.
Is that shade?
They're learning from, you know, the best region in CrossFire.
Yeah. That's true.
UBECMANIAC.
Bright future for those kids, by the way. Jokes aside. Look at this. AG gonna do a little bit of wolfing around. Gonna clear a bit in A, move in the center. Maybe head over towards pillars. Well, this is what Wolf does from BL side.
They just kind of
very often, you know, clear out all the corners. Really try to prevent any big rotations or.
Oh, I thought you meant like an actual wolf, like what?
Well, yeah, you know, prowling around.
Prowling around, yeah.
As a team.
As a pack, yeah.
Yeah, wolf pack.
There we go.
Except they're facing Wolf Empire, so not really.
True.
Not really the same level.
It's a big pack.
Yeah.
Lots of packs.
Multiple packs, exactly. They have like their own buildings and stuff. That's what makes an empire.
Heading down towards A here. And they're actually given a lot of space in the early part. Ice Cube's got to hit a couple of nutty shots in all fairness. He's not completely isolated, but he does have to buy time for this rotation, which that in itself he does have to be a little bit careful of. They pull away though. Just thankfully, he won't be called upon. They're going to head towards mid. There's 3 players here as well. 2 of which playing anti, like you mentioned, right? First fight. Lineup as well. Shady, Lucas, Dola, all getting involved in some way, shape, or form. My God, Wolf Empire, this is an incredible start in towards map number 3. Like you mentioned, the pause is out, but it won't affect this round. Duke, down you go. What a few rounds from Wolf Empire. My God.
Yeah, I mean, what a different take in Compound compared to the other teams that already played it, right? It's so different from what we've seen from 3BL earlier, where they're more methodical, more systematic about it. Granted, Horus is pushing along 24/7, but still, rest of them are pretty much in the process of doing it. But for the side of AG, I don't know, they're struggling in taking any position. As soon as they take container, I feel like they're just lost in the map. Yeah. They're not really splitting the map in half. That's like what Wolf Empire does when they're on the BL side, where they go Catwalk A and they go Container and then they go CB. But AG's like, they're missing step 3 for some reason.
Yeah, it's kind of like they cut corners a little bit, and their entry into the center of the map was not very clean. And it just feels like Wolf Empire 3 times in a row, they've got a very nice setup defensively, and AG are like just running straight into the bear trap. And they're getting caught and slaughtered and served up for dinner. And so the AG coach is like, yeah, that's not okay. This is not a good Blacklist side. You guys need a little talking to. Definitely a good time to stop it before Wolf, who... I mean, we talked a lot about momentum for them and trying to keep warm, but it doesn't seem like they really go cold that often. They just keep going. Very consistent.
Yeah, I think it's about the mindset as well from the side of Wolf Empire, right? They're not the type of team, or they're not the type of players to, you know, give up or get tilted after they lose one gunfight. They're like, all right, there's another way to successfully do this, and I'm going to find it within this game. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that from the side of Wolf. It seems like they're kind of like tilt-proof to a point.
That's good. Container control taken by Lucas earlier. Some teams completely opt to take no mid control as a pretty common thing. Lucas does well. Oh, Lucas does so well. Pistol pulled out as he wants to catch the head of Du here. Tucked in towards window, finally falls, but arguably job done, and it most definitely is Du once again left all alone and deleted with ease. So, fellas, that tag pause did absolutely nothing.
Yep. I'm glad that Lucas is finally validating everyone pushing container mid. It does work, fellas. It does work in the international stage, and the amount of pressure that you can put on that default against AG, because they still have to take mid, is absolutely insane. Especially, it was kind of quiet in mid, and no one was really checking Lucas behind the box, and now they're going to be forced to take mid, take some damage from the nades.
Dola's 9-1 with 171 ADR in the first 4 rounds. Ridiculous.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's had a lot of great angles just on some of the aggression from AG. That last round, definitely a Lucas masterpiece. It's good to put on that pressure and then actually be able to follow up on it and get a bunch of kills, but he went beyond that as well, just picking up 3.
Oh, yeah. Jay is so lucky.
Yeah, he got
headshot
through the wall.
Yeah, that doesn't one-shot because AWM is different.
Give me a car 98, man.
Built different. And now Rambo's going to feel the pressure, backs away. Says, okay, this is a legitimate push into B main. But they've got a nice setup, especially Rambo just able to get away. Actually backing way up, trying to see the angle. Doesn't quite land the shot. But he sees there's still some people lurking around in there. Big rotation coming out, as we can see. All gamers moving back into mid.
Three tower? I'm not a fan of this.
I love the way you go about it. Like, what the hell are they doing? But hey,
it works.
It's worked.
How?
Next
Shady,
level.
Lucas, both going to get caught, but with Dola still alive, I'm still a believer. Very good start to this map number 3 so far. 9-1. Didn't even get double digits on the card. Ice Cube going to be in for the first. As Shui going to get dropped with how low Jie is, and well, 1-2's not exactly that much better. Still not completely out of the count. Rambo going to get clipped, though. That makes things incredibly difficult. They've lost B control.
Yeah, that is going to be huge. And yeah, Du, perfect timing. Able to get in as well. Just avoids Ice Cube, and Ice Cube alone. Ice Cube in this map so far 1-0. just not really part of the action. Just kind of enjoying himself on the bus.
Just stay alive here. Just do it for the cause. How long can we go without a death?
Has to keep the morale
He
high.
might actually, yeah, he's out of there.
Yeah, just going to talk about the next round. I mean,
little
you're not entering.
Pause, I guess.
Yeah, Fei timeout.
Not going to go 1v4 through the smoke on a B.
Yeah, it's kind of worth it, honestly. If you're Ice Cube here, just get a bit of time, discuss what you did wrong. To be fair, I think Shady's, he was thinking, like, no, wait, this is triple tower drop down. Then it was. I was so confused. Usually that doesn't work, but I feel like AG's now starting to pull out the unexpected places to try and just put Wolf Empire off of their, you know, usual rhythm.
Yeah.
This was just a couple of rounds ago. The second round that Wolf won, so actually 3 rounds ago. But still very impressive, and now he got some nades over the top in a mid, trying to take control of the center of the map and taking damage. Here is Dola.
Oh.
And he's got backup.
Lucas and Dola are having a great time here. Lucas not exactly running away with the numbers, it's just the impact he's having. When he does fight, it's sort of always successful. Rifling core over towards Wolf Empire, really stepping up to the plate here. Another opening kill, but another round as well where AG take a lot of damage on those who are still alive. Jay and 1-2, not exactly feeling pretty healthy at the moment. He comes round, which Ray has to avoid, but he can't avoid the bullets. That's for damn sure. Big swing, big find. Down goes him. And this is already feeling like a done round. It feels like a foregone conclusion here.
Yep, and you're not going to get past Ice Cube in that position in Coffins, and Dola is going to get GA. Do the last one left alive. Granted, he is hitting a lot of his shots, but this is... Look at Doom. He's got him surrounded. But will Do fight his way out of this? Shady spotted. He's going to try to wall bang. He's not even going to risk the fight. That's how much they respect Do.
Yeah, no reason to had so much backup just swarming him. But yeah, now Wolf Empire on 5 rounds already. They had 4 in a row. They pick up a 5th. All gamers, they already used their timeout. Look at this, already 1,000 damage for Dola.
Wow.
Dono is mad, I can tell. Dono is seething right now. That timeout was a
waste.
A bit of a waste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that he made the same mistake basically straight away off the back of that timeout is brutal for sure.
They really are just focusing on mid fully. I can understand it because, yeah, just like how I said earlier in this tournament, the curve has been more of the priority more than mid. Ice Cube though with the spam, but not going to get anything. But he's been getting some damage despite his kills.
Flash through. A lot of people get caught by that flash. Towards curve. Ice Cube's there, ready to fight. Shady up close as well. The first doesn't go the way of him. He gets caught. Thankfully, still got Rambo for support. That second shot plucks him out of the sky. Duck hunting style. It might not be enough just yet, though.
Well, he went a little too far, but ooh, a little fadeaway there from Dola. Only 11 kills in 7 rounds. Just putting up huge numbers so far. Ice Cube here holding down. Hey, he's going to get the quick scope. There's one more, though. Do coming on.
Ooh. Feed me,
nasty.
He says.
That was just disgusting.
That is crazy.
I am horrified.
Aura diff right there.
Yeah. Mogged him.
Just like me for real.
Absolutely mogged him, actually, with that sniper.
The sneaky frog special.
Rambo, if you guys didn't know, I mean, he was Ice Cube before Ice Cube even appeared in Vietnam. So imagine having 2 Ice Cube level snipers.
Ice Cube 1.0.
That's not fair.
On your team.
Did you see the scoreline, by the way, of Ice Cube?
Tell me.
4-0.
Still not died. Stay alive, King. That's all that matters. Even if you lose the round, as long as you stay alive, the luck is there.
Thesis portrait's going to appear on Survival.
It's true. So that push this time around didn't exactly work. It feels like AG have really been backed up way back to their spawn.
Can't even get out of here, can
they? And that comes from many different rounds in a row where Wolf Empire say, no, you can't enter pillars. No, you can't enter the center of the map. No, you can't enter anywhere. And they just kind of wait for the pressure to come out of Wolf Empire before they do anything for the first minute of the round. It's going to pay off. I mean, they already get Lucas. And now it feels like finally all gamers are in a round where they might have the advantage. It's been hard to say that so far.
Also said as well, you know, we touched on that statistic of where when they found the opening kills, like 93% chance of them finding the round. So for AG, good spot that they're in. The fact that they haven't taken any damage either is pretty important too. And again, with Dola still alive, you always sort of believe, and everybody still alive has also had their moments. I'm not going to discount this round at all. If ever there was a time to break that statistic, it sort of would be now in the form that Wolf Empire are in.
No, 35 seconds. Smoke's kind of iffy on the B site. Rambo has to be careful. GA. Right behind that smoke. It's a very late thrown smoke as well, but he's going to get away in time, but he has to be careful right behind him. The people in curve are coming, and he missed twice. And that is the B site sold. AG, now the owner of it. Shady, the only one left alive. Not much he can do.
Ice Cube died.
Straight up rushed.
Well, it would have been nice to see an execute like that out of AG a little bit earlier on. But, you know, better late than never, I guess, as we're going to take another look at this. And... hey, it was he even on the screen? Like, did he just hear the shot and he's like, yep, no, you're dead.
And towards mid once again.
And he can go tower. Oh, my
yeah,
God.
In towards tower. This now holds that wrapping towards 8 if he decides to hold it. It's a very strong angle, and he also has a lot of support, which is the main thing. But they have cross, though.
We're gonna know if Do is a knower here. Oh, but he got off the angle, Ice Cube. Come on. I want to see that fight.
Yeah, I felt like they had a nice position in the middle of the map and in pillars, but Wolf, I guess the read is that, okay, AG are playing extremely passively. We don't want to get caught out. Let's just back up and keep all 5 members alive, ready for the final push from AG.
Quiet one here, Rambo. Not really opting for too much contact in this. It's just about getting information on that pixel peak. It's very small, kind of fine margins, it has to be said.
Sneaky looks like one of the players right now. He's got his face so
in.
close to the monitor.
I'm trying to see if he can actually see 1222 cross. Probably saw him, but he's still there.
Yeah, it looks like he's waiting.
3 long.
Yeah,
yes,
he definitely saw that.
That's sick. Drops the smoke, and actually drops the smoke really late in towards the round as well, which might nullify 1222 for a while. Oh,
they're going A long. Look at the bomb. A is open. But they could try to isolate and retake A, but I don't think that's ideal.
Do?
Do?
If Do dies here, this could be doomed.
Doomed. All right, Dola's getting in. Dola, oh, he missed that second shot. That's potentially round losing. And that's a couple in a row right now from ZY. They're holding on, but still, Ice Cube coming up big with the headshot, looking for the play on the A. Trying to move in as a duo, looking for GA. The damage, though, is done. Ooh. Another headshot from Ice Cube.
Stick it. Do it. You know you want it.
Just stick it, yeah. Yep.
Oh, he doesn't have time now. He's going to be seen from Nest. Steady ball in the end. It's a nice idea. It's close, but not to be at the end of the half. 6-3. It's still a really, really good showing out from Wolf Empire. All the advantages in their core. AG looking incredibly shaky, especially by their standards at the moment. Not a spot that they want to be in. And the way things are going right now, Wolf Empire, even just like one round could put so much pressure on the shoulders of AG, they could crumble.
Yeah, I mean, AG just kind of gave Wolf a taste of their own medicine. The fake into the B site, everyone rotated off. Granted, it was actually a pretty close round in the 2v2, but 1222 is on the other side. And I couldn't blame Ice Cube for just going for the straight defuse because it is planted for tower. So we didn't expect him to be wrapping around all the way into the second floor. And if he did, he could have just crouched or could have just looked down, just like how ZY did earlier.
All right, we're checking all the boxes. Seeing what we can see. Will they also clear out pillars? I'm just going to throw an A smoke, A door smoke. How fast do they want to go with this is really the question.
Nade over. Bit of a spam. 1-2. We will take mid control already and kind of start to wrap in towards curve. Waiting for an overextension from AG. I don't think they'll be giving it. And for now, it's actually sort of got the choice of where they actually want to end up finishing it.
Are they going to go for the curve position? Could be possible. I mean, curve 50-50 isn't too bad here. But man, look at where AG, they're just staying. They're not budging. Oh, you see him.
Oh.
J-Way, you shall not pass on this A site, says him. 1222 getting Rambo. Ice Cube, the only one with a kill, but taking A site with a singular sniper is not really the way to go.
Lovely work from Joy, though, isn't it? 3 quick kills. So that it did feel like Wolf Empire were just a little bit indecisive there. Just weren't quite sure. They got given a lot of map control, but because they had such little contact or information, maybe a little flustered. Where do we actually want to finish here? And before you knew it, into the hands of Zhui they go. And 3 kills towards him. It's only a 2-round game. That's still recoverable.
Right before the push came in, I heard some shouts from all gamers right behind us, and seemed like they were somewhat ready for it. And Zhui in the corner, I mean, it seemed like he was just so ready to go. The flash came in, the push didn't immediately hit, so he was able to just look away, immediately be ready for when they push in, and the flash just didn't do enough. I mean, you have to have really good, crisp utility usage if you're going to hit A like that.
Yeah, that's the thing as well with Compound, right? There's roofs on the site, so that means there's not much room to set up nades. But they do get curve control once again, but what are they going to do with it, though?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really... I mean, it's only the second round for them on the Blacklist side, but this could be the time where they go for curve. ZY, typical spot right near the door, waiting for the pressure. The utility usage has to be good. It's only a nade so far. Couple of nades. They don't hit ZY. He's still in the smoke, and immediately it is going to be due to get the first one. But they do get that kill, and now they're making their way onto the server. ZA in there alone with just the sniper.
Wow.
And Rambo's going to get the lurk in mid. He's going to get that kill now onto 12-22. And he's just holding down the middle of the map.
Yeah, Zhui gonna try to chase him down, but it seems like he's still there. Colt is gonna be pulled out, but at least he did delay Zhui's rotation. But now they need to know where Du is gonna come from, and they have no information on him. But once he shoots this AWM, this could be the beginning of the end of this round. Double entrance retake is not really favorable for the side of AG, but J-Wei just forces it anyways. But that was I was right.
Yeah. I mean, the two of them just able to, once they identified where the push was coming in, able to immediately shut that down. A couple of headshots, as it's just the Dola, the Dola line until you get survival, and that's where Ice Cube.
He's a survivor.
He is a survivor. Still lowest on deaths, even if it's not literally 0 anymore. But yeah, that's a big round now for Wolf Empire. They don't give much momentum over to AG. They're able to push straight from curve into B, get the plant down, and the retake was just not there. And I love the play in the middle of the map as well from, I think it was Rambo. Just able to hold on to that position for so long.
Oh, what a pickoff. Ice Cube, once again, finding these openings. And of all the players you're going to pick off, it had to be ZY. So AG's going to be reeling from it, but they're still willing to go for a 3-stack on A, so they really do trust GA to hold this B side.
Zhui sitting up close, there's a bit of support, but it could be a little scrappy. If they can fight this together, especially after the smokes fade, it could be pretty interesting. Both Zhui and 1-2 aren't playing anti-flash. They're happy to sit up for the fight. Probably one should turn their head just in case. They've got plenty of time to work with. They can wait for these smokes to start to dissipate, a replenish by Zhui that does give AG just a little bit more time.
This might be just the flash and the hop out of the tower. There it is, that flash. Here comes Lucas, but very nicely handled by 12-22. He's able to deny that, but Ice Cube does go down. That is a nice takeover of mid, but the headshot comes through from Du. Only gets one. It's a lot of trades back and forth. GA all up to him, but take a look at the positioning of Rambo. He's just like, yeah, I know where this guy is, and I am ready to get the flank on.
There it is.
There it is.
2 more rounds, boys. 2 more rounds for Wolf Empire. AG actually looking considerably checked out, it has to be said, in this game. Sloppy mistakes and errors that are becoming really costly now, and Wolf Empire are absolutely fired up.
Yeah, that small detail in mid, right? You saw Lucas die in order to bait out the flash, and they're like, oh, there's no longer any flashes coming in mid. Boom, another flash from Wolf. Both of them are blind in mid. Man, it's those small things that can really give you some distance. But Du is not small whatsoever with this weapon. Dola does go down. That's a very important piece of the pie already gone.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I mean, we haven't seen it feels like a lot of rounds where EG are actually getting first kills, and they can utilize that great first kill into round secure percentage. But this time around, it's going to feel very good. Can really take a lot of the bite out of some of the pushes, especially with Dola down, who's really the guy who's having the biggest day out on compound. So all of a sudden, Wolf Empire still... Oh, Ice Cube looks for it. Doesn't quite land it. GA's going to stay alive. He's got a pretty nice angle here to watch just in case they're coming in through B.
Jay, waiting. Over towards B with that support too. Once again, this double stacking towards mid. Shady does get caught. Nice work. Goes in dry there. Lucas will reclaim that position. It might get overlooked to a degree, but it feels like he's missed his window there where he could have potentially punished. Ice Cube holding for a rotate back in towards the A site, but I don't think it's going to be too problematic here. There's a preemptive shot there from Lucas, and nobody spotted close right. He's going to swing close left. It's really messy, and Ice Cube also misses. Thankfully, second time falling down, gets two. Lucas adds to the tally. Before you know it, Do and ZY left with a lot of work on their plate here. This isn't feeling too comfortable, and a quick trade gives them that B site.
How have they won that?
How did they manage that?
Ice Cube falling cold, double kill casually. Does get... Oh my god.
Assassin's Creed style jumping out the window.
I thought that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But Lucas is like one big distraction, and Ice Cube just fell down from tower. Oh my god. AG.
And that's
this is an epic
winning
breakdown.
With AG getting the opening kill as well.
Yeah.
Breaking the illusion that AG are unstoppable when they find the first.
Jeez.
And it felt like they knew that was coming too. Like there was so much utility used in mid, and still Ice Cube is just ice cold once again. Now they're trying to come in quick through A main. They take down Jue just like that. And they don't even have to overcommit to this. Maybe they're feeling the momentum, but going A long from here, probably not the play. You get that first kill, everybody's full health. You're still going up against, GA, who only has 4 kills. They're feeling very good about the chances of Wolf Empire to win it right here.
JD. Just wait and hold for rotations. He doesn't actually need to commit here. He's sort of like an insurance policy for later in the round. And even in another side as well, can just draw a bit of retention that way.
Yep. Another angle to throw a flash as well, so not going to be safe for AG. Might have to actually re-clear long if ever they do so. Yeah, ZY is going to do it. Or 12-22?
Oh, Shady, that timing was
Wow.
excellent.
Good thing he had the M4 there.
Yeah, going to say. Timing was excellent. Position maybe not so much. Double nade over in the corner. Doesn't do all too much. Close right. Nobody there for Lucas. So a bit of space as they now wrap through mid in towards curve. And they hit on towards B. Jay's in a lot of trouble. We have already spoken about how this guy has struggled thus far. Oh, but he hits a quick one. And that might be enough. The repeat coming through from Zai is important. Ice Cube now trying to bring it back. And now, unfortunately, not to be this time. So, not quite just yet for Wolf Empire.
I love how you spoke that kill from GA into existence. You're like, I don't know, this guy isn't having a good day. Just the quick scope headshot immediately takes the wind out of their sails. And just like that, it was over.
To be fair, if I was the guy that died to GA and they realize he's the only one B, I'm sending it. I'm the guys that send it B right now. He's the only guy here, but yeah, GA at the very tail end moment potentially of this game does come alive. They do hang on, similar to how Wolf was hanging on in that last game, but can AG keep their composure? I mean, they have the experience, but can they execute?
I feel like the damage has already been done. As long as Wolf Empire continue to play like they're playing, they've just been so clean that eventually you have to feel like they'll get the one round. AG might just be a little bit too little too late for them.
So far, relatively quiet start to the round. Waiting on a bit of the util of AG. giving them potentially an advantage in the late round. Especially makes retakes harder. They don't have a few of those smokes to work with. 2 crossing. He nearly gets caught there. Nice Cuban instinctive shot, but misses.
You can see after a couple of crosses through the smoke and mid, they're just going to back all the way up. A couple of guys on B. They have one in spawn. And a couple just looking towards the A entrances. But this is looking like a curve hit from Wolf Empire if they do commit this direction.
Pop round. Shady. Not committing either.
Trying to bait them out.
Yeah, it seems like he's trying to draw attention. Need to go though. Time starting to be of the essence. Big flash there as well from 1-2. Slows them down for a brief moment. 30 seconds. We've got to make a decision about where we want to go here. It still feels like they can wrap through if they want to. The opener goes the way of Shady, which is all the more important. And Shui also going to get caught as well. They weren't expecting a second, so 1-2 still remains here, but can't do enough. A site open, might be round, map and match. Done here, as Zai's got to do it all alone. The IGL got to lead by example, and it's not to be. Wolf Empire proved that the Summer Championship was not a fluke. Well, like we said, Wolf Empire proved that the Summer Championship was not a fluke. But the question I propose to you, Sneaky, does this now prove that Wolf Empire might be the best team in the world?
We're still in the group stage. We're still gonna put a pin on that. We're still gonna put a pin on that. But man, it's still another win. You can already see it on the stage as well. It's not the same celebration as we saw from Vietnam. It's like expectation for them now. It's like expectation that they should be able to beat AG. They are the team that is possibly going to lead Vietnam to an era going into this one. And I think the last time that they had one was like back when Celebi was a thing, when Rambo was the guy. And now could be another one of those, that's for sure. But I don't know, man. AG, they cannot play Compound to save their lives, that's for sure.
I mean, I think that's a bit of it, but for sure, it did feel like a lot of those rounds were just, you know, Dola Masterclass, Ice Cube Masterclass, insane rotations from Rambo. Like, the reads they had were just pretty ridiculous, and AG, there were a lot of times where they were trying to do things, they thought they had an idea, and it's very soul-crushing when it's like you've got a plan and everything just goes wrong because the enemy team is just that much better. So, yeah, AG, just not a match for Wolf Empire.
Not at all. And it is now quite interesting. Of course, this now means that we will most likely see, of course, AG being that second place. Also means that some unfortunate soul who's finished number one in one of the other groups got to face them in the playoffs, which is tough. Yeah, exactly. So really, really tough in that sense. Take a look at the scoreboard, of course, off the back of that. And you know, it was okay from Do, but the rest of the team really sort of fell apart. Jouet underperformed definitely by his standards. Same for ZY as well. On the flip side, Dola, Ice Cube, both incredible all the way throughout.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ice Cube, he had a bit of a downturn in Ankara, which is one of the main reasons why they actually lost that map, but he recovered very, very well. Dola keeping his consistency from Ankara on that AK-47 still. 76% headshots per kill is absolutely insane. Rambo was also awake, and Lucas, I mean, Shady, he took a back seat because he was like, guys, I already carried one game. It's kind of your turn, so it's time for Dola to be the set MVP this time. I mean, it's him, Lucas, when both of them are online, especially the years of experience playing together, they just know what to do as a entry and a support.
Yeah, exactly. It's really good to see. Dola looked incredible. I mean, I think the big thing for AG is with Wolf Empire starting so strong, we're in 6-1 up, right? I think, unfortunately, for the All Gamers, it was just too little too late when they finally came online. Of course, this is how it affects the Group B standings. Wolf Empire basically now they will guarantee themselves towards playoffs, and they will guarantee themselves as a #1 spot in Group B. And well, it's to see whether any other team of Swamp or On Knights can challenge it. Let's be honest, highly, highly unlikely. But for the All Gamers, it's not the end of the road, and it's not the end of the world for them. But I think they'll be pretty upset. I think, you know, for a team who come into the tournament as arguably the favorites on home soil, seen as the best team in the world by many, to lose in that sort of fashion against a side that seemed to be your kryptonite, and now to be back-to-back in big games, it's an unfortunate kind of result for you, because it maybe reaffirms ideas that we're no longer the top dogs.
Yeah, it's a lot that goes into it mentally. You know, I think that we talked about the mental game a lot in this. You know, Wolf Empire seemed just very stoic. They never really lost their cool at any point. It seemed like even as we went the full distance to the end of map 3, they were just holding on a lot better. And on the side of AG, it's like, yeah, a lot of times people will say, "Oh, the Chinese teams don't like to reveal much in group stage, so you can't really look at these matches, you know." But I don't think this was really an example of that. I think it was really they were trying their best, but they just fell flat. And
I agree.
That's a rough thing to stomach. I think, as you were saying, this might be the best team or considered the best team from China, and a lot of the fans will be like, "Oh, do we not really have the best team anymore?" That's kind of scary.
No Baisha, now All Gamers are sort of struggling a little bit. But I got to agree, I always feel that argument about the saving strats for the playoffs. I always feel it's quite flimsy, I think, generally speaking. And the only time where it's maybe prevalent is against considerably weaker teams.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, like your
Just run
Untitled
at them.
or your Swamp game. Yeah, because, you know, you realize you don't have to. But in a game like this, where it is quite important, not only for, you know, seeding and all the rest, but actually just for your confidence in the tournament, to go and lose in map number 3 in that sort of fashion, I wonder what the long-lasting effect is going to be for All Gamers, if anything.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Swamp Gaming has the opportunity to do the funniest thing on December 9.
I want to see it.
I want to see it. The absolute feature matchup of Kai's versus Do. To be fair, Kai's actually played well during the series, so you know, I would expect Swamp Gaming to put up a
I believe. I'm just saying. Famous, I believe.
I'm telling you guys, he's a beast on that. I'm telling you guys.
He is.
But
he is.
Yeah, I mean, despite what happened to AG in this stage, I feel like on Knights and, you know, Swamp Gaming, they still can't do anything realistically against AG. But I mean, starting as the 2nd seed, as like the 1st seed of China, that's got to hurt for AG. Especially they lost to Wolf Empire again.
Yeah,
that's gonna sting. And not just that, this is the salt in the wound. 2023. AG was supposed to have their Golden Road 1st place every single international that they joined, and then they got denied in the Grand Finals by Baisha. Is this going to happen again to AG? That's going to be the biggest heartbreak for them, that's for sure.
Yikes.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially because when you're seeing on the other side that your kind of compatriot from your region, Q9, are finishing top of their group. So you're thinking, I should be going toe-to-toe with them. I should be doing as good as they are. And well, it's a weird world in which we can see them play off against each other, potentially, which would be actually kind of insane as a playoff match. Wolf Empire, though, incredible work. I think, you know, as well, not only we spoke about kind of the individuals and the consistency they had, but I think actually just to bounce back. It's not always the easiest thing. When you lose a map, especially in the close fashion they lost the map, it can be quite tilting and it can be quite draining. There's a fatigue that plays as a factor, and it didn't seem like they affected them. They completely flicked the switch and just said, forget about it. On to the next. We'll just treat this as a whole new game. And if need be, we can talk about it later down the line. So I really respect them for that. A lot of teams do struggle to just say, let's just forget about it for now. And we can come back to it later. We can demo review. I think they did a fantastic job of just saying the past is the past. Let's kind of focus on the present.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, they played 18 rounds, right, against AG on Ankara. They almost won. They almost forced overtime. They also probably learned a lot from that about AG and the way they like to play that. So that even just powers them up for the future matches if we do get the rematch, which would be very hype because you just think about the narrative points, you know, Wolf always has their number. AG, you know, theoretically after this, maybe they just go undefeated until they have to face Wolf again. That could be a crazy follow-up matchup on a much bigger stage in front of a Chinese crowd. You know, how is Wolf gonna, how are they gonna handle it there? It's gonna be a lot of fun. At the end of the day, this is just a group stage match. This might not have a huge effect on the way things play out. We might just see AG and Wolf end up in the semifinals, both of these teams. And I do feel like from this group, the reason why there is such a big gap between top and bottom of this one is not that Swamp and Unknights aren't good teams. It's more just that Wolf and AG are so incredibly strong that you would expect these two. The fact that they're in the same group makes it a group of death, and we could easily see them have another follow-up fight later on in the tournament.
Yeah, it's just quite hilarious that the number 1 and 2 team right now, kind of currently, especially off the back of recent international tournaments, are in the same group. So yeah, it is, you know, it's one of those where you just got to feel bad, really, unfortunately, for Swamp and Unknights. But Sneaky, like you said, Swamp do have the opportunity to do the funniest thing, and that would be, first of all, probably one of the biggest upsets maybe in CrossFire history. I'd say that. I'd probably say what? I think Swamp probably coming as the, unfortunately, you know, no offensive, the lowest ranked team at this event.
Would be the second time actually that NA would make it in the playoffs. I think Brendan does remember this when you know, X-Famous back in 2014, they did make it to top 4, and 10 years later, 10 years later.
The angel number.
The angel
right?
number,
10 years.
10 years.
It's a very nice round number.
Yeah, it might be.
Maybe every 10 years, you know.
NA gets their one tournament, and there's just 10 years of
gets
nothing.
their wings.
I'm down for it, honestly. I'm down for it. I mean, just like how I said, ever since I arrived on the English broadcast, like, all the expectations are now gone. Like, yeah, Vietnam started winning, you know, China started, you know, getting slightly weaker.
Yeah.
You know, we're still rebuilding in the Philippines, so, you know, we're going to take a while. But, yeah, I mean, Goken's back. I mean, what a time to be alive if you're a CrossFire fan, man.
Yeah.
Does this mean that UBECMANIAC stocks go up? Do you have any effect on that? Like, should I be predicting them for the future matches, or?
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe, actually.
All right.
Maybe, not against Imperial. That's a hard one. I mean, they never lose group stage matches, but, I mean, you can invest for next year.
Who are you going to predict for that match? Imperial versus UBEC?
I'm going to test out my curse, actually. I'm going to predict Imperial just to see what happens.
But then again, you know, you predicted Wolf, and they did pretty well. And it seems like you are sort of the all-gamers kryptonite, it feels, and, you know, the blessing, maybe, for Wolf Empire.
And he has the deep understanding of the Chinese teams, too, because he went for Q9 as well. Like, he knew he was the one guy on our English side that went for Q9. Everybody else went for Vasco.
Yeah.
He just gets it. He is him.
He might be a no or a ball.
I'm just thinking, like, I hope I still make it there tomorrow, because, I mean, I don't want to be in the way of AG and or Q9. But, I mean, kind of still depends on them. I feel like AG still has plenty of fight in them, honestly. Still would never doubt ZY, still would never doubt Dew. I feel like I've seen better from GA. I mean, we've already seen it from X-Rock way back then, but then, you know, it's not the same effective GA. I mean, the sniper got from X-Rock that got them all the way to 4th. I mean, 1222 is actually, he played okay-ish.
Yeah.
I'm not too impressed. Wade played really well, but this is not the level I expect from the side of AG. But at the same time, I feel like Wolf just kind of played them like a fiddle. I feel like they're proving that strategy is better than, you know, just raw aim itself. But at the same time, I'm not saying that ZY is a bad strategist, but I feel like being a green IGL is really kind of messing them up a bit.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I you know, touching your point with GA, I really did feel like he struggled all the way throughout the series. I think he was someone who really never got going, and it was a tough time. We have an into ready on the stage. I think it might even be Dola joining Matt over there, so we're gonna throw it over towards him.
We have our winners of our final matchup on day 3. Wolf Esports fighting and winning out a thrilling match against AG. Dola is our MVP. You obviously played CHENGDU All Gamers and beat them in the Summer Championship. Did you expect to beat them today?
Chúc mừng về đội hôm nay đã chiến thắng là SG, và em có nghĩ là nếu mà lần nữa gặp lại SG thì đội em sẽ giành chiến thắng lần nữa không?
Thì em nghĩ là bọn em chỉ cố gắng hết sức thôi. Còn gặp lại hay không thì phải vào trong mới biết được.
我们只是觉得会
We just
尽力去
thought
战
that
斗，
we
然后能不能
will
胜
do
利
our
拿
best,
比
and
赛
we
场才知道。
didn't think about the win or lose.
Okay. You told me just now, lucky. You said lucky. So, how did you prepare for this match? And why do you think you were lucky?
Trong cái lần này thì bọn em có một cái chuẩn bị chiến thuật gì không, và tại sao em lại nghĩ đấy là sự may mắn?
Bọn em chỉ cố gắng hết sức thôi. Còn đâu là vào trận anh em có hô hào cổ vũ nhau và tin tưởng nhau thì là sức mạnh là tất cả.
我们只是觉得用
We
100%
thought
的
that
精
we
力
just
去战斗，然后
put in
队友
100%
之
of the
间我
spirit,
们会
and
一起
inside
鼓
the
励
team
吧。
we
我
will
们觉得
cheer
就
each other
是
up
能
among
力
all
力
of our
量就
teammates,
是绝对的那
and
个
we
办
think
法。
that the strength is the priority.
Okay. Interesting, interesting. I'm curious how to put this. Wait, so you were behind on, sorry, you won sub-base, then you lost Ankara. What did you do? Were you worried? And how did you change things around to eventually win?
Em xin rất là tò mò, tại vì là ở cái map đầu tiên bọn em giành chiến thắng, nhưng mà đến cái map thứ hai thì bọn em lại lose rồi, nên là bọn em có cái suy nghĩ gì không?
Thì cũng như lúc đầu em bảo thì là bọn em đến đây để bọn em bắn, và map thứ ba bọn em cổ vũ nhau, động viên nhau và anh em đoàn kết. Thế nên là không có nghĩ ngợi gì nhiều.
就我们确实没有想那么多，只是
We
来这里
didn't
了，就
think
是
too much.
会
We
一
think
起战
since
斗，
we are
然
here,
后
we will fight
团
together,
结，一起把
and
这
we
这
will
场比赛拿下
work
来。
in solidarity.
In solidarity. 2-0. 2-0. Will it be 3-0? Can you win the group 3-0?
Vì bọn em đã có trận là 2-0 rồi, nên là bọn em hy vọng là trong cái vòng bảng này có thể giành được trận là 3-0 không?
Bọn em không chắc chắn, nhưng mà bọn em sẽ cố gắng. Còn đâu là anh em tất cả đều đồng lòng thôi.
我们不一定，但是会努力
We
吧。
don't know, but we will work for that.
Okay, we will see when we get there. We have many more days to go. Congratulations, GG to Wolf Empire winning our last match today. We'll go back to the casters and let's round off what's been a brilliant day 3.
Absolutely spot on, Matt. It has been a brilliant day of crossfire action here in the grand finals.
He's
in
just
Guangzhou.
so smart.
Look,
isn't
he just knows it. He just gets it. And it was, you know, we had some really cool games and some very important games here, which ultimately could even end up deciding their respective groups. We spoke already kind of to death a little bit about this kind of Group B, the Group of Death, but the Group A one as well, right? I mean, especially for first spot for Q9, we'll have to see how things pan out with that Vasco ranking game too. As you can see, they're on a bit of a knife's edge there. Could get a little bit spicy if ranking can do something a little bit special. But we'll, of course, have to keep an eye out for that one. This is how Group A looks at the moment. Q9 with that win over Vasco have booked their spot in towards that next stage as top of Group A, which, you know, for them is absolutely great. And we move towards Group B, and, you know, we've touched on that Wolf Empire. Top spot for them. An upset to some, but not to Sneaky.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Wolf Empire, they really, especially they didn't get to play AG in their first match, so they do know already, okay, we might be a bit cold in our last series. We need to go all the way in against AG. And it seems like it actually benefited them here.
Yeah, Group C moving on over there. Imperial and Evolution Power at the top of their game. But we did see UBECMANIAC take down Team Alotus. It does set up a very spicy Imperial Evolution Power game tomorrow, though.
Yeah, it definitely does. At that point, it's going to be, whoever wins that one, very big favorites to get first out of the group. And then it's really going to be up to UBECMANIAC to try to make some waves. And we'll see about how they do in that group. Really kind of a nice dark horse for that one. For Group D, 3BL currently up at the top. Antisocial still a chance to catch up. They do have that 1-2-0 under their belt, so don't be too fooled by the standings just yet. Could certainly have them take the top spot if they do win against 3BL.
Yeah, and of course, the good thing for me is see 3BL at the top, and also to prove sneaky wrong as well. I said the 3BL supremacy was going to come through, and you hate to see it. Your boys couldn't show up, and actually now Phantoms are 0-2, so unfortunately they actually are eliminated. You hate to see it, but it is one of those where it is that fight for first place, and that game of Antisocial is pretty spicy because, I touched this in game on day one when we saw 3BL. I feel like they always just play up to their opponents, and with Antisocial looking pretty good, who knows? I mean, that Snare Goken rivalry could be a new blooming one here.
Yeah, I mean, could be a contest for who is the best third seed of all time in Antisocial. They can definitely go for it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. Of course, we're all the way through the groups at about, halfway point now, I think we're getting towards. And then, of course, we've got the elims to follow that. And then we move, of course, in towards the arena. But aside from that, it's been a great day of action. Any final remarks, guys?
It's just a lot of fun. Even the 2-0s we had were pretty close, especially that Q9 Vasco one. So looking forward to more great group stage in the coming days.
For you, Sneaky, any last words?
It's been a roller coaster, heartbreak and happiness, but at the end of the day, it's CrossFire, and I'm having fun.
And that's why we're here. Well, ladies and gents, thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure here on the English broadcast. We're back, same place, same time, tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see you there for more action. But for now, good night.
Struggle feels like an endless fight, but the flame in my heart will burn bright. In this fight, we'll rise. No fear, no retreat, no back way. Stay together, locked and loaded. Be the Stars are falling, tracing dreams anew. Even when I stumble, I'll rise too. We stand tall, we come